In my previous life, I penned a love letter to the school belle and, in the presence of my entire class, read it aloud, only to be met with her rejection, becoming the subject of ridicule from my peers. Reborn into my high school years, Zhou Chen resolved to abandon the role of a sycophant. The school belle, having lost her devoted admirer, became anxious. No matter her efforts, Zhou Chen remained utterly indifferent. Chapter 1. The Failure of Confession. I was renowned throughout the school as a sycophant, and now I find myself reborn. In my former life, I neglected my studies in pursuit of Lu Xing, ultimately failing to gain admission to university. Driven by her words, I disliked chubby people. I excessively dieted, leading to a collapse in my health. Witnessing the disappointment in my father's gaze and the tears in my mother's eyes, I succumbed to resentment and perished. A wise man does not fall in love. He contributes to the prosperity of his homeland. Upon reopening my eyes, I resolved to live for myself in this life. Little did I expect that upon deciding to forsake my role as a sycophant, the school belle would become frantic. Zhou Chen read this love letter aloud to your classmates with emotion. Dear whom? Who is your dear? The furious form teacher, Cui Yuxia, flung a love letter at Zhou Chen's face. She pounded the podium incessantly, her voice filled with frustration. Ha ha! The classroom erupted in uproarious laughter. All eyes turned toward Zhou Chen. Is this class 3, year 3? Have I been reborn into 2004? Zhou Chen muttered to himself. Slowly surveying the surroundings, he noticed the heavy blackboard inscribed with, Heaven rewards hard work. Diligent labor is never in vain. Seize the day. Do not squander youth. This was indeed their class slogan before the college entrance examination. An old fan buzzed overhead, while classmates donned blue and white uniforms, their eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Zhou Chen glanced down at the love letter in his hands, the very one he had written to the class flower, Lu Xing, a month before the college entrance exam. To his dismay, Lu Xing had handed the letter directly to the teacher, rendering him the laughingstock of the class. In his previous life, he had been bewitched, obsessively longing for Lu Xing, from high school to university and beyond her graduation. Ultimately, he could only watch as she wed into a wealthy family, finally resigning himself to despair. He lifted his gaze toward Lu Xing, who sat in the front row, a smile gracing her lips, though her eyes held a hint of disdain. Zhou Chen opened the love letter, reading his youthful and sincere prose. Dearing, may I inquire which university you have applied to? I wish to attend the same institution, to study alongside you, and to be with you for a lifetime. Stop reading, his deskmate Chen Xiaolong whispered, poking Zhou Chen's thigh with a ballpoint pen. Bowing his head in embarrassment, Zhou Chen felt utterly humiliated, yet he somehow managed to read on, his heart not lacking in audacity. Ha ha! Zhou Chen let out a chuckle, astonished that he had once penned such sentimental words. How can you still laugh? Go stand in the hallway, Cui Yuxia exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she pointed a finger at him. Oh! Zhou Chen pressed his lips together, stifling a grin as he walked toward the classroom door. Cui Yuxia sighed as she watched his retreating figure. She had completely given up on Zhou Chen. With the college entrance examination approaching, his mind was filled with thoughts of romance. What prospect could such a student possibly have? He was dragging down the class's academic performance. Zhou Chen stood in the hallway, hands in his pockets. In his previous life, his family was not affluent, both parents being wage earners who spent considerable sums to ensure he attended a prestigious high school. For 3 years, he had constant tutoring, yet he had stopped attending classes by his second year. He had deceitfully pocketed the tutoring fees, spending it all on gifts for Lu Xing, ultimately gaining neither affection nor university admission. His parents could not hold their heads high in front of relatives. In the end, he had to plead for connections to secure a job, only to face limitations due to his high school diploma. He managed to enter a company with a grueling 996 schedule, rising before dawn and retiring after dusk. Each month, his salary mostly went toward gifts for Lu Xing. Since she disliked heavier individuals, he began to diet from 180 pounds, eventually succumbing to health issues. Before his death, he never once saw Lu Xing visit him, which he found pitiful. However, Zhou Chen did not harbor excessive hatred for her, as she had once been the object of his affection. With his previous life's end, he had grown indifferent, and his obsession with Lu Xing had dissipated. His only regret was not being able to attend university. He had pretended to work hard in front of his parents, but in this life, he did not wish to witness the disappointment in his father's eyes or the tears in his mother's. Zhou Chen stretched, a relieved smile gracing his lips. Having sacrificed so much for her in my past life is sufficient. In this life, I shall live for myself. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and many students emerged, passing by Zhou Chen and throwing in a few jibes. Brother Chen is quite the catch. He even knows how to write love letters. Ha ha! What a pity the class flower doesn't fancy you. Life in the third year was exceedingly dull, and this incident would provide enough amusement for a month. Zhou Chen shrugged, unbothered. Just as he was about to return to class, Lu Xing called out to him, "Zhou Chen, is something the matter?" Zhou Chen inquired, looking up. Lu Xing, with her bangs and ponytail, had skin as pale as snow. Her large, round apricot-shaped eyes, framed by long lashes resembling tiny fans, were captivating. One could not deny her youthful beauty, especially as she had yet to learn the art of makeup, exuding an innocent charm in her school uniform. She stood with her hands clasped behind her back, fiddling with the hem of her clothes, and spoke softly. "Zhou Chen, I'm sorry about today. I accidentally left your letter tucked in my exam paper and forgot to take it out." "Oh." Zhou Chen nodded, bemused that such a thing could be forgotten. Yet, the truth or falsehood mattered little. He no longer cared. "Zhou Chen, I actually applied to Jiangzhou University. Work hard, and I will wait for you there," Lu Xing whispered in his ear while standing on her tiptoes. After saying this, she blushed and hurried back to the classroom. Hiss! Zhou Chen inhaled sharply. In that fleeting moment, he almost succumbed once more. This girl was too skilled. He shook his head repeatedly and hurriedly recited a calming mantra. "Wise men do not fall in love. They build a beautiful homeland." Lu Xing's words reminded him that the college entrance examination was merely a month away, a milestone he had failed to reach in his past life. Although Cui Yuxia was a strict teacher, she had uttered a profound truth. Knowledge acquired in the mind is one's own and cannot be stolen by others. In the world beyond school, Zhou Chen had come to deeply appreciate this wisdom. "In this life, I must study diligently, not only for my parents but for my own sake." Lu Xing returned to the classroom, where her close friend Tian Xiuming inquired with curiosity, "What if you hand Zhou Chen's love letter to the teacher and that fool gets angry? Our travel funds for the summer vacation still rely on him, don't they?" "Rest assured, I just informed him which university I intend to apply to. Do you believe he will rush back to his studies shortly?" Lu Xing elegantly flicked her hair, brimming with confidence. Delivering Zhou Chen's love letter to the homeroom teacher was primarily to convey to the other boys that she remained unattached. She certainly would not abandon an entire forest for the sake of a single crooked tree. Zhou Chen hurriedly returned to the classroom, earnestly examining the essay competition with a serious expression. Tian Xiuming immediately gave Lu Xing a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly impressive." At that moment, Chen Xiaolong returned from the restroom and called out to Zhou Chen, "Let's go online. It's on me." After all, Zhou Chen had embarrassed himself thoroughly today, and Chen Xiaolong thought treating him would help him unwind. "What do you mean go online? The college entrance examination is approaching. We need to focus on studying," Zhou Chen replied earnestly. "What the hell? Have you lost your mind? Is it really that serious, just because Lu Xing turned you down?" Chen Xiaolong lamented in frustration. "Even if you and Lu Xing end up at the same school, she would never agree to you. I'm not studying for Lu Xing. I'm doing it for myself." Zhou Chen placed the essay competition booklet in front of Chen Xiaolong, saying, "Write an essay on the topic diversity. It hasn't been on the exam the past 2 years, but it is bound to appear this year. Take a good look at how to write it." "Nonsense. How can you be so sure it will appear? How about we wager a bread maker?" Zhou Chen suggested earnestly, his gaze sharp as it bore into Chen Xiaolong. Feeling unnerved by that gaze, Chen Xiaolong replied, "I'm not betting with you." He sensed something peculiar about Zhou Chen today, though he couldn't quite articulate it. With Zhou Chen unwilling to join him online, he could only idly flip through the essay competition booklet. "Zhou Chen, Xiuming, and I are stepping out for a bit. Could you please bring us lunch at noon?" "Thank you, Zhou Chen," Lu Xing commanded as if issuing orders, and then she left the classroom with Tian Xiuming. Zhou Chen did not lift his head, continuing to study diligently. It was only then that he remembered he hadn't had lunch yet. Just as he stood up, Chen Xiaolong blocked his path, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" "To the cafeteria for lunch." "Are you out of your mind? You're really going to bring her lunch? Did she even give you any money?" Chapter 2. Ignored. What is the matter? Can't I go to the cafeteria for a meal? Zhou Chen shrugged. "Oh, come on. You just want to bring food to Lu Xing, right? Why not bring me a portion too?" Chen Xiaolong rolled his eyes. "Fine. I'll bring you some when I get back." Zhou Chen grabbed a book and headed to the cafeteria. Chen Xiaolong was infuriated. Was it really just about not bringing himself food? At 1:30 p.m., Lu Xing and Tian Xiuming strolled into the classroom hand in hand, both smiling cheerfully. "Where are Chen Xiaolong and Zhou Chen?" Chen Xiaolong removed his headphones and glanced at Lu Xing, answering impatiently, "I don't know." "Geez, why hasn't Zhou Chen returned yet? Does he want to starve us both?" Tian Xiuming remarked with a displeased expression. Lu Xing, smiling, replied, "Perhaps Zhou Chen encountered some delay on the way. He should be back shortly." Just as they conversed, Zhou Chen entered the classroom, holding a book in his left hand and 2 meals in his right. Lu Xing quickly greeted him. "Zhou Chen, thank you so much." Chen Xiaolong sighed in resignation. His friend was truly hopeless. Zhou Chen looked perplexed. "Thank me for what?" Lu Xing's south eyes sparkled like crescent moons, "Of course, for bringing food for me and Xiuming." "I didn't bring food for you too?" Zhou Chen shrugged. "Enough of this," Tian Xiuming said impatiently. You've already brought the food. Why pretend? She reached out to grab the meal from Zhou Chen's hand, but he swiftly dodged back to his seat. Xiaolong, hurry and eat. Class is about to start. Chen Xiaolong stared, dumbfounded, at the meal Zhou Chen handed him. You really brought it for me? Of course. Didn't Yu just say to bring you a meal? Zhou Chen broke open the disposable chopsticks and began to eat. Haha, thanks. Chen Xiaolong grinned widely. His mood instantly lifted as he dug into his meal. Watching from the side, Lu Xiying and Tian Swimming exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions akin to someone in disbelief. Lu Xiying clenched her fists, her brows furrowed. Zhou Chen. Didn't you hear what I said at noon? I did, Zhou Chen nodded. Then why didn't you bring us food? Lu Xiying asked, exasperated. Because you didn't give me any money, Zhou Chen replied, his expression earnest. Lu Xiying's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she ever paid him to bring anything? This was his privilege, and he had the audacity to ask her for money? Then why did you bring Chen Xiaolong food? Did he pay you? Zhou Chen nodded. Xiaolong treated me to internet yesterday. Bringing him a meal is only fair. Lu Xiying found herself momentarily speechless, realizing she had never offered Zhou Chen anything. Ha, bro. How about we go online together tonight? My treat. Chen Xiaolong nearly choked on his food, putting an arm around Zhou Chen's shoulder. Zhou Chen shook his head. No time. I need to focus on studying. Seeing the two disregard her, Lu Xiying's chest heaved with anger as she gritted her teeth. Zhou Chen, I'm upset. Don't bother me from now on. With that, she stormed out. Tian Swimming pointed at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, you better apologize to Xiying this afternoon. Xiying, wait for me. Chen Xiaolong cast a wary glance at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, you're not allowed to go anywhere this afternoon. Where would I go? I still need to study, Zhou Chen replied, taking a bite of the stir-fried eggplant. The cafeteria's stir-fried eggplant is pretty good. You should try it. Chen Xiaolong immediately snatched some, my favorite. The first class in the afternoon was mathematics. Zhou Chen pulled out his math book and, upon seeing the dense formulas, felt as if he were gazing at an ancient script. His heart sank. While liberal arts could be memorized, what was he to do about science and mathematics? He strained to recall the last challenging question from his previous life's college entrance examination. As soon as the class ended, Zhou Chen headed toward the front row, where Tian Swimming was busy primping her hair with a mirror. Noticing Zhou Chen's figure in the mirror, she immediately nudged Lu Xiying, whispering, Zhou Chen is coming over. Humph. Lu Xiying scoffed, crossing her arms defiantly, her chin held high. So what if he comes? Today's incident will not be easily forgiven. He must learn the cost of making me angry. Tian Swimming nodded seriously. Exactly. I'm starving, but I can't forgive him so easily. Zhou Chen approached Lu Xiying's side, but she turned her head away, disdainfully stating, Didn't I tell you? Don't bother me from now on. What a fool. In the end, he would still have to humbly apologize. After waiting for a while without any response from Zhou Chen, her confusion grew. Turning her head, she realized he was facing the other way. Zhou Chen stood in the aisle, smiling at the class monitor. Monitor, I have a question I'd like to ask you. The monitor, Tang Wan, slowly lifted her head, adjusting her thick glasses. With her innocent eyes blinking, she asked, which question? As the class monitor, she was always willing to help fellow students who struggle with their studies. Not only could she assist them, but it also helped solidify her own understanding. This one, Zhou Chen pointed at the question with his pen. Tang Wan focused intently on the problem in the book, and Zhou Chen dared not interrupt, standing quietly beside her, watching. It was then he realized he had never closely observed Tang Wan in all these years. While she might not qualify as a campus beauty, her features were delicate, her face unblemished, and she sported a short haircut. In his past life, his interactions with Tang Wan had been minimal. She was solely focused on her studies, while he was preoccupied with Lu Xiying. He only knew that Tang Wan came from a well-off family, easily gaining admission to Zhangzhou University. And after a few years of graduation, she worked in her family's company before marrying, thus becoming a winner in life. Tang Wan pursed her lips, deep in thought. This question was quite challenging. After 10 minutes, she felt she couldn't solve it. Looking up at Zhou Chen, she said, Zhou Chen, why don't I explain it to you after school tonight? Class is about to start. All right, thank you, monitor. Zhou Chen acknowledged, aware of the question's difficulty, but confident that Tang Wan could tackle it. He returned to his seat. Tian Swimming was bewildered, glancing between Zhou Chen and Lu Xiying. He just left like that? Why hasn't he apologized yet? Lu Xiying clenched her jaw, her tone icy. He probably feels embarrassed with so many people around. Really? Tian Swimming asked, skeptical, sensing something was off about Zhou Chen today. Lu Xiying shrugged, her expression still confident. Of course, he must know I'm aiming for Zhangzhou University. He has probably started to study hard now. Chapter 3. The monitor explains the problem. That evening, after school, Lu Xiying and Tian Swimming pushed their bicycles out of the school gates. Tian Swimming, looking worried, asked Zhou Chen. Didn't he apologize to you all afternoon? Lu Xiying smiled slightly. Don't worry, I know him too well. Yes, just like a sticky plaster. You can't shake him off. Well then, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Tian Swimming, Lu Xiying hopped on her pink bicycle, eager to get home to watch the evening's popular show, Endless Love. With her slender waist and hair flowing in the breeze, bathed in the sunset, she resembled a protagonist from a movie, capturing the attention of many male classmates. Lu Xiying smiled, thoroughly enjoying the admiring glances directed her way. In her eyes, she was the leading lady of a Korean drama, deserving of such attention. Unfortunately, her pleasant mood was short-lived. At an intersection, her bike chain suddenly fell off. Her good spirits evaporated in an instant. Stopping her bicycle by the roadside, Lu Xiying frowned at the grimy chain. This dirty work was hardly something she should be dealing with. At that moment, Zhou Chen pedaled his bicycle vigorously, humming a cheerful tune. Having been granted a second chance at life, not only had he rejuvenated himself, but even his parents appeared younger. All he wished for was to return home swiftly to see his mother and father. Lu Xiying, observing his carefree demeanor, felt a pang of disdain, especially since he was following her. Upon spotting Lu Xiying, Zhou Chen wondered what this girl was doing standing by the roadside. Intrigued, he came to a halt beside her. Lu Xiying, what are you up to? If you intend to apologize, just do it. Is it really necessary to resort to such petty tactics? Lu Xiying rolled her eyes. Zhou Chen, taken aback, scratched his head in confusion. What did I do? Is the bike chain you're doing? With her arms crossed and a piercing gaze that seemed to see through his ruse, Lu Xiying accused him. You tampered with my bike chain to orchestrate a chance encounter. How childish. Zhou Chen's lips twitched, feeling a chill run down his spine. Was she suffering from paranoia? You're overreacting. I take this route home every day, and I don't have time to sabotage your bike chain after cleaning the classroom at night. Lu Xiying scoffed. Oh really? Then why are you waiting here? ISN, to get me to beg you to fix my bike chain? Zhou Chen shook his head. No, I'm just waiting for the traffic light. Oh look, the light is green. I must be on my way. Lu Xiying, furious, shouted coldly. You stand right there and fix my bike chain this instant. I don't have the time, Zhou Chen said, turning his back and cycling away. Lu Xiying pointed at his retreating figure, seething with anger. Deep down, she was convinced Zhou Chen had indeed tampered with her bike chain and fled when confronted. What a despicable person. If only he had the guts to admit it. She might have thought better of him. With someone like him, dreaming of pursuing her was utterly ridiculous, regardless of her grievances. Lu Xiying reluctantly grabbed a small stick and began to fiddle with her bike chain. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen arrived at the Tanfin Huayuan community and spotted a girl in a school uniform with a pink backpack standing at the entrance. It was none other than his class monitor, Tang Wan. Zhou Chen, she waved enthusiastically. Class monitor, what brings you here? Zhou Chen asked, puzzled. Tang Wan took out a mathematics book from her bag. Zhou Chen, I solved that problem you mentioned. Huh? Zhou Chen's mouth twitched. Class monitor, you could have just explained it to me tomorrow. You didn't need to come all this way. Not an option. Just watch. Tang Wan's eyes shone with determination as she took out a pen and began explaining to him. They sat on a stone bench at the entrance, engrossed in discussion for quite some time. Passers-by, including a lady buying groceries, praised. Such studious children are a rarity. They are truly commendable. Zhou Chen rolled his eyes at the comment. As Tang Wan elucidated the concepts, Zhou Chen experienced an epiphany. Mathematics operates on interconnected principles. Although this particular problem wasn't from the college entrance exam, mastering it illuminated his understanding of the final, complex question. Class monitor, you're impressive. Zhou Chen gave her a thumbs up. A proud smile graced Tang Wan's face. By the way, class monitor, your home is quite far. ISNT it? How will you get back? Would you like me to accompany you? Zhou Chen inquired, feeling responsible for her safety on the dark road. No need. My family's driver is waiting for me. Tang Wan waved her hand dismissively. Zhou Chen's lips twitched, suddenly remembering she was from a wealthy family. After packing her mathematics book, Tang Wan suddenly asked, by the way, Zhou Chen, which university are you applying to tomorrow? Jiangzhou University, Zhou Chen replied. Tang Wan's expression dimmed slightly. Is it because of Lu Xiying? Zhou Chen shook his head, no. Her demeanor softened, a genuine smile returning to her face as she looked at him expectantly. Then I'll head back now. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me anytime. Sure. Zhou Chen watched her put on her backpack, suddenly pondering a question. Jiangzhou University was merely an ordinary institution. Given Tang Wan's academic prowess, she could easily aim for a top university. A realization struck him. Could it be that this girl had feelings for him? That seemed implausible. They hardly interacted. He dismissed the thought as slightly narcissistic, but nonetheless said to Tang Wan, Class monitor, my application to Jiangzhou University is solely for my own sake. I came across a quote yesterday. It is foolish to alter one's life for others. This applies to both you and me. At all times, we must remain true to ourselves. Tang Wan was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Chen waved goodbye and stepped into the community. In this new life, he merely sought to live for himself, without interfering in others' lives. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed the amused expression of the grocery lady. Have you had your fill of watching? Zhou Chen asked. Indeed, the lady chuckled, wrapping her arm around Zhou Chen's shoulders, playfully inquiring. So, who is that girl? Oh, you wouldn't know if I told you, he replied. Does she have feelings for you? Not at all. They both laughed as they returned home. Chapter 4. Where there's a will, there's a way. In a modest rental apartment of less than 60 square meters, Zhou Chen and his family resided. The room was dimly lit, with old furniture severely peeling, and the cracked floorboards felt damp, permeated by a musty odor. With such humidity, it's bound to rain again, he commented while carrying the groceries into the kitchen. Zhou Chen retreated to his bedroom to begin his studies. Before diving in, he took out a label and pencil, writing down 2 phrases: university entrance exam and making money. For an ordinary person, the purpose of attending university is to change their future and secure a good job to earn a living. However, Zhou Chen's aim in pursuing higher education was to rectify the regrets of his past life and enable his parents to hold their heads high in front of others. As for making money, that would pose no challenge for someone with a second chance at life. In the coming years, there would be countless opportunities to earn. Zhou Guangming returned home from work, carrying a bag of pastries. Clad in work attire, he had gained a bit of weight, sporting an unkempt beard and messy hair. After standing at the door for a moment, he headed to the kitchen to help. Get out of here, you clumsy oaf. Ying pushed Zhou Guangming out of the kitchen. Hey, Yingzi, have you noticed how diligent our son has been? He suddenly remarked. Are you out of your mind? When he wasn't studying, you had something to say, and now that he is studying hard, you still have something to say? Ying glared at him disapprovingly. What I mean is with our son working so hard, he is bound to get into a better university. Absolutely. Zhou Chen inherited his mother's talent and wisdom. It would be difficult for him not to succeed. Nonsense. He clearly takes after his father's intelligence. Get a rest. Ying quickly prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Zhou Chen eagerly devoured his meal, eager to finish and return to his studies. Ying served him a chicken leg, admonishing, slow down, no one is competing with you. Mumbling through his food, Zhou Chen replied, time is money. I need to eat quickly and get back to studying. There is not much time left. Ying suddenly felt a pang of concern. Son, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Your health is important. Zhou Chen realized that his unusual behavior had worried his mother. Taking a moment to compose himself, he smiled. Mom, don't worry. I'm not under pressure. Zhou Guangming took a sip of liquor and inquired. Have you decided which university you want to apply to? Jiangzhou University. Zhou Chen blurted out. Cough, cough. Zhou Guangming choked on his drink. Even Ying's lips twitched slightly. As parents, they were well aware of Zhou Chen's academic standing. With a bit more effort this month, he might just scrape by to meet the threshold for a third-tier university. The prospect of gaining admission to Jiangzhou University left them somewhat incredulous. Ying was concerned that Zhou Chen might be caught up in some sort of delusion. But before she could voice her worries, Zhou Guangming interrupted, slamming his hand on the table. Be ambitious. He turned to Zhou Chen and declared, where there's a will, there's a way. Dad believes in you. Ying lowered her head, silently eating her meal. With the imminent JKO, it wouldn't do to undermine her son's confidence. After finishing his meal, Zhou Chen retreated to his room to review his studies, focusing particularly on mathematics and English, subjects where he had previously struggled. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, it was 10 o'clock. Ying knocked on his door. Son, it's time for bed. All right, Zhou Chen replied, stretching lazily, a faint smile gracing his face. The once daunting math problems and English seemed less formidable now. He suddenly felt the joy of learning. After washing up, he lay in bed, gazing at the peeling ceiling, enveloped in a dreamlike state. The following day, Ying rose early to prepare breakfast, while Zhou Chen also woke at dawn for a morning jog. Maintaining this routine would bolster his health, enhance his immunity, and improve his mental state. Having succumbed to illness in his past life, he was determined to cultivate a robust physique in this one. Zhou Guangming emerged groggily from the bathroom, yawning as he said, Is breakfast ready? I'll go wake our son. Ying smirked. He is already up and out for a jog. Zhou Guangming was instantly alert, incredulous. A morning jog? Is the sun rising in the west today? Ying gasped, her brow furrowing in uncertainty. Dear, do you think our son has been influenced by something? His diligent studying and early morning runs were indeed out of character. It was as if he had transformed into a different person. Zhou Guangming stroked his stubble, frowning. Could it be that he is in love? The moment those words left his lips, He Ying recalled the girl from the previous afternoon. Who was in love? Zhou Chen, drenched in sweat, approached the door. Zhou Guangming quickly turned on the fan. He Ying chuckled. It's nothing, son. You must have misheard. Zhou Chen didn't pursue the matter further. After enjoying the breeze from the fan, he finished breakfast, freshened up, donned his school uniform, and pedaled off to school. As he approached the first traffic light, Zhou Chen halted, knowing that he would meet Chen Xiaolong there. Approximately 5 minutes later, Chen Xiaolong arrived, pedaling furiously on his mountain bike. Wow, I thought my eyes were deceiving me. Did the sun rise in the west today? You're actually here before me? Chen Xiaolong was taken aback, as he was usually the one waiting for Zhou Chen. Noticing the heavy dark circles under Chen Xiaolong's eyes, Zhou Chen asked, Did you pull an all-nighter last night? Chen Xiaolong's eyes darted around as he replied mysteriously, I found another internet cafe. You can stay up all night for just 8 yuan. Zhou Chen rolled his eyes. With the JKO coming up, you still have the energy for all-nighters? Chen Xiaolong shrugged nonchalantly. If worst comes to worst, I'll just repeat the year. I think there's no chance for me this time anyway. Both were at the bottom of their class academically, which was why they shared a desk at the back. They chatted as they cycled, and upon reaching the school gate, Chen Xiaolong noticed Lu Xing and Tian Suomo. Just then, a tall boy approached the two girls, delivering breakfast. Lu Xing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, while Tian Suomo boldly accepted the food. Come on, we're all classmates. What is there to be shy about? Lu Xing playfully scolded. Ming Ming, what are you doing? I don't even know him. Tian Suomo shot Lu Xing a knowing glance, who turned to see Zhou Chen and Chen Xiaolong approaching. Lu Xing accepted the breakfast with a sugary smile. Thank you so much for bringing breakfast for me and Ming Ming. The boy with long hair and a pleasant demeanor smiled and said, Don't thank me. I'm just delivering it for someone else. Someone else? Both girls were taken aback. Tian Suomo inquired, Who is that person? The long-haired boy replied, I want to tell you who. But you'll have breakfast every day from now on. With that, he walked into the school. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen and Chen Xiaolong pushed their bikes toward the entrance. As they got closer, Lu Xing suddenly turned to Zhou Chen, clarifying, Zhou Chen, don't misunderstand, I don't know that guy. How did he ask him to bring me breakfast? Chapter 5, A Change of Seats. Zhou Chen paused, his deep-set eyes fixed on her. Lu Xing, bashfully lowering her gaze, thought, What does this have to do with me? Zhou Chen shrugged in exasperation, then whistled as he entered the school gate, leaving Lu Xing frozen in place. Tian Suomo frowned and remarked, Xing, have you noticed how Zhou Chen seems like a different person? Lu Xing scoffed. He.s. just playing hard to get, pretending to be aloof. As long as I ignore him for a day, he'll surely come crawling back to me. She was confident in her looks and firmly believed that Zhou Chen wouldn't suddenly give up on pursuing her. I told you, Xing, you're so beautiful. How could he easily give up? It seems he.s. just changed his strategy. Tian Suomo giggled, affectionately linking arms with Lu Xing. Zhou Chen arrived in the classroom and immediately spotted the class monitor, Tang Wan, deeply engrossed in reviewing her English, with classmates who outperformed him working hard. He had no reason not to strive for success himself. He returned to his seat and took out his English book to memorize vocabulary. One by one, classmates trickled into the classroom. Lu Xing glanced at Zhou Chen, seeing him diligently studying, and a faint smile crept onto her lips. In his pursuit of admission to Jiangzhou University, he was indeed putting in considerable effort. Her mere words had prompted such a significant transformation in him. How could he possibly give up on pursuing her? Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, it was unlikely he would gain admission to Jiangzhou University. When it came time to fill out the JKO application, the teacher would undoubtedly scoff at him. As the class bell rang, Cui Yuxia entered the classroom with a water cup, and the room fell silent. The upcoming month is a crucial period to ensure that everyone can concentrate on their studies. I plan to rearrange the seating. Cui Yuxia intended to implement a seating plan inspired by other classes, moving students around. Mischievous students seated together made it difficult for them to focus, so she aimed to pair those with poor grades with those who excelled. Chen Xiaolong immediately hunched down, fearing the teacher would notice him. Chen Xiaolong, you'll switch seats with Du Ziahe. Cui Yuxia's authoritative gaze fell upon him. Oh no, just when I was hoping to catch some sleep during the day. Chen Xiaolong glanced at the third row Du Ziahe, whose deskmate was the language representative, Zhang Yuru. Zhou Chen admired the teacher's approach. It was truly a targeted solution. Chen Xiaolong struggled academically, especially with reading comprehension, and she intended for Zhang Yuru to assist him. However, Zhou Chen found it puzzling that this seating arrangement had not occurred in his previous life. It seemed that his rebirth had altered the trajectory of fate. Teacher, I don't want to sit with Zhou Chen, Du Ziahe protested. His language grades had slightly improved, and he feared that sitting next to Zhou Chen would cause them to plummet again. Cui Yuxia's expression hardened. Would you prefer to sit next to the podium instead? Du Xiaohu instantly caved, pouting as he silently gathered his books. Chen Xiaolong lamented, "It's over. My blissful days are gone." Zhou Chen shot Chen Xiaolong an exasperated glance. "It's just the last month. Focus on your studies. With Zhang Yuru's help, if you put in a little effort, your language scores will surely improve." Cui Yuxia continued to rearrange the seating. "Tian Swimming, please switch places with Wang Haiqiang." "I refuse." Tian Swimming promptly declined. Her academic performance was mediocre, relying heavily on Lu Xiying's assistance. Wang Haiqiang sat in the third-to-last row, his desk mate being Guizhang Bei, who was not only unattractive, but also academically inferior to Zhou Chen. Although Zhou Chen's grades were poor and he was rather foolish, at least he was decent-looking. Otherwise, the class beauty, Lu Xiying, would not have been so infatuated with him. "Tian Swimming, your grades in other subjects are quite good, but your physics is lacking. Guizhang Bei has a decent grasp of physics. You could tutor each other," Cui Yuxia explained. Her seating changes were made after careful consideration. The neighboring classes had also rearranged their seating with satisfactory results. In an effort to enhance her class's graduation rate, she borrowed this approach. Lu Xiying shot a glance at the burly Wang's Haiqiang, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. "Teacher, I refuse to sit next to a boy." Wang's Haiqiang, hailing from a village, had arms thicker than her thighs, was fond of basketball, and carried a perpetual odor. She would rather die than share a desk with such a rustic individual. However, Cui Yuxia's decision was not something a mere student could overturn. Wang's Haiqiang remained seated beside Lu Xiying, who was on the verge of tears for frustration. Wang's Haiqiang had never been this close to such a beautiful girl, and, blushing and scratching his head, said earnestly, "Lu Xiying, if you really don't want to sit with me, I can tell the teacher after class." Lu Xiying turned her head away, entirely disinterested in engaging with him. As long as she ignored him, the teacher's seating change would be rendered ineffective, and, eventually, Wang's Haiqiang would be moved. Throughout the entire class, the focus was on the seating rearrangement. Many students had already begun to engage in review sessions with their new desk mates. Cui Yuxia wore a smile, thoroughly pleased with the changes. Why hadn't she thought of this solution sooner? "Teacher," Zhou Chen suddenly raised his hand. Cui Yuxia cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Chen. "What is it? I want to change seats too?" Zhou Chen stated earnestly. "Given your abysmal grades across the board, changing seats would be futile." Cui Yuxia delivered her critique with ruthless candor, prompting laughter from several classmates. Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. How disappointing must the teacher be in him? But he had only himself to blame. He had been preoccupied with the internet and romance, neglecting his studies. Even if he attempted to apply himself now, the homeroom teacher would merely regard it as a last-minute effort. Seeing Zhou Chen's despondent demeanor, Cui Yuxia felt a pang of sympathy and said helplessly, "It's not that I don't want to accommodate you, but look around. Who in this class, besides Chen Xiaolong, would be willing to sit with you?" "Teacher, I'm willing." A timid voice piped up. Cui Yuxia was taken aback, then looked at Tang Wan in astonishment. Not only Cui Yuxia, but the other students were equally astonished. The class monitor was actually willing to share a desk with Zhou Chen, a top student and a bottom dweller. Was this a joke? Cui Yuxia shook her head. "No. You are the only one in our class with a chance to enter a prestigious university. I cannot allow him to hinder your progress." Tang Wan's face flushed slightly as she softly replied, "I've noticed that Zhou Chen has been working hard lately. Why not give him a chance?" "Working hard? Working hard to write love letters to Lu Xiying?" Cui Yuxia was fuming at the very thought. Laughter erupted from several classmates. Tang Wan shook her head in resignation. After a moment's contemplation, Cui Yuxia said, "All right, I will allow him to sit with you for 3 days. If he performs well during that time, I will let him remain in this position. If he shows any signs of being a burden, I will have him moved immediately." Tang Wan nodded gently, feeling her heart race. After all, in her high school years, she had never shared a desk with a boy before. Zhou Chen eagerly gathered his books and switched places with Tang Wan's deskmate, Huang Kekai. Huang Kekai shot Zhou Chen a resentful glare. 3 days, after 3 days. "We will switch back." Zhou Chen smiled slightly. "Let us see what happens in 3 days." With the seating rearrangement complete, Zhou Chen moved from the last row to the front. Lu Xiying, seated by the window, noticed Zhou Chen's smiling face and felt a pang of jealousy. Such a perfect opportunity, and he didn't even request to sit next to her? She had already devised a plan on how to politely decline him. Soon, the first class came to an end, but Cui Yuxia did not dismiss the class. Instead, she returned from the office with a stack of college application forms. In this era, students filled out their applications before taking the college entrance examination. However, a few provinces had begun implementing the reverse order. Exam first, then applications. Everyone, please fill out your college applications. This is just a mock exercise to be submitted by the end of the day. In Chapter 6, it's not as if I'm buying it for you. Zhou Chen took the college application form, found the code for Jiangzhou University, and filled in the code and department name. Zhou Chen, did you really apply to Jiangzhou University? Tang Wan, holding a pencil, turned to ask. Zhou Chen slid his completed application across the table. Here, all done. The form contained only Jiangzhou University. Tang Wan's clear eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity as she smiled. You seem quite confident, don't you? Absolutely, Zhou Chen declared with certainty. As someone who had been reborn, if he couldn't even get into Jiangzhou University, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Wan also filled out Jiangzhou University on her application. Zhou Chen suddenly asked, class monitor with your grades. You should be able to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, or at least a 985 university. Why would you choose a more ordinary university like Jiangzhou? Tang Wan's hand holding the pencil stiffened slightly, her ears turning a shade of red. Zhou Chen, sensing something, nodded knowingly. I see. Is there someone you like who also applied to Jiangzhou University? He turned to glance at the diligent Li Muse, grinning mischievously. It's Li Muse, I assent it. Li Muse was from a wealthy family, standing at 175 meters, exuding an air of confidence, and was among the top students academically. This didn't quite add up. With Li Muse's capabilities and background, he would surely apply to a 985 institution. Could be Dai Ching Song? Zhou Chen's eyes lit up as he looked towards Dai Ching Song. Seated in front of Lu Xiying. Dai Ching Song, which school did you apply to? Lu Xiying poked Dai King Song's back with the end of her pencil, asking softly. Jiangzhou University. He replied. What about you? I applied to Jiangzhou University too. Lu Xiying responded. Nearby, Wang's Haiqiang mumbled. The admission score for Jiangzhou University is rather high. I doubt I can get in. Lu Xiying scoffed. You'd be lucky to get into a third-tier university, let alone Jiangzhou. Just as she finished speaking, Lu Xiying noticed Zhou Chen sneaking glances at her. Huh, you want to sit in the front row, and now you can't even sneak a peek at me properly. Oh, don't overthink it. I don't have someone I like. Tang Wan said, blushing furiously, glaring at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen flashed a bright smile. Look at you blushing. I must have hit the nail on the head. You're aiming for Jiangzhou University because of Dai Ching Song. As soon as he uttered this, Zhou Chen hesitated. It appeared that Tang Wan ultimately did not marry Dai Ching Song. Zhou Chen, are you done yet? Tang Wan glared at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Zhou Chen. Chui Yuxia furrowed her brow and scolded him. Zhou Chen shrank back, pulling out his English book to peruse. Have you completed your application? Chui Yuxia asked coldly. Yes. Zhou Chen nodded. Let me see it. Chui Yuxia extended her fair hand. Zhou Chen handed over his application. After examining it for a moment, Chui Yuxia furrowed her brow and sneered. Zhou Chen, could you possess a modicum of self-awareness? With your grades, how do you expect to gain admission to Jiangzhou University? The admission score is 580, and you score below 300 in your mock exam. What makes you think you can get into Jiangzhou University? Chui Yuxia was infuriated, convinced that Zhou Chen had carelessly filled out the college application form. After all, there was still a month left to study. What if he managed to get into Jiangzhou University? Zhou Chen maintained an air of confidence. Chui Yuxia scoffed. If you manage to get into Jiangzhou University, I will stand atop the teaching building and unfurl a banner for you. Remember, you said that. Zhou Chen rubbed his nose, his expression resolute. I said it, and the entire class can bear witness. Chui Yuxia was decidedly certain. In truth, her words were laced with encouragement. If her provocation could inspire Zhou Chen to turn over a new leaf and genuinely gain admission to Jiangzhou University, she wouldn't mind sacrificing her own pride. During the study period, most students were diligently reviewing their materials. The only exception was Chen Xiaolong, who was sprawled amid a pile of books, fast asleep. Chui Yuxia, standing behind the window, cast a frosty gaze directly at him. Zhou Chen seized a piece of chalk from the box on the podium and hurled it at Chen Xiaolong's head. Where's the sniper? Chen Xiaolong yelped in surprise. Noticing Chui Yuxia at the window, he immediately perked up and began reading aloud from his Chinese textbook. As the bell rang, Chen Xiaolong promptly set down his book and dashed outside. Zhou Chen, it's time to eat. Zhou Chen stretched and glanced at Tang Wan. Would you like to join me in the cafeteria? Tang Wan furrowed her brows slightly and gently shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Zhou Chen's expression darkened. Class monitor, what's wrong? Tang Wan took a soft breath and replied, my stomach feels a bit off. You should go eat. Are you sure you're all right? Do you want me to take you to the infirmary? No, I don't. Tang Wan shook her head again. Zhou Chen, why are you dawdling? Chen Zilong's voice called from the doorway. Zhou Chen inquired once more, are you certain you're fine? I'm fine. Tang Wan affirmed. Zhou Chen pressed his lips together, then stood up and walked outside. In the cafeteria, Chen Xiaolong handed Zhou Chen a chicken leg. Are we going out tonight? Where to? Zhou Chen asked. To the internet cafe. Not going. Zhou Chen nonchalantly took a bite of the chicken leg. Zhou Chen, you're not actually thinking of getting into Jiangzhou University, are you? It's not just a thought. It's a certainty. Zhou Chen replied with unwavering confidence. Ha ha ha. Come on, don't joke with me. Just tell me honestly, did Lu Xiying provoke you? Chen Xiaolong asked seriously. I've told you. It has nothing to do with her. Zhou Chen shot him a fierce glare. Chen Xiaolong, sensing the mood, wisely fell silent. He still believed that Zhou Chen had been stirred by Lu Xiying. After a few mouthfuls of food, Zhou Chen declared, I'm full. You take your time. After tossing the disposable container, he strode toward the convenience store. He selected a pack of sanitary pads and purchased a bottle of mineral water. Just as he exited the store, he collided with the hurriedly rushing Tian Swimming, causing the black plastic bag in her hand to tumble to the ground. Hey, don't you have eyes? Tian Swimming scolded, rubbing her budding chest. Upon realizing it was Zhou Chen, her anger intensified. Just as she was about to unleash her ire, she noticed the sanitary pads spilling from the fallen bag. Oh, so, Xiying sent you to buy these? What do you mean? Zhou Chen bent down to retrieve the bag. Tian Swimming scoffed, don't play coy. You remember Xiying's cycle so well. Zhou Chen stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. So, Lu Xiying was also experiencing that time of the month. However, he wasn't actually buying them for her. He had noticed Tang Wan looking unwell earlier, clutching her abdomen, and guessed it was her time. She just felt too embarrassed to mention it to him, given how diligently she tutored him. He naturally didn't want to let her down. In the classroom, Tang Wan sat anxiously at her desk. Huang Kakai had already gone to the cafeteria. She had also forgotten to bring her sanitary pads and was too afraid to leave her seat. Kakai, hurry back. Just then, Zhou Chen burst into the classroom. Lu Xiying immediately called out, Zhou Chen, stop. What is it? Zhou Chen asked, puzzled. Give me that. Lu Xiying extended her delicate hand. Give you what? Zhou Chen's lips twitched. The item in your hand. She instantly recognized that the black plastic bag contained sanitary pads, as she bought them every month. I didn't buy them for you. Zhou Chen walked straight back to his seat and stuffed the black bag into Tang Wan's drawer. Tang Wan's eyes widened in surprise. Her face flushing crimson, extending even her neck. Zhou Chen took out his English book and began studying vocabulary. Tang Wan's heart raced. Did he just buy her personal items? It wasn't unheard of for boys to buy sanitary pads for girls. But that was usually in the context of a secret relationship. Seeing Zhou Chen not even glance her way, Tang Wan bit her lip, opened the package, and took one before darting out of the classroom. Not long after, Tian Swimming returned to the classroom, enjoying an ice cream. Lu Xiying asked, Ming, where's my stuff? Tian Swimming looked bewildered. Didn't Zhou Chen bring it back for you? Lu Xiying replied, biting down on her molars. He didn't buy it for me. Zhou Chen, how could you do this? Tian Swimming glared at Zhou Chen with indignation. Zhou Chen covered his ears and continued studying vocabulary. Lu Xiying, clutching her stomach, said, Ming, could you please go buy me some? With no choice, Tian Swimming placed her unfinished ice cream on her desk and rushed back to the convenience store. Chapter 7. Accompanying the class monitor home. Tang Wan returned to the classroom just before class started. Zhou Chen noticed she had changed into a new school uniform. As a day student, she had to return home to change. Thank you, Zhou Chen. Tang Wan mumbled, her head bowed, her cheeks flushed adorably. If you truly wish to thank me, then tutor me properly. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly. Tang Wan bit her soft pink lips and softly said, As long as you are willing to learn, I can help you. A warm current flowed through Zhou Chen's heart. Few in the class respected him. Despite Tang Wan's privileged background and academic prowess, she didn't harbor any disdain towards him and was willing to assist with his studies. In that moment, Zhou Chen felt a flutter in his heart. Could it be that Tang Wan had stayed back in Jiangzhou University because of him? Just as that thought emerged, Zhou Chen quickly dismissed it. Aside from a bit of good looks, he truly had no remarkable qualities. There were many in the class who outshone him. With Tang Wan coming from a well-off family, how could she possibly be interested in someone like him? During the afternoon study period, Tang Wan patiently guided Zhou Chen. He was also very earnest in his studies. Perhaps it was due to his rebirth, but Zhou Chen felt particularly clear-headed. Concepts that had previously eluded him suddenly became comprehensible whenever Tang Wan explained them. Tang Wan handed Zhou Chen a math test paper. Complete this. All right. Zhou Chen picked up the bottle of mineral water from the desk, unscrewed the cap, and took a few sips. Tang Wan's eyes widened. Zhou Chen, what's wrong? This bottle of water is mine. Tang Wan's face turned slightly pink. That was the bottle of water Zhou Chen had purchased alongside the sanitary pads. He had already drunk half of it. No wonder it tasted so sweet. Zhou Chen licked his lips, wearing a look of savoring the taste. Tang Wan's face reddened further, her heart racing. He had drunk from the same bottle she had. Wasn't that akin to an indirect kiss? Her face burned, and she nearly buried her head in her desk. Zhou Chen smirked, picking up his pen to fill out the test paper. The girl was far too easily embarrassed. It was rather amusing. As the school day neared its end, Zhou Chen handed in the completed test paper to Tang Wan. After casually glancing over it, Tang Wan looked at Zhou Chen in shock. Did you copy the answers behind my back? Although she merely cast a fleeting glance, she was confident that Zhou Chen's exam paper could secure at least 70 marks. It is noteworthy that Zhou Chen had never once passed in mathematics. You provided me with the exam paper. Shouldn't the answers be with you? Zhou Chen remarked with a sly smile. You certainly learn remarkably fast, don't you? That's thanks to the excellent teaching from our class monitor, Zhou Chen replied, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. The two shared laughter and banter, a scene observed by Lu Xing, who clenched her fists. Her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Zhou Chen, don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. Are you deliberately drawing close to another girl to provoke my jealousy? You can't possibly believe I would feel envious, can you? Wang's Haiqiang, chewing on the end of his pen, suddenly pushed his exam paper towards Lu Xing's desk. Lu Xing, you can solve this problem. Get lost. Oh. Wang's Haiqiang quickly reclaimed his paper, avoiding Lu Xing's gaze. As school ended in the afternoon, Zhou Chen was in the midst of packing his books when Tang Wan unexpectedly received a call from her father. Zioan, I need to travel abroad for a while. The driver is unavailable today, so you'll have to find your own way home. Oh, understood. Tang Wan replied, her expression dimming. Why the sudden shift in mood? Zhou Chen inquired as he slung his backpack over his shoulder. My father is going abroad again. Tang Wan sighed in resignation. That again is well put. Unlike my family, old Zhou has never set foot outside the country. Zhou Chen chuckled softly. Tang Wan blinked her large, glistening eyes. My dad needs the car, and no one is here to pick me up. How about you give me a ride home? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. It would be my honor. However, my home is quite far. No worries, I'm adept at riding a bike. With that, Zhou Chen and Tang Wan, backpacks in tow, exited the classroom, engaged in cheerful conversation. Hey, Zhou Chen, you prioritize romance over friendship. You promised to wait for me. Chun Xiaolong, who was preparing to sweep the floor, grumbled. Tang Wan followed Zhou Chen to the parking lot, where an array of bicycles was lined up. Zhou Chen's bicycle was a mountain bike, purchased after old Zhou quit smoking for 3 months. Riding bicycles on campus was prohibited, so Zhou Chen pushed his bike towards the school gate, with Tang Wan walking beside him, resembling a pair of young lovers. Seeing, do you think Zhou Chen is developing feelings for someone else? In the distance, Tian Swameng observed Zhou Chen and Tang Wan's departing figures, casting doubt on their relationship. Impossible. Tang Wan is notoriously known as the obedient girl. She couldn't possibly be in a relationship. Besides, what does she have that could rival me, aside from a bit of money? Lu Xing's face bore an air of supreme confidence. Yet, despite her words, she couldn't shake a sense of unease. Since yesterday, Zhou Chen's demeanor toward her had shifted entirely. Today, he even hesitated to buy her a bottle of water. This made her question whether she was the one waiting for an apology or if he was expecting one from her. Yet, she was certain she had done nothing wrong. Tang Wan resided in the heart of the county, approximately 5 kilometers from the school. Zhou Chen, pedaling with all his might, almost wore down the bike chain, taking over 40 minutes to reach her neighborhood. It was summer, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. Zhou Chen, thank you, Tang Wan said, her cheeks flushed with gratitude. Zhou Chen grinned. No need for thanks. I must head back now. Tang Wan bit her lip. Would you like to come to my house to cool off and rest for a bit? Cough. I can't. If I don't return home soon, my parents will worry. Zhou Chen politely declined Tang Wan's kind offer and swiftly pedaled away. Tang Wan gazed after him, her eyes lingering on his retreating figure. By the time Zhou Chen returned home, night had fallen. Zhou Guangming stood on the balcony, a furrow of worry etched on his face as he smoked. Ying sat on the old sofa in the living room, engaged in handicrafts. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Ying set her work aside, teasingly saying, You're back so late. You weren't out on a date with that girl, were you? Zhou Guangming entered with a stern expression, asking, What girl? Has this kid started dating? I merely stayed at school to review a bit longer. Don't jump to conclusions. Zhou Chen noticed a hint of concern in old Zhou's brow. Although he was trying to hide it, Zhou Chen, having navigated the complexities of life, could still sense the underlying issues. At this hour, it seemed old Zhou was facing unemployment. His grandmother suffered from uremia, requiring ongoing medication and regular dialysis. While they could still manage 3 dishes and a soup, finances were clearly tight. It appeared he would need to earn some money to alleviate old Zhou's burden. Ying emerged from the kitchen with warm dishes. Let us eat first. Today, your dad personally cooked your favorite braised fish. Old Zhou's braised fish was renowned for its exquisite flavor, tangy and spicy. The fish head and tail had already disappeared. Parents always reserved the best for their children. Zhou Chen felt a pang of emotion, lifting his bowl to eat voraciously. You little rascal, slow down. Be careful not to choke on a fishbone. Zhou Guangming chided with a smile. He Ying then asked, have you filled out your college entrance examination preferences? Zhou Chen retrieved the application form from his backpack and handed it to He Ying. Upon glancing at it, He Ying frowned. You little rascal, you really applied to Jiangzhou University? Zhou Guangming's tone turned displeased. What? Is my son unworthy of attending Jiangzhou University? That is not what I meant. I simply think he should apply to more schools. What? He only filled out one school? Zhou Guangming snatched the form for a closer look, his body stiffening. Good heavens. Only Jiangzhou University? So, it's either Jiangzhou University or nothing. Encouragement aside, he believed Zhou Chen wouldn't qualify for Jiangzhou University. Zhou Chen swallowed a mouthful of rice and cautiously said, Dad, you don't believe in me anymore? Zhou Guangming took a deep breath, placing the form on the table, and spoke earnestly. Why not reconsider? Zhou Chen's lips twitched. Just moments ago, his father had been adamantly supportive. How hypocritical. Zhou Chen recalled the time he had been ill, when his father frequently coughed and occasionally struggled to breathe, leading him to suspect his father had lung issues. Only moments before his passing, his father had finally agreed to quit smoking. Dad, let us make a bet. If I get into Jiangzhou University, you'll quit smoking. Quit smoking? Zhou Guangming shivered at the memory of quitting for 3 months just to buy Zhou Chen a bicycle. Change the wager. Zhou Chen scoffed. You can't even take a bet like that. Look at your lack of ambition. Zhou Guangming, now irritated, responded. Fine, if you get into Jiangzhou University. Not only will I quit smoking, but I'll also give up drinking. Zhou Chen's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Look at you so smug. As if you genuinely believe you can get in. He pinched Zhou Guangming's arm hard, who was at that unreservedly believed he could gain admission. Zhou Guangming rubbed his arm, retreating to the balcony for a smoke. After finishing his meal, Zhou Chen returned to his room to study. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English were his weakest subjects. He needed to devote extra effort to these areas. Over the next 3 days, Zhou Chen immersed himself in his studies, diligently attending each class. He, who rarely raised his hand, now eagerly volunteered to answer the teacher's questions, consistently responding with confidence. One day, Cui Yuxia wrote a math problem on the board, the very one Zhou Chen had previously consulted Tang Wan about. This problem was highly likely to appear on the college entrance examination. Who among you can solve this problem? Cui Yuxia surveyed the class. All the students shrank back, fearful of being called upon. Cui Yuxia was not irked at all. This problem indeed posed a certain level of difficulty. It was likely that the class monitor, Tang Wan, would also need to employ her intellect to arrive at a solution. Teacher, I can solve this problem, Zhou Chen declared, raising his hand. However, Cui Yuxia disregarded Zhou Chen entirely. Although he had made progress in recent days, she did not believe he could tackle such a complex equation. Teacher, let Zhou Chen give it a try. He truly can solve this problem, Tang Wan asserted with unwavering confidence. Cui Yuxia blinked in surprise, then nodded. All right, Zhou Chen, come up and solve the problem. Zhou Chen approached the podium, chalk in hand, and began to work through the equation. In less than 3 minutes, half the blackboard was filled with the equations he had written down, and he didn't even pause for a moment. Done. Zhou Chen placed the chalk back in the box. Teacher, please check for any mistakes. Cui Yuxia meticulously reviewed his work. It was utterly correct, with not a single error. She stared at Zhou Chen in astonishment. It was hard to fathom that this was a question solved by a student who had never passed a math exam before. Cui Yuxia took a deep breath. It seems Tang Wan's tutoring has had a significant impact on you. Zhou Chen smiled slightly. Thank you, teacher, for giving me this opportunity. And thanks to the class monitor for her relentless guidance. A rare smile flickered across Cui Yuxia's stern face. Very well, you may return to your seat. I hope you can surprise me even more in tomorrow's mock exam. Zhou Chen returned to his seat. Tang Wan's gaze lingered on the blackboard, a faint smile gracing her lips. She understood best how much Zhou Chen had progressed in these 3 days. At this rate of improvement, it was indeed possible for Zhou Chen to gain admission to Jiangzhou University. Lu Xiying was also smiling. She believed Zhou Chen's academic advancement was entirely due to her influence. He liked her. It was simply because she had told him she intended to attend Jiangzhou University, which motivated him to strive harder. That was her charm. After class, Tian Suomo shooed away Wang's Haiqiang and sat beside Lu Xiying, whispering, "Xing, it seems Zhou Chen has truly changed." Lu Xiying raised her chin, smugly responding, "Otherwise, how could he aim for Jiangzhou University and keep up with my pace?" Tian Suomo inquired, "Has he spoken to you these past few days?" Noticing his diligent studying, Lu Xiying shot Tian Suomo a sidelong glance. "So he hasn't approached you then?" Tian Suomo silently thought. After a brief silence, she asked, "If he really gets into Jiangzhou University, would you consider dating him?" Lu Xiying hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Most likely, depending on his performance. Zhou Chen had disappointed her recently. Not only did he neglect to buy her meals, but he even refrained from treating her to snacks. If he maintained such an attitude upon entering Jiangzhou University, she would certainly not agree to be with him. However, if he continued to dote on her, she might contemplate the possibility of a relationship. After all, Zhou Chen possessed a certain level of attractiveness. He could rank among the top 10 in the senior class's heartthrob list. By the way, who was the one delivering our breakfast? Why so mysterious? Who else could it be? My admirer. I despise this air of mystery. Starting tomorrow, we shall refuse his breakfast deliveries. I want Zhou Chen to buy us breakfast. All right. As you say, the next class was physical education. Cui Yuxia had already communicated with the PE teacher to allow the students to engage in free activities. She firmly believed that most would choose to study in the classroom. Indeed, this was the case. Most of the girls were reviewing their lessons in the classroom, but the boys were largely absent. Du Xiaohe, feeling weak, dared not bask in the sun for too long and returned to the classroom. Du Xiaohe, where's Zhou Chen? As he reached the center of the podium, he heard two voices merging into his ears. First, he glanced at class monitor Tang Wan, then at Lu Xing, who was seated in the corner. Goodness, is my brother Chen really that charming? Even the class flower is looking for him. He's playing basketball. Tell him to come up. I need him for something. Lu Xing commanded. I'm feeling a bit overheated. Du Xiaohe weakly replied. Lu Xing, what do you need him for? I'm just about to head down. Tang Wan inquired as she stood up. Lu Xing replied nonchalantly. Forget it, I'll go down too. I want him to accompany me for a game of badminton. Oh, Tang Wan acknowledged, then led the way. Lu Xing followed leisurely behind, sensing a wave of competition from Tang Wan. Although she did not have feelings for Zhou Chen, she did not wish for Tang Wan to grow too close to him. Chapter 9. Did he call me Xiao Wan? As Tang Wan exited the classroom, Lu Xing quickly followed. Tian Suomo, noticing Lu Xing was headed downstairs, immediately put down her snacks and followed closely. Seeing, are you going to find Zhou Chen? Yes, I haven't played badminton in a while. I want him to join me. After several days of intensive review, Lu Xing also sought a break. Tian Suomo glanced at the Tang Wan ahead, lowering her voice. It seems Tang Wan is also going to find Zhou Chen. In recent days, Tang Wan had been seen spending a lot of time with Zhou Chen, which inevitably aroused suspicion. Tang Wan excelled in all subjects, and it appeared that Zhou Chen was intent on having her tutor him. It seemed he was resolute in his ambition to attend Jiangzhou University. Lu Xing's emotions grew complex. In Zhou Chen's eyes, she felt like a stranger these past 3 days, and she loathed that sensation. Puffed, if he can get into Jiangzhou University, I might as well adopt his last name. Tian Suomo scoffed. Everyone was well aware of Zhou Chen's academic performance, which had consistently placed him at the bottom of the ranks in exams. Getting into a third-rate university would be akin to a miracle for him. The thought of him aspiring to a top-tier university was laughable. On the playground, Zhou Chen was playing basketball with several male classmates. The June weather was sweltering. Zhou Chen and Chen Xiaolong were drenched in sweat from their basketball jerseys. Brother Chen catch. Chen Xiaolong pivoted and tossed the ball to Zhou Chen, who caught it and shot from beyond the arc clang. The three-pointer went in. Nice. Chen Xiaolong leaped up, pumping his fist. Wow. Brother Chen, have you been secretly practicing? That's incredible. The opposing team looked dejected. Look, just luck. Stay humble. Zhou Chen smiled, wiping the sweat from his brow. Hey, Lu Xing is coming. Chen Xiaolong squinted at Lu Xing, who was holding a bottle of ice-cold cola. The other boys turned their heads to look. That cola must be for Zhou Chen, right? Or could it be for you? They teased. Zhou Chen was suddenly the envy of his peers. Even Zhou Chen himself wore a look of astonishment. This was a scene that had never unfolded in his past life. Surely, his reincarnation hadn't altered the course of fate to the extent that Lu Xing had changed to? Soon, Lu Xing and Tian Suomo arrived at the playground. Lu Xing handed the ice-cold cola to Zhou Chen with a sweet smile. It's hot, so I bought you a cold cola. It's refreshing. Zhou Chen stared blankly at Lu Xing. If it weren't for his rebirth, he would have been overwhelmed with excitement at this moment. Reflecting on the fact that Lu Xing hadn't seen him at the end of his previous life, he took a deep breath and lowered his head in silence. Are you touched? This is the first time Xing has treated a boy to a drink. Tian Suomo raised her chin, as if it were Zhou Chen's honor to receive such treatment from Lu Xing. Zhou Chen. Just then, class monitor Tang Wan approached, carrying a box of bottled water, appearing somewhat strained under its weight, with beads of sweat glistening on her fair forehead. Chen Xiaolong quickly stepped forward to take the box. Class monitor, did you buy this for us? Tang Wan discreetly cast a glance at Zhou Chen before nodding in agreement. The class monitor is exceedingly considerate. Come, everyone. Let us hydrate. Chen Xiaolong beamed as he distributed bottled water to everyone. Thank you, class monitor. You're so kind. The students expressed their gratitude as they received the mineral water. Lu Xing's expression soured, as if she had consumed something distasteful. She felt overshadowed, suspecting that Tang Wan was deliberately opposing her. Seeing Tang Wan's discontent, Tian Swimming remarked sarcastically, "Tisk tisk, class monitor, with your affluent background. Is this all you could manage?" Tang Wan's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and murmured, "My mother says carbonated drinks are bad for teeth." Isn't it the excessive consumption that harms teeth? Just drink less. Tian Swimming countered. Tang Wan looked up at Zhou Chen. "Shall I switch it for cola?" "Switch. Mineral water is perfectly fine," Zhou Chen retorted, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the carton and gulping down nearly half of it. The chilled mineral water was exceedingly refreshing, quenching his thirst instantly. "Ah, that's invigorating," Zhou Chen sighed contentedly, gazing at Tang Wan with a smile. "Thank you, class monitor." "No need to be polite," Tang Wan replied, her head bowed, a rosy hue spreading across her fair, delicate neck. The shy little class monitor was utterly endearing. Zhou Chen averted his gaze, a secret smile forming within. Lu Xing glared at Zhou Chen. "What's the matter?" he asked, surprised. "Why did you drink the cola I bought for you?" Lu Xing's voice trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, projecting an air of vulnerability. "Cough. It's all the same, and I'm not particularly fond of carbonated drinks." Zhou Chen offered a rather dismissive explanation. "Oomph. Whether you drink it or not is your choice." Lu Xing huffed disdainfully, then handed the cola to Chen Xiaolong. "Here, Chen Xiaolong, you drink it." Chen Xiaolong glanced at Zhou Chen, shaking his head vigorously. "I don't like carbonated drinks either. Mineral water is quite refreshing." Lu Xing stared at him dumbfounded. She had never imagined a boy would refuse her goodwill. Zhang Xianfeng, the sports representative, chuckled. "How about you give it to me? I enjoy cola." Without hesitation, Lu Xing handed it over, fearing her cola would remain unclaimed. Tian Swimming defended her friend coldly. "Zhou Chen, Chen Xiaolong, you truly lack appreciation." Chen Xiaolong shrugged nonchalantly, while Zhou Chen remained unperturbed by Tian Swimming's indignation. Once Lu Xing composed herself, she turned to Zhou Chen. "Zhou Chen, would you accompany me for a game of badminton?" Previously, Zhou Chen had often invited her to play, but she had always declined. In a bid to assert her claim before Tang Wan, she proactively invited Zhou Chen, believing he would surely agree. Tang Wan caught a glimpse of Zhou Chen from the corner of her eye, her mood suddenly dampening. She too wished to play badminton with him, yet felt too shy to voice it. "No, I need a review later." Zhou Chen firmly declined Lu Xing's request. He was no longer the lovesick fool who would come at her beck and call. "Zhou Chen," Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback. How could he reject her so decisively? Had he truly given up on her? While she remained lost in thought, Zhou Chen finished the entire bottle of mineral water and turned to Chen Xiaolong, saying, "Let us play another match and then head back to the classroom for review." Chen Xiaolong noted that Zhou Chen seemed less concerned about Lu Xing now, his face lighting up with joy. "All right, let us continue, Tang Wan. You should find a shaded spot to rest," Zhou Chen remarked as he walked towards the playground, leaving behind those words. "Xiaowan? Did he just call me Xiaowan?" Tang Wan's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Zhou Chen's retreating figure. "Did you hear that? Seeing? Zhou Chen actually called her Xiaowan?" Tian Swimming exclaimed, her eyes round with disbelief. Such a term was exceedingly intimate. High school students of this era were quite conservative, and any close term could lead to rampant speculation, thus eliciting similar reactions from both Tang Wan and Tian Swimming. "So what? He calls me Seeing too." Lu Xing attempted to appear indifferent, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Not only had Zhou Chen declined her cola, but he had also turned down her invitation to play badminton. She was deeply concerned that he might abandon her, which would be quite humiliating. Tang Wan moved to a shaded tree to observe Zhou Chen play basketball. Her little face flushed, her expression a mix of joy and conflict. Zhou Chen showcased his exceptional skills, dominating his opponent effortlessly. Tang Wan found herself utterly captivated. Just then, Zhou Chen approached her, panting, and asked, "So, how did I do? Handsome, right? Huh?" Tang Wan lifted her flushed face to meet Zhou Chen's dark, penetrating gaze, quickly lowering her head again, whispering, "Very handsome." Zhou Chen stood at 1.78 meters tall, with striking brows and bright eyes, his features handsome, his tousled hair framing a depth in his gaze that belied his age. "Ha, I think so too," Zhou Chen boasted playfully. "Such a narcissist." Tang Wan turned and headed towards the teaching building. "Hey, Xiao Wan, do you want to play badminton?" Zhou Chen called after her loudly. "He called me Xiao Wan again." Tang Wan's cheeks burned, and her pace quickened. Zhou Chen changed into a fresh school uniform in the locker room before returning to the classroom to study English with Tang Wan. Just as they immersed themselves in their studies, A girl with a ponytail approached Tang Wan's desk. Class monitor, may I ask you a chemistry question? The girl's demeanor was anxious, her voice soft and timid. Of course, Tang Wan smiled as she looked up. Zhou Chen also glanced up briefly. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. Gu Qingyu, one of the academically struggling students in class. On the day of the college entrance examination, she was assaulted by a taxi driver. When the police found her body, it was unrecognizable, with the DNA of 7 or 8 assailants found in her system. Even before her death, those responsible had evaded justice, and her family exhausted all their resources in vain to find the perpetrator. Zhou Chen's breath quickened, his fingers gripping the pen, turning pale. Zhou Chen, could you please make some room? Tang Wan turned to him. Seeing Zhou Chen's troubled expression, she assumed he was unwilling to yield space and suggested to Gu Qingyu, let's move to the window side. Gu Qingyu nodded gently. Zhou Chen stood up, saying, no need, you can sit here. Thank you. Gu Qingyu smiled shyly, her cheeks flushing. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, stealing another glance at Gu Qingyu before finding an empty spot by the window to sit down. Having been reborn, the trajectory of his fate had shifted somewhat. Yet, many events still progressed along their original course. The tragedy of Gu Qingyu was likely to occur. Zhou Chen inhaled deeply, resolving to save Gu Qingyu. Perhaps that was the true purpose of his rebirth. Under Tang Wan's patient guidance, Gu Qingyu's confusion dissipated. Thank you, class monitor. I understand now. Tang Wan smiled sweetly. You're welcome. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Gu Qingyu nodded vigorously, almost moved to tears. Coming from a humble background, she was introverted and rarely interacted with her peers, and few were willing to play with her. She had tried seeking help from classmates excelling in chemistry, but they had declined her requests. Recently, seeing the class monitor patiently tutoring Zhou Chen, she mustered the courage to approach her, pleasantly surprised when the class monitor agreed. Gu Qingyu. Zhou Chen returned to his seat, holding his textbook. Yes, I'm here. Gu Qingyu looked at Zhou Chen obediently. Thank you for giving me your seat. Zhou Chen made way for herself, as the class monitor assisted her with chemistry problems. For the first time, she experienced the warmth of her classmates, which brightened her spirits considerably. Why don't you live on campus? Zhou Chen inquired. Gu Qingyu explained that her home was quite distant from the school, and she only took a taxi on the day of the college entrance examination. If she were allowed to reside at the school, perhaps the tragic incident could have been avoided. My parents work in another province, and my grandmother has suffered a stroke and is paralyzed. I must take care of her, Gu Qingyu said, her head bowed. But what do you do when you're at school? Tang Wan asked, her brow furrowed. During the day, kind neighbors help look after her, but at night, it's just me, Gu Qingyu replied. Suddenly, the school bell rang. Class monitor, Zhou Chen, thank you both. I must hurry home to prepare dinner for my grandmother, Gu Qingyu exclaimed before rushing off. Tang Wan remarked, no wonder Gu Qingyu is so frugal. She can't even afford to take the bus. Zhou Chen twirled the pen in her hand, her mind swirling with thoughts. Given that Gu Qingyu had a paralyzed grandmother to care for, living on campus seemed implausible. Moreover, the accommodation fees at the prestigious high school were quite substantial. It appeared that the only option was to prevent Gu Qingyu from taking taxis before the examination. Zhou Chen, could you give me a ride home? Tang Wan suddenly turned and asked as she packed her books. Of course, but you must treat me to a cola. Zhou Chen replied with a smile, grasping the spinning pen. But you don't even like cola. Tang Wan countered. That depends on who's offering it. Zhou Chen retorted. Isn't it all the same? Tang Wan inquired. Not all. Now let us hurry, Zhou Chen said as she slung her backpack over her shoulder and headed out with one hand in her pocket. Tang Wan adjusted her glasses, a charming smile gracing her lips. At the entrance of the Flip Garden community, a red Santana from 1996 was parked. Zhou Guangming, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and a white shirt tucked into his trousers, stood next to it. His polished black shoes gleamed. Ying, returning from the market with a plethora of groceries, saw Zhou Guangming and joked, Oh, Yingzi, has your husband received a promotion? Don't be ridiculous. If he avoids being fired, it'll be a miracle, let alone getting a raise. Ying replied with a twitch of her lips. Is today your wedding anniversary? The neighbor, Wang Huifeng, continued to speculate. Enough with the nonsense. Today is when Guangming's elder brother is visiting. Ying explained with a smile. No wonder you bought so many groceries. Oh dear, my daughter will be out of school soon. I must rush to pick her up. Can you take these groceries back? Wang Huifeng handed the bags to Ying. You're just putting on a show, Ying remarked disdainfully as she approached Zhou Guangming, who responded with a resigned smile. You know how the elder brother is. If we don't put on a show, he'll look down on us. It's not about us. We have to consider our son. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Zhou Chen exclaimed as she swiftly rode her bicycle to the Santana. Upon seeing the red car, her expression turned peculiar. This vehicle was borrowed from her father, presumably to pick up her uncle's family from the airport. A 2004 Santana was worth over $200,000, akin to a future Land Rover. Go back with your mother to prepare dinner. I'll head to the airport to fetch your uncle, Zhou Guangming said, patting Zhou Chen on the shoulder before getting into the driver's seat and starting the engine. Watching the Santana drive away, Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. In her previous life, she had neglected her studies in pursuit of Lu Xiying, failing to provide her parents with a good life. This time, she was determined to honor her parents diligently. Upon arriving home, Hing headed straight for the kitchen. Zhou Chen, clean up the house. It makes no difference whether I do or not. Zhou Chen mumbled in response. What did you say? Hing asked. Nothing. Zhou Chen picked up a broom and began cleaning. In her previous life, when her uncle visited, she had made sure the house was spotless. Yet her aunt still complained about the place being dirty. They hadn't come for a familial visit, but rather to flaunt their newfound wealth. Chapter 11. The arrival of the uncle. Such relatives are better left unseen. Zhou Chen tidied the room haphazardly before starting to memorize vocabulary. Around 7 o'clock, Zhou Guangming returned with the Zhou Guanghua family. Xiao Chun, your uncle has arrived. Hurry and make some tea. Zhou Guangming called cheerfully from Zhou Chen's room. Elder brother. Sister-in-law, Hing greeted as she peeked out from the kitchen. The couple merely nodded indifferently, while the two children, merely in their early teens, didn't even glance at Hing. Zhou Guanghua wore a white short-sleeve shirt, clutching his Samsung flip phone in one hand and sporting this year's latest Onstan watch on his wrist. Guangming, you can afford a car worth over 200,000, but not a decent house, said Zhang Yihua, Zhou Guanghua's wife. In her late 30s, her face was caked in thick makeup. She was a woman driven by profit and known for her sharp tongue. This house was meant for accompanying studies. Once Xiao Chun gets into college, I'll consider buying him a house, Zhou Guangming explained, forcing a smile. Why has Zhou Chen come out yet? Zhang Yihua fanned herself with her chubby hand. Glancing around before criticizing, you can't even afford to install air conditioning. You're being too frugal. Zhou Guangming hurried to fetch a fan from his bedroom. Zhou Chen emerged slowly from her room to brew tea. Zhou Chen, don't you recognize me? Zhou Guanghua asked, frowning. Of course I do, Zhou Chen replied. Oh, and who am I? He asked nonchalantly. You're my uncle. Then why didn't you greet me and your aunt? Zhou Guanghua's face darkened. Zhang Yihua sneered. Have you been wasting your education? You've turned into a little brat. Ying, chopping vegetables in the kitchen, slammed the knife down on the cutting board. Zhou Guanghua shot a disapproving glance at his wife. Unfazed by her error, Zhang Yihua turned to Zhou Guangming, who was holding a power strip, and said, You failed to teach your child well. Zhou Guangming chuckled awkwardly. I'll have a word with him later. Is your child well-mannered? Zhou Chen approached, holding a cup of water, her expression calm as she addressed Zhang Yihua. Didn't Zhou Qing and Zhou Xiaochong agree my parents? You little brat dare to lecture me? Zhang Yihua's face quivered with anger. I wouldn't dare lecture you. I'm merely stating facts. Your children are receiving higher education in the provincial capital, yet their manners are so lacking, Zhou Chen retorted without a hint of deference. In her previous life, she had failed to gain admission to university, and this family had humiliated both her and her parents. When she was gravely ill, her father had to kneel before her uncle to borrow money, only to be refused and even beaten, with Zhou Guanghua calling her a short-lived wretch deserving of her fate. Such familial bonds are better left unclaimed. What a joke. You think you can compare yourself to my children? My daughter ranks at the top of her class and is guaranteed admission to Jiangzhou University. What about you? I hear from your father that your grades are subpar. You'd be lucky to get into a third-tier school. People like you are destined to become societal leeches. Zhang Yihua spat, her words trembling with rage. Zhou Guangming's eyes flashed with anger at her cutting remarks. At that moment, Hing emerged from the kitchen, her tone icy. Zhang Yihua, if you're here to visit, you're warmly welcomed, but if you've come to quarrel, we'll have to ask you to leave. Enduring humiliation for herself and her husband was one thing, given the disparity between their families. However, insulting her son was absolutely intolerable. Zhang Yihua glanced at the gleaming kitchen knife in He Ying's hand, instinctively swallowing hard. Zhou Guanghua waved his hand. All right, let us all tone it down. The kids are present, and it's not appropriate. If you dare to speak ill of my son again, don't blame me for being rude. He Ying retorted as she returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. Zhang Yihua huffed angrily, her breath heavy with indignation. Zhou Guanghua gently patted her arm and whispered, You know very well that this couple lacks education. Why bother to argue with them? Zhang Yihua felt somewhat reassured and sat on the sofa, enjoying the cool breeze from the fan. In Zhou Chen's room, he heard his mother's comforting words, and a faint smile crept across his lips. In his previous life, he had refrained from retorting, and Zhang Yihua had not been so unreasonable. To his surprise, after he finally spoke up, Zhang Yihua had become quite indiscreet, while his mother fiercely defended him. Around 8 o'clock, the family gathered for dinner. Zhang Guihua remained relatively quiet, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. "Qing Qing, have you applied to Jiangzhou University?" Zhou Guangming asked his niece with a cheerful smile. Zhou Qing, taken aback, responded, "Why do you say also?" "Did Zhou Chen apply to Jiangzhou University as well?" Zhou Guangming nodded. "Indeed, your brother only filled out Jiangzhou University." Zhou Qing burst into laughter. Zhou Guangming's face turned slightly red. "What? Do you look down on your brother?" Zhou Qing, unable to contain her amusement, replied, "Second uncle. The number of students from the county high school who get into Jiangzhou University is exceedingly rare. When has Zhou Chen ever passed his exams? When has he dared to announce his grades during the spring festival? And he only applied to Jiangzhou University. I truly find it difficult to assess his intentions." Her words were laced with disdain for Zhou Chen, yet Zhou Guangming and He Ying had no grounds to refute her, for they knew she spoke the truth. Seeing the expressions on Zhou Guangming and He Ying's faces turn sour, as if they had swallowed a fly, Zhang Guihua's spirits lifted, and she deliberately remarked with a hint of sarcasm, Qing, don't discourage Zhou Chen. We wouldn't want him to kick us out." Zhou Xiaojing, just entering junior high, put down his chopsticks and said, "If he kicks us out, so be it. This food is horrendous anyway. I wouldn't care." He Ying, gripping her chopsticks and about to speak, was silenced by a sharp glance from Zhou Guangming. For the sake of her husband's pride, she chose to endure. Zhou Chen, while eating, interjected, "Just turn left downstairs and you'll find a hotel. I suggest you eat there." Zhou Guanghua scoffed. "Your father hasn't said a word. And you're already issuing eviction orders?" Zhou Chen sighed in exasperation. "Uncle, do you truly believe that dining together creates a pleasant atmosphere? You merely flaunt your wealth from the provincial capital before us, don't you?" This statement momentarily stunned Zhou Guanghua. How did Zhou Chen know about his earnings when he hadn't even mentioned it to Zhou Guangming? He had indeed made some money and initially intended to use it to belittle Zhou Guangming. However, seeing Zhou Guangming drive a Santana, he buried that secret, planning to probe into Zhou Guangming's background before revealing his own financial success. Zhou Guangming, perceiving his elder brother's astonishment, hastily poured him a drink, grinning obsequiously, "Brother, have you struck it rich again recently?" Chapter 12. Is my son feeling stressed? Years ago, Zhou Guanghua had made a decent amount selling CDs by the roadside and had purchased a house and car in the provincial capital. In recent years, he had lacked opportunities, yet he likely still had several tens of thousands saved. While he was not exceedingly wealthy, he certainly had a better standing than many. Zhou Guanghua's astonished expression indicated that Zhou Chen had indeed hit the mark. His elder brother had indeed made money. Recently, having just lost his job, perhaps he could persuade his brother to help him out. Though his hopes were slim, for the sake of his family, he knew when to humble himself. Zhou Guanghua raised his glass and took a small sip. Not much, merely enough for 2 Santanas. 2 Santanas amounted to nearly 500,000. Zhou Guangming's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What are you doing to earn so much? Take me along." Zhou Guanghua chuckled. "Haven't you made a fortune this year? When you returned home last year, you didn't buy a car." "Ha!" Zhou Guangming raised his glass and gulped down the drink. He then sheepishly confessed, "This car was borrowed from my supervisor." Zhang Guihua couldn't help but laugh. "So you were just putting on a facade? I thought you had genuinely earned some money and was giving you a bit of credit. It turns out the car was borrowed." "Guangming, I'm not criticizing you. But if you lack money, then just admit it. Why pretend to be something you're not? Such vanity can lead your children astray." Her sarcasm was laced with a smirk. He Ying's face burned with embarrassment as she looked at Zhou Guangming, her anger barely contained. "If you have no shame, then neither do I. What about our son?" Zhou Guangming rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly. "Brother, is there any opportunity we can pursue together? Let us create something big and strong to shine upon our family name, lest those nouveaux riches in our village look down upon us." "Guangming, you might be mistaken. They look down on you, not on me." Zhou Guanghua smiled slightly, his eyes filled with disdain. "We are brothers. Can't you lend me a hand?" Zhou Guangming asked, forcing a laugh. "One's destiny lies in one's own hands." Zhou Guanghua replied calmly, showing no intention of assisting Zhou Guangming. "So what Zhou Chen just said is entirely true. You only came here to brag about your wealth?" Zhou Chen watched his father's submissive demeanor with a heavy heart. His father was a man of integrity, often teaching him to maintain one's spirit despite poverty, to rely on oneself rather than on others. Yet, when it came to providing for the family, what good were ideals and dignity when the pantry was bare? Zhou Chen resolved to accumulate substantial wealth, to afford his parents a life of luxury, to drive fine cars, and to stand proudly before his uncle. He wanted the nouveau riche in their village to look up to his parents. "I'm not here to boast. I merely wish to motivate you." Zhou Guanghua maintained a smile. Ying, unable to endure any longer, set down her utensils and retreated to her room. Meanwhile, Zhou Guangming continued to drink in silence. After dinner, Zhou Guanghua took the family to the hotel. Zhou Guangming and Zhou Chen escorted them to the entrance of the community. Zhou Guanghua lit a cigar and patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder. It's all right if you don't get into university. I have a construction site where you can gain some experience. Zhou Chen replied with a smile. Uncle, you worry too much. I will certainly get into Jiangzhou University. Having experienced so much in his past life, he knew how to control his emotions. To be unable to manage one's feelings when one had nothing left would merely be seen as impotent rage in the eyes of others. Have you considered that even if you get into Jiangzhou University, it doesn't guarantee success? Surely you don't believe that all university graduates earn vast fortunes? Zhou Guanghua's words were somewhat forward, yet they held a grain of truth. His awareness stemmed from years of experience in the world beyond. To ordinary people, having a child who could attend university was of utmost importance. Knowledge changes destiny. Just as you previously stated, destiny is in one's own hands. Thus, how I manage my fate does not require others' interference. Uncle, Zhou Guanghua was taken aback by Zhou Chen's unexpected words, only to see Zhou Chen suddenly staring intently at him. Have you heard the saying, do not underestimate the youth and poverty? Zhou Chen flashed a grin. So you think you'll be successful in the future, and I should start currying favor with you now? Zhou Guanghua chuckled lightly. It's getting late. You should rest early. We might run out of rooms. Zhou Chen, hands in his pockets, smiled nonchalantly. Engaging in a war of words was pointless. Once he amassed wealth, he would strike back fiercely. Zhou Guangming pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, remorsefully saying, Son, today I embarrassed you and your mother. Zhou Chen, standing at 178 centimeters, towering half a head above Zhou Guangming, placed his right hand in his pocket and draped his left arm over his father's shoulder, smiling. You are only thinking of this family. The face we lost today, we will reclaim in due time. Zhou Guangming smirked and feigned seriousness, saying, Did you see that? Without capabilities, one will be looked down upon. Therefore, you must strive to enter university and become a person of merit in the future. Who says my dad lacks ability? I'll show them just how impressive he is. The father and son exchanged laughter, their silhouettes stretching longer under the dim glow of the streetlight. After returning to the provincial capital, Zhou Chen appeared to dedicate himself even more fervently to his studies. He would rise at 5 each morning for a jog, review his lessons for an hour at 6, and finish breakfast by 7 before heading school. Upon returning home, he would immerse himself in study right after dinner, not resting until 11 or midnight before taking a shower and going to bed. Ying expressed her concerns. Guangming, do you think our son is being overly influenced by your elder brother? This intense study regimen, can his body handle it? Zhou Guangming, sitting on the balcony with a cigarette, responded in a grave tone. Have you not noticed how much more mature and sensible our son has become recently? Ying paused in surprise and then exclaimed, It has seemed so. He speaks and acts like an adult. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she shivered, asking in a trembling voice, Do you think our son could be possessed? I heard from a neighbor that people who are possessed can behave in bizarre ways. Zhou Guangming lightly tapped her forehead, exasperated. Stop indulging in such nonsense. Our son is simply growing up. Time flitted by like an arrow, and the days of intensive review for the third-year students multiplied. Before they realized it, only 5 days remained until the college entrance examination. Cui Yuxia stood at the podium, her expression solemn. There are just 5 days left until the exam. I have noticed that everyone has been working diligently, and I believe you all can gain admission to your desired universities. Adjusting her glasses, she looked at Zhou Chen, continuing, Among you, Zhou Chen deserves special commendation. In the recent mock exams, he achieved outstanding scores across all subjects. Not merely outstanding, but nearly extraordinary. Cui Yuxia hesitated to disclose Zhou Chen's scores, fearing that revealing such a secret might lead the research center to treat him as a subject for experimentation. Brother Chen is really pushing himself lately. He even does practice papers during lunch. What next? Will he take his English book to the restroom? Many classmates cast envious glances at Zhou Chen. Chen Xiaolong clutched his chest, lamenting, Brother Chen, do you remember our vow? You promised we would work together in the factory. Zhou Chen shot him a glare. When did I ever say that? You did. Chen Xiaolong pouted playfully. Zhou Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. How did he come to know such a silly fellow? Though Chen Xiaolong was a bit boisterous, it was undeniable that he was a good friend worth investing in. In his previous life, Chen Xiaolong had entered a second-tier university, and when Zhou Chen was unable to attend university and had to work in a factory, he genuinely sacrificed his studies to join him. However, after a few months of idleness, he was forcibly brought back to school by old Chen. After graduating, Chen Xiaolong started a small business with 100,000 yuan seed money from old Chen. In the following years, they had little contact. Fortunately, before Zhou Chen passed away, Chen Xiaolong visited him in the hospital, crying profusely and promising to take care of his parents as if they were his own. It was this heartfelt promise that allowed Zhou Chen to rest in peace. In the final 5 days, students could stay home for some rest, with the exam scheduled for June 7th, and they must arrive at school early on the day of the test. Chapter 13. Could it be a love letter? Cui Yuxia passionately delivered a lengthy discourse, emphasizing the importance of securing admission to a good university for future employment opportunities. She cited examples of successful students who had graduated and found their places in state-owned enterprises or thrived in their entrepreneurial endeavors. The students listened with rapt attention, their eyes filled with aspiration. Yet, not every student would gain admission to university. I'm not trying to discourage you, she continued, but I want you to be mentally prepared. Many of my students who did not succeed the first time later gained entry to prestigious universities after a year of repeated study. Cui Yuxia leaned on the podium, her gaze stern. Teacher, do you think I could be admitted to Jiangzhou University? Lu Xiying suddenly raised her hand, drawing the attention of all her classmates. Do not underestimate your chances. There is hope, Cui Yuxia replied ambiguously. Although Lu Xiying had performed excellently in recent mock exams, the teacher refrained from overly encouraging her to prevent complacency. Lu Xiying's lips curled into a self-assured smile. She had been diligently studying and felt confident about her prospects at Jiangzhou University. Turning her head, she glanced at Zhou Chen, wanting to inquire if he had a chance of being admitted, but she chose to forego the question to preserve his dignity. While Zhou Chen's recent academic improvement was remarkable, she believed his ceiling was a second-tier university. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the last class, students remained quietly seated. Class dismissed. Cui Yuxia took a deep breath and solemnly uttered the words. Today, she unusually refrained from occupying their break time. Woohoo, freedom! Chen Xiaolong exclaimed, tossing his textbook into the air. Instantly, the classroom erupted with excitement, while some students chose to remain silent in their seats. The high school years had come to a close. They might gain admission to university and receive higher education, or they might step directly into society and face its harsh realities. Zhou Chen, too, sat in contemplative silence. 1 month into his rebirth, he was about to witness the fruits of his labor. He held a strong belief in his ability to be admitted to Jiangzhou University. Gaining admission to Jiangzhou University would merely mark the beginning of his new life. Xiao Qinzi, this is for you. Tang Wan, already shouldering her backpack, blushed as she handed Zhou Chen a folded pink note shaped like a heart. What is this? Zhou Chen looked up at Tang Wan, only to see her dash out of the classroom in a hurry. Wait, could this be a love letter? Has this girl developed feelings for me after a month of interaction? Just as Zhou Chen was about to open the note, Chen Xiaolong slammed his hand on the desk. Brother Chen, let us hit the internet tonight. I'll treat. At this time, you're still thinking about an all-nighter? Zhou Chen shot him a disapproving look. How is that research on the vibrant essay coming along? Chen Xiaolong grimaced. I did study it for a few days, but the exam might not even cover that topic. Well, as long as you researched it, that's what matters. Zhou Chen packed all his textbooks into the snakeskin bag he had brought from home. Brother Chen, if the exam essay is indeed on vibrancy, I'll definitely pay my respects. Chen Xiaolong exclaimed with delight. Zhou Chen, carrying the bag in his backpack, replied casually, I can't say for sure. Learning more can never hurt. He refrained from making absolute statements, lest he be unable to explain how he knew the exam topics. Lu Xiying also approached Zhou Chen's desk. Is there something you need? Zhou Chen glanced at her indifferently. Thank you for your kindness over these past 2 years. Lu Xiying smiled shyly, leaving one to wonder if she was about to confess. However, Zhou Chen remained unfazed. To speak plainly, no need for roundabout phrases. Lu Xiying tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling sweetly. Actually, I want to tell you that even if you get into Jiangzhou University, I want to accept your pursuit. Are you serious? Do you think I applied to Jiangzhou University for you? Zhou Chen was amused by Lu Xiying's remarks. Hadn't his attitude towards her been sufficiently apparent over the past month? I know you're too shy to admit it, but that's perfectly fine. I'm merely expressing what I wish to convey. She added, although under Tang Wan's guidance, your academic performance has seen remarkable improvement. You can only aspire to a third-tier university at best, and don't even dream of Jiangzhou University. Lu Xiying's demeanor was one of condescension, her tone laced with arrogance. Bang! Chen Xiaolong slammed his fist on Zhou Chen's desk, his voice laced with anger. Lu Xiying, can you not have a shred of decency? What has Zhou Chen ever done to deserve such belittling words? As Zhou Chen's closest friend, he was acutely aware of how Zhou Chen treated Lu Xiying. Ever since Zhou Chen developed feelings for her, he had forsaken the internet cafe and transformed into a miser, not out of frugality, but rather to win Lu Xiying's favor with his savings. And how did Lu Xiying treat Zhou Chen in return? Despite her disinterest in him, she unreservedly accepted his offerings. In the end, she would still belittle him and wound his pride. Wasn't he that tantamount to a heartless assault? Pride? Did he even possess any? Wasn't he his pride, merely reading love letters aloud before the entire class? Lu Xiying disdainfully shook her head. She turned her gaze toward Zhou Chen, only to find him composed, showing no signs of distress from her hurtful words. How peculiar. How was he able to remain unfazed by such disparagement? Are you finished? Zhou Chen inquired, lifting his deep-set eyes. Not yet. Let us make a bet. If you can gain admission to Jiangzhou University, I will agree to date you. How does that sound? A playful smile graced Lu Xiying's face, as though she was certain Zhou Chen would fail to meet that challenge. She wanted to witness his desperate struggle, only to ultimately see him fall short of Jiangzhou University. Sure, Zhou Chen replied with a smile. Lu Xiying was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Zhou Chen would actually accept the wager. Did he truly lack any self-awareness? Nonetheless, it mattered little. There was no way he could ever gain admission to Jiangzhou University. Even if he did, she wouldn't spare him a second glance. I look forward to it. Lu Xiying beamed, then shouldered her backpack and strode out of the classroom. At the entrance, a handful of Lu Xiying's friends gathered, erupting into laughter. Brother Chen, are you all right? Chen Xiaolong inquired, squeezing Zhou Chen's shoulder. I'm fine. My mental fortitude is quite strong. Zhou Chen grinned. When Lu Xiying approached him, he had already anticipated her intentions. In truth, he could have chosen to ignore her, but he opted to engage in conversation, repeating the same mistakes. In his previous life, no matter how hard he tried, he had never gained admission to Jiangzhou University. Ultimately, he had become the subject of ridicule among his peers. Even years later, at reunions, many would bring up that incident to humiliate him. Accepting Lu Xiying's wager was merely a means for him to slap her in the face after he successfully enrolled in Jiangzhou University. Returning home earlier than usual that day, Zhou Chen found his parents, He Ying and Zhou Guangming, absent. He retrieved a bottle of cola from the refrigerator, settled onto the couch with the fan blowing on him, and nervously opened the letter from Tang Wan. Could it be a love letter? That seemed unlikely. It was more probable that it contained words of encouragement. As he unfolded the letter, neat and elegant handwriting greeted his eyes. Chapter 14. Tang Wan's confession letter? Hello, Xiao Qinzi. Do you recall that statement you made previously? It is exceedingly foolish to alter one's life for the sake of others. Do you suppose a foolish individual might appear in your world? See you at Jiangzhou University. Boom. Zhou Chen felt as though struck by lightning, his mind blanking instantaneously. Having lived 2 lives, how could he fail to comprehend the implications of Tang Wan's words? She meant that she had changed her life for someone else, and that someone was indeed him. It was no wonder she had the grades to enter a 985 institution, but chose to remain at Jiangzhou University. She truly did it for him. How astonishing. In his previous life, he had little interaction with Tang Wan, yet she had chosen to stay at Jiangzhou University for his sake. The likely reason for her decision was to facilitate attendance at future reunions. Regrettably, during that time, he had been preoccupied with Lu Xiying and had scarcely noticed Tang Wan. Having been reborn, he had established some connection with Tang Wan. Thus, she mustered the courage to write him a confession. Zhou Chen's breath quickened, his grip on the paper trembling slightly. In a daze, he felt he had grasped a deeper meaning behind his rebirth. Tang Wan's future partner would likely not be someone she loved, and thus, her life would not be filled with happiness. This was her regret, a regret he had inadvertently caused. His short life, his parents' premature grayness, these were all remnants of his past life as regrets. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, murmuring to himself, Tang Wan, see you at Jiangzhou University. Since Tang Wan had left that final remark, it suggested that he might not see her for a considerable time. Given her shy nature, she would likely avoid him. If that were the case, then it would be at Jiangzhou University that they would meet again. At that moment, He Ying's furious voice echoed from outside. Wang Huifang, if you dare to speak ill of my son again, I swear I will demolish your house. Zhou Chen hurried to the door. What on earth was going on? Why was his mother arguing with a neighbor? In the stairwell, He Ying and Wang Huifang glared at each other, vegetables strewn across the floor. Wang Huifang sneered, am I wrong? If it weren't for him constantly dragging my son to the internet cafe, would my son's grades be so poor? With Zhou Chen's abysmal scores, does he really think he can get into Jiangzhou University? Dream on, you vile woman. I'll fight you. He Ying growled, lunging at Wang Huifang to grab her hair. Wang Huifang was equally unyielding, seizing He Ying's arm and biting. Mom, Aunt Wang, stop. Zhou Chen rushed in to break up the fight. While Wang Huifang's words were indeed harsh, she had been a helpful neighbor over the years. It was likely that her precious son had flunked an exam again, and thus she was venting her frustration on his family. Zhou Chen intervened, pulling the two apart. "Don't stop me. I'm going to rip her mouth apart," Ying exclaimed, seething. Wang Huifeng, hands on her hips, retorted, "Come on then, if you're brave enough to kill me, go ahead. What skills do you have to back that up?" "Zhou Chen, let me go." "Mom, please calm down." Zhou Chen held Ying tightly, then turned to Wang Huifeng. "Aunt Wang, please take it easy. We're neighbors, after all. There is no need to make things so tense." Wang Huifeng straightened her disheveled hair and replied coolly, "Fine. For the sake of the kids, I want to hold it against you." Ying, mindful of Zhou Chen's presence, refrained from being overly aggressive. She didn't want her son to perceive her as a shrewish mother. Wang Huifeng picked up the fallen vegetables and headed home, while Zhou Chen gathered the remaining items into a plastic bag. "Why are you home so early?" Ying inquired as she squatted down to collect the vegetables. "Yeah, we have a 5-day break before the college entrance examination." Zhou Chen nodded. Ying bit her lip, reflecting on the various grievances, her eyes shimmering with moisture. "Zhou Chen, do you have confidence in getting into university? Can't you have a little faith in your son? Haven't you seen how I've been studying day and night lately?" Zhou Chen replied gently. He suddenly realized that the pressure his parents faced might be greater than his own. The scorn from his uncle's family, the disdainful glances from neighbors, all of it stemmed from his past lackluster exam performances. In this era, university admissions were exceedingly stringent. Families with children who failed to gain admission were often looked down upon. In the eyes of the majority, only by gaining admission to a university can one hope for a promising future. Indeed, this notion holds a semblance of truth. One's destiny is either transformed through knowledge or altered by fortuitous opportunities. In a previous life, Zhou Chen was a salesman who encountered bosses with only a primary school education, as well as those with graduate degrees who worked as mere laborers in companies. "Mother, I believe in you." Ying, wiping her tears, recalled the groceries she had purchased before returning home. Zhou Guangming arrived home shortly after 9 in the evening, wearied and with a furrowed brow. The family of 3 shared a warm meal consisting of 3 dishes and a soup. In the ensuing 5 days, Zhou Chen dedicated 3 days to studying, while the last 2 days saw him dragged to an internet cafe by Chun Xiaolong for a 2-day respite. Ying and Zhou Guangming bore no objections. Recognizing the intense strain Zhou Chen had been under with his studies, and felt he deserved a little relaxation before the impending exams. On June 7th, amidst a light drizzle, Zhou Chen rose at 6 in the morning. Hearing the commotion in the living room, Ying nudged Zhou Guangming awake. "What's the matter? Why is Zhou Chen up so early? With the exam approaching, he must be preparing. Then I shall get up and prepare something delicious for him," Ying declared, turning on the light and dressing. Zhou Guangming retrieved 100 yuan from beneath his pillow. "Give this to him. Let him eat out." "That is fine," Ying responded, making her way to the living room. "Did I wake you?" Zhou Chen offered an awkward smile. "Why are you up so early? If you don't rest well, how will you have the energy for the exam?" Ying scolded gently. "I'm meeting my classmates to go to the exam venue," Zhou Chen replied. "Surely, you don't need to leave this early." Ying scrutinized him. "The exam is at number 2 high school. It takes me over an hour to ride there." "Who said you had to ride? Take a taxi. If you can return tonight, do so. If not, find a nearby hotel and eat well these 2 days." Ying insisted, pressing the bill adorned with the portraits of 4 great leaders into Zhou Chen's hand. "That's quite a sum. Father's salary is just over 800. Mother can only earn a little over 300 a month by taking on odd jobs to support the household." The average salary in this era was low, and prices were equally modest. Breakfast at the high school cafeteria could be secured for 70 to 80 cents, while meat dish at lunch cost merely 2 yuan. Most boarding students managed on just 20 yuan a week. Zhou Chen received 30 yuan as his weekly allowance, with 20 of that spent on Lu Xiying. Reflecting on the hard-earned money from his parents, Zhou Chen felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. This 100 yuan was equivalent to the 10 days of labor his mother endured. In his past life, he took such financial support for granted, never realizing the weight of that sum until now. "Thank you, Mom." Zhou Chen embraced Ying, his eyes glistening. "Do well on the exam. Don't let your father and me down." Ying patted his back tenderly. Glancing at the clock, Zhou Chen noted it was already 6:30. He needed to intercept Gu Qingyu before she boarded her vehicle. Over the past few days, he had discovered her residence. Riding from the flower garden would take at least an hour. Chapter 15. In a critical moment, saving Gu Qingyu. Zhou Chen donned a raincoat and pedaled swiftly towards Gu Qingyu's home. Despite the June rain, the air remained warm and stifling. His leg muscles tensed, and the poorly lubricated chain of his bicycle clattered noisily. Suddenly, at an intersection, the bicycle chain finally succumbed to the strain and snapped. "Damn it," Zhou Chen muttered under his breath, stopping to repair the chain. After 3 years of cycling, He was quite adept at such repairs. In about 10 minutes, the chain was fixed, and he resumed his journey. To prevent another break, he stopped at a bike repair shop for lubrication. The mechanic, upon learning Zhou Chen was heading to the college entrance examination, charged him nothing. In Xiangyang village, the landscape was dominated by humble earthen houses. Nearby lay a landfill. An unpleasant sight and sent as refuse from the county was dumped there without professional oversight. In a modest 30-square-meter home, Gu Qingyu sat beside her grandmother, feeding her porridge. The room, though simple, provided shelter from the elements and was kept impeccably clean. A woman in patched clothing, Aunt Zhang, entered. "What brings you here?" Gu Qingyu asked, gently laying her grandmother down. "We've pooled some money. It's your exam in the coming days. You must eat well." Aunt Zhang produced a crumpled stack of small denomination bills, mostly 1s and 2s, with only a rare 5 or 10 yuan note. Gu Qingyu quickly shook her head. "No, I can't take your money any longer. My parents work in another province, and they haven't returned in 2 years, nor sent a single penny. My high school expenses have all been covered by the neighbors." Aunt Zhang stubbornly pressed the coins into Gu Qingyu's hands, her calloused fingers clasping the girl's rough, small hand. "Silly child, you are the hope of our village. Study well. I'll take care of your grandmother these days." Gu Qingyu's eyes brimmed with tears as she lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Please extend my gratitude to everyone. I promise not to let you down." She had been diligent in her studies, knowing that gaining admission to university was essential to repay the kindness of the villagers. "All right, it's getting late. Hurry to school," Aunt Zhang urged, concerned that Gu Qingyu might miss her exam. "Yes, Aunt Zhang, please look after my grandmother." Gu Qingyu usually rose early, walking nearly 2 hours to school. However, her grandmother had been unwell that morning, and she had spent considerable time buying medicine in the neighboring village, which delayed her. Walking to the exam venue was no longer feasible. She would need to take a taxi. After packing her bag and freshening up, she tidied her hair, grasped her umbrella, and hurried out. The county road lay just beyond Xianyang village, with numerous taxis passing by. To save money, Gu Qingyu planned to wait for a bus, which only cost 1 yuan to reach the school. However, after a 10-minute wait, no bus appeared. At that moment, a black sedan pulled up beside her. "Young lady, are you heading to the college entrance examination?" The driver, a stout man wearing sunglasses, inquired. Gu Qingyu eyed him warily and nodded timidly. "Then hop in. It'll only cost you 1 yuan to get to the exam venue. Only exam candidates get this benefit." He adjusted his glasses, a friendly smile on his face. Gu Qingyu shook her head. I think I'll wait a bit longer." Had it been a taxi, she might have considered it. But this was a private vehicle, and she felt hesitant to enter. Thunder rumbled ominously above. Startled, Gu Qingyu shivered. "Come on, get in. I'm not a bad person. A storm is about to hit, and you wouldn't want to miss your exam, would you?" the driver urged. Looking around, Gu Qingyu noticed the lack of vehicles on the road. The college entrance examination waits for no one. Missing it would mean disappointing the hopes of all the villagers who believed in her potential. After a moment of contemplation, she reached for the car door handle. Gu Qingyu. Just then, a bicycle sped towards them from the direction of the county town. "What are you dawdling for? Are you planning to forego the exam? If you don't get in the car, I will leave." The impatient driver, a rotund man, urged her. I have a classmate here to meet me," Gu Qingyu timidly replied. The voice sounded like Zhou Chen, but it was somewhat distant, and she wasn't entirely sure. The driver's eyes glimmered beneath his sunglasses, and he stepped out of the car to approach Gu Qingyu. Instantly alert, she shifted her body slightly to evade the driver's large hand. "What do you want to do?" Gu Qingyu's face turned pale as she looked at the driver in terror. "Get in the car." The driver's tone was low, and he advanced again, seizing Gu Qingyu's arm. "Let her go," Zhou Chen exclaimed angrily, his feet leaving a blur on the ground. The driver flung open the car door and shoved Gu Qingyu inside, muttering, "I told you Uncle is not a bad person. This is a charitable service, understand? I'm giving you a cheap ride to your exam." Bang! The driver slammed the door shut. Gu Qingyu was terrified, pounding on the window, shouting, "Let me out! Help!" The driver climbed into the driver's seat, retrieving a gleaming dagger from beneath the chair, and hissed, "Shut up. If you utter another sound, I'll stab you." Gu Qingyu immediately fell silent, her body trembling uncontrollably. Bang! At that moment, Zhou Chen's bicycle crashed into the front of the car. Holding a brick he had prepared beforehand, he pointed it at the driver and shouted, "Get out of the car! Get out now!" The driver's expression darkened as he leaned out of the window, bellowing, "Little brat, get lost, or I'll run you over." With that, he slammed on the gas, releasing a beastly roar from the vehicle. Bang! Zhou Chen swung the brick down onto the driver's forehead with all his might. The driver staggered, dazed. "Damn it!" Shaking his head to clear the dizziness, the driver shifted gears and accelerated towards Zhou Chen. Bang! Zhou Chen retaliated with another brick, smashing it against the windshield, which shattered into a flurry of glass shards. Vision obscured. The driver, now furious, brandished the dagger and exited the car. Zhou Chen run. Gu Qingyu's face turned as pale as a sheet, her mind clouded with confusion. Zhou Chen noticed the dagger in the driver's hand and felt a twinge of fear. In this era, even the county town was not fully covered by surveillance, let alone the suburban villages. Yet, this was the first meaningful deed he had undertaken since his rebirth. He had to rescue Gu Qingyu. I've already called the police. You still have time to leave. Zhou Chen retreated, gripping the brick tightly. The driver, a vicious man, lunged at Zhou Chen with the dagger. Zhou Chen dodged to the side, seizing the moment to strike the driver's hand with the brick. Ouch! The driver yelped in pain, dropping the dagger, and retaliated with a punch to Zhou Chen's face. Zhou Chen took the hit squarely, his blood boiling, and charged at the driver, grappling him fiercely. The slender frame of Zhou Chen wrestled against the driver's hefty build on the muddy road. Beep beep. At this moment, a white BMW screeched to a halt at the roadside, honking frantically. Zhou Chen, how do you end up here? The short-haired girl in the passenger seat looked astonished. Then, clenching her fists in excitement, she urged the driver, brother, hurry and help him. The young man cast a meaningful glance at the girl before braving the rain with his umbrella towards the black car. You meddlesome fool, I'll strangle you. The driver had gained the upper hand, pinning Zhou Chen down and tightening his grip around his throat. Zhou Chen struggled to breathe, his vision blurring. He had overestimated his physical prowess. Although he had been training for the past month, he was still merely 18. Hey, in broad daylight, are you really going to kill someone? A resonant voice cut through the chaos behind the driver. The driver turned to see a tall, handsome young man in a sharply tailored suit, around 27 or 28 years old, standing at a height of nearly 6 feet. You want a medal too? The driver snarled. The young man glanced at the black car and through the windshield spotted Gu Qingyu, tear-streaked and distraught. Realizing the driver was likely a human trafficker, he felt compelled to intervene. The young man tightened his grip on the umbrella and swiftly delivered a sweeping kick to the driver's neck. With a single blow, the driver collapsed. The young man smirked, remarking, not very resilient, are you? He then approached Zhou Chen, extending a fair hand to help him up. Are you all right? Cough. Cough, I'm fine. Zhou Chen rose and proceeded to unlock the door of the black car. Gu Qingyu emerged, suddenly embracing Zhou Chen and sobbing. Thank you. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen stiffened, patting her back reassuringly. It's all right. It's over. Thankfully, someone was there to help. Otherwise, he might have ended up in dire straits. Thank you, my friend. As Zhou Chen turned to express his gratitude, he caught sight of the white BMW speeding away. Inside the BMW, Tang Wan gazed vacantly, her mind replaying the image of Zhou Chen embracing Gu Qingyu. Tang Jie drove with one hand, the other holding a cigarette resting on the window. Noticing his sister's demeanor out of the corner of his eye, he inquired, why do you look so glum? Tang Wan bit her lip, shaking her head. No reason. Tang Jie took a drag from his cigarette, flicking the butt out the window, and continued, don't get distracted. Focus on your exam and aim to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Jiangxia No. 2 High School. This newly established school was built only 5 years ago. The examination venue for all candidates in the county was set here. One by one, the examines filed into the testing hall. Zhou Chen had bought a clean outfit from a nearby mall and entered the examination room with Gu Qingyu just before the bell rang. Cui Yuxia had been waiting outside Zhou Chen's examination site for quite some time. Seeing Zhou Chen arrive, she finally felt relieved. Teacher Kui, you're not here to proctor, are you? Zhou Chen, still sporting bruises on his face, looked as if he had just been in a fight. If one looked from afar, they might not even recognize him. What happened to your face? Cui Yuxia frowned. The chain broke while I was riding, and I fell. Zhou Chen rubbed his sore cheeks, speaking a bit unclearly. Cui Yuxia didn't press further, stating, all the proctors for this exam are from the provincial capital. Don't feel too much pressure, just take it as usual. Zhou Chen nodded vigorously. All right. Cui Yuxia patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder, saying go on in. I prepared a banner, just waiting for your results. Zhou Chen chuckled. I was just joking. Did you really take me seriously? Cui Yuxia maintained a serious expression. Who is joking? I'll hang the banner for you, no matter what. She had witnessed Zhou Chen's transformation. Zhou Chen was one of the few students in his class with a chance of getting into Jiangzhou University. If he succeeded, she would proudly display the banner. And the teachers would not mock her, but rather envy her. Yes, I will make my teacher proud. I will do my best. Cui Yuxia encouraged him with a fist pump. Zhou Chen walked into the examination room with his head held high, following his candidate number to his designated seat. After the second bell rang, the proctor began distributing the papers. The first exam was Chinese. Zhou Chen flipped the paper over immediately to check the essay topic. Indeed, It was to write an essay on the theme of colorful and diverse. The essay was worth 60 points, accounting for 2/5 of the total score for the Chinese exam. Having perused the examination paper, Zhou Chen's lips gradually curled into a smile. In his previous life, confronting this Chinese language exam felt akin to deciphering an ancient manuscript. Now, as he gazed upon the questions, he felt no pressure whatsoever. It was all too simple. Zhou Chen completed the paper in just about 30 minutes, becoming the first student to exit the examination hall in the entire high school. Outside the school gates, parents stood with umbrellas in hand, seeing a student emerge so early. They speculated he must have submitted a blank paper. It was disheartening to witness such lack of promise. One couldn't help but feel sympathy for his parents. Thankfully, he wasn't my son. Had he been, I would surely have broken his legs. Goodness, old Zhou, that kid resembles your son. A burly man with a beard clapped the back of the one lamenting over the child's parents. Zhou Guangming, who was working part-time nearby, had taken a couple of days off to wait for his child during the college entrance examinations. Thus he had come along to join the commotion. Clutching a half-smoked cigarette, Zhou Guangming squinted into the distance and shook his head, saying, "That is not my son. My son isn't that hefty, and he certainly didn't wear those clothes this morning." A light drizzle still fell, obscuring the faces of the emerging examines. Yet, Zhou Guangming was certain that was not Zhou Chen. As Zhou Chen descended the stairs, he stood by the window, watching silently. That kid didn't wear those clothes today at all. However, Zhou Chen soon arrived outside the school, leaving Zhou Guangming aghast. Could it truly be his son? What on earth happened to his face? Even his father couldn't recognize him. "Zhou Chen," Zhou Guangming called, raising his hands. Upon spotting his father, Zhou Chen strode over. "Dad, what brings you here?" Zhou Guangming's face darkened. "What happened to your face? Did you get into a fight?" Though he appeared stern, his heart ached. How could he bear to harm a hair on his son's head, only for him to be hurt by someone else? This grievance must be avenged. Zhou Chen explained, "The bike chain snapped this morning, causing me to fall." This was the excuse he had meticulously crafted beforehand. Zhou Guangming ruffled Zhou Chen's hair, feeling immense guilt. "It's all my fault. I should have driven you to school this morning." In the next moment, Zhou Guangming's expression shifted. "Why are you out so early? Did you submit a blank paper?" Chapter 17. With hands in pockets, he exited the examination hall, utterly unperturbed by the notion of competition. What does it mean to submit a blank paper? This is a demonstration of skill. Those Chinese language questions were exceedingly simple. Zhou Chen declared with unwavering confidence. Zhou Guangming, of course, knew his son would never submit a blank paper. He had witnessed the transformation over the past month. "What score do you think you'll achieve?" Zhou Guangming inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. Although he had never taken a college entrance examination himself, he understood that the total score for Chinese language was 150, a substantial portion of the overall assessment. 140 should be no problem, Zhou Chen replied, hands tucked into his pockets. Upon hearing this, many nearby parents cast disdainful looks, as if to say he was foolish. "I'm not joking," Zhou Guangming retorted sharply, his lips twitching. Every parent aspires for their child to achieve high scores. He was no exception. If Zhou Chen could manage a score of 100, he would be grateful to the heavens. Yet he had the audacity to claim he would score 140? "I'm not joking either," Zhou Chen chuckled helplessly. He had devoted over a month to studying the essay topic, drawing from the insights of 2 lifetimes. The vibrant tapestry of life he penned would surely earn him at least 50 points. As for the other language questions, it was nearly impossible for him to err. "Zhou Chen, I see your father seems quite honest. Why can't you be more grounded?" teased an old colleague of Zhou Guangming. "Words are futile. The results will speak for themselves." Zhou Chen cast a dismissive glance at the man. He had grown weary of engaging with those who looked down upon him. Once the results were announced, these individuals would only feel the sting of embarrassment. The second exam was comprehensive. Zhou Chen again submitted his paper in 30 minutes. With hands in pockets, he exited the hall, utterly unaware of any rivals. Zhou Guangming stood outside, speechless, silently smoking a cigarette. He resolved to take Zhou Chen out for lunch, then seek new part-time work. Many had begun to recognize that the student who finished in 30 minutes was indeed his son. The gossiping parents behind him made his heart ache. At noon, Zhou Chen awaited Chen Xiaolong. "Morning, my good Zhou Chen. You're like a brother to me," Chen Xiaolong exclaimed excitedly, giving Zhou Chen a bear hug, even shaking him playfully. "Get off me, how disgusting." Zhou Chen pushed him away. "Ahem, Uncle Zhou is here too." Chen Xiaolong then noticed Zhou Guangming and smiled sheepishly. "Come on, let us go eat." Zhou Guangming cheerfully led the way. "Chengge, the essay topic was indeed about diversity. I believe my score could be at least 40. Chen Xiaolong said, brimming with enthusiasm. With the university admission cut-off looming, missing even a single point could disqualify one. Scoring well on this essay would undeniably bolster his chances of getting into a second-tier university. Let us strive for Jiangzhou University. Zhou Chen laughed, playfully punching Chen Zilong's arm. Jiangzhou University is a long shot. Just getting into a second-tier university would be impressive. Although he enjoyed surfing the internet, his academic performance hadn't suffered too greatly. Especially over the last month, Zhou Chen's diligence had inspired him. He had also studied hard during this time. By the way, have you seen Tang Wan? Zhou Chen suddenly inquired. No. Why do you ask about her? Chen Xiaolong chuckled mischievously. Stop overthinking. I'm just curious. Zhou Chen shot him a glance. Zhou Guangming ordered 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a tomato egg soup at the restaurant. After a hearty meal, he prepared to leave. Zhou Chen noticed a look of distraction on old Zhou's face. It seemed he still lacked confidence in him. Had he known, he would have lingered in the examination hall a bit longer. The afternoon brought mathematics and English. Zhou Chen, as usual, finished in 30 minutes, then strolled out with hands in pockets. With old Zhou absent, he felt no anxiety about being judged by others. By afternoon, the weather had cleared. Journalists from Jiangzhou television were present outside. Spotting Zhou Chen emerge, they immediately approached him for an interview. Hello. Are you the student who finished all 4 exams in 30 minutes? Yes, that's me. Zhou Chen replied, a bit embarrassed. Is it true that you submitted a blank paper because you found the questions too easy? I answered the questions seriously. I finished in 30 minutes because they were quite simple. Rather than sitting in the exam hall bored, it was better to come out and breathe, Zhou Chen said confidently. A side question, is that injury on your face from trying to show off and getting into a fight? The reporter asked with a smirk, provoking laughter from the surrounding parents. It was clear the reporter was insinuating something about Zhou Chen. The injury on my face is from a fall this morning while riding my bike. Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly. Ah, you really need to be more careful. Remember to ride slowly next time. Thank you. Zhou Chen replied coolly. Do you find the exam questions difficult? Not at all. Otherwise, how could I have finished in 30 minutes? Zhou Chen laughed. Since you think I'm pretending, I might as well keep pretending. The journalist continued. Could you please leave a contact number? We hope to interview you again once your college entrance examination results are released. Sure, I can give you my father's phone number. He replied. In this era, it was quite normal not to own a mobile phone. The journalist did not mock him for this. Instead, she jotted down Zhou Chen's father's phone number in her notebook. Once the examination scores were out, she planned to conduct another interview, showcasing how the candidate who had submitted his paper in just 30 minutes stood before her camera, tearfully recounting his experience. Just after Zhou Chen had finished the interview, Cui Yuxia suddenly approached with Gu Qingyu, accompanied by several short-haired men clutching briefcases resembling officers from the police station. You must be Zhou Chen. A middle-aged man with a briefcase asked with a smile. I am, Zhou Chen responded. Do you recognize this person in the photograph? The man produced a picture from his briefcase. It was indeed the overweight driver with whom Zhou Chen had clashed that morning. I don't know him, Zhou Chen replied firmly. Is that a genuine claim or a feigned ignorance? The middle-aged man pressed, his tone growing more serious. I fought with him this morning. Does that count as knowing him? Zhou Chen inquired, his demeanor calm and composed. The middle-aged man squinted at Zhou Chen, taken aback by his nonchalance. The more composed Zhou Chen appeared, the more suspicious he became. Taking a deep breath, the man asked, would you be willing to accompany us to the station? Zhou Chen nodded, of course. Zhou Chen and Gu Qingyu were ushered into a police vehicle, with Cui Yuxia following them to the police station. After a thorough inquiry, Zhou Chen recounted the events of that morning in detail. The middle-aged man, narrowing his eyes, asked, now, I have one final question for you. As far as I know, you and Gu Qingyu are not particularly familiar with each other and seldom interact. Why then? Did you ride over 30 kilometers on the day of the exam to find her? Chapter 18, Thoughts of Earning Money. Zhou Chen finally understood that due to his prescient actions, the police suspected a connection between him and the overweight driver. Gu Qingyu came from a modest background and usually walked to school, often arriving late. Today is the college entrance examination, and I was concerned she might not make it to school in time, so I want to pick her up, Zhou Chen explained quickly and logically. The middle-aged man and his colleagues whispered among themselves for a moment, their expressions softening slightly. Their inquiries revealed that Gu Qingyu often arrived late, and the homeroom teacher was aware of her circumstances, never punishing her. This suggested that Zhou Chen was likely telling the truth. Cui Yuxia led Zhou Chen and Gu Qingyu out of the police station. Gu Qingyu appeared pale, having just learned from the officer that the overweight man was an extremely depraved rapist who had assaulted 5 young girls over the past 3 years. Due to insufficient surveillance coverage and the criminal's formidable evasion skills, he had eluded capture for 3 years. Had Zhou Chen not arrived in time, the consequences could have been dire. Cui Yuxia was equally shaken by the revelation, grasping Gu Qingyu's hand as she urged, Gu Qingyu, you must heighten your awareness of safety from now on. Gu Qingyu, overwhelmed by the fear, nodded vigorously, her throat constricted as if something lodged within it. Chui Yuxia then turned to Zhou Chen, praising him. Zhou Chen, you are truly commendable. I am proud of you as your teacher. I will help you apply for a certificate of bravery. Everyone should know you are a student who stands up for justice. Even though he bore injuries sustained in the struggle against evil, he downplayed it, claiming he had merely fallen off his bicycle. He wished to keep his noble deeds shrouded in humility. Previously, Chui Yuxia had been displeased with Zhou Chen, but now she regarded him as if he were her own son. To act against evil is courageous. Upholding justice is a cherished virtue of our nation, reflecting our national spirit and character. As recipients of national education, we must ingrain these principles in our hearts and perpetuate this noble tradition. Zhou Chen expressed his heartfelt thoughts with gravitas. Chui Yuxia's eyes sparkled with admiration, looking at Zhou Chen with newfound respect, though also with astonishment. Just a month ago, he had dozed off in class and often sneaked out during evening study sessions to play online games, consistently ranking among the lowest in exams. How could he have transformed so drastically in such a short span? Gu Qingyu, listening to Zhou Chen's words, also exhibited a flicker of unusual emotion in her eyes. Lost in thought, a faint blush colored her cheeks as she lowered her gaze to her toes. Chui Yuxia treated the two to dinner from her own pocket and even booked a hotel for Gu Qingyu. The sky had not yet darkened completely when Zhou Chen intended to ride home, but encountered Chen Xiaolong at the school gate. Zhou Chen, where have you been with Teacher Chui and Gu Qingyu? To the police station. Zhou Chen replied. What? Did you cheat? Chen Xiaolong's eyes widened in shock. Then he scratched his head, pondering, but that doesn't seem right. Cheating wouldn't lead to a police station visit, would it? Do I even need to cheat? Zhou Chen shot him a glance, then recounted the entire sequence of events. Huh. Chen Xiaolong burst into laughter after hearing Zhou Chen's account. I think your story could score a perfect mark. How so? Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback. Your imagination is quite rich with that creativity. Why not try your hand at writing novels? Chen Xiaolong believed Zhou Chen was trying to pull his leg. Whatever, believe it or not. Zhou Chen chuckled, playfully kicking Chen Xiaolong. Chen Xiaolong sidestepped, wrapping an arm around Zhou Chen's shoulders. I just saw an arcade while I was out for dinner. Let's go play some games. Are you going home? Not all. I've booked a double room. You're staying with me tonight? The two of them walked to the arcade, shoulder to shoulder. Cherishing their youth, having returned to this life, it was only fitting to indulge in nostalgia. They immersed themselves in the arcade until the late hours, returning to the hotel to sleep. The next day, Zhou Chen once again submitted his exam paper in 30 minutes. Each time, he exited the examination room. The disdainful glances of the parents waiting outside fell upon him. No one believed this candidate could gain admission to a university. Of course, Zhou Chen paid no heed to their judgment. He had grown accustomed to it over the 2 days. After the 2 days of examinations, Zhou Chen had not seen Tang Wan at all. He had, however, spotted Lu Xing a couple of times, but she had been unusually aloof, barely sparing him a glance. Zhou Chen settled on a stone bench in the park opposite the school, armed with a chilled bottle of cola and sunflower seeds, waiting patiently. Even as Chen Xiaolong emerged, Tang Wan was nowhere to be seen. The second high school had 2 exits. She must have used the rear one. Zhou Chen sighed in resignation. It seemed he would have to go to Jiangzhou University to see her. Hey, Xing, look, Zhou Chen is waiting for you. Tian Swimming called out as she and Lu Xing exited the school gates. Lu Xing immediately raised her hand to shield her face, annoyed. Could you not mention him? Don't you know he is quite famous these past few days? She wished to keep their connection hidden from the world, especially not wanting others to know Zhou Chen was waiting for her, as if they were close friends. A 30-minute submission? She shared the same exam room with Tang Wan, and even Tang Wan couldn't manage to finish in 30 minutes. How could Zhou Chen possibly do so? Surely, he must have left many questions unanswered. Hence his decision to forego the struggle. Unless something dramatic occurred, she and Zhou Chen were destined to tread different paths in life. Tian Swimming stuck out her tongue. After all, we're classmates. Now that the exams are over, aren't you even a little curious to see him? Haven't you noticed how I've been ignoring him these past few days? Lu Xing replied. If I continue to engage with him, he might think he has a chance with me. Lu Xing chuckled wryly. Tian Swimming nodded in agreement. Zhou Chen remained oblivious to their conversation. Yet, in the gaze of Tian Swimming, he discerned a glimmer of pity. It was highly likely that Lu Xing had once again succumbed to her typical behavior, wasn't it? Zhou Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head. Before long, Chen Xiaolong emerged from the school gates, striding directly toward Zhou Chen. Brother Chen, wait for me, he called out. What else would I do? Zhou Chen thought to himself, choosing not to reveal that he had been waiting for Tang Wan. Discarding the sunflower seed shells into a trash bin and finishing the last half of his cola, he He smiled and said, "Let us go back and play Dream of the West." The game would soon reach its zenith in the next 2 years. In his previous life, Zhou Chen had scrimped and saved, using his money to curry favor with Lu Xing. He could hardly afford to indulge in pay-to-win games. In this life, however, his intention was not merely to play for enjoyment, but to leverage Dream of the West as a means to earn money. The future would see a plethora of gaming studios dedicated to grinding for profits. By positioning himself ahead of the crowd now, he could savor the freshly steamed buns. What is so entertaining about turn-based games? They're tedious and expensive. It's far more exhilarating to hack and slash in Legends. Chen Xiaolong scoffed. "Do you want to earn money through gaming?" Zhou Chen suddenly inquired. "Of course I do. Otherwise, why would I spend countless nights grinding in Legends?" Chen Xiaolong replied eagerly. "A single judgment sword can sell for over 500. If I were to obtain a Dragon Slayer, I'd be a millionaire." Chapter 19. Setting a small goal. First, earn 1 million. The mention of making money instantly piqued Chen Xiaolong's interest. What man does not harbor the dream of both playing games and earning money? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Chen shook his head. The odds of obtaining a judgment sword are exceedingly low, and they depreciate rapidly. In 2002, a judgment could fetch astronomical prices in the 5 or even 6-digit range. Last year, it still commanded a 4-digit price, but this year it has plummeted to 3 digits. He paused, fixing an intense gaze upon Chen Xiaolong, enunciating each word clearly. "Moreover, when I speak of making money, I mean substantial wealth. Those familiar with Legends know that in 2002, the very first judgment in the entire server was sold for over 300,000. In that era, 300,000 was sufficient to purchase a lavish 200-square-meter house in the county, making substantial wealth." Chen Xiaolong murmured. "How much does one need to earn to be considered wealthy?" Zhou Chen held up a finger. 10,000? Chen Xiaolong swallowed hard. In an age where the average salary barely reached 1,000, 10,000 indeed constituted a fortune. However, Zhou Chen slowly shook his head. 100,000? Chen Xiaolong's throat felt dry. Zhou Chen continued to shake his head, then stated, "Let us set a small goal first. Let us aim for 1 million. 1 million. A small goal." These two phrases incessantly echoed in Chen Xiaolong's mind. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure, reaching out to touch Zhou Chen's forehead. Then his own, muttering, "Are you the one who is feverish, or am I? 1 million? A small goal?" How could Zhou Chen dare to voice such a thing? Having dreams is commendable, but at the very least, those dreams ought to be realistic. His father, who ran a business, barely earned 30 to 50,000 a year. 1 million would take 20 years to achieve. Never mind, there's no point in discussing this further now. You'll understand in due time. Zhou Chen, feeling disinclined to elaborate, could empathize with Chen Xiaolong. If it weren't for his rebirth, he would have deemed anyone making such claims as foolish. The two agreed to meet at their usual spot to go online, then parted ways to return home. Zhou Chen locked his bicycle downstairs, and as he ascended the stairs and prepared to open the door, he heard his mother's choked voice. If he doesn't get in, he can repeat the year. He's only 18. Repeating a year would make him just 19. Zhou Chen's deeds had already reached her ears. Like others, she believed that Zhou Chen might have underperformed in the college entrance examination due to excessive pressure. Damn it. Zhou Guangming lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. When he returns, I'll have a serious talk with him. If he truly doesn't want to continue his studies, then let him learn a trade. But I still think repeating a year is the best option. If he doesn't get into college, how will he hold his head high when we return to the village for the new year? He hung her head, wiping away tears. Zhou Guangming took a deep drag from his cigarette and shouted, "What do you mean he can't hold his head high? How many college students do we have in our village?" Zhou Guangming's mood was equally tumultuous due to Zhou Chen's situation, and in his frustration, his voice rose. He trembled slightly, her eyes reddening as she retorted, "You know what kind of personality your brother and sister-in-law have. Not long ago, they nearly humiliated you in front of everyone, and you didn't even dare to retaliate." Zhou Guangming fell silent, his face drooping under He Ying's outburst. "I don't care. If her son didn't get in, I'll sell everything I have to ensure he repeats the year," He Ying declared. Outside, Zhou Chen listened to his parents argue over his affairs, a pang of pain piercing his heart. His parents held great expectations for him, yet in his previous life, he had let them down. Failing to gain admission to university had surely caused them immense sorrow. Yet before him, they always wore cheerful faces, unwilling to burden him with too much pressure. "Mom, Dad, I'm back," Zhou Chen called out, then pushed the door open. "Quickly wash your hands and eat. I'll get you a bowl of rice." He Ying smiled as she headed for the kitchen, discreetly wiping her tears as she turned. Zhou Chen noticed this. Feeling a heavy weight in his heart, he clenched his fists silently, vowing, Once the college entrance exam results come out, I will make you proud. At the dining table, Zhou Guangming retrieved the unfinished liquor from Zhou Guanghua's previous visit. You're already an adult and have completed your exams. Let us share a drink. There's beer in the fridge. Just have a beer. No need for beiju. He shot Zhou Guangming an exasperated glare before fetching a bottle of Tsingtao beer from the fridge. The father and son drank together, engaging in casual conversation. Yet Zhou Guangming refrained from mentioning Zhou Chen's exam results. After a few drinks, Zhou Guangming suddenly asked, "Son, if you don't get in, do you plan to repeat the year or learn a trade?" Although the question might bruise his son's pride, he felt it necessary to have a serious discussion. Zhou Chen took a sip of beer, brimming with confidence as he proclaimed, "There's no if. I will definitely get in." Zhou Guangming's slightly reddened eyes fixed intently on Zhou Chen. Seeing his son's unwavering confidence, he swallowed the rest of his words. Raising his glass, he declared grandly, "Then no more talk. Let us drink. You two should drink less," He remarked, her head bowed as she sipped on seaweed egg drop soup. Zhou Chen finished the last of his beer and spoke up, "Dad, I'm heading out to play basketball with Chen Xiaolong." Zhou Guangming waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead. Young people should exercise more." Zhou Chen added, "I might stay at his place tonight." Zhou Guangming then asked, "Will that disturb them?" "Not at all. His parents are mostly at their shop," Zhou Chen replied before leaving. He sighed softly, setting down her chopsticks as she said, "He has probably just going to play online games with Chen Xiaolong. The college entrance exams are over. Let him be. He is not a child anymore." Zhou Guangming popped a peanut into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Although they had always accompanied him through his studies, they were not particularly strict with Zhou Chen and even indulged him. Before Zhou Chen, they had another child, but that child had been taken away just after a month. During that period, their world had been shrouded in darkness. In an age of closed information, finding the person who had taken their child was nearly impossible. It was not until 2 years later, when Zhou Chen was born, that they poured all their love into their son. Zhou Chen rode his bicycle to an abandoned grain station. Just as he locked his bike, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Hey, brother Chen." Zhou Chen turned to see a boy of similar age, a cigarette pinched between his ear, his hair nearly obscuring half his face. It was Zhao Kai, the son of Wang Huifeng, who had been expelled from school for fighting in his sophomore year and had subsequently transferred to a vocational school. In recollections of Zhou Chen's past life, Zhao Kai would cause a female classmate to become pregnant in the next semester, subsequently leading to his expulsion from school once more. For the years that followed, Zhao Kai, lacking any ambition, would associate himself with a group of miscreants, ultimately facing a 6-year prison sentence due to repeated acts of robbery and unintentional injury. However, Zhou Chen harbored no animosity toward Zhao Kai. On the contrary, he held a certain admiration for him. One fateful day, approximately 3 years later, after indulging in excess alcohol, old Zhou found himself at odds with another party. This rival summoned several local ruffians, threatening to teach old Zhou a lesson, prompting Zhao Kai to rally a group of comrades to intervene. Fortunately, old Zhou regained his composure amidst the intimidation and fervently averted the impending conflict. "Out of money for the internet, are we?" Zhou Chen quipped, tucking the bicycle key into his pocket with a smile. In his previous life, Zhao Kai had shown kindness towards his father. In this life, Zhou Chen endeavored to alter his fate, sparing him from the clutches of incarceration. "Hey, how did you know?" Zhao Kai replied, scratching his head with a playful grin. "If I had money for the internet, would I be standing outside?" "Ahem, finances are a bit tight lately. Is Longa coming?" "No need to wait for him. Let us go. I'll treat you to the internet, but next time you get caught, don't use me as a shield." Chapter 20. There is something fishy about this. Zhao Kai had been caught several times while online, often using himself as a decoy. This had led to considerable discontent from Wang Huifeng, culminating in a near altercation with his mother on one occasion. "All right, brother Chen. I promise I won't betray you next time." Zhao Kai draped an arm over Zhou Chen's shoulder as they entered the internet cafe. The strong odors of foot fungus, smoke, and instant noodles assaulted their senses. However, for those who frequently frequented such establishments, these scents were easily overlooked. The cafe boasted 2 floors, each housing over 30 outdated computers. The first floor was teeming with patrons, many of whom were primary and middle school students clad in red scarves, eagerly awaiting their turn. In an era before smartphones had emerged, and when button phones were just becoming commonplace, computers were regarded as a marvel, especially the games they hosted, which captivated the youth. "Boss, are there any available seats upstairs?" Zhou Chen inquired, retrieving several Tang Wan notes from his pocket. The cafe owner, a wiry man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, glanced at the clientele. "How many machines do you want?" 3. With summer in full swing, the cafe was bustling, and Zhou Chen was concerned about securing a spot for Chen Xiaolong. There are 2 available upstairs. One will be free downstairs in 10 minutes. All right. Keep all 3 machines for the night. 50 yuan. Price increase. Zhou Chen paused momentarily, taken aback. Typically, it costs merely 1 yuan per hour, with an all-night package priced at 6 yuan. Now, at 8 in the evening, keeping 3 machines until midnight would amount to 12 yuan, and for an overnight stay, 18 yuan. It should have totaled 30, not this exorbitant rate. If you want it, take it. If not, then forget it. The cafe owner's demeanor was somewhat brusque. As it was the height of summer, and with only 2 internet cafes in the entire county, he had little concern for a lack of business. Zhou Chen extracted another 20 yuan. Kai Zi grabbed 3 cans of Jianlai Bao. The owner accepted 60 yuan and returned 4 in change. Ahem, Brother Chen. Can I borrow that 4 yuan for a pack of cigarettes? Cigarettes are best avoided. They are detrimental to health. Zhou Chen gently declined Zhao Kai's request. After all, this fellow had yet to reach 18, and Zhou Chen felt it was his duty to guide him on the right path. Fine, if you want to lend it. You're stingy, Zhao Kai retorted, swiftly shoving the other 2 cans of Jianlai Bao into Zhou Chen's hands before heading to his designated computer. Boss, is there still a machine available? Chen Xiaolong, panting, pushed through the door curtain. None left. The cafe owner didn't even bother to glance at Chen Xiaolong. I've set up a machine. Let us go. Zhou Chen handed a can of Jianlai Bao to Chen Xiaolong. Dude, why are you here so early? Chen Xiaolong asked, astonished at Zhou Chen's presence. Had nothing to do after dinner, so I came over early. Zhou Chen casually explained, and together they ascended to the 2nd floor. The ceiling here was low, and the space felt rather cramped. Despite 4 fans whirring at full speed, it still felt like a steamer. The 2 vacant computers were not adjacent, and Chen Xiaolong, being considerate, offered Zhou Chen the cleaner one. Once powered on, Zhou Chen adeptly clicked on the little penguin icon on the desktop, entered his account credentials, and pressed enter. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as he logged in, the penguin icon began to flash. Zhou Chen clicked on it. A message had arrived from a user named 7 Seconds of Memory, which was Gu Qingyu's QQ number. Zhou Chen, do you have time tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Not available tomorrow. Zhou Chen rapidly typed his response. He understood that Gu Qingyu wished to express her gratitude for his intervention. At this tender age of budding emotions, having rescued Gu Qingyu might lead her to misinterpret the situation. Given that his affections were already directed elsewhere, it would be prudent to maintain a distance from her. After a prolonged silence without a reply, Zhou Chen assumed she had logged off, considering she lacked both a mobile phone and a computer, making her chances of accessing QQ quite limited. Closing the pop-up window, Zhou Chen navigated to his friends list and searched for Lu Xiying, whose online alias was Wings of a Broken Angel. It had been over 40 days since he last messaged Lu Xiying, and throughout this time, she had not responded. Lu Xiying owned a phone and was perpetually online. After a brief hesitation, he suppressed the urge to delete her from his contacts and instead added her to a classmates group. Brother Chen, let us go play Legend Online. Chen Xiaolong called out from the opposite side. You go ahead. Zhou Chen replied before opening the classmates group, locating the administrator known as Ice Phantom Girl, which was Tang Wan's QQ number. This marked the 2nd female classmate Zhou Chen had added on QQ, the first being Lu Xiying. After waiting around 10 minutes without a reply, Zhou Chen decided to dive into Legend to relive his youthful days. Xiaolong, where are you? I'm coming to find you. Zhou Chen played as a wizard, having reached level 47, while he himself was at level 42. Chen Xiaolong, playing as a warrior, had already reached level 45, but his equipment was subpar, leaving him in a lackluster position within the guild. I'm in the Demon Ceiling Valley with the guild. You can play by yourself for a bit. Chen Xiaolong's eyes were glued to the computer screen, fingers dancing across the keyboard and mouse. With nothing better to do, Zhou Chen decided to join him in the Demon Ceiling Valley to hunt the Corpse King. This area had only recently been launched, and the Corpse King had a chance to drop the coveted judgment weapon. Therefore, it attracted a multitude of players. As soon as the Corpse King respawned, throngs of players rushed to engage it. Zhou Chen casually took down a few skeletons before retreating from the fray. With his subpar equipment, he could not withstand the attacks from those who had invested heavily in the game. After a short while, boredom set in, and he logged off to visit the Dream of the Westward Journey official website. In his previous life, a colleague had earned a decent living by playing Dream of the Westward Journey during his free time, operating 10 accounts across 2 computers and making over 10,000 yuan a month. This was in 2016, a time when Dream of the Westward Journey had already lost a considerable player base. The game had peaked between 2002 and 2005. Although it was now 2004, there were few teams specializing in gold farming. With the future rise of computer accessibility, the gaming industry's gold farming would gradually decline. Dream of the Westward Journey. Diablo 2, and Legend were currently the most popular games, and there remained opportunities to earn some money in the coming years. Zhou Chen descended to the first floor to use the restroom and took the opportunity to stroll around the cafe. After some observation, he estimated that around 20 people were playing Legend, about 10 were engaged in Dream of the Westward Journey, and another 10 were immersed in Diablo 2. The remaining patrons were either playing MapleStory or single-player games. Thus, it appeared that these three games dominated the scene. Zhou Chen purchased a bottle of water and sought out someone playing Dream of the Westward Journey to join him. He had initially planned for Chen Xiaolong to accompany him, but that guy was too engrossed in Legend. At around 1 or 2 in the morning, Zhao Kai shamelessly sought out Chen Xiaolong to borrow 3 yuan to purchase instant noodles. Chen Xiaolong promptly produced 10 yuan and slapped it on the table, saying, "Get a bowl for me in Chengge, and use the remaining 1 to buy yourself a drink." With a sense of delight, Zhao Kai took the money and headed downstairs. Before long, he returned with 2 steaming bowls of noodles. The player who had been guiding Zhou Chen through the game Fantasy Westward Journey had already gone home. Chen Xiaolong shifted the computer next to Zhou Chen, and the two teamed up to slay the Corpse King in the Demon's Ceiling Valley. "So, did you score any gear tonight?" Zhou Chen mumbled through mouthfuls of noodles. Chen Xiaolong, somewhat irked, replied, "Not a single item, not even a skill book dropped." Zhou Chen squinted. "When things go unusually, there must be a reason. I'll log in now, and let's go hunt the Corpse King together." Chapter 21. Intercepting the Dragon Slayer. Chen Xiaolong felt a surge of energy and quickly finished his noodles before logging back into the game. The two formed a team and ventured into the Zuma Temple to grind monsters. Chen Xilong's warrior took the brunt of the attacks, while Zhou Chen's mage provided support from the rear. Their equipment was lacking, and, several times, Chen Xiaolong nearly had his health completely depleted. Fortunately, timely healing allowed him to withstand the blows. After an hour of relentless effort, they finally defeated a Zuma King. Unfortunately, this Zuma King only dropped 2 skill books for priests. What on earth is going on today? Is there a bug? I've been playing this game for over a year and have never encountered such a situation. Chen Xilong's eyes were bloodshot as he tugged at his hair in frustration. It wasn't just Chen Xiaolong who was losing his mind. Many players in the public chat were also voicing their complaints about the abysmally low drop rates today. "Xiaolong, there's a nearly dead Zuma over there in the upper left." Zhou Chen suddenly pointed at the screen. On the screen, a level 47 fully equipped warrior was locked in combat with a crimson, bull-headed monster. The warrior's health was perilously low. Chen Xiaolong shifted the view and immediately narrowed his eyes. It's members of the Wolf Clan. Anyone who played this game would be well aware of this guild. The Wolf Clan, officially known as Hungry Wolf Legend, was established in early 2004 and, within just 5 months, gained notoriety as one of the most fearsome guilds. In the bloody path of online gaming, wolves howl in the sands of the city. Who shares true feelings, life, and death are also part of the Wolf Clan. With over 70,000 members, there were always more than 10,000 online at any given time. It would not be an exaggeration to call them one of the game's overlords. Currently, the Wolf Clan ranked second and was subtly threatening to topple the first-ranked guild. "Prague, you're not thinking of robbing them, are you?" Chen Xiaolong shivered. His own guild, the Chaotic World, was ranked 8th, and he was merely a mediocre player within it. He didn't have the guts to offend the Wolf Clan members. "Anyway, I'm not in a guild." Zhou Chen, having pursued Lu Xing, had seldom visited the internet cafe lately. He had withdrawn from his guild at the end of last year. Even if he intercepted the Wolf Clan's boss, they would have no way of tracking him down. "I'll go check it out downstairs." Chen Xilong's heart raced. After wandering around downstairs and seeing that those legendary players were fast asleep, he returned upstairs, standing behind Zhou Chen to block the camera. The cafe owner was also a player of the game, and he feared being exposed. Zhou Chen took a deep breath and maneuvered his character into the fray. The Wolf Clan warrior, known as Lone Wolf, was clad in a Holy War set, boasting terrifying attack power. This gear could have fetched a fortune in the previous version 2 years ago. Even now, it was considered top-tier equipment, though prices had significantly dropped. Zhou Chen lingered nearby, taking down lesser monsters. When the bull-headed creature's health dipped to 1/10, Zhou Chen suddenly launched a surprise attack, casting a burst of flame and hellish lightning. However, these 2 skills did not deal significant damage to Lone Wolf. "Are you seeking death?" A message floated above Lone Wolf's head. Undeterred, Zhou Chen unleashed several high-tier skills. Lone Wolf hurriedly consumed healing potions, and Zhou Chen followed up with an ice palm and an extinguishing fire. Simultaneously, the bull-headed creature struck down. Lone Wolf's health bar was instantly depleted. Zhou Chen closed in on the bull-headed monster and continued casting spells. 3 minutes later, the bull-headed monster collapsed. A massive sword suddenly appeared, Slayer of Dragons. Chen Xilong's legs weakened, and he grasped the chair for support, his eyes nearly popping out. Zhou Chen was equally electrified. So much so that he forgot to immediately loot the equipment. Slayer dragons? The internet cafe owner, just returning from downstairs, dropped his cigarette in shock. He was a heavy spender, yet had only heard of the Slayer of Dragons and had never seen one. The three of them were breathless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Quick, loot it, and then log off. The cafe owner was the first to regain his composure, his voice quivering with excitement. Zhou Chen snapped back to reality, hurriedly looting the Slayer of Dragons and using a town scroll to exit the game. Even upon respawning, Zhou Chen could not contain his exhilaration. The Slayer of Dragons was even rarer than the Judgment, the first Slayer dragons having appeared in 2002. 2 years later, such items were as rare as phoenix feathers. We struck it rich. We struck it rich. Chen go. We hit the jackpot. Chen Xiaolong, regaining his composure, shook Zhou Chen's shoulders vigorously. The cafe owner regarded the two students before him with a glint of coldness in his eyes. The current Slayer dragons could easily fetch over 100,000 yuan. Had his cafe not been situated here, he might have resorted to unscrupulous means to seize the weapon. At this price, it would not be unthinkable for someone to resort to robbery, or worse. Xiaolong, I'm tired. Let us head home first. Zhou Chen shut down his computer and stood up. Chen Xiaolong, brimming with excitement, nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. All right, let us go home. The cafe owner pulled out a pack of Hardbox 8 happiness cigarettes, handing one to Chen Xiaolong and then to Zhou Chen, flashing a grin that revealed his yellow teeth. Little brother, are you willing to sell that Slayer of Dragons? Zhou Chen accepted the cigarette, and the cafe owner eagerly produced a lighter to light it for him. In an attempt to appear more sophisticated, Zhou Chen took a puff from the cigarette. He had learned to smoke with Chen Xiaolong a year ago and coolly exhaled the smoke while looking at the cafe owner. How much will you offer? The cafe owner did not respond immediately, but lit his own cigarette and took a few deep drags. Legendary equipment depreciates quickly. Last year it could sell for over 100,000, but this year it's probably only worth 50 or 60,000. Nonsense. Chen Xiaolong interjected, sounding like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Do you really think we don't browse the forums? Several guilds are offering 10,000 for the Slayer Dragons. His loud voice stirred the sleeping teenagers on the second floor. Slayer Dragons? Whereas the Slayer of Dragons? A young man in his 20s, bleary-eyed, asked. Are you joking? Where would there be a Slayer Dragons? The cafe owner chuckled dismissively, shooting a fierce glare at Chen Xiaolong. Having spent years in the social scene, the cafe owner was covered in tattoos on his arms and neck. Just a single glance from him intimidated Chen Xiaolong, who timidly edged closer to Zhou Chen. The cafe owner smiled at Zhou Chen. Shall we discuss this downstairs? Sure. Let us talk. Zhou Chen followed the cafe owner to the first floor. The cafe owner led them into his bedroom, which was cool thanks to the air conditioning. And in the corner lay a gleaming machete. Chen Xiaolong felt anxious, continuously swallowing hard. Zhou Chen, however, appeared remarkably composed. The street had surveillance cameras installed, and he was certain the cafe owner wouldn't dare act recklessly. Moreover, with over 60 computers in his cafe, he had more than 100,000 yuan worth of assets. The cafe owner noticed Zhou Chen's calm demeanor and regarded him with newfound respect. He dragged 2 stools over. Please, take a seat. I will fetch you some water. The two settled down, and, as the internet cafe owner stepped out of his bedroom, Chen Xiaolong immediately asked nervously, Brother Chen, do you think this guy will cause any trouble? Zhou Chen shook his head. Not likely. This internet cafe is worth more than 100,000. Chen Xiaolong exhaled slightly, then inquired, So, how much do you plan to sell it for? Chapter 22, The First Pot of Gold. Let us have a discussion first. If the price is right, we can proceed, Zhou Chen declared, tossing the cigarette he had barely smoked onto the ground and extinguishing it. I reckon he might offer a maximum of 80,000. Should I reach out to potential buyers on the forum? Naturally, Chen Xiaolong aimed to sell the Dragon Slayer for the highest price possible. This was a transaction measured in tens of thousands. An ordinary person might not even earn 10,000 in a year. Zhou Chen responded with a shake of his head. This isn't a matter of mere hundreds. I'm not comfortable dealing with strangers. Although he interacted much with the cafe owner, at least he was somewhat familiar. That made him more reliable than complete strangers. Here, have some water. The cafe owner entered with 3 bottles of Gatorade, closed the door with his foot, and handed 2 bottles to the two. Gentlemen, let us introduce ourselves. I'm Wang Ming, but everyone calls me Brother Ming. Wang Ming sat on the bed, popped open a can, and grinned ominously. Brother Ming? Zhou Chen's heart skipped a beat. The name was not unfamiliar. Several school bullies from Jiang County High School had relied on Brother Ming's backing. Zhou Chen had never seen Wang Ming. Hence he was unaware that the owner of this internet cafe was the very same Brother Ming the bully spoke of. Chen Xiaolong tightened his grip on the Gatorade upon hearing the name. Greetings, Brother Ming. I'm Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen introduced himself with an unruffled demeanor. Hello, Brother Ming. My name is Chun Xiaolong. Chun Xiaolong's voice trembled slightly, revealing his anxiety. Noticing Zhou Chen's calmness, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Ming's eyes. You must be high school students. Are you for number 1 or number 2 high school? Jiang County High School had dozens of lackeys, so it was rare not to recognize someone. Wang Ming divulged his name to instill fear in the two, hoping to leverage that to lower the price. We just finished our college entrance exams in our senior year at number 1 high. Zhou Chen remained composed, displaying a level of calmness unusual for someone his age. Wang Ming grew increasingly perplexed, contemplating if this young man might possess a more formidable background than his own. After taking a sip of Gatorade, he got straight to the point. How much do you intend to sell that Dragon Slayer for? Zhou Chen pondered briefly before gesturing a 9 with his fingers. Wang Ming pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a couple of vigorous puffs, and shook his head. That's too high. Although the Dragon Slayer is rare, selling it for 90,000 is unrealistic. Chun Xiaolong shot a worried glance at Zhou Chen, afraid that Zhou Chen would further lower the price. The wealthy buyers on the forum typically started their bids at 100,000. If an auction format were adopted, it might even fetch as high as 150,000. Zhou Chen hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Everyone knows the current market value of the Dragon Slayer. However, I'm willing to make a friend with Brother Ming. You can take it for 80,000. Wait, you're cutting a whole 10,000 off? Chun Xiaolong internally screamed. A weapon worth more than 100,000 was being sold for merely 80,000? Considering that the current housing price in Jiang County was around 1,700 per square meter, a second-hand house would likely cost around 70 to 80,000. This was akin to selling a second-hand home. Wang Ming realized that Zhou Chen was not easily fooled. 80,000 was indeed a friendship price. It appeared this young man genuinely wanted to befriend him. However, gathering 80,000 on short notice was no small feat after a moment of hesitation. Wang Ming gritted his teeth. All right, 80,000 it is. I'll make a call to gather the funds. Take your time. I can come back tomorrow. Zhou Chen smiled as he stood up. Wang Ming, however, quickly interjected. No, I need to secure today. The longer the night, the more dreams. Who knows if this kid will seek out other buyers? All right then, do your best to be quick. Zhou Chen recited himself. It might take a while, so I'll set up 2 computers for you to use while you wait. Wang Ming said, and Zhou Chen along with Chun Xiaolong stepped outside to surf the internet. Meanwhile, Wang Ming began dialing on his hefty mobile phone to arrange the funds. A couple of years ago, he was at any well, but after marrying, he had settled down somewhat. This internet cafe had been financed by his father-in-law. He planned to borrow some money from his father-in-law first. Half an hour later, a stylishly dressed 30-year-old woman, clearly pregnant, entered the cafe, pinching her nose. Wife. Wang Ming approached her with an ingratiating smile. The woman shot him a disdainful look. Could you please be mindful of the cafe's atmosphere? With that awful foot odor. Who would want to come here to surf the internet? Wang Ming scratched his head. It's always packed. The only time it's empty is around 7 or 8 in the morning. The woman pulled out a brick wrapped tightly in newspaper from her bag. Here, 100,000. Keep the remaining 20,000 for yourself. If you need money in the future, just call me. My father already looks down on you. You shouldn't keep borrowing from him. I understand, dear, Wang Ming replied awkwardly, taking the money from her hands with a forced smile. You go rest in the bedroom. I'll handle that transaction with the kid. The woman nodded and turned to enter Wang Ming's bedroom. Wang Ming unwrapped the newspaper, took out 20,000, and placed the remaining 80,000 before Zhou Chen. 80,000, count it. Chun Xiaolong stared at the pristine stack of 80,000, utterly astounded, unable even to draw a breath. His father had been in business for over a decade and had only managed to save around 100,000 in his father's shop. Each worker earned merely 600 a month. Yet, Zhou Chen had sold a single piece of equipment for 80,000. As a reborn individual, Zhou Chen had a perspective on 80,000 that far surpassed that of the average person, shaped by over a decade of economic development. He merely cast a casual glance at the money and said, "Let us proceed with the transaction now." Wang Ming returned to the counter to log into his account. "Is that you, Wind and Dust?" Wang Ming asked. "Indeed, it is I. Are you the one known as unrestrained in turbulent times?" Though they had already verified the information, Zhou Chen reconfirmed once more. "Yes, that is correct." Wang Ming clicked on the trade option. Zhou Chen dragged the Dragon Slayer into the transaction box, and Wang Ming purchased it for the price of 1 gold coin. Upon a successful transaction, Zhou Chen felt an immense weight lifted off his shoulders. After Wang Ming checked the attributes of the Dragon Slayer, he pulled a camera from the drawer and began snapping photos. Acquiring the Dragon Slayer was essentially an investment for resale, a means to profit from markup. Purchasing it for 80,000 and selling it for 100,000 would yield a profit of 20,000. His small internet cafe would take 4 months to earn such an amount. "Brother Ming, it's getting late. We should head back. Zhou Chen and Chen Xiaolong had already vacated their seats. All right, Zhou Chen. I'm glad to have you as a friend. Wang Ming stood up and offered the two a cigarette. In the future, when you come to surf the internet, I'll only charge you 1 yuan. Zhou Chen smiled and nodded. Thank you, Brother Ming. Wang Ming escorted them out of the internet cafe. Zhou Chen and Chen Xiaolong then went to a nearby restaurant for an extravagant breakfast. As they were finishing up, Zhou Chen pulled out 20,000 and handed it to Chen Xiaolong. Xiaolong, this 20,000 is for you. Brother Chen, this. Chen Xiaolong stared incredulously at Zhou Chen. This wasn't just 20 yuan or 200. It was 20,000. Even his own father would never hand him such an amount directly. Take it, Zhou Chen insisted, forcing the money into Chen Xiaolong's hands. Thank you, Brother Chen. Chen Zilong's eyes glistened with tears, and the phrase with such a brother, what more could one desire, surfaced in his mind. After leaving the restaurant, Zhou Chen went to a mobile phone shop to purchase a phone. The display was filled with outdated button phones. This was the era when such devices bloomed. Any high-end brand button phone was worth 3,000 to 4,000. Zhou Chen quickly selected a stylish flip phone. Last month, the Motorola V3 was launched, and the store's posters were entirely dedicated to this phone. However, the price was somewhat outrageous, at 200 yuan per unit. Chapter 23, Which Dog of a Man Gifted This? Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and purchased 3 units. Seeing Zhou Chen's extravagance, Chen Xiaolong decided to indulge himself as well and acquired one. At that time, phone cards did not require real name registration, so Zhou Chen directly bought 3 cards. As he was leaving, the store manager presented him with a water bottle and an umbrella. The moment he stepped out of the mobile phone store, a wave of regret washed over Zhou Chen. The rapid advancements in mobile technology over the next few years made him question his decision to purchase such an expensive phone. Nevertheless, he soon reassured himself that this sum of money was akin to windfall fortune. Having been unable to honor his parents in his previous life, he felt compelled to make amends in this one. Zhou Chen rode his bike to the market and bought an abundance of fresh vegetables. Arriving home at 9 o'clock in the morning, he found Ying seated on the sofa, engaged in handicrafts. Upon seeing Zhou Chen carrying so many meats, she smiled and remarked, "Oh, it seems my son is truly grown up, even knowing how to buy groceries." While meant as a tease, Zhou Chen internally berated himself. Children from other families were already doing laundry and cooking by middle school. He was a high school graduate, and this was his first time buying groceries for his family. At 18, he was indeed an adult. Zhou Chen placed the vegetables on the table, then approached the sofa with a white gift box containing the phone. "Mom, this is a gift from your son." Ying's eyes widened upon seeing the exquisite image of the Motorola phone on the box. "Is this a phone?" "Not just any phone, but a high-end brand, Motorola." Zhou Guangming, his elder brother, had bought a Motorola last year for over 3,000 yuan. After a year of manual labor, she could hardly afford such a phone. Zhou Chen had anticipated his mother's reaction and explained, "Last night, I sold a gaming item for over 30,000 yuan. "How much?" Ying thought she had misheard, dropping the accessory she held. 30,000. Zhou Chen placed the 2,000 yuan he had set aside on the worn coffee table. He dared not mention the 80,000 he had actually earned, as he had already given Chen Xiaolong 20,000 and spent over 10,000 on the phone. The figure of 80,000 would seem astronomical to his mother, and he feared she might not be able to handle it. Ying stared at the stack of fresh 100 yuan bills, her breath quickening. After a moment, she managed to gather herself, her gaze fixed on Zhou Chen as she questioned, "Zhou Chen, where on earth did this money come from?" "From selling gaming equipment." "Nonsense. What gaming equipment sells for that much?" Ying was clearly skeptical. Zhou Chen had no choice but to elaborate on the game legend, even calling Chen Xiaolong so that his mother could ask him. Chen Xiaolong, ever the embellisher, exclaimed, "And what Zhou Chen said is true. We actually sold that item for less than it was worth. It could have fetched 50,000. With Chen Zilong's patient explanation, Ying gradually accepted the reality. After hanging up, she looked at the 2,000 yuan, her eyes trembling as she posed the question, "Do you think gaming is a lucrative venture?" Zhou Chen hurriedly replied, "No, it's just a stroke of luck. I won't become addicted to gaming." Hearing this, Ying felt a wave of relief wash over her. She raised her gaze to Zhou Chen, her expression filled with pride. "You have indeed grown up." Zhou Chen sat beside his mother, unboxing the phone and expertly inserting the SIM card, attaching the battery and powering it on. Ying sighed. "This phone must be quite expensive, isn't it? It looks even more refined than Zhou Guanghua's phone. Without a doubt, it's over 3,000. I bought 3. So there's only 2,000 left. That's far too expensive." Ying chuckled in disbelief. How could one spend over 3,000 on a phone with a monthly salary of 300? What would others think of her? Zhou Chen grinned. "Well, this money is a windfall for me. We should spend it." He dialed his number with a newly set-up phone, and his mobile rang. He handed the phone to his mother. "Mom, give it a try and see how it works." He stood up to wash her hands, as her work involved metal assembly and her hands were smeared with lubricating oil. She dare not soil such an expensive phone. After washing her hands, she returned and experimented with the phone. Zhou Chen went to his bedroom to converse with his mother. "Can you hear me?" "Yes, I can hear you." He Ying's voice trembled, her eyes shining with uncontainable excitement. Zhou Guangming only owned a second-hand landline, and she had never even touched that phone. Suddenly, using such a high-end and costly device made her quite nervous. "Do you like this gift? In the future, your son will ensure you and Dad live in a villa and drive luxury cars." Zhou Chen lay on the cool mat, staring at the ceiling, speaking in a profound tone. He Ying's eyes glistened with tears. "Silly boy, don't spend money recklessly in the future." After a long pause, Zhou Chen remained silent. He Ying pushed open his bedroom door, only to find Zhou Chen fast asleep. He had likely stayed up all night. He Ying shook her head, gently closing the door behind her. "Wife, is our son back?" Zhou Guangming suddenly entered from outside. He Ying frowned slightly. "Aren't you supposed to be at work?" Zhou Guangming sighed. "I had to take a day off for electrical repairs today. Now working on a piecework basis, a day off meant no income for him." "You went grocery shopping this early? Why so much? Are relatives coming over?" Zhou Guangming asked, puzzled as he noticed the vegetables on the table. Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon the white gift box on the table, and his pupils dilated as he exclaimed, "Which dog of a man sent this?" The Motorola V3. His boss had just bought one for over 4,000 yuan a few days ago. The vegetables on the table must have cost over 100. It was hard not to let one's imagination run wild. He Ying's lips twitched, her tone suddenly turning icy. "Zhou Guangming, what do you mean by that?" Only then did Zhou Guangming notice that He Ying also possessed a phone with a gift box resting on the coffee table. If it were a gift from another man, would he really have sent two? He Ying glared at Zhou Guangming. "If you don't clarify your suspicions today, I won't let this go." Having married at 18, they had been together for over 20 years, and she had never thought Zhou Guangming would doubt her loyalty. Zhou Guangming realized he had overreacted and slapped his own face. "Yingzi, don't be angry. It was my mistake." In the past 2 years with little income, he often found himself overthinking. Seeing such an expensive phone, his first thought had been that another man might have intentions towards his wife. He Ying informed Zhou Guangming of Zhou Chen's earnings from selling gaming equipment. Just like her earlier reaction, Zhou Guangming was incredulous and immediately headed to the bedroom to wake Zhou Chen for questioning. "Sit down." He Ying pressed Zhou Guangming down in anger. "Can you please stop this bad habit of jumping to conclusions before understanding the truth?" Zhou Guangming calmed down and took out his old landline, calling a manager from his previous company. "Brother Qian, you play Legend, right?" "Yeah." "Brother Zhou, are you thinking of playing too?" Cough, cough, I considered it. "But does it actually make money?" "I heard someone sold an item for over 30,000. Zhou Guangming inquired indirectly. Chapter 24, who knows who will end up humiliating whom? 30,000 is nothing. Last year, a player sold an item for over 200,000 and got a luxurious house. Wow, are things in games worth that much? Zhou Guangming felt as if his worldview had shattered. They are valuable, but it's like a lottery. I've played since 2001 and haven't made a dime. So, Brother Zhou, you might want to abandon the idea of making money through gaming. Ah, haha, I was merely asking out of curiosity. I'm nearly 40. Why would I be playing any games? Zhou Guangming chuckled. By the way, Brother Zhou, where are you working now? Are there any openings? I suspect I might soon be unemployed. Coughing slightly, he added, let us discuss this matter later. I have something to tend to, so I'll hang up for now. Zhou Guangming quickly ended the call. Before securing a stable job, he did not wish for his wife to know that he had lost his position. He scrutinized Zhou Guangming with suspicion, asking, what do you mean we'll talk later? Are you seeing someone else on the side? Unlike He Ying's earlier outburst, Zhou Guangming responded with a smile. It seems I still hold some esteem in your eyes, to be capable of finding a mistress. He Ying scoffed. What skills do you possess? You can't even earn as much as our son. Zhou Guangming glanced at the 20,000 yuan on the table and replied solemnly. A tiger father does not raise a dog. If our son excels, it is a testament to his father's prowess. Your skin is thicker than a city wall. He Ying teased, laughing. At lunchtime, He Ying called Zhou Chen to join them for a meal. During the meal, Zhou Guangming received a call from Zhou Guanghua. Zhou Guanghua had decided to host a celebration banquet for his daughter's academic advancement at the end of the month. Has Qing Qing's college entrance exam score been released? It just ended yesterday. The results shouldn't be available so soon. Zhou Guangming expressed his confusion and surprise. Her uncle works in the education bureau. Obtaining the results is not difficult, Zhou Guanghua said, his tone laced with arrogance. Zhou Guangming asked with a smile. So, how many points did that girl score? 575 points. She fell just 5 points short of being admitted to Jiangzhou University. Zhou Guanghua sighed. On the surface, It appeared to be a lament, yet in reality. This score was sufficient to ignite Zhou Guangming's interest. A score of 575 was ample for admission to various second-tier universities and could even secure a spot at some less competitive first-tier institutions. Zhou Guangming sighed, what a pity. Just 5 points short. Although he did not enjoy a close relationship with Zhou Guanghua, Zhou Qingqing was, after all, his niece. He truly felt a sense of regret over the missed opportunity. Sensing Zhou Guangming's sarcasm, Zhou Guanghua continued, my construction site will have plenty of summer jobs this year. Would you like Zhou Chen to come and gain some experience? Zhou Guangming's expression darkened instantly. No need. My son's score will not be lower than your daughter's. Zhou Guanghua chuckled lightly. Confidence is commendable, but you know better than anyone what Zhou Chen's grades are like. Take my advice. If he doesn't make the cut, he shouldn't repeat the year. Academic success relies on talent. Without it, even 3 years of repetition would be futile. It may be wiser for him to enter the workforce sooner. Mind your own business. I'll hang up now. Zhou Guangming felt a wave of anger rising. Ready to end the call. Only moments ago, he had considered asking Zhou Guanghua to use his connections to check his son's score, but after hearing those words, he no longer felt he could request such assistance. Wait, is there anything else? Zhou Guanghua inquired. For the end-of-month celebration banquet, I plan to invite the elders from the village. Please help me coordinate. I have no time. I'm still at work. Zhou Guangming replied in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. You want me to handle the arrangements? Isn't that just inviting gossip from those village elders? Zhou Guanghua had more to say, but he was interrupted by Zhou Chen's voice on the other end. Uncle, my dad is too busy to manage my celebration banquet at the end of the month. Without giving Zhou Guanghua a chance to respond, Zhou Chen promptly hung up. Zhou Guangming took a sip of liquor and slammed the glass down on the table. That scoundrel is truly despicable. Setting Zhou Qingqing's celebration banquet in the county and inviting the village elders is clearly an attempt to humiliate us. Ying's expression darkened as well. The village elders were notoriously gossipy. If they attended Zhou Guanghua's banquet, they would undoubtedly gossip about her family. Unless Zhou Chen managed to surpass Zhou Qingqing's score and gain admission to a first-tier university, the situation would be dire. As Zhou Chen enjoyed roast duck, he smiled and said, who knows who will end up humiliating whom? Seeing his son's unwavering confidence, Zhou Guangming poured himself another drink, indeed. What if my son gets into Jiangzhou University? Though he spoke boldly, deep down, he felt a lack of assurance. Just as Zhou Guanghua had remarked as a father, he was all too aware of Zhou Chen's academic performance over the years. After finishing their meal, Zhou Chen returned to his room for a nap. Lying in bed, he logged into QQ. Tang Wan still hadn't accepted his friend request. With a sigh of resignation, he took out the pink letter he had stashed beneath his pillow and read it once more. Meanwhile, in a lavish luxury villa, Tang Wan sat at her desk in her pajamas. On the table sat a flat-screen computer. Ding ding, the phone on the desk rang, and she picked it up to answer. Brother, I checked my scores. I got 620 points. Tang Jie's voice was devoid of excitement, tinged instead with irritation. Given Tang Wan's academic capabilities, she should have scored at least 680 or more. 620 points won't even get you into a 985 university, he continued. Tang Wan blinked her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, that's still pretty good. I could get into Jiangzhou University. Tang Jie nearly exploded, sternly questioning, tell me, have you been in a relationship? Did you lower your score for some boy? Tang Wan responded, her voice filled with a sense of grievance. What are you talking about? Brother? The exam was really difficult. Just getting into Jiangzhou University is impressive. Oh, forget it. You're my only sister. After all, Tang Jie said with a weary smile. The most handsome brother. Could you do me one more favor? Tang Wan pleaded sweetly. What favor? Could you check Zhou Chen's score from Jiangji High School? Tang Wan's voice dropped low, tinged with guilt. Knowing her brother's intellect, she feared he might uncover her feelings. Tang Jie paused for a moment, then coldly remarked, Zhou Chen, the one who acted bravely last time? You really do have feelings for him. He remembered how Tang Wan had appeared genuinely anxious when Zhou Chen was being beaten. It was not the typical concern between classmates, but rather akin to that of lovers. Brother, don't say such things. Zhou Chen is merely my student. I just want to see if he has improved. Tang Wan offered an excuse. Let us check in a while. The exam papers probably haven't even been graded yet. We have no connections at the Education Bureau. It took considerable effort to get someone to prioritize grading your exam. All right then. Tang Wan pouted, disappointment flickering in her eyes. 3 days. Give me 3 days, and I'll let you know that boy's score. Tang Jie, an indulgent brother, could not bear to see his sister distressed. Hearing her brother's promise, Tang Wan's spirits soared. Thank you, brother. You're the best. Time flew by, and soon more than 20 days had passed. The day to check the exam scores had arrived. During this period, the internet was not well developed, and all examines had to go to school to check their scores. As fate would have it, they encountered Tian Swimming and Lu Xiying at the school gate. Zhou Chen, are you here to check your scores too? Lu Xiying, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and ultra-short shorts, showcased her long, fair legs, captivating anyone who glanced her way. Yes, Zhou Chen replied calmly. Lu Xiying chuckled and asked, if you don't make the cut, will you repeat the year? There is no if. Zhou Chen stated simply, striding confidently into the campus. Tian Swimming scoffed, calling out from behind, I hope you don't leave the school in tears. Zhou Chen ignored her entirely. Instead, Chen Xiaolong turned back and remarked, the ones crying later will undoubtedly be you. Tian Swimming snapped back, Chen Xiaolong, I dare you to bet that you won't even make it to a third-tier university. Frustrated by Chen Xiaolong's silence, she stamped her foot in anger, seeing, look at them. Lu Xiying shook her head and laughed. People like them could never get into university. Their futures are destined to be as parasites in society. Suddenly, Tian Swimming asked, Xing, I think you shouldn't be so cold to Zhou Chen. If he doesn't get into university, he'll definitely have to work. When you get to college, you won't have to worry about money. Chapter 25. Did he really get into Jiangzhou University? Ming, what nonsense are you speaking? If I truly acted as you suggested, wouldn't that make me a vampire? Lu Xiying glared at Tian Swimming, her expression one of displeasure. She did not wish to appear overly materialistic in front of her classmates. Yet, Tian Swimming's words reminded her of her own circumstances. Recently, her family's business had been struggling, and her university life was bound to be rather frugal. Thus, she decided to keep Zhou Chen on a string until she could find a more suitable partner in college, at which point she could easily dismiss him. I'm so sorry. It was my mistake. Tian Swimming quickly shook Lu Xiying's hand, playfully apologizing. All right, I forgive you. Let us head to the classroom. Lu Xiying took Tian Swimming's hand, and they made their way toward the school. At that moment, the teacher's office was abuzz with excitement. Several high school homeroom teachers surrounded Cui Yuxia, and even the principal and the head of the academic affairs office had arrived. Teacher Cui, your accomplishments are astounding. You have successfully guided 4 students from a single class to score above the university admission line. This is unprecedented in our school. It seemed that this year, Teacher Cui would once again be honored as the best homeroom teacher. Do you have time tomorrow, Teacher Cui? I would like to treat you to a meal and seek your advice. As the flattery poured in, Cui Yuxia felt herself almost floating with pride. Since the establishment of Jiangyi High School, only a handful of students had managed to gain admission to a first-tier university. And having 4 from one class was truly a historic feat, the balding principal, with his paunch, chuckled, the time is ripe. Let us announce the exam results and celebrate with a feast tonight. With that, the homeroom teachers gathered their folders and left the office. Just as Cui Yuxia exited, she recalled something and returned to retrieve a large tote bag from her drawer. In classroom 1 of the senior year, as Cui Yuxia entered, all the students immediately fell silent. We will now distribute the college entrance examination results. When I call your name, please come up to collect your report. Without much ado, Cui Yuxia began reading names directly from the folder. Once the students received their folders and returned to their seats, they began to examine their results. Tian Swimming. Cui Yuxia called out her name, casting a glance of mild disappointment toward her. Tian Swimming had missed the cutoff for a second-tier university by just 1 point, a rather unfortunate outcome. Nervously, she approached the podium to collect her folder. Upon returning to her seat, she clasped her hands together in silent prayer. Dear ancestors, please bless me with admission to a second-tier university. Moments later, she opened the folder and pulled out a report card. Upon seeing a total score of 499, her vision darkened, and she felt as though the sky had collapsed around her. The minimum score for a second-tier university was 500, meaning she was now ineligible for that dream. Ming, how did you score? Lu Xiying noticed Tian Swimming's pallor and leaned in to take a look. Tian Swimming had applied to Jiangzhou University of Technology, which was conveniently close to Jiangzhou University, the institution Lu Xiying had recommended, allowing them to continue their friendship in college. Seeing the total score of 499, Lu Xiying furrowed her brows in concern. Ming, why did you only score 499? You studied so diligently. Tian Swimming choked back tears, lamenting. The exam questions were nothing like what I reviewed. Why am I so unlucky? And with that, she began to cry. I scored 480. I got in. I'm the hope of the whole village. We finally have a college student. While some mourned their failure to qualify for a second-tier university, others rejoiced at simply gaining admission to any university. Lu Xiying gently took Tian Swimming's hand and comforted her. It's all right. At least it's still an undergraduate program. Isn't it? Chen Xiaolong, present. With Tang Wan absent, Chen Xiaolong stood in her place and eagerly approached to collect his folder. Upon opening it, he found a score of 576. A broad smile spread across his face. Although this score did not qualify him for Jiangzhou University, there were still many first-tier universities to choose from. Lu Xiying. Cui Yuxia called her name. Lu Xiying took a deep breath and stepped forward toward her future, while all her classmates turned their expectant gazes upon her. Lu Xiying consistently ranked among the top in her year-end exams, so she was certain she had surpassed the admission line for first-tier universities. She opened her folder right at the podium. 609 points. Lu Xiying let out a breath of relief, her face lighting up with a smile of satisfaction. Congratulations, Lu Xiying. Cui Yuxia beamed. Lu Xiying humbly bowed, expressing, "Thank you for your guidance over these 3 years, teacher." Cui Yuxia's smile grew even wider. Lu Xiying, what did you score? Du Xiaohe inquired curiously. The entire class leaned in, eager to hear her answer. 609 points. Lu Xiying declared, and the classroom erupted in astonished gasps followed by enthusiastic applause. Lu Xiying beamed, casting a glance at Zhou Chen, hoping to see admiration in his eyes. However, Zhou Chen remained impassive, not even sparing her a glance. Perhaps he was feeling the pressure. Lu Xiying smirked slightly before confidently returning to her seat. Gu Qingyu. Cui Yuxia called another name. Gu Qingyu stepped up to receive her folder. Eagerly, she returned to her seat and tore it open. 615 points. Gu Qingyu's hands trembled slightly as tears of excitement shimmered in her eyes. Zhou Chen was the last to collect his folder. He rose from his seat and accepted the document from the teacher. Sitting down, he carefully opened the folder and revealed his score, 645 points. His expression remained unchanged, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. Zhou Chen, how much did you score? Du Xiaohe called from the back. The entire class held their breath, looking at Zhou Chen. In a month leading up to the exam, Zhou Chen had put in significant effort. No one knew just how much he had improved. Chen Xiaolong, snapping out of his joy, leaned over to catch a glimpse of Zhou Chen's score. What the heck, 645 points. His eyes nearly popped out. In previous years, Zhou Chen had ranked lower than him. Had this month of review transformed him into a top student? What? Zhou Chen scored 645 points? Unbelievable. How is that even possible? Lu Xiying voiced her disbelief. Cui Yuxia rapped her desk. Silence. As the students fell quiet, she continued, this year, our class achieved the highest progression rate. You're the best group of students I have ever taught. However, there are still a few who did not gain admission to university. Do not lose heart. I encourage those who did not succeed to consider retaking the year. Following this, Cui Yuxia delivered a lengthy speech filled with blessings and encouragement. When the bell rang signaling the end of class, Cui Yuxia announced, class dismissed, and then left the classroom with her tote bag. As she reached the door, she glanced back at the students she had taught for 3 years. This farewell might be the last. Perhaps some would return to visit her, but others would likely never be seen again. After 12 years of teaching, having graduated 3 classes, the first cohort had graduated 6 years ago, and few had returned to reconnect. Once Cui Yuxia departed, Lu Xiying moved to the front of the classroom, her lips pressed together as she softly asked, Zhou Chen, did you really score 645 points? Indeed. Zhou Chen placed his report card on the desk. Upon seeing the score of 645, Lu Xiying's body trembled slightly. How did he achieve that? In a mere month, from an underachiever to a top scholar. Could this be the power of love? Lu Xiying inhaled deeply, her smile radiant as she playfully remarked, shouldn't you thank me? Zhou Chen, momentarily taken aback, replied with a subtle smile, why should I thank you? The one I owe my gratitude to is our class monitor. Without their guidance this month, I could never have achieved this score. Isn't it true that it was my declaration of intent to attend Jiangzhou University that spurred your determination? Lu Xiying lowered her gaze, feigning innocence as if aggrieved. Her natural beauty, coupled with this pitiful demeanor, rendered her even more captivating. Chen Xiaolong, standing nearby, nearly stood up to admonish Zhou Chen, but refrained. Having discerned Lu Xiying's true nature from an observer's perspective, he now hoped Zhou Chen would not look back. Lu Xiying, don't you think you exist in your own world? My aspiration to attend Jiangzhou University is solely for myself and has nothing to do with you. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with derision as he regarded Lu Xiying. She stared at him in disbelief, unable to fathom how the Zhou Chen, who once catered to her every whim, could utter such cold-hearted words. What do you mean I live in my own world? Did I say something wrong? Chen Xiaolong felt a sense of relief at Zhou Chen's indifference, realizing he had truly moved on from Lu Xiying. Brother Chen, let us go. Your celebration feast is about to begin. All right. Just as Zhou Chen stood up, his phone rang. It was his mother calling. Lu Xiying watched in astonishment as Zhou Chen held the latest Motorola V3, her eyes wide with disbelief. This phone had only been released last month, retailing at 200 yuan. How could he possibly afford it? Suddenly, a name flashed in her mind. Tang Wan. She must have bought it for him. Lu Xiying's complexion paled. a profound sense of loss washing over her, as if she had lost something invaluable in her life. Zhou Chen stepped out of the classroom, answering the call. Mom, why are you so quiet? After nearly a minute of silence, he curiously inquired. Let me ask, came his father's voice from the other end. Zhou Guangming had taken the phone from He Ying, but stumbled as he spoke. Son, did I get in? Zhou Chen inquired with a smile. Yes, did you get in? Zhou Guangming nodded vigorously. I got into Jiangzhou University. Really? Zhou Guangming exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. Of course it's true. Do you think I would joke about this? Zhou Chen chuckled, then continued. How's the banquet preparation? I plan to bring a few classmates. Zhou Guangming quickly replied. It's all set. You'd better bring plenty of friends. Huh? Zhou Chen frowned. Everyone from our village has gone to your uncle's place. Only some of my old colleagues and your mother's relatives are coming to support. Zhou Guangming sighed. All right, I understand. Zhou Chen responded calmly. Zhou Guangming snorted. Now, they ignore us, but when my son becomes successful, they'll be the ones trying to climb up to us. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Chen ended the call. As he reached the playground, the school intercom suddenly announced, Zhou Chen, please look at the teaching building. Zhou Chen halted, turning towards the building. There stood a figure, a massive banner cascading down like a waterfall. Warm congratulations to Zhou Chen from Class 1, Senior 3, for being admitted to Jiangzhou University. The announcement startled all the students, who turned in unison. Isn't that Teacher Cui? My goodness. How many points did Zhou Chen score for the teacher to hang a banner for him? It seems to be 645 points. In an instant, many classmates gravitated towards Zhou Chen, who bowed deeply towards the teaching building. Teacher Cui Yuxia watched the students on the playground with tears of joy in her eyes. After a long while, she only left the rooftop with the encouragement of a few colleagues. The classmates surrounding Zhou Chen asked if he was planning a celebration banquet, eager to join in the festivities. If you want to eat, come with me to Juxian building now. I need to go back and get some money. The contribution cannot be lacking. I also need to head back. Why go back? How much do you need? I can lend it to you. Chen Xiaolong pulled out 1,000 yuan bills from his pocket. The classmates gasped in astonishment. That must be 1,000 yuan. They all knew Chen Xiaolong came from a wealthy family, being one of the few in class to own a portable cassette player. Du Zaihu rubbed his hands, saying, Brother Long, lend me 20. Zhang Yura pulled out some money, counting out. In this era, the typical contribution was around 10 or 20 yuan. While 20 yuan was common, it was often in small change, which seemed rather inappropriate. Wang's Haiqiang, lacking cash, also borrowed 20 from Chen Xiaolong. The rest of the classmates followed suit, with Chen Xiaolong obliging everyone. He went to a nearby shop to exchange for change and distributed 20 yuan to each classmate. Lu Xing and Tian Swimming approached on their bicycles. Hearing everyone borrowing money, Tian Swimming couldn't help but ask, is it for a graduation dinner? Du Zaiho clarified, no. We're planning to attend Zhou Chen's celebration feast. Tian Swimming pouted, glancing back at Lu Xing. Lu Xing rode closer, asking Zhou Chen, may I attend your celebration feast? Zhou Chen smiled faintly. We are all classmates. Of course you can. Lu Xing smiled slightly and turned to Chen Xiaolong. Xiaolong, lend me 22. Chen Xiaolong, with a forced grin, replied, does the esteemed Luda Zaya Hua still need money? Lu Xing shot him a glare. I didn't bring any money today, all right? In truth, she had money, but was reluctant to part with that 20 yuan. Knowing Chen Xiaolong would not expect her to pay it back, he handed her 20. Soon, every classmate received their 20 yuan. Under Zhou Chen and Chen Zilong's lead, the classmates hurried in groups towards Juxian Building. Across from Juxian Building stood the Jiangxian Grand Hotel, one of the few upscale hotels in Jiangxian. The 7-story hotel towered over the smaller buildings like a crane among chickens, far surpassing Juxian Building in both decor and scale. 3 days prior, Zhou Guanghua had returned to Jiangxian with his wife and children, determined to host an extravagant celebration for his child, and had spent 30,000 yuan to book the entire hotel. At that moment, Zhou Guanghua and his wife stood outside, beaming as they welcomed guests. Zhang Guihua glanced at Zhou Guangming and his wife across the street, her smile growing ever brighter. Waving her hand, she shouted, brother, sister-in-law, don't wait. Zhou Chen is unlikely to get into university. Hurry over to celebrate my daughter's banquet. You won't even need to contribute. Chapter 27. That report card of yours isn't forged, is it? Zhou Guangming and his wife ignored her, prompting Zhang Guihua to press on. Fools have all gone to one place. We checked the scores before organizing the banquet. You don't even know if Zhou Chen can get in, yet you dare to hold a celebration? ISNT, that just a joke. Zhou Guanghua wore a look of disdain. Compare with me? What do you have to compare? Besides your wife being prettier than mine, you have nothing else to offer. A child raised by a worthless parent can only be worthless themselves. Do you expect them to leap over the Dragon Gate? Boss Zhou, the banquet is about to start. Please proceed upstairs. The hotel lobby manager said respectfully. Zhou Guanghua adjusted his tie and followed the manager upstairs with his hands clasped behind him. Approximately half an hour had passed when the atmosphere outside the Juxian building began to bustle. Zhou Guangming warmly welcomed the guests arriving for the banquet. Villager, I never anticipated your presence here. Zhou Guangming, with a beaming face, offered a cigarette to a silver-haired elder, Ma Figui, the village chief of his hometown, Xiangyang village. Guangming, how did your son perform in the exams? Ma Fugui casually inquired, taking the cigarette from Zhou Guangming. Zhou Chen just came out of school. And I haven't asked about his score, but he mentioned he got into Jiangzhou University. Zhou Guangming replied, producing a lighter to ignite Ma Fugui's cigarette. You believe him? That little rascal could be deceiving you, you know? Ma Fugui took a puff, his tone laced with skepticism regarding Zhou Chen. Villager Ma, you have no idea how hard my son worked in the last month. He studied from dawn till dusk. Zhou Guangming began, but Ma Fugui interrupted him, pulling out 20 yuan from his pocket. Since you send out invitations, as the village chief, I must honor this occasion. Here, that's your contribution, regardless of whether your son got in or not. Zhou Guangming's smile gradually faded. Although he lacked formal education, he could discern the implication in Ma Fugui's words. Did Ma Fugui believe he was throwing this graduation banquet merely for the sake of appearances? Ma Fugui, please take your money back. We do not need it. Ying pushed away the money offered by Ma Fugui. Yingzi, you may lack abilities, but your temper has certainly swelled. Ma Fugui scoffed, pocketing the 20 yuan again. Ying retorted coldly, who doesn't tea have a bit of temper? We Haven Tea earned much over the years, but our dignity is not something to be trampled on. Before Ma Fugui could respond, several bicycles suddenly stopped by the roadside. It was Zhou Chen, Chen Xiaolong, and a few of Zhou Chen's high school classmates. Mom, Dad, what are you arguing about? Zhou Chen called out, having overheard his mother's voice from a distance. Spotting Ma Fugui, he vaguely understood the situation. After parking his bicycle, Zhou Chen handed an envelope to his father. Dad, here's my report card. Zhou Guangming stared at the envelope his son handed over, feeling an inexplicable tension. More of Zhou Chen's classmates arrived, and upon witnessing the gathering, Ma Fugui's eyelids twitched. Could it be that the boy truly had been accepted? With trembling hands, Zhou Guangming accepted the envelope, carefully opening it to reveal a thin report card. 645 points. Zhou Guangming's eyes widened, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Ying leaned in to take a glance, her mouth agape in astonishment. Ma Fugui, observing their expressions, felt his heart race. It seemed that Zhou Chen had indeed been accepted. He just didn't know the score. Good son, you've made it. Ying, with teary eyes, enveloped Zhou Chen in her embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. 645 points. What does Zhou Qinking's 575 points even mean? Zhou Chen smiled as he patted his mother's back. Now you can rest easy, right? Zhou Guangming cheerfully handed the report card to Ma Fugui, feigning confusion. Villager, do take a look. Is my son's score acceptable? Ma Fugui glanced at the report card, and upon seeing the 645 points, he trembled slightly. 645 points? This is too exaggerated. He could hardly believe it as he stared at Zhou Chen. Every year, Zhou Qingqing scored well yet only managed 575 points. What warranted Zhou Chen's score of 645? Villager Ma, dinner is ready. Zhou Guanghua shouted from the window on the third floor of the hotel. Oh, I'm coming. Ma Fugui responded. Seeing her family approaching, Ying walked up to greet them, her demeanor radiant. Ma Fugui scrutinized Zhou Chen and skeptically asked, Zhou Chen, your report card isn't fabricated, is it? He could not fathom that Zhou Chen could achieve such a score and suspected the report card was a forgery. At that moment, Lu Xing interjected, Elder, we witnessed the teachers handing out Zhou Chen's report card. He did not fabricate anything. Yes, we can attest to that. It's just slander. Zhou Chen's classmates chimed in, voicing their support. Ma Fugui, holding the report card, trembled and awkwardly returned it to Zhou Guangming. Guangming, I misspoke earlier. Please don't take it to heart. With that, he pulled out a 100 yuan bill from another pocket. Here, that's my contribution. This 100 yuan had originally been intended for Zhou Qingqing, but with Zhou Chen's acceptance into Jiangzhou University, a bright future awaited. And it was essential to foster good relations early on. What did Brother Ma just say? I don't recall. Zhou Guangming was not one to hold grudges. Being from the same village, it was better to maintain harmony, especially since Ma Fugui was the village chief. Ma Fugui laughed heartily, clapping Zhou Chen on the shoulder. Good lad. I always knew you were exceptional. You've truly lived up to my expectations and brought honor to Xianyang village. In this era, rural areas remained impoverished, and the hope for prosperity lay in the hands of university students. Just then, Zhou Guangming's mobile phone rang. He answered to find a reporter from Jiangzhou television, seeking to interview his son. After obtaining Zhou Chen's consent, he disclosed their location, the third floor of the hotel. 15 round tables were filled to capacity, with everyone congratulating Zhou Guanghua. The smiles on Zhou Guanghua and his wife's faces were radiant, while Zhou Qingqing wore an air of arrogance, being the only university student from the entire Xianyang village. Where's old Ma? He must be over there settling contributions. He the only one who believes Zhou Chen could get into university. Ha ha ha. Believe Zhou Chen could get into university? I'd sooner believe so could climb a tree. The snobbish villagers of Xianyang whispered among themselves. Zhang Yihua checked the time on her BlackBerry and reminded Zhou Guanghua. Why hasn't Village Chief Ma arrived yet? Zhou Guanghua furrowed his brows and instructed Zhou Qingqing. Qingqing, go call the village chief. He understood Ma Fugui's penchant for theatrics, but as village chief, he deserved some respect. Okay. Zhou Qingqing nodded obediently and headed outside the hotel. Chapter 28. Jiangzhou Television has come to interview him. Zhou Guangming had originally booked 8 tables, with nearly all the villagers from Xianyang attending the banquet next door. 4 tables became vacant, perfectly accommodating Zhou Chen's classmates. At that moment, Zhou Chen sat before the camera of Jiangzhou Television, preparing for an interview. The reporter held Zhou Chen's report card, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Could this student, who finished his exams in 30 minutes, truly have gotten into university? And with an astonishing score of 645 points? Yinjia, time is running short, the cameraman reminded, having set up the recording equipment. Xiao Yin took a deep breath, shedding her earlier mockery. Composing herself, she adjusted her microphone and began the interview. Good afternoon to all our viewers at home and listeners on the radio. I am your old friend, Xiao Yin. I believe many of you remember the student we interviewed before the college entrance exam, who consistently finished his tests in just 30 minutes. Today, on the day of the score announcement, we have reconnected with him for an exclusive interview. Facing the camera, Xiao Yun spoke clearly and confidently in her opening remarks. Zhou Qingqing emerged from the private room, just as she encountered Ma Fugui, who was stepping out with a cigarette. Uncle Ma, the banquet has begun. We've been waiting for you to start eating. A sweet smile graced Zhou Qingqing's face. Ma Fugui once again pulled a 100 yuan bill from his pocket, chuckling awkwardly as he said, Qingqing, your cousin has also been accepted into college. It matters not where we dine. This is a token of goodwill from your uncle. So please accept it. What? Zhou Chen has been accepted as well? Zhou Qingqing was left utterly speechless. How could that be possible? By what means did he gain admission? Ma Fugui continued. Not only has he been accepted, but he has also secured a spot at Jiangzhou University. Boom. Zhou Qingqing felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her rosy complexion drained of color. Zhou Chen actually got into Jiangzhou University. How could this be? Regaining her composure, she trembled as she asked, Village Chief, are you jesting with me? Ma Fugui sighed. The reporters from Jiangzhou Television have come to interview him. You may go in and see for yourself. After stuffing the 100 yuan bill into Zhou Qingqing's hands, Ma Fugui sought out the restroom. Upon entering the private room, Zhou Qingqing observed a throng gathered around the sofa by the window. She tiptoed to peer inside. There, a television reporter was holding up a report card, addressing the camera. Dear viewers, can you see this? This is the score of the student who submits his exam paper in merely 30 minutes. 645 points. According to our interviews, this student applied exclusively to Jiangzhou University, and his score exceeds the admission threshold by over 60 points. A gasp erupted from He Ying's family, who had come to Zhou Chen's celebration with skepticism, initially believing he had merely stumbled upon good fortune to gain admission to a third-tier university. Little did they expect he would achieve a score of 645, far surpassing the threshold for Jiangzhou University. Wasn't that a score sufficient for a prestigious 985 university? Zhou Chen's classmates were equally envious. Lu Xiying found herself in a state of conflicting emotions, contemplating whether to accept Zhou Chen's affection. With his recent interview, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of various enterprises, promising a bright future ahead. Zhou Qingqing returned to the opposite hotel in a daze. As she stepped into the banquet hall, every gaze immediately turned towards her. Zhou Guanghua frowned and inquired, Where's the village chief? Zhou Qingqing, her face pale, shook her head, struggling to speak as though her throat was constricted. Zhang Yihua, noticing her daughter's distress, approached and asked, My dear daughter, what troubles you? Zhou Chen has been accepted into college. Zhou Qingqing finally managed to utter, her voice trembling. Zhang Yihua was taken aback. He got into college? Zhou Qingqing burst into tears. He has been accepted into Jiangzhou University. Boom. The entire room fell silent in shock. Jiangzhou University? Zhou Chen was accepted there? It was astounding. Zhou Chen, with a score of 575, could only gain admission to a second-tier university. How had he managed to get into a first-tier university? What was his score? Zhang Gihua's facial muscles twitched violently. Qing, you aren't deceiving us, are you? Zhou Qing shook her head through her tears. The Jiangzhou television came to interview him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guanghua immediately switched on the colored television in the banquet hall. Tuning into Jiangzhou television. On the screen, Zhou Chen was being interviewed. As Zhou Chen's celebration is about to commence, we won't take up too much of his time. Today's interview concludes here, but we will conduct a special feature with Zhou Chen's parents at a later date to understand what kind of family produces such an outstanding child. Zhou Guanghua stared blankly at the large television, his mind in turmoil. Zhang Gihua seemed to have lost her spirit. This is impossible. Zhou Chen could not possibly have been accepted into Jiangzhou University. He must have cheated, submitting his paper in 30 minutes, yet scoring 645 points? Who would believe that? Guanghua, I too receive an invitation. I shall go and contribute some money. Indeed, I receive one too. Please take 50 yuan for me. We are from the same village, and while I may not attend, I must send my regards. I wish to see as well. The villagers of Xiangyang were all speaking up. Jiangzhou University was far more prestigious than the second-tier university Zhou Qing had been accepted into. They would need to curry favor with the Zhou Guangming family in the future. Naturally, Zhou Guanghua could not restrict their freedom. He remained seated, lost in thought, smoking quietly. Moments later, the once lively hall grew much quieter. However, the villagers soon returned, as the Juxian Lu did not have enough seating. Although there were numerous tables filled with guests, they tactfully refrained from mentioning Zhou Chen's family. Yet the Zhou family could not muster any joy, even losing their appetite. Zhou Xiaojing, munching on pig knuckles and covered in grease, asked Dad, is Jiangzhou University very impressive? Smack. Be quiet. Zhou Qing slapped Zhou Xiaojing across the face. Hearing the name Jiangzhou University made her uneasy. Wailing, Zhou Xiaojing began to cry. Oh dear, why did you hit your brother? Zhang Gihua shot Zhou Qing a reproachful glance. In her heart, both her son and daughter were treasures, but she favored her son more. Zhou Guanghua also glared at Zhou Qing in displeasure. You did poorly on your own exams, yet you take it out on your brother? I'm done eating. Zhou Qing slammed her chopsticks on the table and stormed out. After the celebration, Zhou Guanghua did not seek out Zhou Guangming, but instead took his son and daughter back to the provincial city. Zhou Chen had consumed copious amounts of alcohol, and Chen Xiaolong, ever the loyal friend, had helped him fend off much of it, succumbing to inebriation before Zhou Chen. Chen Xilon's father, Chen Guangrong, arrived in a vintage 1996 Santana, seeking out Zhou Guangming. From his briefcase, he produced 500 yuan. Old Zhou, you are rather inconsiderate. Why wasn't I invited at Xiao Chun's celebration? Zhou Guangming chuckled awkwardly. You, Boss Chun, are a busy man. I didn't want to interrupt your business. Today was indeed quite hectic. I turned down a business opportunity just to rush over, yet I still arrived late. In a few days, my son will have his celebration. Let us toast to our friendship. Chen Guangrong produced a pack of Yaksen cigarettes, offering one to Zhou Guangming. 18 yuan cigarettes were something Zhou Guangming could only admire from afar. Absolutely, Zhou Guangming replied with a smile as he accepted the cigarette. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Guangrong took Chen Xiaolong away, while Zhou Guangming carried Zhou Chen home. Zhou Chen woke the next day, glancing at his phone to find it was already noon. Just as he was about to rise for a drink, he noticed the QQ icon flashing. Upon opening QQ, he found over 20 classmates' avatars bouncing in the group. Goodness, no one typically reached out to him. How peculiar that so many sought him now. Perhaps this was the reality. Without success or merit, no one wished to associate with you. Clicking on the avatars revealed an array of congratulatory messages. Zhou Chen expressed his gratitude to each one. Finally, he opened Lu Xing's message. Zhou Chen, my celebration is on July 5th. You must come? All right, please send me the address. Zhou Chen replied. Lu Xing had attended his celebration, so it was only proper for him to reciprocate. In the following days, Zhou Chen found himself attending numerous classmate celebrations. However, a small incident occurred. Lu Xing was dissatisfied with the amount he had contributed. Her family also scrutinized Zhou Chen. With a smartphone costing over 4,000, they only gave 100 as a gift. Zhou Chen felt utterly bemused. Lu Xing contributed 50, and yet they had the audacity to express dissatisfaction when he doubled it. On July 10th, Zhou Chen was enjoying a midday nap when he was abruptly awakened by the laughter of his parents. Slipping into his slippers, he made his way to the living room. He immediately approached him with the admission notice in hand, tears of joy streaming down her face as she exclaimed, Son, take a look at this. It's just an admission notice. Is it really that significant? Zhou Chen chuckled lightly. Of course it is. This is our ticket to pride, she replied, her face beaming with pride and satisfaction. When I opened the package, Wang Huifeng was right there beside me, her eyes nearly popping out. Not long ago, Wang Huifeng had not spared any effort in belittling Zhou Chen's academic performance. Now, with her son's achievements, she was reveling in a sense of triumph. Let us eat quickly. This afternoon, I'll take you to set up a bank account. The 20,000 you gave us, I'll deposit it for your university expenses, Zhou Guangming said, a hint of guilt in his tone. He and T managed to save enough for his son's college education. You can keep that money. I'll handle my own expenses for university, Zhou Chen replied, filling his cup with water. Where will you find money for university? Zhou Guangming asked, astonished. I sold some equipment a few days ago. I still have over 10,000. Zhou Chen deflected. Previously, he had sold a dragon-slaying item for 80,000. Giving 2,000 to Chun Xiaolong, another 2,000 to his parents, and spending 12,000 on a new phone, leaving him with around 27,000 after additional expenses. Whatever you earn is yours, but that 20,000 still needs to be returned, Zhou Guangming insisted. Luck like this one last forever. You'll need to spend quite a bit during 4 years of university. Try to avoid gaming as much as possible. It's quite addictive. His tone grew slightly stern, concerned that Zhou Chen might become too engrossed in gaming and neglect his studies. Enough of that. Xiao Chun is now a university student. He understands. He Ying shot a reproachful glance at Zhou Guangming. Zhou Guangming pulled out a pack of cigarettes, just about to light one, when Zhou Chen snatched it away. Grinning as he said, Dad, don't you remember our wager? He Ying chimed in immediately, exactly. You promised our son that if he got into university, he would quit smoking. A man must honor his word. Fine, I'll quit. Zhou Guangming conceded readily, tossing the half-open pack of cigarettes into the trash. With his son achieving success, he couldn't afford to lose face in front of him. Hey Mom, keep a close watch on Dad. If I find out he has smoking, I'll start smoking too, Zhou Chen declared with unprecedented seriousness. In his previous life, when he was gravely ill, his father often coughed and occasionally coughed up blood. He suspected his father might have lung cancer, but he had kept it hidden from him and his mother to save money for his treatment. If he dares to smoke again, I'll make him sleep on the streets. He glared fiercely at Zhou Guangming. She had always opposed his smoking habit, but he had never changed. Now that their son had spoken out, even if it led to a divorce, she was determined to make Zhou Guangming quit. After lunch, Zhou Guangming took Zhou Chen to open a bank account. After a heartfelt discussion, Zhou Guangming finally agreed to let his son deposit only 10,000. Time flew by, and the holiday was swiftly coming to an end. Zhou Chen had booked a train ticket to Jiangzhou. Chen Xiaolong chose to attend Jiangzhou University of Electronic Technology. The two universities were not far apart. Chen Guangrong drove to pick Zhou Chen up for the train station. Zhou Guangming and He Ying stood at the community entrance, reluctant to part with their son. He Ying, having stayed up all night, with red-rimmed eyes, said, Eat well at school. If you lose weight, don't come back. Zhou Chen looked at the few strands of white hair in his mother's hair and felt a pang in his heart. You too. Don't worry about saving money for me. I can earn my own. His parents had toiled for most of their lives without even decent clothes. Once he earned enough, he would buy a good house in the city and bring them over to enjoy life. That day wouldn't be far off. All right, hurry up and get in the car. The train won't wait for you. Zhou Guangming stuffed Zhou Chen's luggage into the trunk. Then he pulled out a pack of 8 happiness cigarettes and handed it to Chen Guangrong. Brother, drive slowly. Brother Zhou, you're too kind. I have more than enough cigarettes. Keep them for yourself. Chen Guangrong laughed, trying to decline. Zhou Guangming chuckled helplessly. I made a bet with my son. If he gets into university, I'll quit smoking. Oh, then you must have lost? Chen Guangrong teased with a knowing smile. Indeed, so I'm quitting now. Just take it. All right then. Chen Guangrong accepted the cigarettes and put them in his pocket. It's getting late. I need to hurry and take them to the station. We'll talk later. Be careful on the road. Zhou Guangming waved goodbye. Take care, Mom and Dad. Zhou Chen waved from inside the car. He Ying's tears flowed instantly, covering her mouth as she silently bid farewell. Even after the car had driven away for some time, He Ying stood in place, dazed. Zhou Guangming, with reddened eyes, remarked, Look at you, what is there to cry about? Our son has never traveled far. Who knows if he'll adapt? He's an adult now. He'll take care of himself, Zhou Guangming said, watching the car disappear from view, instinctively reaching for a cigarette in his pocket. The journey from Jiang County to Jiangzhou took 4 hours. The crowded green train, lacking air conditioning, was unbearably hot, even with all the windows open. Zhou Chen and Chen Xiaolong found seats, though the 4-person space was crammed with 6 people. As the train started, Chen Xiaolong exclaimed with excitement, A new adventure, setting sail? Zhou Chen rested his chin on his hand, gazing out at the swiftly retreating scenery, his deep eyes sparkling with determination. In his previous life, he hadn't attended university. In this life, he was bound for Zhou University. The moment the train departed, his new life was officially set on a course. Chapter 30. Arriving at Zhou. A stranger online? Upon reaching Zhou South Station, it was already 7 in the evening. Zhou Chen and Chen Xiaolong dragged their suitcases out of the station when a cheerful elderly lady with a fan approached them, beaming as she said, "Two handsome young men. Need accommodation? Just 10 yuan a night." 10 yuan? How inexpensive. Chen Xiaolong was instantly tempted. Normally, hotels in the county cost 20 yuan a night. How could it be only 10 in the city? Yes, our accommodations are quite affordable. You must be new students reporting for university, right? The lady said, reaching for Chen Xiaolong's suitcase. How did you know? Chen Xiaolong asked curiously. I'm not wearing a school uniform. What if they were just here for work in Zhangzhou? Well, I'm familiar with the universities here in Zhangzhou. I can help you get a ride tomorrow. The lady pulled Chen Xiaolong's suitcase ahead, urging, come on boys, keep up. Chen Xiaolong eagerly followed her. At that moment, Zhou Chen called out, Xiaolong, my uncle is here to pick us up. We want to be staying at a hotel tonight. Chen Xiaolong looked at Zhou Chen in surprise. He had never heard Zhou Chen mention having an uncle in Zhangzhou. Zhou Chen stepped forward to stop the lady, smiling as he said, Auntie, I'm sorry, but we have a place to stay tonight. Chen Xiaolong nodded in agreement. Sorry, Auntie, I completely forgot about that. Little brat, wasting my time. The lady huffed, kicking Chen Xiaolong's suitcase aside in frustration before walking off, fanning herself. Once outside the train station, Chen Xiaolong asked puzzledly, Chen Gu, do you have relatives in Zhangzhou? No. Then why the hotels at the train station are not reliable? Zhou Chen replied. And why is that? Why are you asking so many questions? How could I possibly harm you? Zhou Chen shot a glance at Chen Xiaolong. In his previous life, when he first entered the workforce, he was equally oblivious, following a lady at the train station to a hotel. Upon waking the next day, he found himself left with nothing but his underwear. The safety conditions of this era were deplorable, with petty theft rampant and even daring motorcycle robberies occurring. Later on, Zhou Chen even fell victim to a scam at the train station. Armed with the wisdom of his past experiences, he was now adept at avoiding such traps. The duo made their way outside the train station and hailed a taxi to Zhangzhou Electronic Science and Technology University. Chen Xiaolong had just turned 18, while Zhou Chen, with the accumulation of 2 lifetimes, possessed a psychological age nearing 50. To him, Chen Xiaolong seemed like a child, and it was only right to ensure his well-being first. After nearly an hour's journey, they arrived at the grand entrance of the university, where the vibrant night market buzzed with life, excitement illuminating Chen Xiaolong's face. Let us first find a place to stay, then indulge in a feast, and afterward we can find an internet cafe and game all night. Chen Xiaolong quickly mapped out their itinerary. With a free evening ahead, Zhou Chen nodded in agreement. The city's hotels now featured computer rooms, albeit at a somewhat steep price of 40 yuan per night. In the past, they would have hesitated to spend such a sum, but now, as affluent individuals, 40 yuan barely raised an eyebrow. After settling their luggage and freshening up, they ventured out in search of food. Zhou Chen took out his phone and sent a QQ message to Chen Kai. Kai, are you there? Busy. The response came swiftly as Chen Kai was online. Zhou Chen typed back, I'm in Zhangzhou. Let us make some money together. Chen Kai, often skipping classes to play online or associating with aimless peers, had a limited allowance that barely lasted 2 days each week, leaving him to survive on instant noodles for the rest. The prospect of making money piqued his interest. Why are you in Zhangzhou? Chen Kai queried. I'm here to study. Zhou Chen replied. You got into university? Yes. Then how do you plan to make money? Chen Kai was particularly intrigued, as his 2 passions were gaming and earning money. Zhou Chen explained, I plan to establish a gold farming studio in Zhangzhou. What is gold farming? It involves creating multiple accounts in games, accumulating gold, farming equipment and materials, and then selling them. Being a gaming enthusiast. Chen Kai immediately grasped Zhou Chen's intent and excitedly typed, so, we can earn money while playing games? That is one way to put it. Zhou Chen confirmed. But I'm still in school. If my mom finds out I'm not studying, she'll kill me. Without waiting for a reply, Chen Kai continued. Also, if you're starting a studio, we'll need to rent a place and buy computers. Where we find that much money? Don't worry about the finances. Just figure out how to convince your mom. Zhou Chen encouraged. All right, I'll give it a try and contact you tomorrow. After concluding the chat, Zhou Chen noticed a new friend request. Upon opening it, he saw a stranger named Tang Wan, with the oldest blue-haired female avatar and a QQ level of 3 stars. Hi there, she greeted. Hello, who are you? Zhou Chen replied. Just call me Wanner. Are you Tang Wan? Zhou Chen felt a surge of excitement. He had lost contact with Tang Wan, as her QQ was rarely online, making it difficult to chat with her. During the 2 months of summer vacation, he often reminisced about the innocent girl with the short hair. even dreaming of them as close lovers, sharing outings and experiences together. Ding, ding, ding. Tang Xiang Guodong replied. Who is Tang Wan? I'm by Wan Wan. Zhou Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. Could this child's tricks still deceive him after living 2 lives? Apologies, I might have mistaken you for someone else. He typed back. So who is Tang Wan? She inquired. She was my girlfriend. I thought you were her alternate account. After sending that message, he received no immediate reply. Why aren't you responding? He pressed. I was tied up with something. She finally replied. Well, you're not her, so let us just delete each other. Not happening. Why not? I'm bored and have no other friends. But I fear my girlfriend might get jealous. She doesn't know. How do you know she doesn't? Just a guess. Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This little class monitor was not adept at lying at all. How had he not noticed her cuteness before? Brother Chun, when do we start making money? I can't wait. Chen Xiaolong suddenly asked while waiting at a traffic light. Zhou Chen glanced at the light and replied. I've called Chun Kai. We'll discuss it when he arrives. Chen Xiaolong's eyes widened. Isn't that guy still in school? Zhou Chen chuckled. His academics aren't great. Rather than waste time in school, he might as well join us in making big money. In truth, many people are simply not cut out for academia. Chen Kai had never achieved good grades since elementary school, consistently ranking last in his middle school. Zhou Chen could still hear the sounds of Chun Kai being reprimanded after every exam. Despite the frequent beatings, Chun Kai remained unrepentant, with no improvement in his studies. Upon entering vocational school, he became even more reckless, often skipping classes to play online. This ultimately led to his tragic incarceration. By encouraging him to earn money, Zhou Chen aimed to change Chun Kai's life while also taking his first step toward financial independence. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiaolong frowned. I have a feeling Chun Kai isn't reliable. He is quick to turn on people. Leave that to me. I have ways to keep him in line, Zhou Chen confidently asserted. Having worked as a salesperson, he had been imbued with the principles of making money during his initial training sessions. He intended to apply that knowledge to manage Chun Kai effectively. Ding, ding, ding. Zhou Chen's QQ chimed again with messages from Tang Xiang Guodong. Is your girlfriend pretty? How old is she? How long have you been together? Why haven't you replied to me? Amused by the barrage of questions, Zhou Chen responded. What is it to you? I'm just curious. Curiosity killed the cat. We're not close enough for me to divulge so much. Familiarity breeds comfort. I'll chat with you again tomorrow, but you must answer my questions today. After sending that message, her avatar went gray. Zhou Chen chuckled softly and tucked his phone into his pocket. Chen Xiaolong, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, Who is it? It wouldn't be Lu Xiying, would it? Zhou Chen smirked, No way. I had to let go of Lu Xiying when I was reborn. I still have some regard for our classmates. However, after attending Lu Xiying's graduation banquet, he was truly disgusted. Particularly, Lu Xiying's parents were so brazen that they almost held a knife to their own throats demanding money. In an era where the customary monetary gifts ranged from 10 to 20 yuan, he had contributed 100 yuan, yet they remained unsatisfied, absurdly justifying their greed by claiming his phone cost over 4,000 yuan. It was utterly laughable. Ahead lay a seafood restaurant, and they decided to dine there. Chun Zilong's gaze was fixed on the seafood establishment when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a girl clad in jeans and a white shirt standing at the bus stop. The girl had her backpack slung across her chest, and beside her lay a pink suitcase, her expression marked by a hint of anxiety. Isn't that Huang Kekai? Chun Xiaolong exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Zhou Chen lifted his gaze and confirmed it was indeed Huang Kekai, Tang Wan's deskmate. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed in Zhou Chen's mind. Instantly, a vivid image materialized in his consciousness. A motorcycle halted beside Huang Kekai, and the passenger seized her bag while the rider accelerated with a fierce twist of the throttle. Huang Kekai would be dragged away for a considerable distance, ultimately becoming ensnared beneath a concrete mixer, reduced to mere pulp. What on earth was happening? Zhou Chen felt dizzy, his mind throbbing painfully as if a nail had been driven into it. He propped himself against Chun Xiaolong's shoulder and looked back at Huang Kekai. She appeared increasingly anxious, glancing nervously around. What had just transpired? The vision was disturbingly vivid. Was he a prophet? As a reincarnator, in some sense? He possessed the ability to foresee events. No, in his previous life, Huang Kekai had been admitted to Jiangzhou University and subsequently secured a position in a state-owned enterprise. Now, she stood near the University of Electronic Science and Technology, clearly having been accepted there. Why was this happening? Zhou Chen's mind, muddled like glue, grappled with the implications. Moments later, his pupils constricted sharply. Huang Kekai was Tang Wan's deskmate. In his past life, with Tang Wan's guidance, she had been admitted to Jiangzhou University. However, due to his rebirth, He had inadvertently swapped places with her, resulting in her missing out on Tang Wan's mentorship and only achieving the second-tier marks. His rebirth had altered Huang Kikai's destiny. His prophetic ability likely allowed him to foresee the fates of those whose histories have been transformed by his reincarnation. Hey, Chungu, what's wrong? You're weighing me down. Chen Xiaolong noticed Zhou Chen practically hanging off his shoulder, struggling to speak. Upon seeing Zhou Chen drenched in sweat and pale, his expression tightened. Chungu, what's the matter? Don't scare me. Huang Kikai is in danger. We must get her out of here. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and spoke with great effort. Chen Xiaolong felt Zhou Chen's forehead, which was burning with fever, and worriedly remarked, "You're burning up. You're rambling nonsense." Zhou Chen's eyes fixed intensely on Chen Xiaolong as he shouted, "Hurry!" He felt utterly drained. Otherwise, he would have rushed over himself. "You hold on. I'll go right now." After steadying Zhou Chen, Chen Xiaolong dashed toward Huang Kikai. Virum, a motorcycle sped toward them from the distance. Two helmeted men were seated on it. Chen Xiaolong noticed the motorcycle veering toward the bus stop. A brazen robbery? Clenching his fists, he charged forward. The man on the back of the motorcycle abruptly grabbed Huang Kikai's bag. Before Huang Kikai could react, an immense force yanked her away. Chen Xiaolong lunged at the motorcycle, toppling it to the ground. Due to inertia, it skidded over 20 meters, and both men fell, sliding along the pavement. Chen Xiaolong also took a heavy fall, rising to his feet and shouting, "Robbery! Call the police, everyone!" Yet the passers-by paid no heed, deliberately distancing themselves. Chen Xiaolong was bewildered. What was wrong with these people? Were they truly heartless? Where had the spirit of heroism gone? My tuition! My tuition! Huang Kikai cried out, running towards the man who had snatched her bag. At that moment, the two men scrambled to their feet. They drew gleaming knives from their waists and approached Chen Xiaolong. "Huang Kikai, come back!" Chen Xiaolong shouted urgently. Huang Kikai, spotting the weapons in the assailant's hands, halted in her tracks, fear gripping her. A cement mixer truck blared its horn as it sped past. Chen Xiaolong rushed to Huang Kikai's side, steeling himself as he shouted at the two assailants. "How dare you rob in public? Do you have no respect for the law?" Before arriving in Jiangzhou, his father had warned him about the city's chaos, advising him to stay indoors at night. Yet, he never imagined it would be this chaotic. Not only was there a robbery, but they were also intent on revenge. This was the city's center. Take what you want, just don't hurt anyone. Zhou Chen, having somehow procured a fire extinguisher, rushed to Chen Xiaolong's side. The two imposing figures loomed large, their arms thicker than both Zhou Chen's and Chen Xiaolong's thighs combined. With knives in hand, a physical confrontation would undoubtedly spell disaster for both of them. Huang Kikai's bag likely contained her tuition. These criminals were after money, and risking their lives for it was not worth it. The two burly men exchanged glances, and, upon noticing a police vehicle's flashing lights in the distance, abandoned their intentions of revenge, hastily fleeing toward their motorcycle. "My tuition!" Huang Kikai wept bitterly, her tears flowing freely. That money was what her grandfather had earned from selling his most cherished cow to pay for her education. Now, with it stolen, how could she attend school? Frustrated, Chen Xiaolong glared at the onlookers and shouted, "Have you no conscience? Watching a girl get robbed and doing nothing. Where are our country's traditional virtues?" Chapter 32. Helping Huang Kikai with her tuition. "Xiaolong, let it go." Zhou Chen patted Chen Xiaolong's shoulder. In a time when the fight against crime was far from comprehensive, no one wished to antagonize the thugs. Chen Xiaolong's words felt like moral coercion. "Huang Kikai, stop crying. You're safe, and that's what matters." Zhou Chen had altered the tragic fate he had foreseen. Huang Kikai was alive. That was a silver lining amidst the misfortune. However, my tuition is gone. Without it, I can't go to school. What am I to do? Huang Kikai collapsed on the ground, cradling her head and sobbing. Her backpack contained 4,000 yuan, 3,000 of which had been painstakingly earned by her parents through hard labor, and the remaining 1,000 was from her grandfather's cow. Zhou Chen spoke up. "I'll cover your tuition for now." After all, Huang Kikai's fate had shifted because of him. Assisting her with her tuition was a way to alleviate his guilt. Huang Kikai, her eyes glistening with tears, looked up at Zhou Chen. "Do you have that much money?" Zhou Chen smiled gently. "I earned some cash during summer vacation playing games." Huang Kikai, still skeptical, turned to Chen Xiaolong, her voice quivering as she asked, "Is what Zhou Chen said true?" Chen Xiaolong grinned. "Yep, he is a wealthy man now, but I might take a long time to pay you back." Huang Kikai's cries grew more intense. She and Zhou Chen hardly knew each other, yet he was willing to help her with such a significant amount. It would likely take her years of part-time work to repay it. "There's no rush to repay me. We can talk about it once you have a job." Zhou Chen had no intention of asking for repayment. He even resolved to help Huang Kikai earn more in the future. After a short while, the police arrived. The three accompanied Huang Kekai to provide statements and file a report before returning to the night market for dinner. Zhou Chen returned to the hotel and retrieved 5,000 yuan from his suitcase. In this era, 5,000 yuan is not a trivial sum. However, Chen Xiaolong feels no remorse whatsoever. He ordered 8 dishes at the seafood restaurant in one go, leaving Huang Kekai feeling quite stunned. While she was aware of Chen Zilong's affluent background, this seemed rather extravagant. Could 3 people truly consume 8 dishes? Young man, you've injured your arm. Would you like to have it treated? The waiter politely inquired upon noticing the bruise on Chen Zilong's arm. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Chen Xiaolong waved his hand dismissively and added, let's have a spicy shrimp as well. The waiter then asked, are there any more guests? Chen Xiaolong nodded, yes, one more. The waiter was taken aback. Just one more? 3 people are ordering 9 dishes. It seems this handsome young man is indeed a wealthy heir. It was only then that Chen Xiaolong realized he might have overordered. Wishing to reduce the number of dishes, he hesitated, fearing the waiter would look down on him. Thus, he casually draped his arm over Huang Kekai's shoulder and arrogantly declared, I'm treating my girlfriend to dinner. What's wrong with ordering a few extra dishes? Huang Kekai's eyes widened in surprise, and she felt a flush creep onto her cheeks. She wanted to push Chen Xiaolong away, but was reluctant to hurt his pride. Remembering how he had leaped to her rescue moments ago, she lowered her head, her face burning. I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. The waiter quickly apologized. This was not an uncommon situation. Many wealthy heirs would order more than 10 dishes for themselves. After the waiter left, Zhou Chen entered the private room. Upon seeing Chen Xiaolong with his arm around Huang Kekai, he smirked and said, Xiaolong, you've made quite the progress. Haven to you? You've already won over classmate Huang Kekai. Chen Zilong's face flushed, and he quickly withdrew his arm, stammering, Huang Kekai. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It's fine. Huang Kekai said, her cheeks still crimson, her voice barely above a whisper. Both were shy and fell into silence, heads bowed. Zhou Chen pulled out 5,000 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table in front of Huang Kekai. Huang Kekai, this is your tuition. Huang Kekai glanced at the stack of brand new 100 yuan bills, unable to discern how much it contained by its thickness. Zhou Chen, thank you so much, she said, tears welling up once again. Zhou Chen had even teased her when switching seats, yet here he was, helping her without holding a grudge. We're classmates. There's no need for such formality. I will repay you as soon as possible. Huang Kekai clutched the money to her chest, her voice trembling. If not for these 2 classmates, her fate would have taken a different turn. All right, make sure to keep the money safe. Wealth should not be flaunted. The reason you were robbed surely stems from some display of wealth. Zhou Chen took a sip from his teacup. Huang Kekai shook her head. I never flaunted my wealth. Zhou Chen continued his analysis. Then the second possibility is that those robbers knew new students would carry money around at the start of the school year, and you were simply unlucky enough to catch their attention. Huang Kekai pouted. They're truly despicable. I hope the police catch them soon. Zhou Chen smiled, but said nothing. Although Huang Kekai's sentiments were noble, reality often proved harsh. The security situation in this era was quite poor, and the police station was likely overwhelmed. If it were so easy to apprehend them, those robbers wouldn't have resorted to brandishing knives. The waiter began serving the dishes. When all 9 dishes were laid out, Zhou Chen was taken aback. Rich people are truly different. You're treating us today. He shot a glare at Chen Xiaolong. If I'm treating, then I'm treating. Chen Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. Zhou Chen had not touched the 20,000 yuan he received from him, except to buy a phone. Chen Xiaolong opened a bottle of beer and poured a glass for both Zhou Chen and Huang Kekai. Come, let us toast to freedom. Cheers. Zhou Chen replied with a smile, raising his glass. Huang Kekai glanced at her 2 benefactors and, feeling unable to refuse, lifted her glass to clink with theirs. Zhou Chen and Chen Xiaolong downed their drinks in one go, while Huang Kekai merely took a small sip. Beep, beep, beep. Zhou Chen's phone buzzed with a QQ message. He immediately set down his chopsticks and pulled out his phone, expecting a message from Tang Xingxin, but it was not. 7 seconds of memory. Brother Zhou Chen, have you arrived in Jiangzhou? It was Gu Qingyu. Zhou Chen replied, I just arrived not long ago. You must have arrived as well, right? 7 seconds of memory. Yes, I just got here too. Where are you? Can I treat you to a meal? Past events blown away. I'm over here at the University of Electronic Science and Technology. 7 seconds of memory. What a coincidence. I'm also around here. Past events blown away. Then come to Yipin's seafood restaurant. Chen Xiaolong and I are dining here. 7 seconds of memory. You've already started dining? Then I'll treat you another day. Yipin's seafood sounded quite upscale. She wouldn't dare to invite Zhou Chen to such a place. It's not that she was stingy. It was simply beyond her means. The money for her university tuition was something her neighbors had painstakingly gathered. Past events blown away. Let us discuss the future later. You should come now. Chen Xiaolong has ordered a feast we can't finish. 7 seconds of memory. All right then. As Chen Xiaolong savored the braised fish, he suddenly asked, Brother Chen, how did you know Huang Kekai was in danger? Upon hearing this, Huang Kekai looked at Zhou Chen in astonishment. You knew beforehand that I was in danger and sent Chen Xiaolong to save me? With both of them staring intently at him, Zhou Chen, with a serious expression, said, I will share a secret with you, but you must not tell anyone. Both nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Zhou Chen leaned closer and whispered, to be honest, my grandfather is a feng shui master, and I grew up immersed in it. So I understand a bit about facial features. When I saw Huang Kekai's forehead darkening, I predicted she was about to encounter a calamity. He had anticipated that Chen Xiaolong would pose this question, so he devised a flawless excuse. Growing up in a county town, Chen Xiaolong was skeptical of Zhou Chen's words. He turned to Huang Kekai and asked, do you believe him? Huang Kekai nodded vigorously. I believe it. The feng shui masters in our village are quite reputable. Chen Xiaolong took a sip of beer, grinning, then help me predict whether I'll find a girlfriend in college. Zhou Chen scrutinized Chen Zilong's face for a moment, then took his hand to examine his palm. After a while, he closed his eyes and began counting the knuckles on his fingers. Seeing Zhou Chen so serious made Chen Xiaolong inexplicably anxious. Moments later, Zhou Chen opened his eyes and exclaimed, incredible, truly remarkable. Chen Zilong's eyes widened in anticipation. Brother, what do you mean? Your romantic prospects are excellent. Many women will pursue you in the coming years. Zhou Chen looked at Chen Xiaolong with envy. No way. Is that for real? Chen Xiaolong excitedly took a large gulp of beer. Zhou Chen pouted and added, but not a single one genuinely cares for you. They are all after your money. Chen Xiaolong instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. Looks like I'll be single throughout college. Zhou Chen glanced at Huang Kekai and casually remarked, you have an opportunity right before you. If you can seize this moment, it could lead to a beautiful tale. Chen Xiaolong perked up again. Are you saying I can find true love? Zhou Chen nodded with a smile. Chen Xiaolong eagerly asked, quick, give me some pointers. Zhou Chen grinned at Huang Kekai. Following Zhou Chen's gaze, Chen Xiaolong turned to look at her, his face flushing crimson. Could it be that Brother Chen was hinting Huang Kekai was his true love? Huang Kekai also caught on to Zhou Chen's implication and lowered her head, blushing furiously. She believed in fortune-telling. After all, how else would Zhou Chen know she was in danger? Now that Zhou Chen mentioned she and Chen Xiaolong had a connection, it might very well be true, but she wasn't ready for a relationship yet. Beep, beep, beep. Gu Qingyu messaged Zhou Chen again, asking which private room he was in. Zhou Chen sent the box number to Gu Qingyu. Moments later, Gu Qingyu arrived and knocked on the door. Chen Xiaolong approached to open it, and upon seeing Gu Qingyu, his eyes instantly lit up. Gu Qingyu, what brings you to Jiangzhou? Gu Qingyu smiled gently. Do you think it's possible for me to get accepted into Jiangzhou University? I knew you would definitely make it, Chen Xiaolong replied. He stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. Please, Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu was dressed in a pristine white short-sleeve top and faded denim jeans. Her hair was tied back, and her youthful face radiated an air of innocence. Zhou Chen Gij. Gu Qingyu greeted Zhou Chen, her cheeks flushed. Zhou Chen awkwardly smiled. Just call me by my name. Calling me Zhou Chen Gij feels a bit strange. Gu Qingyu nodded. All right, Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen smiled slightly. Have a seat. Gu Qingyu settled beside Huang Kekai, gazing at the lavish seafood feast laid out before them, and remarked with a hint of resignation, according to your dining standards. I might never be able to treat you all in my lifetime. Chen Xiaolong, sitting between Zhou Chen and Huang Kekai, suddenly recalled that fateful day of the college entrance examination when Zhou Chen had saved Gu Qingyu. With fervent eyes, he questioned Zhou Chen, Gij Chen. Did you foresee that Gu Qingyu was in danger that day? Yes, Zhou Chen confirmed with a nod. The tragedy of Gu Qingyu was merely a remnant of his past life's memories. Huang Kekai's fate had altered because of him, and he had foreseen her misfortune. Chen Xiaolong was now utterly convinced of Zhou Chen's divination skills, his breath quickening. So, did you also predict the dragon-slaying incident in that legend? He finally understood why Zhou Chen had confidently set a modest goal of earning $1 million. With such abilities, how could one possibly fail to make money? Zhou Chen rolled his eyes at Chen Xiaolong, retorting, do you think divination allows one to predict everything? Looting in games is purely based on luck. Chen Xiaolong chuckled awkwardly. That's fine. Having your talent is enough. Gu Qingyu, puzzled by their conversation, inquired, what are you guys talking about? Huang Kekai looked at Gu Qingyu in astonishment. Zhou Chen saved you too? Zhou Chen, wishing to steer them away from further inquiries, cheerfully said, all right, let us eat. It would be a shame for such delicious food to get cold. The four of them chatted and laughed as they enjoyed their meal. Around 10 o'clock, they finally left, packing up the leftovers, most of which Zhou Chen and Chen Xiaolong insisted on giving to the two girls, having had a bit too much to drink. Chen Xiaolong boldly asked Huang Kekai for her QQ number. He insisted on booking a hotel for the two classmates, but Huang Kekai and Gu Qingyu flatly refused, prompting Chen Xiaolong to express his annoyance at their lack of consideration for him. Zhou Chen, exasperated, remarked, "If you want to stay in a hotel, just do it. It's not safe for you girls to be alone." Recalling past incidents, Huang Kekai felt a twinge of fear and tightly grasped Gu Qingyu's hand, saying, "Qingyu, let us stay together tonight." Gu Qingyu nodded, just as she wanted to ask Zhou Chen how he had saved Huang Kekai. Chen Xiaolong booked a double room using Gu Qingyu and Huang Kekai's identification cards, and they headed toward the elevator together. Outside the hotel, Tang Jie had just parked the car and was about to unbuckle his seatbelt when Tang Wan, in a trembling voice, said, "Brother, let us change hotels." "Is it uncomfortable staying in our own hotel?" Tang Jie replied. "After driving all day, can't you feel a little sympathy for me?" Tang Jie's lips twitched in annoyance. Tang Wan hung her head, warm tears streaming down her cheeks to her hand. Hey, don't cry. We'll change hotels." Tang Jie, unable to bear seeing his precious sister in tears, hastily turned the car around. After driving for an hour, they finally reached another chain hotel. Tang Wan silently got out of the car and retrieved her suitcase from the trunk. Tang Jie parked the car and rushed over, taking the suitcase from her hands. "My little princess, what has gotten into you?" He realized he could no longer discern his sister's thoughts. Just this afternoon, she had been cheerful, but now it felt like a storm had rolled in. At the hotel front desk, a young man and woman were checking in. The young man was dressed in designer clothes, while the young woman appeared slightly more modest. "There is only one room left, seeing. Why don't we just share a room? I'll sleep on the sofa." The young man's lips curled into a charming smirk. Lu Seeing blushed, shaking her head. "That one tea do. Men and women shouldn't be too close. I'll stay at a motel instead. They're not bad, just a bit more mosquitoes. But I'm used to it from high school." Chapter 34. Who should I choose? "How about this? You stay here, and I'll switch to another hotel." Zheng Fei's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. Lu Seeing nodded. "Thank you, Zheng Handsome." Zheng Fei was the mysterious individual who had arranged breakfast for himself and Tian Swimming. He was in a different class from Lu Seeing, being a top student and class leader in the third year of high school. Rumors at school suggested that Zheng Fei's father was an executive at a publicly listed company, earning nearly $100,000 a year, enough to buy half a house in the county. Had she known Zheng Fei secretly harbored feelings for her, she would never have gotten involved with Zhou Chen. Zheng Fei placed a 100 yuan bill on the counter, booked that luxury room for her. The receptionist took the money and handed over the key, room 608. Lu Seeing took the key and headed toward the elevator, waving at Zheng Fei with a bright smile. "See you tomorrow, Zheng Handsome." Zheng Fei smiled back and nodded. As the elevator doors closed, Tang Jie and Tang Wan arrived at the front desk. Tang Jie said, "Give me the keys to rooms 908 and 909. The receptionist, recognizing the young master, promptly retrieved two brand new keys from the drawer. Zheng Fei was momentarily stunned, and upon seeing Tang Wan, he grinned. "Tang class leader, you seem so innocent. I didn't expect you to be flirting outside." Smack! Before he could finish, Tang Jie slapped him across the face. Zheng Fei immediately erupted in rage. "How dare you hit me?" Bang! Tang Jie kicked Zheng Fei in the chest, sending him sprawling to the floor, clutching his chest and glaring at Tang Jie. "How can you hit someone? Do you want me to call the police and have you arrested?" He began to pull out his phone. Hearing the commotion, security personnel entered the lobby. Zheng Fei quickly shouted, "Security, this person is assaulting me in your hotel. Get him out." Tang Jie, impatiently addressing the security guards, said, "Throw this rat out." Clutching his swollen face, Zheng Fei shouted, "Do you think this hotel is yours? You hit me and expecting to throw me out?" Tang Jie looked down at Zheng Fei, then casually glanced at the two bodyguards who had entered, saying indifferently, "You tell him, is this hotel mine?" Indeed, it was his hotel. "Kid, considering your age, you should just leave," the lead security guard coldly stated. Zheng Fei was left speechless. Had he truly offended the owner of this prestigious hotel? Still not leaving? The guard shouted, and Zheng Fei scrambled out the door in a panic. With his hands in his pockets, Tang Jie strode toward the hotel. In a luxurious computer room, Lu Seeing turned on the air conditioning, stretching her arms as she lay on the 2-meter-wide king-size bed. The life of the wealthy was indeed splendid. She wished she could stay in such a room every day. Although Zheng Fei had money, he lacked Zhou Chen's charm. Who should I choose? If only Zhou Chen's father earned as much as Zheng Fei's, I would undoubtedly choose Zhou Chen. Alas, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. After pondering for a while, Lu Xing took out her phone to check if Zhou Chen had messaged her. He had not reached out. Only Tian Swimming sent her a message. Seeing, something has come up at home, and I won't be able to go to Jiangzhou until tomorrow. Lu Xing typed back, got it. At that moment, Tian Swimming was offline. Lu Xing set her phone down, preparing to take a shower. Yet another call came in. It was from Zheng Fei. Lu Xing picked up the phone and answered. Is the handsome Zheng in need of something? Zheng Fei's face was swollen, and he mumbled indistinctly. Seeing, I have some juicy gossip to share. Lu Xing, intrigued, replied, What gossip? Are you eating? Your words are quite slurred. I haven't eaten, just a bit of gum inflammation. Zheng Fei certainly wouldn't admit that he had been punched, so he casually made an excuse. Lu Xing didn't dwell on it and asked, What gossip? Your high school class monitor, Tang Wan, is dating someone. What? Lu Xing immediately thought of Zhou Chen, her eyes widening as she asked, Did you see them together? Zheng Fei was taken aback. Already knew? Lu Xing felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, muttering to herself, Are they really together? But Zhou Chen clearly liked me first. Tang Wan only tutored him for a month. Impossible. Zhou Chen could never like Tang Wan. In everything except academic performance and family background, she far surpassed her. Her boyfriend is the owner of that hotel you stay in. Lu Xing was astonished that the seemingly innocent Tang Wan was being kept by a wealthy man. Zheng Fei, filled with resentment, planned to spread this news in the first-year class group. Since her boyfriend had hit him, he would ensure Tang Wan's reputation was ruined among the students. What did you say? Tang Wan is being kept by a wealthy man? Lu Xing's expression brightened. It made sense now. Zhou Chen clearly liked her. How could he possibly like Tang Wan? Yes, after you went upstairs, Tang Wan came to the hotel with another man. The hotel security even said that man is the hotel owner. Zheng Fei conveniently omitted the part about being hit. Upon hearing Zheng Fei's words, Lu Xing exclaimed, No wonder Tang Wan is so wealthy. It turns out she is being supported by a rich man. Zheng Fei rubbed his face, his tone icy. Xing, you must share this news in your group. I want Tang Wan to be utterly disgraced. Do you have a grudge against Tang Wan? Lu Xing inquired. Just a bit annoyed. Zheng Fei replied. Find someone else. I don't think it's appropriate. Tang Wan still held some prestige in her class group. If Lu Xing gossiped about her there, those who supported Tang Wan would surely curse her behind her back. Zheng Fei, seeing no other option, said, Fine, I'll think of a way myself. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen and Chen Xiaolong were sitting in front of the computer playing Fantasy Westward Journey. Chen Xiaolong, lacking interest in turn-based games, complained, What is so fun about this game? There is no excitement at all. Then go play Legendary. Zhou Chen didn't T-force Chen Xiaolong. After all, the studio would be divided into 3 parts. If it came down to it, he could let him and Chun Kai manage the Legendary game section. Hey, brother Chun, you aren't upset, are you? Chen Xiaolong asked with a hint of embarrassment. Zhou Chen replied with a chuckle. Why would I be upset? I'm only playing Fantasy Westward Journey to understand the market. Chen Xiaolong gave Zhou Chen a deep look. He suddenly felt that Zhou Chen was somewhat inscrutable. Ever since Zhou Chen extricated himself from Lu Xing's entanglement, he had diligently studied, transforming from a poor student into a top scholar, and then had a stroke of luck selling a dragon slayer for 80,000. As for Zhou Chen's claim about fortune-telling, Chen Xiaolong didn't truly believe it. Yet he couldn't explain how Zhou Chen's predictions turned out to be true. Brother Chen, you're not from the future, are you? Chen Xiaolong asked impulsively. Zhou Chen paused slightly while clicking the mouse, turned to look at Chen Xiaolong, and smiled. If I said yes, would you believe me? Chapter 35. The untrustworthy hero borrows money. I would believe it. Chen Xiaolong shook his head. He would rather believe that Zhou Chen had some gift for fortune-telling than think of him as a time traveler. Zhou Chen had previously added the player who taught him to play Fantasy Westward Journey while at the internet cafe. His gaming name was the most untrustworthy hero. A notification popped up on the game interface. Upon opening the message, it was from the untrustworthy hero. Bro, haven't seen you at the internet cafe in a while. Zhou Chen replied. I've come to Jiangzhou for school. Untrustworthy hero. A college student, huh? Zhou Chen answered, yes. Untrustworthy hero. Bro, can we discuss something? Zhou Chen, what is it? Untrustworthy hero. Could you lend me $100? Zhou Chen, are you in trouble? Untrustworthy hero. My sister broke her leg, and I've sold all my gaming gear. I only need a bit more for her surgery. I borrowed from everyone I could. I'm truly out of options. Chen Xiaolong, catching sight of Zhou Chen's chat with the untrustworthy hero, immediately exclaimed, Brother Chen, don't believe him. It's obviously fake. If his sister needs surgery, why is he still online? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Chen typed back to the untrustworthy hero. Is 100 enough? Untrustworthy hero, not quite. But I only dare to borrow this much from you. You're still young. 100 should be your limit. Zhou Chen asked again. How much more do you need? Untrustworthy hero, 500. Brother Chun, you can't be serious about lending him money. 500 is equivalent to a regular person's monthly salary. Chen Xiaolong began to panic, reaching for Zhou Chen's computer to shut it down. Zhou Chen swatted Chen Xiaolong's hand away, calmly stating, saving a life is more valuable than building a pagoda. If his sister faces a mishap because of that 500, I would feel guilty for a lifetime. Chen Xiaolong raised his voice. Do you know him well? There are countless needy people in the world. Can you help them all? Do you really think a little money makes you a philanthropist? Zhou Chen understood that Chen Xiaolong was looking out for him, worried he might be deceived. However, based on his previous interactions with the untrustworthy hero and his life experiences, Zhou Chen didn't see him as a fraud. Zhou Chen patted Chen Xiaolong on the shoulder, smiling. 500 isn't much. Consider it buying peace of mind. Do as you wish. Chen Xiaolong, seeing Zhou Chen's determination, ceased his attempts to persuade him. Zhou Chen took out his phone and dialed the internet cafe owner, Meng Ge. Who is it? Meng Ge was currently busy selling Dragon Slayers on the forum, and the price had soared to 130,000. His mood was quite buoyant. Meng Ge, it's Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's voice, Meng Ge nearly dropped his cigarette in his lap. Why was Zhou Chen contacting him out of the blue? Did he regret the price of the Dragon Slayer he had seen on the forum? Damn it. There is no such thing as a regret pill. If he dared to show up, Meng Ge would give him a piece of his mind. Yet, considering he had already washed his hands of such dealings and had a pregnant wife, he hesitated. If necessary, he could spare him a little. Meng Ge, could you lend me 500 bucks? I'll transfer it to you at the bank tomorrow. Transfers could only be done at the counter. And since the bank was closed at this hour, he had to ask Meng Ge for help. Just this? Come to the cafe. I'll give it to you right away. No need to pay it back. Meng Ge secretly sighed in relief. 500 wasn't a small amount. But he was about to make 50,000 from selling the Dragon Slayer, so it was a minor issue. Zhou Chen tilted his head, wedging the phone between his shoulder and ear, and texted the untrustworthy hero to ask which machine he was at. I'm at machine 8 on the first floor. The untrustworthy hero replied immediately. Zhou Chen informed Meng Ge about the situation. Hearing that one of his customer's sisters had leukemia, Meng Ge readily responded, Brother Zhou, you're a good person. How about this? I'll lend him another 500 in my name. Thank you, Meng Ge. Zhou Chen viewed Meng Ge with newfound respect. Little did he know, his Dragon Slayer had already appreciated to an astonishing price of 130,000. Meng Ge hung up the phone and went to his bedroom to fetch the money. Sitting in the 8th machine, Wu Chong stared blankly at the chat window with Zhou Chen. He had merely approached Zhou Chen with a sense of experimentation, hoping to borrow some money. To his astonishment, this stranger he had interacted with only once was indeed willing to lend him the funds. His sister was saved. Wang Ming approached Wu Chong from behind, holding 1,000 yuan, and patted him on the shoulder, placing 500 on the table. This is the 500 Zhou Chen asked me to give you. Wu Chong quickly stood up, accepted the money, and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Meng Ge. Wang Ming then handed over the remaining 500. This is from me. I hope your sister's surgery goes well. Wu Chong was utterly stunned. He never expected Meng Ge would also lend him money. Tears streamed down his face as he bowed again, saying, Thank you, Meng Ge, thank you. Wang Ming turned away gracefully, waving his hand. Hurry and take care of your sister. I hope the next time you come online, you can bring good news. With tears of gratitude welling in his eyes, Wu Chong left the internet cafe without even shutting down his computer. Wang Ming returned to his seat, and his phone rang again. It was a call from the president of the Chaos Guild. The president. Wang Ming felt a surge of anxiety. According to rumors, the president of the Chaos Guild was a wealthy second-generation heir from Jiangzhou, with a personal fortune nearing 10 million. Xiao Yao, I'll take your Dragon Slayer for 150,000. 150,000? Wang Ming's eyes twitched violently. 130,000 was already his ideal price. And the president was willing to pay 150,000? What, is that too little? The voice on the other end turned colder. No. President, where are you? I'll come over to complete the transaction right away. The next day, Tang Wan rose early to wash up. She knocked on the door of her brother's room next door, but there was no response. Tang Wan puffed out her cheeks and muttered, Stinky pig. He must have played all night again. She couldn't comprehend the allure of that legendary game. Her older brother often played through the night, causing her no end of worry. Chen Xiaolong took Huang Kekai to the University of Electronic Science and Technology, while Zhou Chen shared a taxi with Gu Qingyu to Jiangzhou University. Both sat in the back seat, with Gu Qingyu appearing somewhat anxious, her cheeks slightly flushed. Ever since Zhou Chen had risked everything to save her, she often dreamed of this boy. Lu Xiying had rejected such an outstanding boy. She couldn't fathom what was going through her mind. An hour later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Jiangzhou University. Gu Qingyu carried a large woven bag and a suitcase, the latter of which had lost its wheels. With a spirit of helpfulness, Zhou Chen remarked, Why don't you take my suitcase? I'll help you with yours. No, I can manage. Gu Qingyu struggled to lift her suitcase, finding each step exceedingly arduous. Zhou Chen shook his head, snatched the suitcase from her hands, and left his own suitcase behind. Gu Qingyu's face turned crimson as she reluctantly followed, dragging Zhou Chen's suitcase along. Just as they stepped through the university gate, Tang Wan also emerged from a taxi. Wan, what a coincidence. Lu Xiying stepped out from another car behind them, wearing a duckbill cap and oversized sunglasses, dressed in a pristine white t-shirt and ultra-short shorts. Her long, slender legs gleamed alluringly under the sun. Lu Xiying's appearance attracted numerous gazes, with both freshmen and upperclassmen eyeing the stunning beauty with fervor. Lu Xiying, brimming with confidence, lifted her chin slightly. What a coincidence. Tang Wan merely offered a faint smile and continued toward the university entrance with her suitcase. Lu Xiying hastily caught up, walking alongside Tang Wan, and, recalling the gossip Zheng Fei had shared the previous night, playfully teased, Wan. How long have you been with that guy? Chapter 36, An Apology. Which guy? Tang Wan halted, frowning at Lu Xiying. Oh, don't worry. I want tea, spill the beans. Lu Xiying replied with a smirk. Tang Wan, being shy by nature, found it difficult to admit anything. But I truly don't know what you're talking about, she said, continuing to walk forward. Lu Xiying followed closely. Tang Wan, I saw you checking into a hotel with that guy last night. Tang Wan stopped in her tracks once more. Lu Xiying blocked her path. A playful smile on her lips. Just tell me honestly, and I can keep it a secret. He is my brother. Tang Wan's expression grew colder. Despite having moved out to live separately, how had it turned into a hotel stay, in Lu Xiying's words? A brother, is it? Lu Xiying's lips curled into a knowing smile. She aimed to hold something over Tang Wan to keep her away from Zhou Chen. Lu Xiying, are you done? Tang Wan's eyes glistened, tears threatening to spill. Seeing Tang Wan on the verge of tears only convinced Lu Xiying further that she had hit a nerve, and she pouted. Why not just admit it? You're in college now. Having a boyfriend is nothing to be ashamed of. His name is Tang Jia. He is my biological brother, not my boyfriend. Tang Wan, naturally gentle, couldn't hold back her tears as they cascaded down her cheeks in response to Lu Xiying's accusations. Please don't cry. It's as if I'm bullying you. That guy is so wealthy. I wouldn't dare offend you. Lu Xiying feigned a retreat, nervously shrinking her neck, and began to walk away. Just as she turned, 3 tall girls blocked her path. The leader, a woman likely in her 20s, donned sunglasses, dressed provocatively, chewing gum, and sporting red lipstick, resembling a vibrant rose. Are you here to welcome the newcomers? Could you help me carry my luggage? Thank you. Lu Xiying sweetly asked, pushing her suitcase forward. Xiao Wan, come here. The fiery beauty beckoned Tang Wan. Lu Xiying was momentarily taken aback. Were they here to greet Tang Wan? You all chat. I'll be on my way. Lu Xiying attempted to leave. The fiery beauty stopped her, demanding, what do you think you're doing? Lu Xiying's eyes widened with anxiety, her voice trembling. Apologize to Xiao Wan. The fiery beauty's tone was icy. Lu Xiying swallowed hard. But I didn't hit or scold her. Why should I apologize? When you're told to apologize, just do it. No need for so much chatter. A girl behind the fiery beauty frowned and reprimanded. Lu Xiying was intimidated, stammering, I am sorry. Haven't you eaten? Speak louder. The fiery beauty snapped. Lu Xiying's eyes reddened with indignation as she raised her voice. I'm sorry. Sorry for whom? The fiery beauty pressed. Lu Xiying fought back tears, feeling cornered. I'm sorry, Tang Wan. As a newcomer without connections, she had no choice but to yield for now. Yet she memorized their faces, vowing to take her revenge once she had established her own network. Is Xiao Wan feeling better? The fiery beauty asked with a smile. Let her go, I'm fine. Tang Wan, not wanting to escalate matters with her high school classmate, replied. The fiery beauty cast a dismissive glance at Lu Xiying. Xiao Wan is my sister. If you ever bully her again, I'll make sure you have a hard time at school. Understood? Lu Xiying responded, though inside she scoffed, thinking, Jiangzhou University, ISNT yours to control. Can you really drive me away? Am I free to leave now? Lu Xiying cautiously inquired, eager to distance herself from these seemingly formidable women. The fiery beauty paid her no mind, instead ruffling Tang Wan's hair and smiling. It's been 6 years. You've grown so tall. Zhao Jia, you're even more beautiful. Tang Wan exclaimed, embracing the fiery beauty. Lin Xiao was Tang Jia's childhood sweetheart. They'd been engaged last year and would marry once she graduated. After a warm hug, Lin Xiao patted Tang Wan's back, cheerfully saying, let us go. Sister will take you to register. The day of the freshman orientation was exceedingly hectic. By the time Zhou Chen had completed his enrollment procedures, purchased dormitory supplies, and made his bed, night had already fallen. The dormitory, which accommodated 8 individuals, was equipped with only 2 ceiling fans, rendering the space akin to a steamer. Zhou Chen contemplated taking a cold shower to alleviate the heat. However, upon observing the long queue outside the communal showers, he abandoned the idea. He changed out of his shirt and jeans into a pair of beach shorts and reclined on his bed to rest. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to Tang Wan. "Hello, what are you up to?" After waiting for 3 minutes without a reply, he surmised that she too was likely preoccupied with her enrollment tasks. Zhou Chen closed his eyes, intending to take a brief nap. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated from the entrance. "Hello, everyone." Zhang Fei entered, dragging a suitcase and carrying an oversized plastic bag filled with chilled cola. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Fei, and from this moment on, we shall be roommates. As a gesture of goodwill, I invite everyone to enjoy some ice-cold cola." He set his suitcase aside and began distributing cola to his new roommates. "Thanks, buddy. You're quite generous." "Thank you, Brother Fei." The students who received the cola expressed their gratitude with cheerful banter. Soon, Zhang Fei approached Zhou Chen's bed, poised to hand him a cola, when he suddenly paused. "Zhou Chen, do you recognize me? I'm also from Jiangxia No. 1 High School." Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Of course. You're Zhang Fei, the class president of Class 3. With only 3 classes in their high school, it was natural for him to know the class president. However, Zhou Chen was perplexed as to why Zhang Fei would know him, as they had never interacted before. "You're curious about how I know you, aren't you?" Zhang Fei seemed to perceive Zhou Chen's skepticism and asked with a grin. Zhou Chen quickly deduced the reason. "It must be because of Lu seeing." "Haha, let us drink cola." Zhang Fei handed the cola to Zhou Chen. "Thank you, but I'm not thirsty," Zhou Chen politely declined. Sensing a hint of coldness in Zhang Fei's demeanor, it was evident that a harmonious rapport with him was unlikely. Zhang Fei sat on Zhou Chen's bed and whispered, "Zhou Chen, I need you to do me a favor, and I'll pay you 50 yuan. "What kind of favor?" Spread a rumor in Class 1's student group that class president Tang Wan was seen checking into a hotel with a man. Zhang Fei had contacted a few individuals from Class 1 the previous night, but they had all refused. As Zhou Chen was also from Class 1, he was the perfect candidate for this task. "What did you just say?" Zhou Chen felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his eyes widening and his complexion paling slightly. Tang Wan with another man? That's impossible. That shy and blushing girl would never do such a thing. It must be false. Zhou Chen brushed off Zhang Fei's hand that rested on his shoulder and replied coolly, "Zhang Fei, spreading rumors is illegal." "Who said I'm spreading rumors? I saw it with my own eyes last night. That man is the owner of the Four Seasons Hotel." Zhang Fei pulled out a 100 yuan bill from his wallet. "If you publicize this rumor, this 100 yuan is yours." "Wow, Brother Fei, you really are a tycoon." "Brother Fei, I'm going to stick with you from now on. I want to ride your coattails." The other roommates gazed wide-eyed at the 100 yuan bill in Zhang Fei's hand. Most hailed from ordinary families, and even at university, their monthly allowance was only around 300 yuan. "Put your money away. Not everyone is as morally bankrupt as you are." Zhou Chen still refused to believe that Tang Wan would consort with another man, coming from a respectable family. She was a well-mannered girl who would never engage in such reckless behavior. Beep, beep. Zhou Chen's phone, resting on the bedside, chimed. He picked it up to find a message from Tang Wan. "I just finished. Have you thought about how to respond to my question from yesterday?" Tang Wan, stop pretending. "I know it's you." Chapter 37. Get lost? I don't need your money. Zhou Chen's roommates gaped at his phone. The Motorola V3 model was worth 4,200 yuan. What kind of family can afford a Motorola V3? Isn't it just a V3? Who doesn't have one? Zhang Fei waved his own phone, and the roommates groaned in despair. "My pager doesn't even compare. I can't even afford a pager. My only communication device is a beeper my dad gave me. Suddenly, I feel more confident." "Stop talking. Those of us who can't buy phones will get envious." The diverse group of roommates quickly bonded. Zhang Fei calmly remarked, "Zhou Chen, I'll give you 200. Get lost. I don't need your money." Zhou Chen shot Zhang Fei a cold glare. Regardless of the veracity of Zhang Fei's claims, he would never betray Tang Wan for money. If not for her, he might not have even been accepted into Jiangzhou University, despite being a reincarnated individual. Zhang Fei gritted his teeth. "Fine, remember this. I'm somewhat of a prominent figure at Jiangxia No. 1 High School. How dare you tell me to get lost? Once I solidify my connections, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson." Beep, beep. Another message from Tang Wan. "I told you, I'm not Tang Wan." Zhou Chen typed back, "I don't believe you unless you call me." Tang Wan replied, "I don't even know your phone number. 1314. That's my number. Call me." Zhou Chen sent his number without hesitation. Tang Wan, "I'm not calling." Zhou Chen's lips twitched. "Then let us unfriend each other. There's nothing more to discuss." "All right, I'll call you." Tang Wan relented. Moments later, Zhou Chen's phone rang. He promptly answered. only to hear a mature woman's voice on the other end. Hello, past events in the wind. It truly wasn't Tang Wan. Zhou Chen hung up without a word and swiftly deleted her from his friends list. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Zhao returned the phone to Tang Wan, a teasing smile on her lips. Could this possibly be your boyfriend? Tang Wan's cheeks flushed crimson as she pouted. Absolutely not. Oh, come on. Your face is all red. You can't fool me. Lin Zhao giggled. Tang Wan recalled the image of Zhou Chen and Gu Qingyu embracing, her smile gradually fading, and her gaze dimming. What is the matter? He doesn't tea like you? That seems to be the case. Tang Wan leaned against the wall, hugging her knees, her expression vacant, her heart aching subtly. She had purposely scored only 620 points for him, believing that after he gave up on Lu Xiying, she would have a chance. Yet unexpectedly, he had become involved with Gu Qingyu instead. Silly girl, there are no good men out there. You're so exceptional. Why fret about finding a boyfriend? Tomorrow, I'll introduce you to some wealthy heirs, all of whom are handsome and academically accomplished. Lin Zhao comforted Tang Wan, holding her hand. That is unnecessary. I'm not looking to date. Tang Wan picked up her phone, intending to continue messaging Zhou Chen under the guise of Tang Xingguang. However, she found that her friends' list no longer included past events in the wind. Tang Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. He actually deleted me? Lin Zhao couldn't hold back her laughter. It's better to let go early. Tang Wan consoled herself. He must have deleted me after hearing your voice. Huh? What do you mean? Lin Zhao, her fist clenched, asked. Tell me his name, so I can teach him a lesson. All right, you should head back to your dorm. I need to get ready for bed. Tang Wan feigned a strong smile. Lin Zhao stood up and addressed the others in the dormitory. Wan is my sister, and I'm the granddaughter of a vice president of Jiangzhou University. If anyone dares to bully her, I'll make sure they regret it. Her commanding demeanor left the other girls nodding vigorously in agreement, even causing Tang Wan to shrink back slightly. It seemed that only a sister with such a personality could keep an older brother in check. The following day, Zhou Chen arrived at class for the orientation. He chose to attend business school, primarily to lay a solid foundation for his future entrepreneurial endeavors. The field of e-commerce was just beginning to gain traction, and students opting for this specialization were exceedingly rare. The entire program comprised merely 2 classes, each consisting of 35 students. As Zhou Chen approached the doorway of the classroom, he immediately sensed 2 pairs of eyes directed towards him, Gu Qingyu and Tang Wan. To his surprise, they had also chosen e-commerce. Zhou Chen. Gu Qingyu called out with a charming smile. She hadn't anticipated that Zhou Chen would select e-commerce as well, let alone end up in the same class. With an empty seat conveniently beside her, allowing them to share a desk, Tang Wan lowered her head, feeling a pang of discomfort. Classmate, may I sit next to you? Zhou Chen's voice resonated beside her. Tang Wan lifted her gaze to meet his, then turned her head away, retorting, no one is stopping you. Zhou Chen smirked slightly before dragging a chair to sit down. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyu's smile began to falter, a sting of pain piercing her heart. Ultimately, she realized her misplaced affection. He was enamored with Tang Wan. Zhou Chen's heart raced a little faster. After an entire summer, he was finally seeing Tang Wan again. She, too, felt nervous and dared not glance back at him. Xiaowan, long time no see. Zhou Chen broke the silence first. It's been such a long time. Tang Wan replied, her upper body clad in a white short-sleeved shirt paired with a white skirt. Her delicate pink hands clenched into fists, revealing her evident anxiety. She was curious why Zhou Chen was not sitting with Gu Qingyu, especially since they had clearly spent the night together at a hotel. Aren't you worried Gu Qingyu will get jealous? Tang Wan's voice trembled slightly, her nostrils flaring as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Why would she be jealous? Zhou Chen asked, perplexed. Tang Wan finally turned to face him, her clear eyes fixated on Zhou Chen. Aren't you with Gu Qingyu? Zhou Chen was baffled, his expression a mix of confusion and amusement. Who told you that? I saw it with my own eyes. Tang Wan turned her head away again. What exactly did you see? Zhou Chen inquired, a hint of exasperation in his tone. On the day of the college entrance exam, you and Gu Qingyu were hugging. That day, Gu Qingyu was in danger, and I saved her. She must have been frightened and held on to me for comfort. Zhou Chen explained, a note of desperation creeping into his voice. You didn't think that was the reason you ignored me all summer, did you? Zhou Chen felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, realizing Tang Wan had witnessed that incident. Did she not see him fighting off the assailant? Then why did you go looking for her? Tang Wan pressed on. I knew she was in danger, so I went to find her. Zhou Chen attempted to clarify. Such a childish excuse. Tang Wan retorted, her irritation evident. Do you think I'm 3 years old? Before Zhou Chen could respond, she continued, her voice laced with hurt, and last night, I saw you and her going to a hotel. Chapter 38, the first class of university. Yesterday, I ran into Chun Xiaolong and Huang Kikai. We had a casual meal together, and Gu Qingyu wanted to thank me for saving her before, so I invited her along. She and Huang Kekai had a few drinks, and I was concerned for their safety at the hotel, so Chen Xiaolong and I took them to stay at the hotel. I shared a room with Xiaolong, while Huang Kekai and Gu Qingyu shared another. Zhou Chen patiently elucidated the situation. The young girl often let her imagination run wild. If the misunderstanding could be resolved, all would be well. Tang Wan turned to Zhou Chen, her gaze steady. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Zhou Chen raised 3 fingers, declaring, "I swear if there's even a hint of falsehood, I will." "Don't say it," Tang Wan interrupted, covering Zhou Chen's mouth with her hand. His warm breath brushed against her palm, causing her cheeks to flush. Zhou Chen grinned. "Your hand smells delightful." Tang Wan's face turned even redder, and she swiftly pinched his thigh. "Ouch!" Zhou Chen yelped, grasping Tang Wan's delicate hand. Her soft, almost weightless grip felt like a cloud, and Zhou Chen's heart fluttered at the sensation. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first experience holding a girl's hand. Tang Wan's cheeks burned, reminiscent of the last time she held a boy's hand, which had been when she was 6, playing in a children's amusement park with her brother. Zhou Chen's hand was warm, exuding an inexplicable sense of safety. "Hey, classmate, the teacher is here," a round-faced girl whispered from behind. Tang Wan snapped back to reality, quickly retracting her hand. At the entrance of the classroom stood a woman in her late 20s, carrying a stack of documents. She wore a fitted long dress, her thick hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of competence. "Class is in session," the beautiful teacher spoke, her gentle voice enveloping the room like a spring breeze. Without a class monitor to call for order, the students stood up in a haphazard manner. "Hello, teacher." "Hello, students, please sit." As the students settled back into their seats, many male classmates couldn't help but stare at the stunning new teacher. "Welcome to the Jiangzhou University Business School, Class 1 of E-Commerce. I am your homeroom teacher, Lu Su." Lu Su placed the documents on the podium, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Applause erupted spontaneously from the students. "Wow, our homeroom teacher is stunning. She looks so young. Does she have enough knowledge?" "Shut up. You can't doubt Teacher Lu." "Exactly. With a teacher this beautiful, does knowledge even matter?" A group of male students whispered amongst themselves, captivated by Lu Su's beauty. Even Tang Wan couldn't help but exclaim, "Teacher Lu is truly gorgeous." "Really? I think you're more beautiful." Zhou Chen seized the opportunity to flatter her. To be fair, the homeroom teacher was indeed striking. With her fair complexion, exquisite features, and an aura reminiscent of a scholarly lineage, she was a sight to behold. "Your eyes are quite honest." Tang Wan rolled her eyes, though her gaze never strayed far from Teacher Lu. "Class, let's quiet down." Lu Su rapped her knuckles on the desk. The classroom fell silent instantly, and she nodded in satisfaction, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "Now, I'd like everyone to come up and introduce themselves." As she spoke, she gestured towards the first seat in the leftmost row. "Let us start with the first student on the left." Sitting there was Gu Qingyu. She took a deep breath before stepping up to introduce herself. "Hello everyone, I am Gu Qingyu from Jiang County. I hope to get along well with you all." After bowing to her classmates, she returned to her seat. Lu Su was the first to applaud, prompting an enthusiastic round of applause from the audience, especially the boys, who seemed invigorated. Though Gu Qingyu dressed modestly, her natural beauty was unparalleled in the class. Gu Qingyu returned to her seat, her cheeks flushed. Next up was the second student. "Hello everyone, I am Gao Hui from Hong City." Gao Hui, wearing glasses and of modest height, seemed a bit nervous and quickly returned to his seat after a brief introduction. As the students continued to introduce themselves, the earlier confidence of the first students inspired those who followed, with some even showcasing their talents on spot. Soon, it was Zhou Chen's turn. He stood up, instantly capturing the attention of several female classmates. "This guy is so handsome. Wow, he must be at least 1.8 meters tall. He's really attractive. Why isn't he my desk mate?" Several girls whispered excitedly amongst themselves. Zhou Chen cleared his throat and, with a smile gracing his lips, addressed the gathering. "Greetings, everyone. I am Zhou Chen from Jiang County. The Zhou in my name represents the Zhou dynasty, while Chen signifies the dawn's first light. It brings me great joy to convene with all of you here at this esteemed institution. I hope to forge enduring friendships, and, more importantly, to enhance my abilities at Jiangzhou University, be it in academics or in the multifaceted realm of personal development. Our meeting is a serendipitous encounter, and I aspire to cultivate camaraderie with my fellow students throughout our university journey. Let's progress together. Thank you all." A round of applause erupted, albeit with varying enthusiasm, as Zhou Chen became the center of attention. The homeroom teacher, Lu Su, couldn't help but cast a few extra glances at this student. Zhou Chen gracefully returned to his seat. Tang Wan gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Zhou Chen, that self-introduction was quite impressive." Zhou Chen clasped her hands and smiled. "You flatter me, Tang Wan." At that moment, Lu Su, with a warm smile, encouraged the class. Everyone should aspire to match Zhou Chen's eloquence and detail. Now, let's invite our next student. The student following Zhou Chen was a girl with a round face. Though her visage was round, she was by no means overweight. With straight bangs framing her face and sparkling, expressive eyes, she exuded a lively and charming aura. "Hello, everyone. My name is Lu Fei, hailing from the picturesque Lake County. My hobbies include playing table tennis and badminton. If there are any enthusiasts of esports among you, I would love to engage in regular exchanges. I hope we can all become good friends in the future. Thank you." Lu Fei's voice trembled slightly, revealing her evident nervousness. The classmates responded with another round of enthusiastic applause. Time swiftly passed, and 30 minutes elapsed. All students had completed their introductions. Lu Su returned to the podium and began to expound on the origins of the e-commerce major. With the advancement of technology and the proliferation of the internet in our country, the e-commerce major was officially established in 2000. Since you have chosen this path, I trust you have some understanding of it. Lu Su continued, "This major is not yet widely recognized in many households, primarily because the internet has not been fully embraced. However, I assure you, choosing this field will not lead to regret in the future. I will now provide you with a comprehensive overview of the e-commerce major. The e-commerce program is divided into two categories: economic management and engineering technology." Lu Su wrote the term e-commerce prominently on the blackboard and subsequently delineated the two categories: e-commerce economic management and e-commerce engineering technology. Economic management emphasizes mastering knowledge and skills related to internet economics and business management, while engineering technology focuses on internet technology and business information. Chapter 39. Rumors arose. The students listened intently, diligently taking notes. The bell signaling the end of class rang, yet they remained engrossed, appearing reluctant to depart. Class is dismissed. Lu Su made no delay, swiftly gathering her materials and exiting the classroom. Tang Wan remained absorbed in analyzing her notes when Zhou Chen suddenly passed her a note. Tang Wan blinked her beautiful eyelashes and opened the note to find a message. "Shall we have lunch together?" A blush crept onto Tang Wan's fair neck as she pouted. "Who wants to have lunch with you? You deleted me from QQ, and I haven't settled that with you yet. You are indeed Tang Xi and Jelly, aren't you?" Zhou Chen's lips twitched. How had he not anticipated that Tang Wan would reach out to others, and not just him? "Surprised, aren't you, big silly pig?" Tang Wan declared with an air of triumph. "I guessed it on our very first conversation, didn't I? Otherwise, would I have chatted with you for so long?" Zhou Chen wore a defiant expression. "So you knew it was me, which means you intentionally deleted me." Tang Wan replied, feigning a pout. "All right, you win." Zhou Chen beamed. "To make amends, let me treat you to lunch." Tang Wan fiddled with the desk, biting her lip and whispering, "Does this count as a date?" Zhou Chen, having been single in 2 lifetimes, felt his cheeks flush as he scratched his head and stammered, "I suppose it does. Well, I accept your offer." Tang Wan's lips curved into a charming pout, her cheeks resembling ripe apples, making her look extraordinarily adorable. Just then, Zhou Chen's phone chimed with an incoming call. "All right, it's settled then. I'll just take this call." Zhou Chen grinned before pulling out his phone to answer. "Chengo, where are you?" "I've arrived at Jiangzhou University." It was Chen Kai's voice on the other end. "So soon? You didn't sneak out without telling your mom, did you?" "I wouldn't dare." Chen Kai chuckled awkwardly. "Where are you? Let me come find you." "At the phone booth across the street." "Okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up, Zhou Chen turned to Tang Wan, saying, "Waner, I have to step out for a moment. Please help me inform the teacher that I'll be absent." "Sure." Upon hearing Zhou Chen's affectionate address, Tang Wan's face reddened further, her heart fluttering with delight. Outside the school gate on the opposite side of the street stood a row of public phone booths. Dressed in vocational school attire, Chen Kai squatted beside one, smoking and gazing intently at the school gate. As soon as Zhou Chen emerged, he sprang to his feet and waved. "Chenge, I'm over here." Zhou Chen strode across the street and, noticing Chen Kai's perpetually dark circles, remarked, "Let us go. I'll first take you to find a place to stay." "Chenge, I'm starving." Chen Kai whined, rubbing his stomach. "I haven't eaten a thing since last night to save up for the fare. Hang in there. I have class later." Zhou Chen was reluctant to skip class on his first day, so he aimed to resolve Chen Kai's needs promptly. He found a nearby inn and handed Chen Kai 100 yuan. "Take this for now. We'll find you a long-term place after my classes end." Chen Kai's eyes lit up at the sight of the bill, and he beamed. "All right, thank you, Chen Ge." Zhou Chen nodded, cautioning, "I'll come looking for you around 6. If I can't find you, don't expect me to look for you." Chen Kai, who enjoyed surfing the internet, was concerned about being untraceable later. It was also a way to instill a sense of obedience in him. With Chen Kai settled, Zhou Chen promptly returned to the classroom. Lu Su had not yet arrived, and the classroom was filled with a cacophony of chatter. As Zhou Chen approached the door, an unexpected hush fell over the room, though it lasted only a few seconds before the noise resumed. Zhou Chen returned to his seat and pulled a piece of the large white rabbit milk candy he had purchased from the vending machine from his pocket, extending it to Tang Wan. Here you go. At the same time, Tang Wan offered him a piece of green gum. Want some? They both paused in surprise before breaking into laughter in unison. Then I'll have yours, and you can have mine. Zhou Chen placed the milk candy in Tang Wan's drawer and accepted her gum, unwrapping it and popping it into his mouth. Buzz. Tang Wan's phone vibrated in her drawer. She took it out and discovered an incoming call from Chi Chi. Ever since their college entrance examination, the two had scarcely kept in touch. After savoring a piece of milk candy, Tang Wan answered the call, smiling as she inquired, "What made you think of calling me, Chi Chi?" Wan. Did you check the class group? Huang Chi Chi's voice sounded somewhat anxious. No, what is up? Tang Wan furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Just take a look for yourself. Huang Chi Chi hesitated to explain. Tang Wan nudged Zhou Chen's arm. Zhou Chen, quickly check the class group. Zhou Chen retrieved his phone and opened the class group chat. The classmates were all discussing Tang Wan. I never imagined the class monitor was this kind of person. Tisk. Tisk tisk. She is not yet 18. That is still underage, right? How shameless. No wonder she has someone picking her up after school. Turns out she is being kept. Zhou Chen scrolled through several messages until he stumbled upon a post from a classmate named Luo Jun, who disclosed some information in the group. Let me share with you an astonishing piece of gossip. Our class monitor, Tang Wan, has been kept by a man. As soon as this information was disseminated, the group chat erupted in chaos. Some questioned Luo Jun's claims, asking, didn't he go to the South for work? Where did you get this news? Luo Jun, who had struggled academically and failed to gain admission to university, had previously announced his intention to seek employment in the South during several classmates' graduation celebrations, prompting skepticism from his peers. But the information is unequivocally true. There are photos to corroborate it. Luo Jun shared a blurry image of Tang Wan checking into a hotel at the front desk, a snapshot extracted from surveillance footage that Zhang Fei had obtained for 1,000 yuan. Although the image is indistinct, it unmistakably depicts Tang Wan. Consequently, the majority of the group engaged in fervent discussions about her. How much did Zhang Fei pay you? Zhou Chen could not resist sending a message in the group. What do you mean by that, Zhou Chen? Luo Jun retorted. Are you insinuating that Zhang Fei bribed me to slander Tang Wan? Zhou Chen responded. Let us not concern ourselves with whether Zhang Fei gave you anything. The photo I shared is irrefutable evidence. As class monitor, Tang Wan has committed such a shameless act. She is not just tarnishing her own reputation, but also that of our entire Jiangxian High School. Everyone, do not be swayed by rumors. This photo does not prove anything. After 3 years together, I believe we all understand the kind of person our class monitor truly is. I trust the monitor. Me too. She's not that kind of person. Several female classmates staunchly defended Tang Wan. Really, you all aren't suggesting that you're like Tang Wan, seeking out sugar daddies. Are you? Luo Jun scoffed. What's so special about a class monitor? I genuinely wonder what she has offered you all. Lu Xiying, witnessing the escalating turmoil in the class group, felt a surge of satisfaction and typed, I believe the class monitor should come forward and clarify. Chapter 40. Chui Yuxia steps forward to clarify. Zhou Chen, what on earth is happening? Tang Wan, noticing Zhou Chen's troubled expression, furrowed her brows in inquiry. Aren't you in the class group? No, I forgot the password to my old QQ account. Tang Wan quietly explained. Zhou Chen handed his phone to her. Taking the phone, Tang Wan scrolled through the chat history, her complexion immediately draining of color. They are framing me. Tang Wan's voice quivered with emotion as she stared at Zhou Chen with tear-filled eyes. You must believe me. Zhou Chen gently reassured her. I believe you. Don't panic. Zhang Fei is the one stirring trouble behind the scenes. Tang Wan bit her lip, explaining, the man in the photo is my brother. Zhou Chen's eyes brightened. No wonder that man's silhouette seemed familiar. Does anyone in our class know your brother? Teacher Chui knows him. When I first entered high school, it was my brother who took me to register. He is also my guardian. I'll call Teacher Chui and ask her to clarify. Zhou Chen pulled out his phone and dialed Chui Yuxia. On vacation, upon receiving Zhou Chen's call and learning that classmates were maligning Tang Wan, she promptly stated, let me log into QQ and take a look. Don't worry. Upon seeing the discussions in the class group about Tang Wan, Chui Yuxia quickly located the photograph. Recognizing the man in the picture as Tang Wan's guardian, Tang Jia, she announced, classmates, cease your speculations. The man in the photo is Tang Wan's brother, Tang Jia. Luo Jun, Lu Tao, you are to apologize to Tang Wan immediately. Chui Yuxia sent 2 messages in quick succession. The group fell silent. Teacher Chui, please don't make baseless claims. They went to the hotel together. Can they possibly be siblings? Luo Jun, already in the South, felt unfazed by offending teachers or classmates, considering his academic journey complete. Luo Jun, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are engaging in unlawful behavior, and you have already tarnished Tang Wan's reputation. Chui Yuxia's fingers trembled in fury as she typed. How could she have produced such a student? Luo Jun, having only recently graduated high school, was genuinely frightened by her words. He had been mischievous in school, but this was a different matter altogether. If it escalated to a legal issue, he could face serious consequences. Luo Jun, Lu Tao, I'll say it once more, apologize to Tang Wan, or I will personally seek a lawyer for her. Chui Yuxia's ire was palpable. Tang Wan was the most outstanding student she had encountered in her career, with an immeasurable future ahead of her. She would not permit any unruly students to affect Tang Wan adversely. Class monitor, I'm sorry. Luo Jun paid me 100 yuan to speak ill of you in group. Lu Tao confessed. Luo Jun felt indignation bubbling within him. He had taken the money, but now had the blame thrust entirely upon him. Apologizing was out of the question. He could always leave the group. Luo Jun promptly exited the class group. Chui Yuxia typed furiously. Luo Jun has left the group. This matter ends here. I hope all students take heed. Spreading rumors is a criminal act. I told you the monitor wasn't that kind of person. Luo Jun is truly despicable. Lu Xiying voiced her support for Tang Wan in the group. He didn't get into university, so he is harboring resentment and wants to ruin the monitor's reputation. What a petty person. Tian Swimming chimed in. Chui Yuxia had yet to hang up the phone. Zhou Chen expressed his gratitude. Chui Yuxia inquired about Zhou Chen's chosen field of study. Upon learning that it was electronic commerce, she fell into a contemplative silence. As a high school teacher in a county town, she was unfamiliar with advanced professional knowledge and had no insight into the prospects of electronic commerce and the internet. Since you have chosen this field, it suggests that you are aware of its developmental prospects. I support your decision. By the way, what about Tang Wan? You must be in touch. What major did she select? Although Tang Wan's score had not been as high as Zhou Chen's, she still held greater confidence in her. Tang Wan. Zhou Chen glanced at Tang Wan, whose eyes were slightly red. He smiled and said, she chose the same major as me. And we are in the same class. She is my desk mate. Would you like to speak with her? Sure, please pass the phone to her. Zhou Chen handed the phone to Tang Wan. Tang Wan quickly expressed her gratitude to Chui Yuxia. Chui Yuxia offered her some words of comfort before beginning a conversation with her. At that moment, Lu Su appeared at the classroom door and called out to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, please gather a few boys and help me move the textbooks. All right, Zhou Chen replied, selecting a few sturdy male classmates. After finishing her call with Chui Yuxia, Tang Wan felt somewhat steadied. Just as she hung up, Zhou Chen's phone vibrated, and the QQ icon began to flash. Who could be messaging him? Lu Xiying? Tang Wan bit her lip, contemplating whether to open Zhou Chen's QQ to satisfy her curiosity. She hovered over the QQ icon with the directional keys, hesitating to press the confirmation key. While Zhou Chen was defending himself in the group, he had no knowledge that the man in the photo was Tang Wan's brother. Yet he believed in her without hesitation. Now it was merely a QQ friend messaging Zhou Chen. Yet she found herself overthinking. Taking a deep breath, Tang Wan stifled her curiosity and returned the phone to Zhou Chen's drawer. Hey, Tang Wan, could you lend me your phone for a moment? I need to call home. Lu Fei, seated behind her, gently poked Tang Wan's back. She had wanted to call home the previous night to assure her family of her safety, but her roommates in the dormitory had no phones. Now, feeling bored, she planned to borrow Tang Wan's phone. Of course, Tang Wan said, producing a pink flip phone and handing it to Lu Fei. This was a gift from Tang Jia for her 17th birthday, a pink custom edition Sony T618, which had retailed for 500 yuan last year, with the custom version reaching as high as 200 yuan. Your phone is truly beautiful. It must have cost a pretty penny. Lu Fei cradled Tang Wan's phone in her hands, her face radiating envy as she exclaimed, my brother bought this for me. But I have no idea how much it cost. Tang Wan smiled gently, refraining from disclosing the price of the phone. Lu Fei retrieved a mini address book filled with phone numbers and, with utmost caution, dialed the village chief's landline. Hello, is this the village chief? I am Lu Fei. Could you please inform my mother that I have arrived at school and urge her to take good care of her health? I'll have your mother come to the phone. Call back in half an hour. That's unnecessary, village chief. My mother has trouble walking. Just let her know I'm safe. Very well. Take care of yourself at school. And make sure to study diligently. Strive to become a pillar of society so that your mother can enjoy a better life. Yes, I will study hard. Lu Fei nodded vigorously. After hanging up, she took out $1 from her pocket. Tang Wan, I've finished the call. Here's your phone back, thank you. You're welcome. Tang Wan replied as she turned to retrieve her phone, noticing the dollar bill with a puzzled expression. What is this money for? It's for the phone bill. No need for that. Tang Wan only accepted her phone back, as her own balance was ample. She had checked during the summer and still had over 1,000 left. Switching to a new number was quite a hassle. No, you must take it. Otherwise, I won't feel comfortable borrowing your phone again. Lu Fifei insisted resolutely. Her mother had always taught her that one should not covet small gains. With a resigned smile, Tang Wan finally accepted the dollar. According to the current rate, it's $2.50 per minute. You spoke for just under 2 minutes, so I'll charge you 50 cents, which I'll then return to you. She then opened her wallet, only to find it filled with notes of 10 and above. You don't need to give me change, just keep it for next time, Lu Fifei said, displaying her pearly white teeth in a smile. Tang Wan's cheeks flushed slightly. All right then, let me know anytime you need to make a call. After a brief moment, Zhou Chen and several others entered the classroom, carrying textbooks wrapped in snakeskin bags. Given the abundance of materials in college, the boys had made several trips. In September, the heat in Jiangzhou was hardly different from June, leaving the classmates drenched in sweat. Lu Su generously bought ice-cold cola for them. Zhou Chen returned to his seat, fanning himself with his notebook. Tang Wan, from her drawer, handed him a pack of tissues, softly saying, "You must be exhausted. Quickly wipe off the sweat." Zhou Chen gazed at the gentle Tang Wan and teasingly remarked, "Why don't you help me wipe it? Dream on." Tang Wan's face turned red as she pouted and shot him a glare. Zhou Chen had no choice but to use the tissues himself. "You have a message on QQ." Tang Wan continued to review her notes from the first class, quietly reminding him. "Who is it? I didn't see. I don't know. Tang Wan ziplit di sin te le." Zhou Chen checked his phone and found a message from Lu Xiying. "Chun, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Meng Meng will come too." Though engrossed in her reading, Tang Wan couldn't help but sneak a glance at the message. Indeed, it was from Lu Xiying. "Chun, dinner tonight." Tang Wan pursed her lips, continuing to observe Zhou Chen's phone screen, eager to see how he would respond. Zhou Chen typed back, "Sorry, I'm busy tonight." Upon reading his reply, Tang Wan's slightly pouting lips lifted ever so slightly. Class 3 of Finance. Lu Xiying quickly typed, "You don't have to treat this time. I will. It's just a meal." Zhou Chen is becoming increasingly stingy, she thought, reminiscing about the high school Zhou Chen who was so devoted to her. "Class is starting, goodbye." Zhou Chen, too lazy to explain, closed his phone after sending the message. Tang Wan felt a sense of satisfaction as a smile crept across her face. "Wanner, what are you smiling about?" Zhou Chen leaned in to inquire. "Huh, am I smiling?" Tang Wan blinked her clear, innocent eyes, wearing an expression of feigned ignorance. "Perhaps I misjudged." Zhou Chen smirked lightly. "Yes, you must have been overly tired, leading to hallucinations." Zhou Chen continued. "By the way, I'd like to go out for dinner with Huang Kekai tonight. Will you join me?" Given that Huang Kekai had been her desk mate throughout high school, and since she hadn't hosted a graduation banquet nor attended any, Tang Wan wished to reconnect, especially since Huang Kekai's school was not far from Jiangzhou University. Zhou Chen hesitated. "I might not have time tonight." "Oh." Tang Wan lowered her head, feeling a bit dejected. It turned out he was genuinely busy, and it wasn't merely an excuse to avoid Lu Xiying. Had he been free, he might have agreed to join her for dinner. "I have a friend from Jiang County visiting. I just went out to help him find accommodation, and I need to take him to find a long-term place tonight." Zhou Chen assumed Tang Wan was disappointed because he hadn't agreed to her request. "All right, you handle your matters." Tang Wan forced a smile, returning to her notes in silence. Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. He believed Tang Wan, being young, was simply overthinking things. Hadn't he himself been lost in such thoughts during his relentless pursuit of Lu Xiying in his past life? "How about I go with you to find Huang Kekai for dinner tomorrow?" Zhou Chen suggested softly. "My sister's birthday is tomorrow. What about the day after?" "My brother's birthday is the day after." "Your brother and sister's birthdays are just a day apart?" "She will be my future sister-in-law. The day after that is fine. Let us discuss it later." Tang Wan felt a bit irritated. Zhou Chen lowered his head helplessly. Should he agree to her? And what about Chun Kai? He would be following him. And if he made a misstep before even starting, how could he establish a good image? Catching Zhou Chen's flustered expression from the corner of her eye, Tang Wan felt a twinge of sympathy. "All right, I'm not upset. You take care of your business first. You must honor your commitments." "Wanner, you're truly wonderful." Zhou Chen was deeply moved. "Silly." Tang Wan pouted, her lips curving into a delightful smile once more. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, Zhou Chen and Tang Wan headed to the cafeteria together. The sun blazed overhead, and Tang Wan, having forgotten her umbrella, could only brave the heat. "Wanner, wait for me." Zhou Chen picked up a cardboard box from a nearby trash can. After unfolding it, he approached Tang Wan and held it over her to shield her from the sun. Passers-by, including students and teachers, cast curious glances their way, some even pointing. This era was still quite conservative, and college students dating could easily become a topic of gossip. "Shall we go?" Zhou Chen said, holding the cardboard above his head. Tang Wan ignored the stares, blushing slightly as she nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Loxi, dressed provocatively, strolled across the playground with a parasol, laughing with a few friends as they discussed the attractive freshman this year. One of her friends, Li Cici, suddenly remarked, "Loxi, that little sister up ahead looks like your sister-in-law." Lin Loxi lifted her gaze and saw a tall, slender boy holding the cardboard to shield Tang Wan from the sun. Another friend, Zhao Zilo, giggled, "Loxi, your sister-in-law might get snatched away." Lin Loxi frowned slightly and discreetly snapped a few photos with her phone. Li Cici remarqued in surprise, "I think that boy looks pretty ordinary. How could your sister-in-law be interested in such a guy?" While sending the photos to her boyfriend, Lin Loxi replied coolly, "He could never win Tang Wan's heart." As Tang Jie sat in the computer room of his family hotel playing games, he cast a glance at the photo sent by Lin Loxi, and his expression gradually darkened. Indeed, it was Zhou Chen. His sister had deliberately scored low to enroll at Jiangzhou University, all for the sake of this boy. Had he known earlier, he would have refrained from saving him and let that villain beat him to death. Ding ding ding. "Mother Tiger, should I find someone to remind that boy?" Tang Jie, "No need. I have plenty of connections at Jiangzhou University." "Mother Tiger, aren't you afraid Wan will be upset?" Tang Jie, "My people are reliable." Closing the pop-up, Tang Jie donned his headphones and shouted, "Find the president of AO, sure. Grandfather will test the power of dragon slaying." In the dining hall of Jiangzhou University, Zhou Chen found 2 empty seats. "You save a spot? I'll go get the food." "All right." Tang Wan's heart brimmed with happiness. This was precisely the university life she had longed for during high school. She reserved a seat while Zhou Chen fetched their meals, envisioning a beautiful future with him. In this era, the dining hall did not accept card payments. One had to purchase meal tickets first. After waiting in line for 10 minutes, Zhou Chen finally returned with 2 plates of food. Lu Xiying happened to be on the same floor, seated not far from Tang Wan's table. Seeing Zhou Chen place 2 servings in front of Tang Wan filled her heart with discomfort. Although she had someone to help her with her meal, it paled in comparison to the sense of accomplishment Zhou Chen's act brought. Suddenly, Lu Xiying felt a pang of confusion. Had she truly lost him? "Xiying, what are you thinking about?" Zhang Fei placed a plate of 3 meats and 1 vegetable in front of her, his tone gentle. Lu Xiying shook her head, chewing her food as if it were wax. Zhou Chen, having skipped breakfast and engaged in some physical labor that morning, was ravenous, devouring his meal with gusto. "Could you eat a bit more gracefully?" Tang Wan said, chewing slowly and feigning distaste. "Ahem, I'll take your command." Zhou Chen slowed his pace, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was nearing 40 in total across 2 lifetimes, yet here he was being admonished by an 18-year-old girl. Tang Wan chuckled softly, transferring all the braised pork from her plate to Zhou Chen's. "Also, I don't like fatty meat. You can help me with that." "What do you like to eat then?" Zhou Chen asked, unabashedly enjoying his meal. Tang Wan replied softly, "Aside from fatty meat and animal organs, I can eat anything." Then, feeling slightly guilty, she asked, "Do you think I'm picky?" "That's not picky at all. Do you know how picky Lu Xiying is?" Zhou Chen said, chewing on the braised pork, his words somewhat muffled. "Do tell." Tang Wan turned to glance at Lu Xiying by the window. She had noticed that when Lu Xiying looked over earlier, it was intentional, aimed at showing her that she was feeding Zhou Chen, meant to extinguish any lingering hopes Lu Xiying might have had. Satisfied by the resentful expression on Lu Xiying's face, Tang Wan felt a sense of triumph. Rice can't be too hard or too soft, fried eggs can't be burnt, and the yolk can't be slightly raw. She won't eat ginger, scallions, or garlic, nor will she touch soy sauce or vinegar. Zhou Chen rambled on about Lu Xiying's picky eating habits, reflecting on how he had once catered to her every whim. "Comparatively speaking, I'm not picky at all," Tang Wan said with a radiant smile. "Of course, aside from her good looks, she really has no other redeeming qualities." Zhou Chen continued to express his disdain for Lu Xiying. "Isn't being beautiful enough? Otherwise, how could she have captivated you so completely?" Tang Wan puffed her cheeks, feigning annoyance. That was just a moment of brain freeze. Zhou Chen scratched his head, his face warming with embarrassment. "All right, let us eat." Tang Wan shot Zhou Chen a glance, feeling a twinge of jealousy. She was aware that she could not compare to Lu Xiying in appearance. Would Zhou Chen truly let go of Lu Xiying to be with her? Would she merely be a substitute in Zhou Chen's heart? The afternoon was filled with self-study classes. In the midst of it, the homeroom teacher, Lu Su, took the students to collect military training supplies, as training would commence the following week. After school, Zhou Chen escorted Tang Wan to the girls' dormitory before heading out to find Chen Kai. Outside the hotel, Zhou Chen spotted Chen Kai with two long-haired youths clad in black tank tops and loose pants, huddled together smoking. Brother Chen. Zhou Chen glanced at the two, estimating them to be around 25 or 26. One of them seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't place where he had seen him before. They also play Legend and are part of my guild. We just happened to meet at the internet cafe and wanted to join you in making money. Chen Kai said awkwardly, pulling Zhou Chen aside to whisper, Brother Chen, these two are good friends of mine. Just do me a favor. Zhou Chen felt a strong aversion to Chen Kai's approach. He had brought him along to earn money out of gratitude for a favor his father had done him in a past life. Now, bringing along two dubious individuals who seemed unreliable would only lead to potential theft of skills and the creation of competitors. However, since gaming was merely one aspect of his business empire, and given their connection to Chen Kai, he decided to let them share in the profits. All right, since they're your brothers, they're my brothers too. As long as they are willing to work hard, they shall reap their rewards. Zhou Chen patted Chen Kai on the shoulder, speaking with sincerity. Hey, thanks, Brother Chen. Chen Kai expressed his gratitude before beckoning the two over. Come over and meet Brother Chen. They approached reluctantly, greeting him half-heartedly. After all, in this day and age, wealth dictated respect. Introduce yourselves. Chen Kai urged them. One Lin Yu spoke up. My name is Wu Hui. I'm 22, dropped out of school after middle school, currently level 47 in Legend, and a core member of AO Shi Tianxia. Wu Hui. Zhou Chen's mind raced with memories from his past life. The Prince Hotel, Jiangzhou's largest five-star establishment, had been involved in illegal dealings, and its owner, Prince Hui, was shot dead while fleeing. Wu Hui. A storm surged within Zhou Chen. Over the next decade, the name Prince Hui would instill fear in many. He established the Prince Hotel in 2009, dominated Jiangzhou's underground forces by 2012, and ultimately fell from grace in 2015 after crossing a powerful figure from the capital, leading to a collapse that warranted military intervention. Had he managed the hotel properly, its legacy could have been even more illustrious, but alas, he chose a path of no return. Wu Hui had a brother named Wu Bin, who was the catalyst for the Prince Hotel's downfall. As the second in command, Wu Bin was arrogant and had publicly insulted a nobleman's girlfriend, sealing their fate. At this moment, Wu Bin introduced himself. Hello, Brother Chen. I'm Wu Bin. You can call me Binzi. I'm also part of the AO Shi Tianxia Guild, level 42 Taoist. What are you thinking about, Brother Chen? Chen Kai nudged Zhou Chen as he appeared lost in thought. Zhou Chen snapped back to reality, a smile spreading across his face. You all haven't eaten yet, right? Let me take you out for a meal. Wu Bin rummaged through his pockets, only to find they were empty. Crazy, let me $5 to buy a pack of cigarettes, he said with a grin. 10 sleeps to meet it. Brother Chen just gave me 100. I'm covering the meal for today, so I'm flat broke now. Wu Bin shot him a look, signaling him to ask Zhou Chen for some cash. Chen Kai awkwardly glanced at Zhou Chen, about to speak, but Zhou Chen interjected, I don't have any cash on me either. I'll go to the bank to withdraw some. At the bank, Zhou Chen withdrew 5,000 yuan, distributing 200 to each of the three. Use this for now. Let me know if you need more. Brother Chen is so generous. Chen Kai was ecstatic, overwhelmed by Zhou Chen's generosity, which surpassed that of his own parents. However, he couldn't help but wonder where Zhou Chen's money was coming from, as he was well aware of their family circumstances. Several times, Zhou Chen's tuition fees were borrowed from his mother by his own mother. Brother Chen, how did you suddenly become wealthy? Chen Kai could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. I received quite a bit of cash from my graduation party. Zhou Chen offered a feeble excuse. No wonder. Did old Zhou just pay your tuition for 4 years of university? Chen continued to probe. How come you're so astute? Wu Shen finit surprise. Even a fool could deduce that. Starting a studio requires substantial capital, and if you can present this much money, you must have at least 20,000 on you. Chen Kai's expression revealed a knowing demeanor. You've guessed it again. Zhou Chen hailed a taxi by the roadside, directing it to Yupanek Sion in the southern city. Wu Hui and Wu Bin would serve as two sharp blades. If utilized well, they could aid his business plan while also averting the emergence of two unscrupulous bullies in Jiangzhou. Wu Hui, are you a local from Jiangzhou? Zhou Chen suddenly asked from the passenger seat. Wu Hui nodded, a native, born and raised. Zhou Chen continued, you must know quite a few people then. Wu Hui smiled faintly, it's not bad. If something arises, as long as you're willing to spend, I can gather 30 to 50 people for you. Chen Kai gazed at Wu Hui in astonishment. Brother Hui, you weren't exaggerating in the voice chat, were you? Wu Hui chuckled silently. If I flaunt without money, that's boasting. You can dismiss my earlier words as mere bravado, but with money, what I claim can easily come to fruition. My connections are the capital of my boasts. Chapter 43. I can help you achieve your dreams. Brother Hui speaks wisely. Thus we must strive to earn money and fulfill the grandiose claims we previously made. Chen Kai gazed at the 100 yuan note in his hand, his eyes shimmering with visions of the future. An hour later, the taxi halted outside Yupanek sign. Zhou Chen called Chen Xiaolong, who had already arrived early, to reserve a luxurious package priced at 2888. In 2004, spending over 2,000 for a meal was a luxury even modest families dared not indulge in, exceeding their last meal of 9 dishes by over 2,000. After familiarizing themselves, the group settled into a private room and engaged in lively conversation. Zhou Chen outlined his studio plan, and the others listened with rapt attention. Wu Yi, cigarette in hand, squinted and remarked, "The drop rate for gaming equipment is too low, and the prices fall too rapidly. Can this really be profitable? It can be, and significantly so," Zhou Chen asserted confidently. "As long as we have enough accounts, the quantities of equipment, gold, and materials will soar. The legendary game has an enormous player base. Our goods will be in high demand, not to mention numerous private servers can generate revenue. This market is vast." Wu Hui took a deep drag from his cigarette, his throat dry, and asked, "Have you budgeted how much we could earn a day?" Zhou Chen leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table with a slight smile. "Let us not discuss daily earnings yet. Let us first talk about how we can collaborate." The group fixed their gaze on Zhou Chen, and Wu Hui spoke up, "We'll follow your lead. Whatever you propose for collaboration, we'll go along with it." In truth, he had never contemplated making a fortune. To play games while earning money. How could anything be more fortuitous? He merely wished to make ends meet, not wanting his younger brother to endure hunger alongside him. "I have 2 proposals for collaboration. First, a daily wage of 200 yuan. Secondly, a 10% commission on monthly net profits." After speaking, Zhou Chen lifted a teacup and took a sip. 200 a day? Chen Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. The average wage for ordinary workers was merely 20 or 30 yuan a day. Zhou Chen was actually offering a daily wage of 200? Was this akin to striking gold? "I choose the first option. I have another condition. I won't be paid daily." Wu Hui, feeling exhilarated, slapped the table, resolute in his decision. Wu Bin muttered, "Brother, you genuinely believe his words? A daily wage of 200 completely shatters my understanding. For individuals without degrees, such a salary was unattainable outside of executive positions." Wu Hui shot Wu Bin a look. "Didn't you hear me say we settle wages daily? He has already given us 200, which is equivalent to a day's wage. Even if we don't profit later, we're still guaranteed a return." Wu Bin scratched his head, realizing that perhaps there was some truth to that. Chen Xiaolong lamented, "Brother Chen, I don't want to continue school. I also want to earn money." Earning 6,000 a month, his father worked tirelessly, making only 2,000 or 3,000 after 30 days. Zhou Chen's offer of 6,000 a month was enough to baffle anyone. "All right, tell your dad," Zhou Chen replied with a playful smile, knowing Chen Guangrong's temperament. If he learned that Chen Xiaolong no longer wished to study, he would surely rush over to reprimand him. Chen Xiaolong instantly recoiled. "Forget it. Just don't tell old Chen, otherwise he might break my legs." The waiter served the dishes, and Zhou Chen asked for a case of beer. After pouring a glass, he raised his cup and declared, "So it's settled then. Here, as to a pleasant collaboration." Wu Hui lifted his cup, grinning. "Here as to our future riches." With the drink down, everyone began to eat. Wu Bin devoured a large shrimp as if he had never tasted meat before. "What are your dreams?" Zhou Chen asked while eating. He had no intention of altering the trajectory of Tai Ziwi's history. Tai Ziwi would still emerge, albeit with a fate markedly different from his previous life. Under Zhou Chen's guidance, Tai Ziwi would transform into a true hero of his time. "My dream is to open a grand internet cafe," Chen Kai exclaimed enthusiastically. Wu Hui took a swig of beer, stating, "I want to open a nightclub." Wu Bin, with crab roe smeared across his mouth, innocently smiled. "I want to run a hotel, so I won't have to sleep in an internet cafe anymore." Wu Hui took another gulp of beer, and upon hearing his brother's dream, felt a pang of discomfort. They had come from an orphanage, though not blood-related. They were as close as brothers. As the eldest, he felt the weight of responsibility, unable to provide for his brother's education. Even basic needs were a struggle. He saw himself as a negligent older brother. "You all have quite the ambitions. Each of you aspires to be a boss." Chen Xiaolong gave a thumbs up to the trio. Wu Bin laughed heartily. "Dreams are essential. Who knows, they might just come true." Chen Xiaolong chuckled quietly, refraining from dampening their spirits. "However," Zhou Chen remarked, "work diligently alongside me, and I can assist you in realizing your dreams." Wu Hui and the others turned to Zhou Chen in unison. Zhou Chen, in contrast, merely raised a teacup and took a delicate sip of tea. His composure and tranquility belied his youth. Wu Hui had the bizarre sensation that this freshman, appearing much younger than himself, was akin to a weathered elder. His words possessed a certain magic that compelled trust. After a hearty meal, Zhou Chen took them to search for housing. Wu Hui, well acquainted with Jiangzhou, introduced several reasonably priced options. After comparing, Zhou Chen ultimately selected a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with a monthly rent of 500, 3 months deposit, 3 months rent, 3,000 total. The landlord, a woman in her 30s named Wang Jing, donned a fitted kipao, her wavy hair cascading down, boasting a slender waist and long legs, exuding an aura of jasmine fragrance, her face radiating an innate charm. Wang Jing assessed Zhou Chen, the most attractive among the group, her throat shifting slightly as she smiled alluringly. Actually, we could still negotiate the price. Zhou Chen seemed to perceive Wang Jing's intentions and responded with a smile. I am quite satisfied with this price. I wouldn't want to let such a beautiful sister suffer any loss. Wang Jing paused momentarily, surprised by the charm of this young man who appeared to be under 20, marveling at his eloquence. Here, S3,000. I'll come by tomorrow to sign a contract, Sister Jing. Zhou Chen counted out 3,000 and handed it to Wang Jing. The contract is readily available at my home. Shall we go there now to sign it? A charming smile graced Wang Jing's lips. It's too late. Let's do it tomorrow. Zhou Chen's expression reflected his unease, as he suspected that Wang Jing harbored ulterior motives. The saying that women are as fierce as wolves at 30 and tigers at 40 holds no fallacy. At merely 18 years of age, if he were to visit her home, would there be any remnants left of him? If it were his former self, he might have succumbed to such temptation. However, in this lifetime, he yearned solely to accumulate wealth, provide a comfortable life for his parents, and ensure that Wanner could marry him with great fanfare. What? Are you afraid that your sister might devour you? Wang Jing squinted as she gazed intently at Zhou Chen's handsome visage. Chapter 44. Depleting the family assets. Zhou Chen felt increasingly uncomfortable under Wang Jing's unabashedly fervent gaze. Sister Jing, how about I accompany you to sign the contract? Wu Hui observed Wang Jing's intentions toward Zhou Chen and decided to play the role of a shield for his boss. Moreover, considering Wang Jing's pleasing appearance, he felt that giving his first time to her would not be a loss. Wang Jing shot a glance at Wu Hui, wrinkling her nose as she retorted, Why don't you find somewhere cool to linger? Am I speaking to you? Wu Hui chuckled awkwardly and then leaned closer to Zhou Chen, whispering, Why not give it a try? This woman is exquisite and has a decent figure. I still have matters to attend to at school. Let's head back, Xiaolong. Zhou Chen quickly pulled Chen Xiaolong outside. Although Wang Jing indeed possessed a certain allure, he could not betray Tang Wan. Hey, Chen Gu, this is a splendid opportunity. You could have a woman to share a bed with and save some money. Why don't you cherish it? Chen Xiaolong teased with a grin. Get lost. I'm not the kind of man who sells my body for money. Zhou Chen retorted, kicking at Chen Xilong's backside. I'm out of here. You didn't T-kick me. Did you? Chen Xiaolong dodged adeptly, turning to shake his hips in a playful challenge to Zhou Chen. Seeing Chen Xiaolong acting like a child, Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Checking his phone, he noted that it was merely 8:10 in the evening. There was still ample time. Let us go to the second-hand computer market. Zhou Chen reflected on the lessons from his past life, realizing that he had squandered all his time and energy on Lu Seeing and had suffered from a severe procrastination issue. In this new life, he was determined to rectify that flaw. He pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Meng. Wang Meng, having just received a substantial sum of money, was seated at his front desk, enjoying food and drink. When his phone vibrated, he turned to see Zhou Chen's name on the screen, and the tension he had previously felt was absent. He recognized that Zhou Chen was not one to go back on his word. Hello, Brother Zhou. Mengu. Do you know anyone running an internet cafe in Jiangzhou? Indeed, I have a cousin who operates one there. Why? Are you interested in entering the business? Wang Meng replied with surprise, then added earnestly, Brother, this industry is fraught with challenges. You need at least 200,000 to 300,000 to get started. Even then, without connections, it's hard to keep an internet cafe running. Not exactly. I'm looking to purchase a few computers for gaming and am concerned about being swindled. Zhou Chen understood Wang Meng's implications. Given the chaotic security situation, internet cafes often encounter disturbances, and one needed a certain level of influence to maintain order. For this matter, I'll give you a number. Just tell him that Wang Meng recommended you. All my computers came from him, and he knows the specifications. So he won't dare to cheat you. Wang Meng said with a cheerful tone. All right, thank you, Mengu. When I return from vacation, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhou Chen expressed his gratitude politely. Shortly after hanging up, Wang Meng sent him a contact number. Zhou Chen called the number, and after some discussion, the computer vendor invited him to his store. Zhou Chen and Chen Xiaolong took a ride to the computer market in the city center, where numerous mobile and computer shops thrived. The advertising posters outside displayed phones starting at prices over 3,000. For the average person, purchasing such a phone was exceedingly challenging. However, Jiangzhou, being vast and resource-rich, was not devoid of wealthy individuals. The presence of 4 universities drew tens of thousands of students, and the hard-earned money of their parents was entirely devoted to supporting their education. As the consumption levels of these students rose, so too did the prices and economy of Jiangzhou. Upon locating the computer store, they were greeted by a refined man in his 30s, wearing glasses and a faded yellow shirt. The young man adjusted his glasses and greeted them with a gentle smile. "Hello, I'm Wang Wan, and Wang Ming is my cousin." "Hello, Venye, em Su Tian." Chen Xiaolong. Zhou Chen and Chen Xiaolong shook hands with Wang Wan. Wang Wan seated them and retrieved 2 bottles of cola from the fridge, smiling as he inquired, "You are buying computers for gaming, aren't you?" Zhou Chen nodded yes. Thus we have slightly higher requirements for the specifications. In truth, games like Legend and Dream of the West did not demand high specs, but running multiple instances and auxiliary software required a certain level of computer performance. Wang Wan produced a pack of cigarettes and offered them to the two. Zhou Chen declined, while Chen Xiaolong accepted without hesitation, lighting one up. Wang Wan, maintaining his genteel demeanor, took a puff before introducing the high-spec computers available in his store. When Chen Xiaolong heard that the starting price for those computers was around 7,000, he winced. Even second-hand computers are this expensive. Zhou Chen, however, was more accepting. Given that technology had only recently advanced, it was quite normal for prices to be high. 7,000 is indeed a bit steep. I need about 6 units. Can I secure them for 30,000? Zhou Chen inquired casually as he sipped his cola. Wang Wan's eyes widened slightly, and his demeanor shifted as he regarded Zhou Chen differently. In this era, a young person capable of producing 30,000 was likely from a wealthy family. Purchasing 6 computers at once was a significant order. "Brother, although you were introduced by Mango, your bargaining is rather excessive. The price for 6 computers of the same specifications is 42,000. If you're sincere about buying, I can reduce it to 40,000. Wang Wan stated calmly. 32,000 is my bottom line. That is all the money I can muster. Zhou Chen shrugged helplessly, a look of disappointment creeping onto his face, as if he would have to abandon the purchase if he couldn't secure the 32,000. Wang Wan chuckled. The acquisition cost for these 6 computers is 39,000. I'll give Minggu a favor. If you can offer 39,500, we'll have a deal. Zhou Chen still hesitated. Having borrowed 5,000 from Huang Kikai and spent another 3,000 on rent, with his tuition and accommodation costs exceeding 5,000, he had only around 32,000 left in his savings. "Chenggu, is it a matter of insufficient funds? I can contribute 10,000. Chen Xiaolong whispered. Zhou Chen sighed. "All right then, I'll borrow 10,000 from you." To ensure the computers would be reliable, Zhou Chen opted for these high-spec Dell models. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Wang Wan drove them back to their rented place, working late into the night to assist in setting up the computers. Zhou Chen and Chen Xiaolong then returned to their respective dormitories. Shortly after they departed, Chen Kai and Wu Hui sat in awe beside the 6 nearly new high-end computers. "Huige, these computers must be the highest specs for internet cafes, right?" Chen Kai asked, swallowing hard. "Yeah, ID estimate they cost around 7,000 to 8,000 each." Wu Hui was equally astonished, unable to believe that Zhou Chen had actually purchased such high-quality computers. 6 computers, wouldn't that amount to 4,000 to 5,000? If we sold them, could we use that money to start business? Chen Kai proposed a bold idea. Kai Zi is right. Huige, what do you think? Wu Hui felt a stir of temptation. Having lived for so long, he had never seen what 10,000 looked like. Wu Hui ignited a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he remarked, "Your ideas are commendable. However, you must contemplate carefully. Aligning ourselves with Zhou Chen could indeed assist us in realizing our aspirations. Yet if we choose to sell these few computers, we may find ourselves forever barred from fulfilling our dreams." Chapter 45. Someone asked me to pass on a message to you. Keep your distance from Tang Wan. "Brother, why do you think that?" Wu Bin queried, perplexed. "We could also earn money by following Zhou Chen's methods." "Indeed, Brother Hui, I fail to comprehend." Chen Kai, puffing on a cigarette with one hand scratching his foot, interjected. "Zhou Chen offers us a salary of 200 a day, which indicates that our contributions will yield over 600 daily. If we were to operate independently, our earnings could exceed 200. Given his high school education, he was still capable of making such calculations. Wu Hui exhaled a thick plume of smoke, casting a frowning glance at the two, and then posed a question. "We have only just met Zhou Chen today, yet he dares to leave behind computers worth tens of thousands. If it were you two, would you possess such audacity?" Wu Bin and Chen Kai shook their heads. They wouldn't easily entrust even a 200 yuan item to a stranger. Wu Hui continued, "This is a matter of perspective. One's outlook determines the outcome. Zhou Chen is destined for success. We must diligently follow him if we wish to realize our dreams. Though Wu Hui lacked formal education, he possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge, often spending hours at an internet cafe absorbing life's philosophies. Brother, I understand now. Let us pull an all-nighter. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Wu Bin cast aside his previous thoughts. Wu Hui then turned to Chen Kai, saying, Kai, I recall you are a man of loyalty. Your acquaintance with Zhou Chen is not a fleeting one, is it? He trusts you enough to lend you money. Is this how you repay him? Brother Hui, Chen Kai began, but Wu Hui coldly interrupted. I cherish friendships, yet I will only cultivate bonds with those who are loyal and worthy of deeper connection. For those who would stab me in the back, it is best not to associate. Brother Hui, I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not inform Brother Chen. Chen Kai lowered his head in regret. I hold great faith in your friend. He believes in us, and we should reciprocate that trust. Wu Hui rose and patted Chen Kai's shoulder before heading outside. Come, tonight I shall treat you. After Zhou Chen returned to his dormitory and freshened up, he sat on his bed, replacing the battery in his phone. As soon as it powered on, he logged into QQ. In the afternoon, he had added Tang Wan back to his contacts. Opening the chat group, he noticed the avatars of Tang Wan, Gu Qingyu, Lu Xing, Tian Swimming, and Chen Xiaolong all flashing. Zhou Chen first opened Tang Wan's chat window, revealing a barrage of messages from her. Are you done? Have you finished yet? Are you still busy? You must be done by now. The last message, sent around 9 o'clock, was accompanied by a near-tearful emoji. Just finished. Still awake? Zhou Chen quickly typed back. Ding ding ding. Tang Wan replied almost instantaneously. Have you returned to the dorm? I just got back and my phone's dead. After such a long silence, do you have a girl holding your hand? Her words dripped with jealousy. She was aware that Zhou Chen had gone apartment hunting with friends. But surely he wouldn't be so occupied as to not respond at all. Surely, he must have taken a girl along. Jealous? Zhou Chen grinned as he replied. Young girls often indulged in flights of fancy. Even the academically inclined were not exempt. Yet, this also indicated his standing in Tang Wan's heart. If she did not care, who would bother to think so much? I'm not jealous. I am just worried about your safety out there. Tang Wan Dai Za BD. Sending 3 consecutive messages. Zhou Chen replied, All right, I will ensure to respond promptly next time. Tang Wan. Okay, it's getting late. I'm off to bed. See you tomorrow. Zhou Chen, good night. Returning to the group interface, Zhou Chen clicked on Gu Qingyu's chat window. Gu Qingyu. Zhou Chen, do you like Tang Wan? Her avatar was gray, suggesting she had borrowed her roommate's phone to send the message before logging off. Zhou Chen responded, yes. Next, he opened Lu Xiying's chat window. Lu Xiying, Zhou Chen, their ice skating rink opening this Saturday. Free entry for everyone. Let us go together. Zhou Chen, no time. He then opened Tian Swimming's chat window, where she had sent the same message as Lu Xiying. Zhou Chen was slightly taken aback. Did Lu Xiying not mention that Tian Swimming would also be attending? Was it Tian Swimming's own idea, or Lu Xiying's suggestion? Not wishing to dwell on it, he simply replied that he was unavailable, then opened Chen Zilong's chat window. Chen Xiaolong, Brother Chen, aren't you worried about Chen Kai and the others taking the computers? Those are worth tens of thousands. Zhou Chen, trust those whom you employ. Do not suspect them. Losing a few tens of thousands will reveal their true nature. Just after Chen Xiaolong, who had just finished showering, saw Zhou Chen's reply, he pursed his lips and typed. That may be true, but we currently lack capital. If we lose that money, it will be quite difficult to recover. Zhou Chen, I have faith in my judgment, rather than merely trusting his own judgment. It was more about believing in Wu Hui, a man destined to dominate the gray industries of Jiangzhou, with a vision that would not be limited to the mere value of these computers. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Room check, open up. Zheng Fei, whose bed was by the door, opened it. For burly third-year senior strode in confidently. Everyone's here. The leader, sporting a crew cut and a scar across his face. Donned beach shorts and a black tank top, exuding a rogue demeanor. Seeing the scarred face, the freshmen were all trembling with fear. We're all here, Zheng Fei said, retrieving several bottles of cola from a bucket beside his bed. Seniors, please have some drinks. The scar man took the cola, grinning. You're quite considerate. What's your name? Zheng Fei. He promptly replied. The scar man nodded and pulled out a list. One of his companions immediately pointed at the students on the upper bunk and bellowed, Get down and line up. The upper bunk students, terrified, hurriedly scrambled down. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow slightly, but, wishing to avoid conflict with the upperclassmen, obediently queued with his roommates. I will now begin calling names. When I call your name, respond. The scar man cast a sharp glance over everyone before starting to read names. Sun Dashin. Here. Damn. Sun Dashin. Why not call yourself Sun Wukong? The scarred man derided. Laughter erupted from the dormitory. Shut up. Is that so funny? His companion glared, silencing the room. Feng Dong. Here. Young Sen. Here. Jiang Jinsong. Here. Zhou Chen. When the scar man called this name, he looked up at Zhou Chen, who stood at the back. Here. Zhou Chen responded, sensing that the scarred man might have ulterior motives. The scarred man approached Zhou Chen, leaning close and whispering, "Someone asked me to tell you to keep your distance from Tang Wan." Chapter 46. Who exactly wants me to stay away from Tang Wan? After delivering this message, the scarred man returned to his previous position. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chao Ming from the 3rd year, Class 6 of the Engineering College. My brother, Chao Yuan, operates 3 skating rinks in the Wangjiang district, and the 4th one is set to open this Saturday. As he spoke, he lit a cigarette and continued, "I'm not sharing this to boast, but to inform you that my brother is the boss of Wangjiang district, and I am someone you cannot afford to provoke." Upon hearing Zheng Fei's words, a gleam of joy illuminated his face. This senior possessed considerable influence. It was imperative for him to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Chao Ming turned to Zhou Chen and inquired, "Zhou Chen, did you catch what I just said?" Zhou Chen nodded affirmatively. "I did." Only then did Chao Ming continue. "From now on, we will conduct room inspections around 10 o'clock each day. When we come for inspections, you must line up and come down, understood?" "Understood," echoed the voices of his roommates in unison. Chao Ming further instructed, "Maintain cleanliness in the dormitory. Do not leave your shoes scattered about. And smoking is strictly prohibited within the premises." After outlining a series of regulations, Chao Ming departed with his companions. Sun Dashan, seated on Zhou Chen's bedside. It seems university life will not be easy. People like him can attend Jiangzhou University, acting like they own the place. Jiang Jinsong, from the opposite bed, whispered, "Did you not hear him mention that his brother is the local boss? He must have leveraged connections to get in." Sun Dashan lit a cigarette and turned to Zhou Chen, asking, "Zhou Chen, what did Chao Ming say to you?" "Nothing much," Zhou Chen replied. Reclining on his bed with his eyes closed, his mind still not at ease. Who was it that wanted him to keep his distance from Tang Wan? It was only the first day of university. Surely, no one could fall in love with Tang Wan at first sight. If he failed to comply, would Chao Ming resort to violence against him? Zhou Chen rubbed his temples and then picked up his phone to contact Chen Kai. "What's up, Brother Chen? Could you give me Wu Hui's QQ? 3578. Wu Hui's QQ number was only 6 digits long. A level of expertise that was quite impressive in an era when the internet was not as developed. His online alias was Prince Hui. Wu Hui responded, "Brother Chen." Zhou Chen asked, "Do you know Chao Yuan?" "Of course, he's a big shot around here." Zhou Chen followed up, "Are you familiar with him?" "We have had some past grievances." Zhou Chen's lips twitched. He initially intended to seek Wu Hui's assistance in navigating relationships. Wu Hui queried, "Why do you ask? Did his brother offend you?" Zhou Chen was taken aback. "You guessed that?" Wu Hui took a long time to reply. Just as Zhou Chen's dormitory lights went out and he prepared to sleep, Wu Hui finally sent a message. "Just endure for now. Once you've made enough money, everything will be negotiable." Zhou Chen felt a pang of disappointment. Was he truly destined to part ways with Tang Wan? Damn it. As a reincarnated individual, must he endure such frustration? In novels, reincarnators often possess golden fingers. Why was he left with nothing? His prophetic abilities were not readily available. With a sigh, Zhou Chen turned to his side and attempted to sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, a news report from his past life surfaced in his mind. On September 8, 2004, the owner of AIO Clothing Factory in Jiangzhou committed suicide by jumping off a building due to bankruptcy. Zhou Chen abruptly opened his eyes. AIO Clothing Factory. From 2001 to 2004, it was a leading enterprise in Jiangzhou's garment industry. Later police reports indicated that the chairman of AIO Company had succumbed to pressure after discovering his wife was having an affair with the driver and embezzling $300 million in cash, leading to a break in the company's financial chain. Today is the 5th. There are only 3 days left until that chairman's suicide. Damn it. He still had his own matters to resolve. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone, searching for information related to AIO Clothing Factory. However, after half an hour, he still could not find the chairman's phone number. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly remembered that Chun Xilong's father was in the textile business and seemed to have dealings with AIO Company. Zhou Chen opened QQ and contacted Chun Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, does your family have business dealings with AIO Company?" Chun Xiaolong replied, "Brother Chun, I was just boasting. What level is AIO Company? Does our little processing workshop even qualify to collaborate with them?" Zhou Chen retorted, "You're kidding me. Even I can't be fooled." Chun Xiaolong clarified, "It's not entirely a lie. AIO suppliers outsource their orders, and my dad takes orders from the suppliers, which means he does business with AIO Company too. You need to help me get the chairman's phone number." Zhou Chen insisted. "Where am I supposed to get that?" Chun Xiaolong exclaimed. "Ask your dad for help." Zhou Chen urged. "All right, I'll ask my dad tomorrow. But why do you need his number? Are we going into the clothing business?" "Brother Chun, we need to take it step by step. The clothing business isn't easy. Zhou Chen exited QQ without further ado. The next day, Zhou Chen awoke early, still preoccupied with last night's events, and thus lacked the appetite for breakfast. He headed straight to class, only to find that all his classmates were already present. Upon entering the classroom, he felt Gu Qingyu's gaze upon him. When he turned to look, Gu Qingyu immediately lowered her head. Nevertheless, Zhou Chen noticed that her eyes were slightly red. Gu Qingyu had borrowed her roommate's phone to log into QQ that morning. She had received Zhou Chen's message, shattering all her fantasies. Zhou Chen sighed inwardly and returned silently to his seat. Tang Wan, dressed in a white dress exuding the fragrance of gardenias, was engrossed in reading a book. "Good morning, Wanner," Zhou Chen greeted with a smile as he settled into his seat. "Morning, Tang Wan zipli guli," her tone devoid of warmth. Zhou Chen smirked. "You're not still upset, are you?" Tang Wan remained silent, taking notes in her book. As Zhou Chen rummaged through his desk for his books, he suddenly touched something warm and soft, quickly withdrawing his hand. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 5 steaming dumplings and a bottle of milk. "Did you bring me breakfast?" A warm current flowed through Zhou Chen's heart. In the last 2 years of high school, he had always prepared breakfast for Lu Xiying. Tang Wan was the first girl to bring breakfast for him. Who else would it be? Tang Wan shot Zhou Chen a glance. As Zhou Chen savored the dumplings, he stole glances at Tang Wan and noticed a hint of spring beneath her short sleeves, a pale blue hue. Eyes off, he reminded himself. She was still just a child. Zhou Chen quickly averted his gaze, finishing the dumpling in one bite before unscrewing the milk cap for a sip. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a QQ message. He hastily retrieved his phone and opened QQ. Chen Xiaolong message, "Brother Chen, my dad said that supplier is a secondary one, and there are others above it. Even if you contact the first supplier, you can only interface with AIO's salespeople." Zhou Chen replied helplessly, "Got it. I'll think of another way." Noticing Zhou Chen's expression of resignation, Tang Wan caught a glimpse of his phone out of the corner of her eye. "AIO company? ISNT, that my uncle's company? Why does Zhou Chen want to contact my uncle?" Chapter 47. I cannot accompany you for lunch today. Zhou Chen tucked his phone away and continued to enjoy the dumplings, filled with chives, the aroma wafting through the classroom. However, since many classmates were eating breakfast, no one protested. Zhou Chen usually did not favor chives, but today he found the chive dumplings particularly delectable. "Zhou Chen, why are you inquiring about the chairman of AIO company?" Tang Wan shifted her chair closer to him, leaning in to ask in a hushed tone. "How did you know?" Zhou Chen turned his head, almost bumping into Tang Wan. "Ew, it stinks." Tang Wan quickly distanced herself from Zhou Chen, waving her hand to fan the air. "Ashuntia bought you chive filling. Is it that bad?" Zhou Chen leaned in, breathing toward her. "Get away, you're so annoying." Tang Wan covered Zhou Chen's mouth with her hands. Perhaps their voices were too loud, as several classmates cast knowing glances in their direction. "Tisk, tisk, tisk. In a public place, you two should be more mindful." Lu Fifei in the back row stifled a giggle. Tang Wan, her face flushed with embarrassment, buried her head on the desk, too shy to utter a word. Gu Qingyu, however, remained undistracted by the attention of the two, engrossed in her book. Her desk mate, Luo Lin, cautiously inquired, "Qingyu, do you perhaps have feeling for Zhou Chen?" Gu Qingyu shook her head defiantly. "Not at all." Luo Lin pouted. "But your QQ is still logged in. I saw your conversations with Zhou Chen." Gu Qingyu's complexion instantly turned crimson. Luo Lin quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Qingyu. I didn't mean to pry." Tears welled in Gu Qingyu's eyes as she lowered her head, murmuring, "But you saw, he likes Tang Wan." Luo Lin sighed. "Don't be upset. There are plenty of exceptional guys in university. You'll surely find someone suitable in time, and besides, we're still young. There's no rush to date." Gu Qingyu pressed her lips together and nodded. After receiving Zhou Chen's message that morning, she had already resigned herself to the reality. It was clear to her that Tang Wan harbored feelings for Zhou Chen, likely having liked him since high school, waiting for him to break up with Lu Xiying. Analyzing further, it seemed plausible that Tang Wan intentionally lowered her grades to gain admission into Jiangzhou University just to be closer to Zhou Chen. Since they were mutually affectionate, why should she cling to false hopes? Around 8 o'clock, Lu Su entered the classroom with a slight frown. Such a strong odor. And no one thought to open a window. From now on, everyone should try to eat breakfast outside, even in special circumstances. Please refrain from bringing overly pungent foods into the classroom, especially those filled with garlic chives. As she finished speaking, the classmate seated near Zhou Chen glanced in his direction. Lu Su cast a brief look at Zhou Chen, but chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, these students were new to university, and a gentle reminder sufficed. Zhou Chen felt his face grow hot. The image he had painstakingly built in the eyes of his homeroom teacher was now tarnished by a few chive buns. Tang Wan, her cheeks flushed, timidly said, "I'm truly sorry, Zhou Chen. I shouldn't have brought you garlic chive buns. It's fine. Zhou Chen turned to see Tang Wan suppressing a laugh. Wait, was that intentional? He thought, gritting his teeth as he uttered the last word. Tang Wan clenched her teeth, recalling every sorrowful moment in her life until she remembered her golden retriever, who had been with her until middle school, dying in an accident, which stifled her laughter. The morning consisted only of Lu Su's lecture. The other classes were self-study. As school was about to end, Tang Wan asked Zhou Chen, "You still haven tea? Answer my question. Why do you need to see the chairman of AIO company?" Zhou Chen found himself at a loss for an appropriate reason. "I can help you," Tang Wan offered. Zhou Chen was momentarily stunned. He knew Tang Wan came from wealth, but hadn't he anticipated that her family was affluent enough to have connections with the chairman of Jiangzhou's leading garment factory. "Do you want to meet him? Or do you need his phone number?" "Meeting would be best." "All right, I'll arrange it. But how will you thank me?" Zhou Chen chuckled. Tang Wan glanced around to ensure no one was watching before blushingly replied, "Could you be a bit more serious? How would you like me to be thanked?" Zhou Chen inquired earnestly. "How about you treat me to milk tea this Saturday?" "Deal." Zhou Chen readily agreed. This girl was incredibly easy to please. Just a cup of milk tea could seal the deal. Plus, she was remarkably easy to coax when upset. This was the ideal partner he envisioned. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Zhou Chen suddenly announced, "Wanner, I can't have lunch with you today. I have something to take care of." "Zhou Chen, what exactly are you busy with?" Tang Wan asked, puzzled, looking at him. They were both freshmen. How could he be so occupied? Zhou Chen explained with a smile, "A friend of mine has come over, and we plan to start a small business together. So I might be busy often." Upon hearing that Zhou Chen was venturing into business, a glint of excitement crossed Tang Wan's eyes. Zhou Chen was only a year older than her, and here he was already thinking about making money. Was it because he felt the pressure of her family's wealth? "Go ahead and be busy. I support you," she said with a sweet smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. She felt a surge of happiness. While her peers were still asking their families for money, Zhou Chen had already begun to learn about entrepreneurship. He was indeed her idol. Tang Wan walked ahead with Lu Fifei, while Zhou Chen quietly trailed behind. Exiting the teaching building, Zhou Chen scanned his surroundings and spotted Chao Ming with several senior students nearby. A shadow crossed his face. In his previous life, he had never been threatened, yet now, having been reborn, he found himself intimidated by a university student in his early 20s, feeling utterly helpless. Chao Ming pulled out a cigarette and lit it. One of his sycophants chuckled. "That kid seems pretty honest." Another scoffed, "Of course, if a freshman can't hold their ground, how can we survive in school?" Chao Ming sent a text message and waved his hand. "Let us go to Yupinxian for a feast." Zhou Chen brought 4 takeout meals back to the rented apartment. Wu Hui was busy setting up the internet with his staff, while Wu Bin and Chun Kai were sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep, undoubtedly having pulled an all-nighter again. "Morning, bro," Wu Hui greeted. "Haven't tea had lunch yet? Hurry and eat something." Zhou Chen placed the takeout on the table. 4 portions of stir-fried Yuxiang shredded pork, each costing 6 yuan, a yuan more than in Jiangxian. Wu Hui kicked Chun Kai and Wu Bin, but they remained fast asleep. So he had no choice but to sit down and share a meal with Zhou Chen. "Bro, if you really want to deal with Chao Ming, I can help," Wu Hui said, squinting. "How do you plan to do that?" Zhou Chen looked up at Wu Hui. "I can gather a few guys and block him at the school gate. And what happens after that? Can you still continue on here? We can relocate to Sanjiang district. That's Big Gold Tooth's territory. Chao Yuan and Big Gold Tooth are sworn enemies. He wouldn't dare to go there." Zhou Chen appreciated the sentiment, but replied, "I'll handle this matter myself. Your task is to get the studio up and running as soon as possible." He continued to focus on his meal. Wu Hui indeed had potential, but the timing wasn't right yet. Without money to win people over, Wu Hui's associates might not be reliable. After finishing their meal, the internet was set up. Zhou Chen sat in a chair to test the computer, and the performance and speed were satisfactory. He then began browsing forums. Suddenly, Wu Hui pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. "Here, that's my elementary school classmate's phone number. He has been to university and is now a programmer. Most of the hacks on the forum were developed by him." Chapter 48. The Genius Programmer Qi Hang. Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. It felt as if the universe had conspired to grant his wishes. He had previously discussed the gold farming process for the studio with Wu Hui and his friends, and he was pleasantly surprised that Wu Hui had remembered everything and reached out to his old classmate. Zhou Chen dialed the number written on the note. "Who is this?" A hoarse voice answered on the other end. "Hello, Zhou Chen." "Oh, you're Zhou Chen. How much can you pay me per month?" The person on the other end seemed to already know Zhou Chen was looking for him, interrupting him before he could finish a sentence. "Well, we should have briefed you on my gold farming model, right?" Zhou Chen countered. He did. "I could provide everything you need." The voice on the phone was confident. "But I don't like dealing with boastful people," Zhou Chen replied, his tone turning slightly colder. "If I'm boasting, then I won't take a single cent." Chi Heng's voice turned equally frosty. He felt disrespected by Wu Hui's friend. Had it not been for Wu Hui, he would have hung up already. In a forum, I engage in the sale of hacks, earning a substantial income of several thousand each month, rendering me free from the need to bow to others' whims. What is your ideal salary? Zhou Chen inquired with a smile. Like them, I desire 200 a day, came the reply. Very well, come by today, and I shall calculate your daily wage. Zhou Chen readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hui, who was smoking, expressed his concerns. With 4 members in the studio, you must cover 800 a day. Zhou Chen's smile faltered. This indeed posed a dilemma. 800 a day translates to 5,600 a week, and the studio's initial phase is unlikely to be smooth sailing. Currently, my funds are dwindling below 5,000. Wu Hui stubbed out his unfinished cigarette in an empty beer bottle and suggested, let us change the payment to a monthly basis. You only need to ensure our basic needs for food, drink, and accommodation. With a computer, we need not go to an internet cafe. You needn't worry about finances. My word is my bond. It's nearly time for class. I'll return later. Zhou Chen stood and exited the room, leaving behind a carefree silhouette. Wu Hui watched Zhou Chen's retreating figure, increasingly convinced that he was a person destined for great wealth. Following him would surely be a wise choice. Upon returning school, Zhou Chen received a message from Tang Wan. Zhou Chen, please bring me a bottle of mineral water. Okay. He headed to the convenience store and purchased 2 bottles. Just as he was about to check out, Chao Ming entered with 2 classmates, visibly intoxicated. Zhou Chen tossed down 5 yuan, unwilling to wait for change, and prepared to leave. Chao Ming blocked his path, exhaling the stench of alcohol, and asked, buying 2 bottles of water? For your classmates? For Tang Wan, Zhou Chen replied. Chao Ming's expression darkened. One of his lackeys shoved Zhou Chen. Did you forget what we discussed last night? Another draped an arm around Zhou Chen's shoulder. Let us chat in the restroom, shall we? Zhou Chen knew he could not contend with them and forced a smile. Feel free to enjoy these 2 bottles. Chao Ming took the water from Zhou Chen, giving his shoulder a pat. Don't let me catch you again. Otherwise, we'll have a proper discussion in the restroom. With that, he waved his hand and sauntered off with his companions. Zhou Chen exited the store, his face darkened. He had never anticipated becoming a target of bullying. In high school, he had a few good friends, and as long as they didn't provoke the local delinquents, school life was quite safe. Informing the teachers? The consequences might be even worse, and the school may not handle it effectively. Moreover, he had no evidence. Damn it, just wait. Zhou Chen glared at the convenience store before hastily exiting the school grounds to buy 2 bottles of mineral water. By the time he returned to the classroom, he was drenched in sweat. Tang Wan furrowed her brows, handing him her small fan from the drawer. Why are you so exhausted? Zhou Chen twisted open a bottle. Taking a long gulp, I was chased by a bunch of dogs. Next time, send me a selfie of your distressed self. Tang Wan Juke. Believing his words and genuinely curious to see Zhou Chen fleeing from his pursuers, Zhou Chen smiled but remained silent. All this for you. Tang Wan placed a note with a phone number on Zhou Chen's desk. This is the chairman of AIU Company's number, obtained through my uncle. He has already spoken to him, so you can arrange a meeting. Your uncle seems to hold considerable influence if even the chairman listens to him. Zhou Chen remarked with a grin. Tang Wan shook her head, smiling. He was just a classmate of my uncle, and they share some rapport. Zhou Chen did not dwell on it further and promptly dialed the number. After about 10 seconds, a neutral voice answered. Hello, who is this? Greetings, I am Zhou Chen, a student from Jiangzhou University. I wish to state a meeting place. I'm in a meeting. Make it brief. 6 o'clock at Rick Cafe. Zhou Chen stated before the call abruptly ended. He grimaced slightly. Damn, I'm trying to save your skin, and he acts as if I owe him. Did he hang up on you? Tang Wan asked cautiously. Well, he is a big boss. A little temperament is to be expected. Zhou Chen chuckled helplessly as Lu Su entered the classroom, promptly shutting off the fan. Lu Su was busy preparing for the welcome party and left after emphasizing the need for discipline. Time swiftly passed, and as soon as the school bell rang, Zhou Chen vacated a seat. Until the threat was resolved, he dared not leave the building alongside Tang Wan. If Chao Ming spotted them, he would likely face physical retribution. Tang Wan, still gathering her books, saw Zhou Chen hurrying as if racing against destiny, and was annoyed. How rude. You don't even wait for me. Zhou Chen arrived at Rick Cafe at 6:20 p.m. A 30-something young man at the entrance scrutinized him, asking, Are you Zhou Chen from Jiangzhou University? Zhou Chen nodded. That's me. The suited man appraised Zhou Chen, who hardly resembled the child of a business partner, and inquired, What do you want with our chairman? Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly, That's none of your concern, is it? The suited man's expression hardened. You little brat. How dare you speak to me like that? How would you like me to speak? I have an appointment with your chairman, who agreed to meet me. Why all the questions? The suited man clenched his fists, barely restraining himself from striking Zhou Chen. However, he was, after all, the one meant to meet the chairman. Who knows what connection Zhou Chen might have with him? Follow me. The suited man relaxed his fists and led Zhou Chen to the second floor of the cafe. The space was filled with successful individuals from various walks of life. Notebooks and coffee adorned the tables, while groups of wealthy second-generation individuals discussed the latest campus beauty at Jiangzhou University. The suited man guided Zhou Chen to a window-side table where a refined, middle-aged gentleman was perusing a magazine. "Boss, Zhou Chen has arrived," the suited man whispered. The middle-aged man set down the magazine and smiled gently at Zhou Chen. "Please have a seat." Zhou Chen sat opposite him, feeling a slight tension. This was a billionaire. After all, in 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered someone of such stature. The middle-aged man asked warmly, "Would you like something to drink?" "Rick coffee with 70% sugar." Zhou Chen replied, "Plain coffee is the best. I prefer it sweet." "Then why not just drink milk tea? Too sweet can be cloying," Zhou Chen stated. The middle-aged man chuckled softly and summoned a waiter to order a coffee with 70% sugar for Zhou Chen. "Now what brings you here?" the middle-aged man inquired straightforwardly. Chapter 49. Your wife and your driver have an affair. Zhou Chen glanced at the suited man. The middle-aged man continued, "He is my driver. He has been with me for 6 years. Speak freely." Zhou Chen shook his head. "I can only discuss this with you." The middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback. The suited man growled, "You can either speak or leave." The middle-aged man waved his hand. "Xiao Cheng, you can step out for now." "But he is merely a child. How could he pose any threat to me?" the middle-aged man remarked with a smile. The suited man shot Zhou Chen a fierce glare before turning to leave. The waiter placed 2 cups of coffee on the table. The middle-aged man lowered his gaze to sip his coffee. "Now, can we talk?" Zhou Chen stirred his coffee with a spoon, but did not respond immediately. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Zhou Chen, exuding an air of authority. Zhou Chen took out his phone, composing a text message to send to the middle-aged man. The content of the text is as follows. "You may be under surveillance. Thus I cannot engage in direct conversation with you. I will continue to send you messages, and when you see them, do not display any shock or anger." Wang Licken glanced at the message on his phone, his brows instantly knitting into a frown. What on earth is this brat up to? Under surveillance? What joke? Wang Licken took a sip of his coffee, already contemplating leaving. This young man likely wishes to take a shortcut to work in my company after graduation, which is why he has concocted this scheme to capture my attention. Ding! The sound of a new message chimed. Wang Licken hesitated for a moment, but eventually picked up his phone to read the message. Your wife is having an affair with your driver. They will liquidate 300 million of your company's funds within 3 days. Bang! Wang Licken slammed his fist onto the table. 2 cups of coffee toppled over, splattering Zhou Chen. The suited man rushed over, asking, "Boss, what is wrong?" Wang Licken fixed a furious glare on Zhou Chen. His face was a mask of seething rage. He loved his wife dearly, and his driver had been by his side for 6 years, treated like a brother. How could they possibly be involved in such a scandal? It was merely a job opportunity. Out of respect for Tang Wan, he would have offered it to him. Why resort to tarnishing the names of his wife and brother to draw his attention? Zhou Chen also stared intensely at Wang Licken. He had already warned him in the message, but Wang Licken could not suppress his emotions. If the suited man saw the message, his entire plan would be in ruins. How dare this little brat provoke my boss? Is he seeking his own demise? The suited man seized Zhou Chen by the collar, raising his hand to strike. "Xiao Cheng, stop!" Wang Licken intervened. The suited man turned, asking, "Boss, what on earth happened?" Wang Licken replied coolly, "He wants to work part-time at our company, but I find him too young. He merely insulted me." "You little brat, you dare insult our boss? Are you tired of living?" The suited man raised his hand again. "Stop!" Wang Licken once more halted the suited man. "Boss, people like him are just wasting our time. Let us leave." The suited man glared at Zhou Chen with malice. "Em tired. Take me back to the mansion." Wang Licken turned and left the cafe without a backward glance. "Make sure to settle the bill." Zhou Chen shouted as he stood up. Having already been labeled as a troublemaker, he figured another insult wouldn't matter. "Hey, you dog!" The suited man, unable to restrain himself, rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. Wang Licken placed a firm hand on the suited man's shoulder. "Go settle the bill, bossum." Wang Licken's gaze turned icy. The suited man turned and walked toward the front desk to pay. Wang Licken cast a glance at Zhou Chen before heading downstairs. Zhou Chen sighed helplessly. He had done his best. Believing or not was up to Wang Licken. Upon exiting the cafe, Zhou Chen withdrew all the money from his bank book and took a taxi to his studio. Just as he arrived at the studio door, he received a text message from the chairman of AIO Company. "You had better not be deceiving me. Otherwise, I will ensure you are expelled from Jiangzhou University." Is he threatening me? Zhou Chen ran his fingers through his hair. As a reborn individual, must I endure such humiliation? Can anyone bully me? With a frustrated heart, he replied, I hope you can still speak to me in this tone 3 days from now. In the studio's living room, Wu Hui had ordered 7 or 8 cold dishes and a case of beer lay on the floor. 4 burly men were smoking with their shirts off. Tian Yi. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, the 4 men stood up in unison to greet him. Zhou Chen was startled by this display. He knew it was all thanks to Wu Hui, who genuinely wanted to help him build a career. Everyone, please sit down. Zhou Chen smiled as he entered the living room, then surveyed the new programmer. Qi Hang, with his long, drab hair and thick glasses, appeared gaunt and emaciated. Didn't they say programmers only lose their hair? Why is this guy losing weight? As Zhou Chen assessed Qi Hang, the latter scrutinized him in return, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain upon noticing Zhou Chen's youthful appearance. Welcome aboard. Zhou Chen approached and extended his hand. Qi Hang offered a perfunctory handshake before returning to his cigarette. Chen could take this seat. Wu Hui vacated a spot for Zhou Chen, then dragged a chair beside him. Zhou Chen opened a bottle of beer, holding it up and stating, Our team is taking shape. Let us have a toast. Wu Hui popped open his beer, and both Wu Bin and Chun Kai followed suit. Cracking their bottles, Qi Hang retrieved a bottle of urquioado from the floor, stating nonchalantly, I'll drink the white stuff. The 5 clinked their bottles together and drank deeply. Qi Hang drank the white liquor as if it were plain water, downing a third of the bottle in one go. Zhou Chen chuckled, Brother Qi, will you be able to work after drinking so much? Qi Hang scoffed. Do you know why I'm not employed? Oui, amused, replied. Other companies 1T let him work while drinking. Zhou Chen's eyelids twitched sharply. Drinking urquioado during work hours? What boss would want that? Had it not been for the lack of suitable candidates and his respect for Wu Hui, Zhou Chen wouldn't have hired him. Leaning in, Wu Hui whispered in Zhou Chen's ear, Don't worry, he won't let drinking interfere with his work. And he actually gets inspired to develop some peculiar yet practical things when he drinks. Back in July 2001, he got drunk and hacked into the main server of Legend, causing all servers to be down for 2 days. Wow, that's impressive. Zhou Chen's heart raced. I've struck gold with this one. Brother Qi, drink as much as you like. We have no rules here, and there's plenty of alcohol. Zhou Chen cheerfully clinked his beer bottle against Qi Hang's urquioado. Meanwhile, at the Wang estate, Wang Licken returned to his room and sat at his desk, staring blankly at a photo of his wife. The woman in the photo appeared to be only 25 or 26 years old, with a figure and demeanor that radiated first-class beauty. After a long while, he regained his senses and sent a text message. Brother-in-law, please have your private investigator look into Qian and Wang Cheng. Have you come to your senses? Yes. My sister and I have long suspected that woman is no good, yet you chose to turn against us for her, even resorting to violence against your sister. If Qian and Wang Cheng are truly having an affair, I will certainly bear the consequences. Chapter 50, Qi Hang's Cheat. Zhou Chen and the others were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Midway through, Chen Xiaolong arrived with a roast duck. The 6 soon became a raucous group, with Chen Xiaolong and Qi Hang engaging in a game of finger-guessing. Qi Hang, having navigated countless drinking venues, easily outmatched Chen Xiaolong, who became thoroughly intoxicated after just a few rounds. Hey, Wu Hui lit a cigarette, sternly glaring at Qi Hang. That's enough. Don't get him into trouble. Qi Hang scoffed arrogantly. At his age, I could drink 2.5 gin of white liquor. Wu Bin chuckled. Hang good, I'll drink with you. His eyes were clear, showing no signs of inebriation. Just wait, I need to hit the restroom first. Qi Hang stood up, loosening his belt, and confidently walked toward the restroom. Bang! Just as Qi Hang reached the restroom door, Chun Kai suddenly collapsed, his face and body flushed red, resembling a roasted pig. This guy can't handle his liquor, but insists on drinking. Wu Hui rushed over to help Chun Kai onto the sofa. You all have quite the drinking capacity. What is your secret? Zhou Chen lifted a teacup and took a small sip. Once my business takes off, I will undoubtedly have many social engagements. Having such capable individuals by my side would be unparalleled. What secrets could there possibly be? Simply drink more. Wu Bin chuckled in his honest and straightforward manner, then added, There's no more liquor. I'll go buy some. Zhou Chen gazed at Wu Bin's departing figure, feeling a surge of emotions within. Who could have predicted that this seemingly simple and honest Wu Bin would one day become a notorious bully in Jiangzhou? However, now that they were following him, history would surely be rewritten. Wu Bin returned with 2 cases of beer and 3 bottles of urquioado. Qi Hang and Wu Bin commenced their contest, while Zhou Chen and Wu Hui settled down in front of the computer to indulge in gaming. Approximately 2 hours later, Qi Hang and Wu Bin had polished off both cases of beer and all 3 bottles of urquioado. Burp, wait for me while I go buy more. Wu Bin drunkenly exclaimed, Buy it if you want. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Qi Hang scoffed. All right, enough drinking. Wu Hui shot a disapproving glare at the two. Qi Hang, it's time for you to do something productive. Okay, no more drinking. Qi Hang, though unafraid of anyone, was intimidated by his elder brother. Upon sensing his brother's irritation, he lowered his head in compliance. Qi Hang took a half bottle of Urquado and sat in front of a computer, pulling out a USB stick from his pocket and plugging it into the CPU. He then proceeded to install more than 20 software packages stored on the USB. In addition to programming software, there were a dozen cheats and multi-opening tools. Zhou Chen and Wu Hui shifted their stools closer to Qi Hang, their eyes fixated on the cheats displayed on the screen. Versions of Speed Gear 30, Timely Rain 30, Two Tigers Anti-Ban version, and the Ultimate Edition of Crimson Moonfrost. Goodness, you have quite a collection of cheats, Zhou Chen exclaimed, his eyes widening. These versions were far superior to those sold on the forums, which typically cost around 1,500 to 3,000 yuan and were unstable, easily leading to account bans. Nonetheless, many players took the risk for the thrill, using cheats to ambush high-level players. How about it? The person I found for you is reliable, right? Wu Hui asked with a grin as he lit a cigarette. Absolutely reliable. Zhou Chen snatched the cigarette from Wu Hui and lit it for Qi Hang. Qi Hang flicked his long hair, which obscured half his face, and mumbled through the cigarette, "Today, I'm in a good mood. So I'm sharing my private stash to make you happy. These cheats are all the latest versions, and the chances of getting banned are very low." Wu Hui looked at Zhou Chen, saying this guy is usually quite stingy. He wouldn't even share cheats with us. The implication was clear. Qi Hang had laid all his cards on the table, determined to stick with them. I was hoping to sell these cheats for some money. You know, Qi Hang took a swig of Urquado, grinning to reveal his large, yellowed teeth, and belched. Come on, losing $30 won't kill you, will it? Wu Hui lamented. Though they had hardly kept in touch since middle school, they had shared many experiences. I'll send you the cheats. You two can play while I set up the multi-opening tool. Qi Hang added Zhou Chen on QQ and sent some useful cheats to him and Wu Hui. Under Qi Hang's guidance, Zhou Chen began using cheats he had never employed before. Speed Gear, which could adjust character movement and attack speeds, and the 30 version health lock, which could secure a character's health at 0, ensuring survival. How outrageous! Zhou Chen controlled his mage to wreak havoc in the illusory maze. Wu Hui, cigarette in mouth, glanced at Zhou Chen's screen and noticed that he wasn't affiliated with any guild. He asked, Brother Chen, you don't have a guild yet? Want to join ours? Zhou Chen replied with a faint smile, I think I'll pass on the guild. I'm just playing for fun right now. Wu Hui's expression dimmed slightly. Zhou Chen, at merely 17 or 18, had already managed to control his gaming addiction and focused on making money, while he himself, nearing 27, felt he had accomplished little. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, then opened the guild panel and chose to leave his current guild. We should start our own guild. All the accounts from the studio should join it. Qi Hang, rapidly typing code, interjected. Wu Hui immediately nodded, I'll create it. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen was grinding the Rainbow Demon Lord on the 8th level of the illusory maze, surrounded by numerous players from the chaotic world. What the hell? Is this cheat for real? The equipment and damage were beyond comprehension. Damn it. Let's take him down. A dozen players surged forward. Zhou Chen, undeterred, had the healthlock cheat active, ensuring his survival. However, defeating the dozen players was no simple task. He maneuvered his character in circles around the boss, evading the players' attempts to catch him. Just then, a private message popped up from a friend. It was from a player named Wandering Wind of the past. Damn, Zhou Chen. What cheat are you using? Give me one too. Mighty bro. Seriously, it's been a while, and you've forgotten about me? I haven't forgotten. This cheat belongs to someone else, and he let me share it. Alright, just be careful, don't get banned. Mighty bro kindly cautioned. Thanks, mighty bro. He didn't press Zhou Chen further, and instead moved off to grind lesser monsters. Zhou Chen continued to maneuver around the players, occasionally unleashing skills. Before long, mighty bro sent another message. Our guild leader is coming. Zhou Chen ignored the message, and after eliminating 2 players, he resumed his back and forth. After a while, a fully leveled warrior wielding the dragon-slaying sword charged at Zhou Chen. Damn, the dragon-slaying sword. Wu Hui's eyes nearly popped out of his head. After 3 years of playing Legend, this was his first encounter with the dragon-slaying sword. Qi Hang also paused his coding to turn and look at Zhou Chen's screen. Zhou Chen messaged Mighty Bro. Mighty Bro, that dragon-slaying sword your guild leader has, it wouldn't be the one I sold to you, would it? Chapter 51. One strike 999. Tang Jia's dragon-slaying sword is dropped. Wandering Wind of the past. Yes, that's the one. You'd better get out of there. Our guild leader is not someone you can afford to offend. He has substantial power both online and offline. At that moment, Wu Hui, parched and anxious, asked Old Qi, do you think we could take him down with cheats? Yes. Qi Hang stammered as he pulled out another USB and plugged it into the computer. This USB contained only a single document named Blood Demon. This cheat could kill instantly, but carried a high risk of being banned. Old Wu, you go to Brother Chun. Brother Chun, as soon as you get the dragon-slaying sword, hand it over to Old Wu. Chi Hang opened a website on his computer, filled with obscure and chaotic code. Zhou Chen installed the software and opened it. Chi Hang configured the parameters, squinting, and said, "Let us get him." Zhou Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. What if they trace our IP? The dragon-slaying sword was still quite valuable. Using cheats to take it would surely attract official scrutiny. If they were reported, they could all be in trouble. Chi Hang replied coolly, "I'm using a virtual server. The IP is in Korea, so no one could trace it." Zhou Chen took a deep breath and immediately cast a fireball spell. 999 motherf. In a luxurious hotel, Tang Jia stared at the screen, dumbfounded. With his complete set of top-tier equipment and 989 health points, wielding the dragon-slaying sword, he was instantaneously reduced to 0 by a fireball? Cheat. This is definitely a cheat. Damn it, my dragon-slaying sword. Tang Jia glared at the screen as his precious sword dropped. The player, known as Wandering Wind of the past, who had dealt the fatal blow, scooped up his dragon-slaying sword and memory ring and vanished without a trace. Damn it. Tang Jia pounded the table in frustration, nearly spitting blood from rage. Losing the dragon-slaying sword was one thing, but the memory ring had also dropped. He had spent 200,000 on those two items. After a moment, Tang Jia finally calmed down and posted in his guild. There's a cheat user named Wandering Wind of the past who dropped my dragon-slaying sword and memory ring. Find this person for me, online or offline. After Zhou Chen traded the two items to Wu Hui, his account was immediately forcibly logged off. I hope the officials don't come after us. Zhou Chen felt a pang of guilt. After all, this was a dragon-slaying sword worth 80,000. In this era, 80,000 was indeed a substantial sum. We need to find someone to make a deal, preferably selling it tonight. Wu Hui, with trembling hands, lit a cigarette, equally anxious. Despite mingling with all sorts of people, he had never engaged in any unscrupulous acts before. I can find a buyer. Chi Hang retrieved his phone and scrolled through his contacts. Soon, he found a number and dialed. Chi, why are you calling me at this hour? The groggy voice on the other end was clearly roused from sleep. Chi Hang switched to speakerphone, his tone low as he inquired, "Mr. Yang, do you want to acquire a dragon-slaying sword and a memory ring?" "What?" Yang, instantly alert, responded. Chi Hang remained silent, slowly taking a drag from a cigarette. After a moment, Mr. Yang regained his composure, inhaling deeply as he asked, "I trust you wouldn't deceive me. Where are you? I'll come over right away." "Let me come to you," Chi Hang replied cautiously, refraining from disclosing the studio's location. "All right, I'll come to where you're staying." Yang's tone was tinged with excitement. He was also a legendary, die-hard player, fully aware of the value of these two items, which could only be described as priceless in the market. After hanging up, Chi Hang informed Wu Hui and Zhou Chen, "We're heading to Longton Hotel." They nodded in agreement and made their way to the hotel. Longton Hotel was not located in the city center of Jiangzhou, but rather 200 kilometers away in Longton County. By the time they arrived, it was already 3 in the morning. The 6-story private hotel could be deemed luxurious in Jiangzhou. Outside, a group of carefree youths were smoking. Chi Hang had previously introduced Yang Hong in the car. Yang, a businessman born in the 1970s, owned a hotel and an electronics factory. Chi Hang had interned at Yang Hong's factory after graduating from university, but was dismissed due to his excessive drinking. Yang personally called Chi Hang to apologize and invited him to return to work. Back then, Chi Hang, youthful and proud, couldn't he tolerate any slight and turned down Yang's offer. Nonetheless, he found Yang to be a decent person and promised to assist with any networking or software issues the company might face. Thus, they maintained contact and often met to play the game. Yang Hong enjoyed gaming and had formed a modest guild, often purchasing high-end equipment like the dragon-slaying sword at inflated prices on forums. But these sought-after items were as rare as phoenix feathers. Even with money, they were hard to come by. As the trio approached the hotel entrance, a thin young man with dyed blonde hair, cigarette in mouth, approached them. "Brother Hang, long time no see." The blonde youth offered Chi Hang a pack of 8-star cigarettes. "Whereas, Mr. Yang." Chi Hang accepted the cigarette, lighting it. The blonde assessed Zhou Chen and Wu Hui before turning to lead the way. "Follow me." In a luxurious suite on the 3rd floor, the air conditioning was set low as Yang Hong, clad in silk pajamas, sat on the sofa smoking. "Knock, knock, knock." The blonde youth rapped on the door. Yang Hong extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, rising to answer. "Mr. Yang, Chi, you've arrived." Yang Hong greeted them with a smile, beckoning them to enter and sit down. Yang Hong inquired, "Where did you acquire the gear?" Having played the game for nearly 4 years, he didn't believe Chi Hang had merely gotten lucky to find both the dragon-slaying sword and the memory ring simultaneously. It dropped from a chaotic world hero. Chi Hang replied honestly. Ha, that guy bought a dragon-slaying sword and has been flaunting it everywhere. Now he's getting his comeuppance, right? Yang Hong laughed heartily. The dragon-slaying sword in this region should have been his, but the seller had gone back on his word, selling it instead to Yang's guild leader. Are you familiar with him? Zhou Chen interjected. Yang Hong's gaze shifted to Zhou Chen. Chi Hang quickly introduced, this is Zhou Chen, the one who defeated the chaotic world hero. Yang Hong smiled knowingly. You must have used hacks to take down the chaotic world hero, right? He is a high-spending player. If you can match him even without the dragon-slaying sword and memory ring. I'm aware of your computer skills, so it's not surprising you could write such extreme hacks. Indeed, the hack is mine, Chi Hang admitted openly. All right then, let us take a look at the goods. Yang Hong stood up and walked to the computer by the window. Wu Hui logged into his account. As Yang Hong examined the two pieces of equipment, his eyes sparkled with excitement. With these two items, his guild was sure to soar to new heights. Name your price. Yang Hong, calming his excitement, asked with a faint smile. 200,000. Chi Hang raised two fingers, but Zhou Chen abruptly interrupted. Wu Hui and Chi Hang exchanged perplexed glances. On the way there, they had agreed on a price of 200,000. So why did Zhou Chen suddenly slash it by 50,000? Yang Hong smiled slightly. I'm uncertain how this situation will unfold. The officials might reclaim the gear. Zhou Chen continued. Let us be friends. 10,000. Wu Hui and Chi Hang felt their hearts bleed. Those two items could definitely fetch 20,000, yet Zhou Chen had just cut it down by 10. They couldn't fathom his reasoning. Yang Hong nodded approvingly. That is straightforward. 10,000 it is, even if the officials reclaim the equipment. I want to ask for a refund. Chapter 52, Dividing the 10,000. Yang Hong returned to his bedroom to fetch cash. Chi Hang nudged Zhou Chen and quietly asked, Zhou Chen, why did you agree to sell for only 10,000? Zhou Chen smiled lightly. Didn't I say? Let's make friends. Chi Hang had mentioned that Yang Hong owned a mobile processing factory. Zhou Chen's grand plan was to strategically position himself in the coming era of intelligence, ensuring he would have ample opportunities to collaborate with Yang Hong in the future. Chi Hang, feeling somewhat discontent, lit a cigarette. Suit yourself. I still want my 3,000. Wu Hui, having just discarded one cigarette and lit another, chuckled wryly at Chi Hang. Old Chi. Brother Chen's reasoning is sound. We should trust him. At that moment, Yang Hong emerged with a plastic bag, placing on the computer desk with a smile. Here, that's the 10,000. Feel free to count it. Mr. Yang, such a prominent boss, is indeed trustworthy. Zhou Chen promptly stuffed the money into Chi Hang's embrace. Chi Hang stared at the crisp bills, his throat tightening slightly, and his earlier displeasure dissipated instantly. 10,000 was no small amount. He would likely pocket 3,000, bringing him a step closer to that 5,000 for the bride price. The subsequent transaction proceeded smoothly. Yang Hong equipped the dragon-slaying sword and memory ring, significantly enhancing his attributes. Would you like to rest at the hotel for a while? I can arrange for someone to take you back when dawn breaks. Yang Hong's gaze remained fixed on the computer, though he didn't forget to extend his hospitality to the trio. We have things to attend to tomorrow, so we want to delay you, Mr. Yang. Can I have your business card? Zhou Chen asked with a smile. Of course, we're friends after all. Yang Hong retrieved a card from the holder on the desk and handed it to Zhou Chen. Feel free to come over for tea whenever you have time. Zhou Chen accepted the card with a slight smile. I will. The three exited the hotel and hailed a taxi back to Jiangzhou. By the time they returned to the rented apartment, it was already 7 in the morning. Sitting on the sofa, Zhou Chen began distributing the earnings. Without Old Chi's hack, we wouldn't have earned this 10,000, so Old Chi takes 3,000, while Old Wu and I will each take 2,000. And Chen Kai, Wu Bin, and Xiao Long will get 1,000 each. They were sleeping like dead pigs. What does it have to do with them? Chi Hang was quite satisfied with Zhou Chen allocating him 3,000, though he felt Wu Bin and the others should not partake since they had done nothing. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly. We are a team. If there is money to be made, we should all share it. Wu Hui raised his thumb. I, Wu Hui, have never admired anyone, but you're the first person I respect. With your vision, it will be a challenge not to profit. Seeing Wu Hui's words, Chi Hang felt it inappropriate to continue his complaints. Zhou Chen took out his phone and called Wang Meng. Wang Meng was a member of the chaotic world, and knowing his true identity, he needed to offer him a little hush money. Wang Meng, who was having breakfast in his internet cafe, appeared somewhat distracted. The president had mentioned in the group that a reward of 10,000 yuan would be given for locating someone named Wang Shui phone. This was equivalent to a year's salary for an ordinary person. He pondered whether he should sell Zhou Chen out. Ding ding ding. The classic Nokia ringtone sounded from the phone on the table. Wang Ming glanced at it and realized it was Zhou Chen calling, promptly answering. Zhou Chen, my brother. Our president is offering 8,000 yuan to find you. Zhou Chen replied. As long as you don't say anything, he will definitely be unable to locate me. Wang Ming fell silent, torn in his thoughts. Zhou Chen had earned 50,000 from selling his Dragon Slayer, which he considered a blessing. He didn't want to betray Zhou Chen, but that was a whole 10,000. Just then, Zhou Chen spoke again. Mingo, send me your bank account, and I'll transfer you 10,000. Zhou Chen, what are you? Zhou Chen continued. I sold the equipment for 100,000, but only got 20,000 in hand, so I'll share 10,000 with you. Wang Ming was nearly startled into a jump. You sold the Dragon Slayer and the memory ring for 100,000? Does this extravagant fellow even know the value of those two items? After all, given their dubious origins, one should sell for as much as possible. That made sense. It was better than having the official reclaim them. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while. After ending the call, Wang Ming sent his bank account details to Zhou Chen. As he knew him in reality, and standing by Zhou Chen's side felt right. Zhou Chen, true to his word, went to the bank to process the transfer. Upon returning to the rented apartment, Chi Hang had already started configuring the multi-client software. Oui, continuously register alternate account. Alright, done. Chi Hang took a swig from the Urquado on the table. Wu Hui handed over the notebook where he had recorded the account passwords. Soon, all 10 alternate accounts successfully logged in. Next, Chi Hang activated a game auto-leveling script and speed hack. Watching all 10 accounts simultaneously gaining experience and leveling up, Zhou Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. However, at that moment, all accounts were forcibly kicked offline. What the hell is happening? Wu Yi's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Chi Hang attempted to log in again, but the interface prompted a system maintenance notice. No need to panic, it's just system maintenance. Chi Hang crossed his legs, brushed back the hair covering his eyes, and continued. After this maintenance update, my hacks will likely all be rendered useless. Wu Hui handed Chi Hang a cigarette. With a master like you around, why worry about updates? Chi Hang lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and yawned. I'll take a nap. Wake me up when the maintenance is done. Zhou Chen, having stayed up all night, felt a bit drowsy. Old Wu, you should rest a bit too. I'm not tired. Wu Hui grinned, feeling invigorated after receiving 20,000. Zhou Chen lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Wu Hui, with a cigarette in his mouth, copied Chi Hang's multi-client software and hacks onto other computers, then delved into researching the Dreamland Westward forum. After Chen Xiaolong and the others woke up, they were also summoned by Wu Hui to discuss Dreamland Westward. At AIO Company, Wang Li-kun sat in his office, staring at the photographs on his desk, his expression dark as thunder. The photos depicted his wife in compromising situations with his closest friend. Wang Li-kun's face turned pale as he trembled while opening the video sent in an email. Upon witnessing the lewd scenes within, he ground his teeth in fury. His wife, usually so innocent, behaved so wantonly in bed. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted him. Wang Li-kun hastily concealed the photos and turned off his computer screen, stating coldly, "Come in." A beautiful woman dressed in office attire entered, her delicate features adorned with a gentle smile. "Darling, I need to travel to Huixian for work. Could you have a Chung drive me? Huixian is quite far. You probably want to be back tonight?" Wang Li-kun replied indifferently. "Yes, I might not return until tomorrow night." Bai Qianqian lowered her gaze, appearing somewhat guilty. Bang! Wang Li-kun slammed his hand on the table, his eyes reddening as he roared. "Bai Qianqian, how long do you intend to deceive me?" The sudden outburst startled Bai Qianqian, who looked at Wang Li-kun in confusion, stammering. "What's wrong, darling?" Hearing the commotion, Wang Chung rushed into the office. "Mr. Wang, what is going on?" Wang Li-kun opened a drawer and forcefully threw the pile of photos at Bai Qianqian's face. Both Bai Qianqian and Wang Chung were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. Chapter 53. Would you care to explain? Bai Qianqian's once fair face drained of color. How could this happen? Where did he get these photos? She had been on the verge of securing her position as a financial manager upon completing this project. Why did this scandal erupt just at this moment? Wasn't he supposed to have complete faith in her? Why was he investigating her? Bai Qianqian, don't you want to explain? Wang Li-kun asked, his gaze filled with anguish for the woman he loved. "Darling, these photos are fake. They are fabricated. You must find the person who set me up." Bai Qianqian began to weep, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You're right. These photos are all fabricated. Brother Kun, I've been with you for 6 years. How could I possibly do something like this with President Bai? You must believe me." Wang Chung trembled as he defended himself. "Huh, so you're aware you've been with me for 6 years? Wang Li-kun stepped towards Wang Chung, his eyes devoid of their previous warmth, now icy with disdain. The aura, cultivated from years in a position of power, weighed heavily upon Wang Chung, preventing him from meeting Wang Li-kun's gaze. "Look at me." Bang Li-kun kumanda coldly. Wang Chung instantly raised his head, meeting Wang Li-kun's frigid stare, his mental defenses crumbling. Thud! Brother Kun, I was wrong. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. Wang Chung knelt on the ground, slapping his own face. Bai Qianqian staggered back a few steps, overwhelmed. It was over. Completely over. All plans were about to fall apart. Bai Qianqian, do you have anything else to say? Wang Likun, disheartened, closed his eyes. Bai Qianqian took a deep breath. At this point, I have nothing to say. Nothing to say. Bam Likun lauga vitarli. Slowly, he turned to walk back to his desk. Just as he turned, a glint of malice flashed in Wang Chung's eyes as he drew a dagger from behind and lunged at Wang Likun. Bam Likun, spotting the movement through his glasses, swiftly sidestepped to evade the attack. Wang Chung, you want to kill me? Wang Likun stared incredulously at the dagger in Wang Chung's hand. Wang Chung's eyes gleamed with madness. This is what you brought upon yourself. He lunged again. Security! Security! Wang Likun shouted hoarsely while dodging the onslaught. Bai Qianqian stood frozen, paralyzed with indecision. Wang Chung, accustomed to workouts, quickly overpowered Wang Likun, who couldn't hold out for long, sustaining several cuts on his arms. Fortunately, security arrived just in time to save his life. Outside the company, a white Audi slowly came to a stop. Tang Yuanshan stepped out with his daughter, while Tang Jia followed behind with his hands in his pockets, his expression unreadable. Tang Wan cautiously asked, Brother, did you have a disagreement with Sister Kingsley? No. Then why do you look unhappy? Tang Wan blinked her large eyes, perplexed as she inquired. Usually my brother is quite cheerful, but today he is silent, as if the entire world owes him a debt. Dang Yesiget. I was beaten last night and lost nearly 200,000 worth of equipment. How can I possibly be in good spirits? Oh dear, you can still be beaten? Didn't you claim to be quite formidable in the game? Tang Wan Chukka. Tang Jia, looking thoroughly dejected, replied, They were cheating. What could I do? As they spoke, the trio arrived at the elevator. 5 security guards were just escorting Wang Chung, bound and gagged, out of the elevator. At the rear was Bai Qianqian. Tang Wan exclaimed in surprise, Isn't that Uncle's driver? Upon seeing Bai Qianqian's hands bound with nylon ropes, she widened her eyes further and Bai Qianqian lowered her head, too ashamed to face Wang Liken's family. Tang Jia, equally bewildered, asked Dad, What on earth is going on? Tang Yuanshan smiled faintly. You can ask your uncle about it later. They entered the chairman's office, where Wang Liken was tending to his wounds. Due to his arm injury, he was struggling to treat himself. Uncle, how did you get hurt? Let me help you bandage it. Tang Wan quickly stepped forward to take the disinfectant from her uncle's hands. Xiao Wan, Xiao Jia, brother-in-law. Wang Liken greeted them in a daze. You should go to the hospital first, Tang Yuanshan stated calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Half an hour later, at Jiangzhou First People's Hospital, Tang Jia relentlessly probed Wang Liken about the incident. Wang Liken recounted his wife's infidelity. Tang Wan seethed with anger. It's truly disheartening to know someone so, well yet be so blind to their heart. How could you be so good to her? It was then that Wang Liken recalled Tang Wan's classmate. How did that young man, Zhou Chen, discover his wife's affair with the driver? And why was he intent on cashing out large sums from the company? Wang Liken took out his phone to call the finance department. Manager Wang, please check if Bai Qianqian has recently approved any large transactions. Understood. Chairman Wang, please hold on. After about 3 minutes, the voice on the other end reported, Chairman Wang, there's a 300 million project payment awaiting your signature. All right, I understand. Wang Liken hung up, his heart racing. 300 million. It was indeed 300 million. This amount represented the entirety of the company's assets. If Bai Qianqian were to abscond with it, AIO company would collapse entirely. His wife's betrayal and the potential ruin of his company were driving him to the brink. Bai Qianqian, you are truly ruthless. Wang Liken clenched his phone tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Tang Yuanshan looked at Wang Liken with a complex expression and said, Remember your previous promise. With that, he stood up and departed. Uncle, what promise did you make? Tang Wan and Tang Jia were oblivious to the adult matters at hand. Wang Liken awkwardly replied, Children shouldn't concern themselves with adult affairs. Suddenly, Tang Jia's phone rang. It was a staff member from the gaming company. He stepped aside to take the call. The staff informed him that the cheating player had been permanently banned and that the 2 pieces of equipment were irretrievable. Tang Jia erupted with rage. Damn it. What a trash game. I've spent so much money, and this is how you treat your customers? Beside the hospital bed, Wang Liken looked at Tang Wan and asked, Xiao Wan, is your classmate from Jiangzhou? He speculated that Zhou Chen might have overheard Bai Qianqian's conversation with the driver, leading to his knowledge of so much. He is from Jiang County and attended the same high school as I did. Is that so? Wang Liken found himself struggling to connect the dots. Since Zhou Chen was from Jiang County and was Tang Wan's classmate, he must also be a freshman. Jiangzhou University had only been in session for 3 days. And during that time, Bai Qinxian and Wang Cheng were always within his sight, making it improbable that Zhou Chen overheard their conversations. However, if that possibility was dismissed, it only added to the confusion. Uncle, did Zhou Chen come to see you yesterday because of Aunt's matter? Tang Wan curiously asked. You don't know? I don't. I didn't want her to know my connection to you, so I didn't pry. Tang Wan's cheeks flushed. Do you like him? Wang Licken asked with a teasing smile. Like whom? Tang Jia approached after finishing his call. Tang Wan quickly interjected. What do you mean, like whom? Brother, you must have misheard. Tang Jia looked at Wang Licken and asked, Did I mishear? Wang Licken nodded. Tang Jia, frustrated, raked his fingers through his hair. I'm just angry. If I find that bastard, I'll break his legs. Chapter 54. Shueming. Zhou Chen has changed. He has truly changed. Achoo. Zhou Chen was jolted awake by a sneeze. Rubbing his nose as he muttered, It must be Wanner thinking of me. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. It seemed his guess was spot on. This call must be from Tang Wan. Zhou Chen eagerly picked up the phone, but upon seeing the unfamiliar yet strangely recognizable number, his smile faltered. It was Lu Xiying calling. He answered with a detached tone. What is it? Lu Xiying's voice was soft as she said, Zhou Chen, I made up my mind. What have you decided? Zhou Chen was utterly confused. What was Lu Xiying up to this time? Gathering her courage, she declared, I want to date you. I want to be your girlfriend. After observing Zheng Fei for the past 2 days, she concluded that aside from having a father with a decent salary, he had no other merits. Unlike Zhou Chen, who would buy her delicious treats daily and check in on her at any time, Zheng Fei lacked such thoughtfulness. Moreover, he was nowhere near as handsome as Zhou Chen. Even her roommates questioned why she would date someone with such a high level of appearance. Back in high school, when Zhou Chen pursued her, every girl in school envied her. She now longed for those days. Last night, she had a heart-to-heart with Tian Shueming, who also felt she should be with Zhou Chen. Thus, she had mustered the courage to confess today. Zhou Chen was momentarily stunned before he chuckled derisively. Lu Xiying, are you out of your mind? If you are, call 120. You. Lu Xiying's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly believe such cold and unfeeling words came from Zhou Chen. I already have someone I like. Please do not contact me again. Zhou Chen concluded, directly hanging up the call. At the milk tea shop by the school gate, Lu Xiying's eyes brimmed with tears as she shared her woes with Tian Shueming. Zhou Chen has changed. He really has changed. He no longer likes me. What should I do? Tian Shueming took her hand in comfort. I believe he's just testing you. After all, you heard him before. Think about it. If he didn't care for you, why would he still have your QQ number? Lu Xiying pondered for a moment and found some merit in Tian Shueming's words. Then what should I do next? I've never pursued a boy before. Tian Shueming took a sip of her milk tea and replied with a smile. Just treat him the way he treated you before. Lu Xiying recalled Zhou Chen's previously humble demeanor. Wrinkling her nose in distaste, I refuse to be that humble. Tian Shueming shrugged helplessly. Well, then I can't help you. I've never been in a relationship either. After all, love isn't something that can be earned through humility. Lu Xiying bit her lip in silence, tears threatening to spill over. Tian Shueming sighed gently. Perhaps you should just give up on him. With your looks, what kind of man can't you find? Lu Xiying shook her head. Others only desire my looks. I just realized that only Zhou Chen is sincere with me. Previously, when Zheng Fei took me to the hotel, it was evident that he desired to share a room with me. Even a fool could discern his ulterior motives. Tian Shueming silently sipped her milk tea, her gaze toward Lu Xiying marked by a tinge of complexity, as she found herself increasingly unable to fathom the depths of his close friend. Wow, what a stunning car! Exclaimed a group of girls at the neighboring table, suddenly turning their attention to the window below. Drawn by their enthusiasm, Tian Shueming and Lu Xiying stood to peer outside. There, parked by the roadside, was a convertible sports car. What a bunch of bumpkins. They don't even recognize a Porsche, remarked an elegantly dressed senior disdainfully. Porsche? Never heard of it. Have you? Nope. The only luxury cars I know are BMW, Mercedes, and Audi. The younger girls whispered amongst themselves. Tian Shueming quietly inquired, seeing, have you ever heard of a Porsche? Lu Xiying shook her head in confusion. Though her family wasn't impoverished, they certainly weren't affluent. Her father's car was a Suzuki Alto purchased from the second-hand market for 20,000 yuan. The senior casually remarked. That Porsche Carrera is priced at 2,800,000. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the surrounding students. Many, equipped with smartphones, hastily began to capture the moment. My goodness, 2,800,000? There exists a car so exorbitantly priced in the world? Tian Shueming's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. The car's staggering price completely shattered her worldview. Lu Xiying gazed at the luxury vehicle with fervent eyes. Clenching her fists as she declared, Ming, I found my standard for a boyfriend. Tian Shueming turned to Lu Xiying, pursing her lips. Have you given up on Zhou Chen again? Lu Xing chuckled in response. Will Zhou Chen ever earn enough in his lifetime to buy that car? Tian Swimming smiled charmingly. With your looks, it's not impossible to snag a wealthy heir. In Zhou Chen's studio, the legendary maintenance had concluded. The previous hacks and scripts had all been rendered ineffective. After downing a bottle of Urquioto, Qi Hang swiftly crafted new scripts and hacks. Zhou Chen was left in awe. Writing hacks seemed as effortless as eating or drinking for Qi Hang. He truly was a prodigy. The five of them sat before the computer, logging into their alternate accounts. Wu Hui suddenly said, Brother Chun, let's name our studio. Let's call it Dragon Rising. It symbolizes our future soaring like dragons and tigers. Zhou Chen's lips curved slightly. Dragon Rising is a splendid name. I'll design a logo. Who knows, it might evolve into a company one day. Qi Hang fetched a notebook and pencil to begin sketching. Zhou Chen smiled. Make it look appealing. Our company might just go international someday. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes fixated on Zhou Chen. Qi Hang's hand trembled slightly as he held the pencil. Chuckling, let's get this studio off the ground first. No need to be overly ambitious. The gold mining studio could indeed be profitable, but with numerous studios emerging, the value of equipment and materials was plummeting rapidly. Moreover, Zhou Chen offered high salaries, making it challenging to amass substantial wealth. Do you have to be such a killjoy? Every venture needs a goal, right? Brother Chen's ambitions are grand. Why rain on his parade? Chen Xiaolong remarked, somewhat displeased. Qi Hang took a sip of Urquioto and retorted, I'm just being straightforward. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is often harsh. Chen Xiaolong, feeling irritated, was about to respond, but was silenced by a glance from Zhou Chen. Wu Bin leaned back in his chair, smoking, and earnestly said, I believe what Brother Chen and Longo said makes a lot of sense. What is the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish? Brother Chen has promised to help us realize our dreams. I'll believe it when I see it. Qi Hang laughed and shook his head, then returned to his sketches. Just then, Zhou Chen received a call from Tang Wan. Zhou Chen, what are you up to? I'm at the studio. I plan to treat you to milk tea today, but we have a family gathering tonight. So let us reschedule for tomorrow. All right, I'll treat you to 2 cups tomorrow. Zhou Chen replied with a smile. Hee, you better keep your word. My brother just arrived. We'll chat later. Tang Wan promptly hung up. Before Zhou Chen could set down his phone, another call came in. This time, it was Wang Licken, the chairman of AIO Company. Zhou Chen smirked, as he suspected that Mr. Wang had resolved his crisis. Pressing the answer button, Wang Licken spoke in a defeated tone, Zhou Chen, thank you. It appears your crisis has been averted. Zhou Chen replied with a slight smile. Yes, my wife will walk away with nothing, and the attempted murder in Wang Cheng will lead to at least 5 years in prison. Wang Licken's tone was somber. Then he added, but I'm curious. How did you know all this? How I know is irrelevant. What matters is that I saved you. True, do you have time? Let us have dinner together tonight as a token of my gratitude. Wang Licken intended to repay Zhou Chen. I'm quite busy lately. Let us postpone it for another day. Being a billionaire, Zhou Chen certainly wouldn't let this networking opportunity slip away. Indeed, Qi Hang's earlier comments were pragmatic. While the studio could generate income, making significant profits was no easy feat. Amassing sufficient funds for a foothold in the intelligent era was even more elusive. Thus, he needed to attract investment. Wang Licken and Yang Hong were both excellent potential investors. Dinner time, Chen Xiaolong announced as he brought in several takeout boxes. Qi Hang and the others were engrossed in their game at the computer. Chen Xiaolong distributed the meals, cheerfully saying, brothers, let us eat and then continue. Zhou Chen sat down at the computer and began to eat. Chicken legs and roasted duck, at least 8 pieces. Wu Hui flicked away the cigarette, but in his mouth, and said in a low voice, Brother Chen, why don't we just hack and loot those pay-to-win players' gear? That would surely earn us quick money. Zhou Chen shot Wu Hui a glance. Let us stick to steady work. If we keep walking by the river, we'll surely get our feet wet. We should focus on stability. Wu Hui chuckled sheepishly. I was just suggesting. After dinner, Zhou Chen decided to return to school. Upon arriving at the school gate, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Zhou Chen, it's Wu Chong. Oh, it's you. How did your sister's surgery go? Very successful. I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for the 1,000 yuan you and Wang Meng contributed, my sister would not have made it. Wu Chong's voice was choked with emotion. As long as she's okay, is the money sufficient? Zhou Chen inquired with a smile. It's enough. I'm looking for a job. Once I earn some money, I'll repay you double. Wu Chong responded eagerly. No need to search for a job. Come join me in Jiangzhou. Aren't you studying in Jiangzhou? Wu Chong asked, puzzled. I plan to establish a dream of the Red Chamber brick moving studio. If you have acquaintances, bring them along to work with us. Brick moving? Wu Chong was unfamiliar with the term, only associating it with laborers on construction sites. It would take too long to explain, so Zhou Chen urged, just come over. Call me when you arrive at Jiangzhou University. Okay, I'll be there tomorrow. Wu Chen believed Zhou Chen's words wholeheartedly. After ending the call, Zhou Chen purchased some daily necessities before heading back to the dormitory. As he pushed open the door, he heard the sound of a metal bed creaking. Damn, starting the craft this early? Zhou Chen shook his head and lay down, browsing the current mobile phone market. Nowadays, it was all about 2G networks, and Android had yet to be developed. If he were to create a globally popular full-screen smartphone, he would first need to develop a proprietary system comparable to Android. Android is an open-source operating system based on the Linux kernel architecture, while iOS is a closed-source operating system based on the Unix system architecture. These two systems would dominate the intelligent era. The first phone equipped with the iOS system was released in 2007, while the first phone featuring the Android system hit the market in October 2008. To contend with these two behemoths, one must fully embrace the era of smartphones within the next 2 years. At that moment, Sun Dashan emerged from beneath the covers, perspiration adorning his forehead. Upon noticing Zhou Chen reclining on the lower bunk, he was taken aback. What the hell? Zhou Chen, when did you return? Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly, about 3 minutes ago. Come on, you're kidding. Sun Dashan exclaimed. Oh, Zhou Chen said with a teasing smile. What mischief have you been up to? Sun Dashan's face flushed with embarrassment. Stop saying such nonsense. Zhou Chen chuckled at this. Is it not true? Sun Dashan offered an awkward smile before tossing the tissue in his hand into the trash bin. If you say so. Zhou Chen donned his slippers and departed from the odorous dormitory. He resolved to move out the following day. The living conditions were simply intolerable. Zhou Chen ascended to the top floor to call Qi Hang, intending to recruit some programmers to form a research and development team. To create a smartphone, one must first establish the operating system. However, the costs of research and development posed a significant challenge. Zhou Chen pinched the bridge of his nose, ultimately abandoning the idea of contacting Qi Hang. The expenses for research and salaries presented a dilemma. The revenue from the gaming studio would likely struggle to cover the R&D costs. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. It was his mother calling. Zhou Chen quickly answered. Hello, Mom. He softly inquired. Son, did you have class today? Zhou Chen replied with a gentle smile. There are no classes on weekends. He then felt emboldened to raise her voice slightly. You little rascal, you couldn't spare a moment to call during the break? I've been a bit busy lately. Zhou Chen admitted sheepishly. Since reporting to school, he had yet to call home. He chose not to press further and asked, How is school? Have classes begun in earnest? Not yet. I expect they will start officially next week. Son, have you seen Chen Kai recently? He suddenly inquired. He is here with me. Zhou Chen replied candidly. It seemed that Wang Huifeng had noticed Chen Kai's absence from school and prompted his mother to inquire. To reassure Wang Huifeng, Zhou Chen felt obliged to be truthful. Did you call him over? He Ying's tone turned a shade colder. Yes, I did invite him over. You little rascal. Do you have any idea how frantic his mother's been? She nearly called the police. He Ying rarely displayed anger. Mom, Chen Kai skips class every day to play online. He wants to learn anything at vocational school. Rather than waste time at school, it's better for him to come out and earn money with me. Zhou Chen explained. Aren't you supposed to be in school? He Ying's voice quivered with concern, fearing Zhou Chen might abandon his studies. Zhou Chen chuckled helplessly. I've opened a gaming studio. Chen Kai works there while I attend school. It won't affect my studies. He Ying felt somewhat reassured and then asked, Can a gaming studio really be profitable? Zhou Chen affirmed confidently. Rest assured, it will definitely be profitable. You should have Aunt Wang calm down. Chen Kai will surely earn money with me. Additionally, I'll have Chen Kai call Aunt Wang tomorrow. If she doesn't believe him, she can come to Jiangzhou for an in-person visit. All right, I trust you, dear. He Ying recalled how Zhou Chen had once been so certain he would gain admission to Jiangzhou University, and she believed in his ability to make the studio successful. After a pause, she added, Tomorrow is your grandfather's birthday. Remember to give him a call. Zhou Chen's heart sank as he suddenly recalled a news report he had seen during his previous life while celebrating his grandfather's birthday. Zhou Chen abruptly ended the call, hurriedly descending the stairs. In his past life, Zhou Chen had indeed gone to his grandfather's house for his birthday. That evening, Jiangzhou television reported a major news story. The richest man in Jiangzhou, Gui Yongkong, had purchased a genuine Su Biong painting for 80,000 yuan at an antique shop in Jiang County, and then resold it for a staggering 386,000 yuan. Zhou Chen flagged down a taxi driver to Jiang County. Jiang County? The taxi driver frowned. I don't do long distances, Zhou Chen pouted. 300 yuan. The driver hesitated, but ultimately shook his head. It's not about the money. My wife is in the delivery room, and I'm worried I won't make it back in time. Zhou Chen reluctantly stepped away from the vehicle. Just then, another taxi pulled up. Zhou Chen strode over. As the door opened, Tang Wan stepped out. Zhou Chen's eyes brightened. Are you having a family dinner so soon? I left early, Tang Wan replied. Are you heading back to your studio? I'd love to visit. Tang Wan clasped her hands behind her back, her clear eyes fixed on Zhou Chen. I need to return to Jiang County. Ah, it's so late. Why go to Jiang County? I have a matter to attend to. You should hurry back to school. I'll go back to Jiang County with you. Zhou Chen hesitated. Tang Wan immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Zhou Chen relented. All right, get in. The driver, hearing they were headed to Jiang County, remarked, That's quite a distance. The fare 1 TB cheap. Zhou Chen replied directly, 300 yuan. Are you in or out? The driver pondered, Are you coming back? If I return empty, I won't make much profit. Tang Wan interjected, We'll definitely come back. I'll give you 600 yuan. Is that all right? The driver grinned. All right then. Let us go. As Zhou Chen and Tang Wan settled into the back seat, Tang Wan lowered her head, her heart racing inexplicably. Zhou Chen leaned back, his brow furrowed slightly. That painting had cost 80,000, yet he had less than 20,000 on him. Should he borrow money from Tang Wan? Xiao and you first, they spoke simultaneously, both glancing at one another. You go ahead, no. You go ahead. Once again, they spoke at the same time, and Tang Wan's cheeks flushed as she softly inquired. I was just wondering what your plans are for tomorrow. Zhou Chen grinned. I'll take you around Jiang County tomorrow. Tang Wan pouted. I've lived in Jiang County for 3 years. I've been everywhere worth visiting. Zhou Chen suddenly grasped Tang Wan's small hand. But you haven't played with me. Tang Wan stared in astonishment at Zhou Chen's hand holding hers. Her face turning crimson, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Realizing they were in a taxi, she quickly withdrew her hand. Zhou Chen's expression faltered for a moment. Then he gazed out the window, a hint of disappointment evident. Seeing this, Tang Wan felt a pang in her heart and immediately grabbed Zhou Chen's hand again. Now it was Zhou Chen's turn to be astonished. She had taken the initiative to hold his hand. Tang Wan, her face flushed, lowered her head. What did you want to say earlier? Zhou Chen gently squeezed her delicate hand and smiled. I was hoping to borrow some money. Tang Wan's hand felt so soft, akin to a cloud of cotton. Zhou Chen felt a flutter in his heart, yearning to pull her into his embrace. How much do you need? Tang Wan, her gaze cast downward, dared not meet Zhou Chen's eyes, her palms beginning to sweat. The taxi driver coughed lightly. Young lady, be careful. Don't let yourself get scammed out of money and affection. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Just drive. Don't chatter too much, or you want get your fare. The driver replied nonchalantly, Buddy, a guy borrowing money from a girl doesn't seem right, does it? Zhou Chen's face flushed slightly, if it weren't for desperate circumstances. He went seek to borrow money from Tang Wan. Tang Wan puffed out her cheeks indignantly. My boyfriend is starting a business. Needing money is perfectly normal. Zhou Chen looked at Tang Wan in surprise. She had openly acknowledged him as her boyfriend. The driver merely shrugged, opting not to press the matter further. With barely a hint of facial hair, he dares to embark on a business venture. If it weren't for the innocent demeanor of the young girl, I would have been too indifferent to offer a word of caution. Tang Wan was seething with anger. Zhou Chen, let us get out of the car. I refuse to ride with him any longer. Zhou Chen nodded, retrieving a wad of crisp 100 yuan notes from his pocket, extracting one and tossing it onto the passenger seat. Stop the car. This 100 is for your fare. No change necessary. The taxi driver was momentarily taken aback, then forced to chuckle. Please don't be upset. I apologize for my earlier comment. I meant no harm, merely offering a friendly reminder. Zhou Chen replied coolly. Ignorance of the full situation warrants no commentary. You should be careful not to offend others. Yes, I want to do it again. The driver, smiling awkwardly, maintained a relatively pleasant demeanor. Zhou Chen gently squeezed Tang Wan's small hand, speaking in a soothing tone. Don't be angry. This gentleman truly meant well. Tang Wan pouted, nodding with a hint of embarrassment, her gaze inadvertently drawn to Zhou Chen's hand. Leaning closer, Zhou Chen whispered, Xiao Wan, you just referred to me as your boyfriend. Tang Wan, startled, jerked her hand away, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stammered. I never said such a thing. Perhaps I misheard. Zhou Chen feigned a sigh of disappointment. Indeed, you must have misunderstood. Tang Wan's cheeks flushed as she nodded, recalling that she had only uttered those words in a moment of panic. A girl must maintain her modesty. Zhou Chen, catching a glimpse of the bashful Tang Wan from the corner of his eye, couldn't help but chuckle. She had already regarded him as her boyfriend, yet hesitated to acknowledge it. However, matters of the heart cannot be rushed. They must unfold gradually. Moreover, there were unseen obstacles hindering his approach to Tang Wan. Until those impediments were addressed, he must maintain a certain distance from her. Around midnight, Tang Wan had succumbed to slumber. Zhou Chen carefully rested her head upon his shoulder, ensuring her comfort as they traveled. They arrived in Jiang County at 3 in the morning. The taxi veered off the highway, entering a bumpy, pothole-ridden road. Tang Wan, groggily awakening, drowsily inquired. Are we there yet? Zhou Chen gently nodded. We still have a little while before reaching the county town. She leaned back against his shoulder, closing her eyes once more, only to realize how closely they were seated together. Oh well, after all, she had come to regard him as her boyfriend. Tang Wan wrapped her arms around Zhou Chen's, drifting back to sleep. Zhou Chen cast a glance at her, a soft smile gracing his lips. At 4:30, the taxi halted outside a hotel. Zhou Chen booked 2 rooms for them while the driver dozed off in the car. The next day at 8, Zhou Chen knocked on Tang Wan's door. After waiting for a considerable time with no response, he frowned and called her. Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Chapter 57. Never let me lose track of you again. Hearing the automated message on his phone, Zhou Chen felt a pang of anxiety. He rushed to the front desk, inquiring of the attendant. Excuse me, did a girl in a white dress with short hair leave just now? I didn't see anyone, replied the attendant. A woman in her 30s, not the same one from the previous night shift. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. She's in room 305. Please check for me. The attendant shot him a disapproving glance. I can't just open a guest room without knowing if you're acquainted. We arrived together last night. You can check the surveillance footage. Zhou Chen, frantic, insisted. The cameras are down, and the repairman is too busy to come. Bang. Zhou Chen slammed his fist on the counter, raising his voice. My friend is missing. Are you prepared to take responsibility for this? The attendant, visibly annoyed, retorted. Why are you being so aggressive? I'm just following the proper procedures. Zhou Chen glared at her, then dashed out in search of Tang Wan. Surmising she might have gone out for breakfast. Exiting the hotel, he glanced toward the taxi. It remained stationary, the driver munching on a fried dough stick. Spotting Zhou Chen, the driver set down his snack and drove over. Zhou Chen immediately asked, Have you seen my girlfriend? The driver shook his head. I just went to refuel and grab breakfast. Wasn't she staying with you? Zhou Chen climbed into the car. Let's search the vicinity. The driver swiftly turned the vehicle onto the street, both scanning the breakfast shops on either side. After scouring several streets without finding Tang Wan, Zhou Chen attempted to call her multiple times, but her phone remained off. As 10 o'clock approached, the taxi driver returned with Zhou Chen to the hotel. Zhou Chen approached the front desk once more. Have you seen a girl in a dress with short hair return? The attendant frowned. She's really missing? Zhou Chen nodded, his expression stern. The attendant swallowed hard. You should call the police immediately. Zhou Chen's eyes brimmed with tears as he shakily retrieved his phone. The hotel lacked surveillance, and it was implausible for breakfast to take this long. He was left with no choice but to seek police assistance. Just as he prepared to make the call, the attendant suddenly pointed outside. Is that her? Zhou Chen spun around, and there stood Tang Wan, clutching a black plastic bag. Why are you looking at me like that? She timidly asked as she entered the lobby. Zhou Chen rushed to her, enveloping her in a tight embrace without uttering a word. Tang Wan's eyes widened in astonishment, her entire body stiffening in shock. What is he doing? Zhou Chen's voice was hoarse as he murmured. Wanner, never let me lose track of you again. Tang Wan finally comprehended that her phone had died, which was why Zhou Chen couldn't find her or reach her, prompting his search. A sweet feeling blossomed in her heart as she softly explained. I'm sorry, I went to withdraw some money, but the bank was too crowded, which delayed me. So, this girl had simply gone to withdraw money. Zhou Chen felt a mix of emotions, both touched and irked, as he gradually released her, affectionately tooling her hair, and earnestly said, Remember my words, never let me lose track of you again. Tang Wan obediently nodded. Yes, from now on. I'll carry 2 power banks when I go out. She handed him the black plastic bag. Here, I didn't know how much you needed, so I took out all my pocket money. Upon opening the bag, Zhou Chen discovered roughly 100,000 yuan inside. The offspring of affluent families truly lived in a different realm, in an era where ordinary workers earned only 700 or 800 yuan a month. Her pocket money amounted to such a fortune. Zhou Chen felt as though he were a grown-up deceiving a child for their allowance. Chuckling incredulously, You've given me all your spending money. How will you manage? I still have a little savings and living expenses. She replied playfully. Little rich girl. I feel like I don't need to strive anymore. How about you support me from now on? Sure, but if you're not afraid of what others might say, I'd be happy to. Tang Wan teased, her lips curling into a playful smile. Zhou Chen, gently flicking her nose, retorted, I would never live off someone else. After checking out of the hotel, Zhou Chen took Tang Wan to the antique street. This street retained many ancient buildings from the Ming dynasty, with farmers dressed in patched clothing and straw hats lining the pathways. In truth, these farmers were merely actors, creating an illusion that their antiques were excavated from rural areas or mountains. Tang Wan clutched Zhou Chen's shirt, whispering, Zhou Chen, you're not actually thinking of buying antiques, are you? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. What else would I be doing here? Tang Wan pouted. Do you even know anything about antiques? My grandfather has been in the business for over 30 years and often misjudges items. Do you believe in luck? Zhou Chen inquired with a grin. Not really. Tang Wan shook her head. You must trust in my exceptional luck. Oh really? How come I've never noticed? Think about it. If my luck were poor, how could I possibly have met such a wonderful girl like you? Zhou Chen chuckled. Are you trying to play tricks on me? Tang Wan, her cheeks flushed, playfully pinched Zhou Chen's waist. He winced in pain, grimacing and letting out a yelp. I didn't pinch hard, Tang Wan said, momentarily taken aback. It's fine, just give it a rub, and it won't hurt anymore. Zhou Chen retorted, Humph, you're trying to trick me again, with a delicate huff. She turned her head away. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of a shop named Jubeoj. Zhou Chen's heart raced as he gazed at the plaque inscribed with the gilded characters of Jubeoj. This was the place. During an interview, Gui Yongkong had even advertised Jubeoj specifically. Upon entering the shop, they found only an elderly man with a sharp nose and sunken cheeks reclining on a wicker chair. In his left hand, he held a meter-long smoking pipe, while his right waved a fan lazily. On a nearby coffee table, tea was steeping, accompanied by a vintage radio playing Peking opera. The old man squinted at the two, and upon seeing they were just kids, his interest waned instantly. The cheapest item in my shop costs at least 10,000. He scoffed, his disdain palpable. Zhou Chen tossed a plastic bag onto the coffee table, from which a cascade of neatly bundled 100 yuan bills spilled out. The old man sprang upright from his chair, sniffing a handful of cash. Hiss! It's real. His demeanor shifted dramatically as he washed 2 teacups, pouring tea with a sycophantic smile. I wondered why the magpies were chirping so incessantly this morning. It turns out we have esteemed guests. To have 100,000 at such a young age, clearly a rich second-generation heir. The antique street thrived on such affluent clientele. Zhou Chen collected the money and inquired with a smile. Do you have any fine calligraphy or paintings? The old man, with an air of arrogance, replied, I'm not bragging, but my family has the best and most abundant calligraphy and paintings on the entire antique street. He gestured grandly. May I ask which family you hail from, young master? You seem rather understated in your attire. Zhou Chen glanced around and leaned closer, whispering, I'm from the provincial capital. My family isn't in business. The old man's expression sharpened. I understand. No need to elaborate. Not being in business implies a family of officials. No wonder you dress so modestly. It's not easy to fool someone from official background. You must bring out something good. The old man approached a shelf and pulled out a wooden box from the bottom tier, opening its lid to reveal it brimming with scrolls. My grandfather's birthday is approaching, and he adores paintings, especially of galloping horses. Zhou Chen's mind raced to Su Biong's iconic painting, Success with Horses. Su Biong was a renowned modern artist whose works encapsulated the essence of Eastern traditional art and held immense collectible value, particularly his equestrian paintings, rich in meaning. With the 8 galloping horses valued at several million, the old man extracted the scrolls from the box and soon produced 2 marked paintings, Success with Horses and Galloping Horses, both masterpieces of Su Biong. Which one would you like? He asked. Is this truly an original Su Biong? Zhou Chen asked, a smile playing on his lips. The old man chuckled awkwardly. I can't guarantee that. You can judge for yourself. Zhou Chen pointed to Galloping Horses. Let me see that one first. The old man produced a pair of white cotton gloves from his pocket, carefully untying the scroll with the cotton string before unfurling it. Zhou Chen picked up a magnifying glass, adopting an air of expertise as he examined the artwork. The old man inquired, Your elders must have collected many antiques. You must have learned a thing or two. Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly, I know a bit. The old man laughed. You're quite humble. Zhou Chen lingered over the horse's hooves for a moment longer, then began scrutinizing the seals. Zhou Chen sighed and shook his head. Let me see the other painting. The old man chuckled, saying nothing further, as he rewrapped the scroll and retrieved the Success with Horses. Zhou Chen continued his examination with a magnifying glass. While not far away, Tang Wan sat in the old man's wicker chair, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling. A serious man is truly handsome. If only my phone weren't dead, I would have taken more pictures. Suddenly, an ominous voice echoed from outside. Is this the place? Yes, indeed it is. Mr. Gua. Please, no. After you, Mr. Tang. Tang Wan sprang to her feet, darting over to Zhou Chen, her voice trembling. Zhou Chen, my dad is here. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. Tang Wan quickly turned to the old man. Boss, I need a place to hide. The old man pointed to a storage room behind him. Go on in, but be careful not to bump into the porcelain inside. Tang Wan eyed the dark storage space, bit her lip, and stepped inside, closing the door behind her. Zhou Chen then asked, I'll take the Success with Horses. Name your price. The old man smacked his lips. I trust you understand the rules of the antique trade. No returns and no claims if you misjudge. Zhou Chen had seen numerous microfilms about antiques in his past life, and remembered some jargon. The old man nodded with a smile. For an ordinary person, I'd de-sell this painting for 300,000, but given your special status, I'll let you have it for 150,000. Zhou Chen shook his head. The seals on this painting are incorrect, and the hooves are lacking finesse. It isn't worth that much. The old man stared at Zhou Chen in surprise, then shook his head. At least 120,000. Zhou Chen again shook his head. I can offer 60,000 just to have some fun with it. Just then, two well-dressed men strode in from outside. Zhou Chen glanced over and immediately furrowed his brow. It was Gui Yongkong, the richest man in Jiangzhou. The old man quickly said, "How about 100,000? And we have a deal." Zhou Chen handed over the money and took the painting, rolling it up. Zhou Chen, Tang Wan's brother. Tang Jia spotted Zhou Chen, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Isn't this kid in Jiangzhou? What is he doing here in Jiang County?" Zhou Chen feigned delight. "What a coincidence. I never expected to see you here." He reached out to shake hands with Tang Jia. Tang Jia glanced disdainfully at Zhou Chen's cheap clothing and flip-flops. "Don't try to get close to me. I can't fathom what my sister sees in someone like you." Tang Yuan turned to Tang Jia. "Do you know him?" Tang Jia shrugged nonchalantly. "Not really. Just that this kid heroically saved a damsel in distress from a thug and nearly got killed. I was the one who saved him." Tang Yuan replied coolly. "At such a young age, with a sense of justice, you should learn from him." Hiding in the storage room, Tang Wan felt pleased hearing her father's praise for Zhou Chen. "Zhou Chen, this is your future father-in-law. You better behave." She smiled. Tang Jia scoffed. "Learning from him? Isn't that a bit naive? If I hadn't stepped in, he'd be 6 feet under by now. If I were to learn from him, the Tang family's lineage would end here." Tang Wan clenched her fists in frustration at her brother's words. "He too insufferable. Can't he speak nicely? Just shut up." Tang Yuan shot a glare at Tang Jia. He should know better than to act up in front of Jiangzhou's richest man. When they returned, he would certainly receive a stern lecture. Tang Jia rolled his eyes, thinking, this kid is nearly running off with your daughter. "And you're still defending him?" Tang Yuan turned to Zhou Chen with a smile. "Young man, my son has this personality. Don't take it to heart." Zhou Chen grinned. "No worries, he is not wrong. I was indeed a bit overconfident at the time, lacking thoughtful consideration, which led me into peril." At that moment, Gua Yongkong interjected, "Are you also here to buy calligraphy or paintings?" Zhou Chen nodded. "My grandfather's birthday is coming up. He loves antiques and calligraphy, so I came to find a piece." Tang Jia cast a glance at the exquisite calligraphy and painting in Zhou Chen's hands, then shifted his gaze to the substantial amount of money held by the owner of the Jubeoj, estimated to be around 100,000. "This painting must not be inexpensive, right?" he mused, suspecting that Zhou Chen had swindled a considerable sum from Tang Wan. "Indeed, it is quite costly, $10,000. Zhou Chen admitted candidly. "Come with me." Tang Jia, with a stoic expression, stepped outside, followed silently by Zhou Chen. With both his father and Jiangzhou's wealthiest man present, he hoped he wouldn't resort to violence against him. Upon exiting, Zhou Chen was taken aback to find a dozen well-dressed bodyguards stationed at the entrance. Tang Jia lit a cigarette and, with a hand, pressed Zhou Chen against the wall, his voice cold and menacing. "Zhou Chen, I advise you to keep your distance from my sister. She is not someone you can lay your hands on." Zhou Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor, retorted, "You have no right to dictate Tang Wan's feelings." Bang! Tang Jia delivered a punch to Zhou Chen's face, causing him to stumble dangerously close to the ground. Several passers-by halted to observe the scene. The bodyguards immediately formed a barrier to shield the onlookers from the escalating situation. Tang Jia grasped Zhou Chen by the collar and declared, "Previously, you were unaware of the Tang family's significance, and I do not hold it against you. But now, let me make it clear. The Tang family is a mountain you will never ascend." Zhou Chen, wiping blood from his mouth with his tongue, replied nonchalantly, "I never aspire to climb the Tang family tree, and I won't seek to reach for high branches. You should refrain from looking down on those less fortunate. Have you not heard the saying?" Damn it! Tang Jia raised his hand, poised to strike again. Brother Tang Wan rushed out from the Jubeoj, pulling Zhou Chen behind her and defiantly declaring, "If you want to hit someone, hit me instead." At that moment, Tang Yuanshan emerged from the Jubeoj, his expression inscrutable as he calmly inquired, "What is going on?" Tang Jia, hands in pockets, sneered, "Aren't you curious why Tang Wan failed to get into a prestigious university? It's because she deliberately scored low to attend Jiangzhou University just to date him." Tang Yuanshan raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Tang Wan bowed her head in silence, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhou Chen felt immense pressure. He understood that no matter what he said, the Tang family would never regard him with favor. In a subdued tone, he addressed Tang Yuanshan, "Uncle Tang, Tang Wan, and I will focus on our studies diligently. Tang Jie scoffed, about to respond. But Tang Yuanshan shot him a disapproving glare. Tang Jie obediently fell silent as Tang Yuanshan turned his calm gaze toward Zhou Chen, saying, "You are both still young, and I hope you can exercise caution in your actions." Upon hearing this, Tang Wan looked at her father in disbelief. What did he mean? Was he suggesting that she could be with Zhou Chen? Chapter 59. One day, I will earn the respect of your father and brother. Zhou Chen cast a deep glance at Tang Yuanshan. The fact that he could mingle with Jiangzhou's wealthiest, Gui Yunku, indicated that the Tang family's wealth was even more formidable than he had imagined. Such influential figures undoubtedly knew how to manage their emotions. His words were merely meant to placate Tang Wan. Afterward, he would not relent. "Oh, Daddy, you are so wonderful," Tang Wan exclaimed, taking small steps to wrap her arms around Tang Yuanshan's. "Enough, dry your tears. You have class tomorrow. Now hurry back to school with Zhou Chen." Tang Yuanshan smiled, affectionately ruffling Tang Wan's hair. Tang Wan nodded obediently, wiping her tears and then winking at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen's right cheek throbbed from the punch, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This naive girl was too innocent, truly believing her father would hand her over to him. Xiao Jia arranged for a car to take them back to Jiangzhou. Tang Yuanshan instructed calmly before turning to re-enter the Jibeoj. Tang Jia directed his gaze at a bodyguard who was also a driver. "Take them back to Jiangzhou, but drive slowly." At this moment, Tang Wan approached Zhou Chen and said to Tang Jia, "Brother, we rented a car in Jiangzhou. We can go back by ourselves." "Do as you please," Tang Jia replied, his tone indifferent, revealing his disappointment and dissatisfaction with Tang Wan. With that, he took a drag from his cigarette and walked back into the Jibeoj. Tang Wan watched her brother's retreating figure, feeling a knot of discomfort in her heart. She knew he was disappointed in her, but she truly liked Zhou Chen. She couldn't remember exactly when her feelings for him had begun. Perhaps it was that autumn in her sophomore year during a PE class when an uncontrolled basketball flew toward her, and Zhou Chen caught it effortlessly, looking dashing with a jacket draped over one shoulder. Or maybe it was during that heavy snowfall last winter when her carefully built snowman was destroyed by a group of boys, and Zhou Chen, alongside Chen Xiaolong, had dealt with them and made them rebuild it. Throughout the last semester, she had paid more attention to Zhou Chen, who would often rescue stray cats with leftover food or stand up for classmates being bullied, even risking his life to fight off assailants for Gu Qingyu. Kind-hearted and loyal, that was how Tang Wan evaluated Zhou Chen. In a taxi back to Jiangzhou, the driver dared not breathe a word. He had witnessed the scene outside the Jibeoj. Both of these individuals had significant backgrounds. Tang Wan grasped Zhou Chen's hand, her face filled with guilt as she choked out. "Zhou Chen, I'm sorry. Had I known, I would have hidden away. If I had been by your side, my brother would have hit you." Zhou Chen clasped her soft, delicate hand in return and smiled. "Silly girl, it's not your fault. It's just that I am currently powerless." After a pause, he earnestly added, "But rest assured, one day, I will make your father and brother see me in a new light." Tang Wan bit her lip and nodded gently. She dared not reveal to Zhou Chen that her father had the capability to rival Gui Yunku for the title of Jiangzhou's wealthiest, a legacy built by 5 generations of the Tang family. The driver caught glimpses of Zhou Chen in the rearview mirror, already guessing the nature of the story unfolding before him. A poor boy in love with a wealthy girl. How melodramatic. At the Jibeoj, Gui Yunku, having purchased the painting of galloping horses, hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Tang Yuanshan and Tang Jia returned to their residence in Jiang County. In the car, Tang Jia nonchalantly asked, "What to do about that Zhou Chen kid?" The Tang family had always valued social standing, and 5 generations of aristocratic unions had forged their current business empire. He doubted old Tang would hand Tang Wan over to Zhou Chen. Tang Yuanshan replied in a calm tone, "Do you really need to ask me about such trivial matters?" Tang Jia sniffed. "Should we expel him from Jiangzhou University?" Tang Yuanshan chuckled lightly. "If you dare to expel him, little Wan would promptly drop out." Tang Jia pondered for a moment before narrowing his eyes. What about applying pressure on his parents? Tang Yuanshan leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. "You handle this, but ensure little Wan is unaware of your involvement." At 4 in the afternoon, the taxi carrying Zhou Chen and Tang Wan stopped at the entrance of Jiangzhou University. The driver handed Zhou Chen a business card with a smile, saying, "Little brother, I usually pick up fares around Jiangzhou University. If you ever need a ride, feel free to book in advance." The driver, Qi Yunfen, was around 30, a steady driver who, during their chat on the way, introduced himself as a veteran who had driven tanks in the army. "All right, I will reach out to you when I need a ride." Zhou Chen smiled as he accepted the card. Although the driver had initially been a bit brash, he had warmed up during their conversation, and Zhou Chen planned to hire Qi Yunfen as his personal driver in the future. "Business is booming. See you soon." Chi Yunfin remarked as he spotted a few students waving ahead, pressing the accelerator to drive off. At that moment, Zhou Chen noticed Chao Ming approaching with a group of 7 or 8 tall upperclassmen, all chatting and laughing. Zion, I will return to the studio for a shower first. Aren't you supposed to have dinner with Huang Qianxian? We can head to Nanxing together later. With that, Zhou Chen departed without a backward glance. Tang Wan stood there, momentarily dazed by Zhou Chen's retreating figure. What was with this guy? Was there really a need to be in such a hurry? She stamped her foot in frustration and marched towards the campus. Minggu, this junior sister is quite the looker, wearing glasses and appearing so demure. Zheng Fei, who had just joined Chao Ming's entourage, chimed in cheerfully. Tang Wan's brother was doing quite well for himself, and after being humiliated by him the last time, she felt compelled to settle the score. If she couldn't handle them, could Minggu not? What the hell? Do you take me for a fool? Chao Ming kicked Zheng Fei to the ground, who fell right at Tang Wan's feet. Startled, Tang Wan recognized Zheng Fei sprawled on the ground and feigned curiosity. Zheng Fei, is the ground quite cool? Zheng Fei looked bewilderedly at Chao Ming. Minggu was usually quite lewd, but today he seemed different. Junior sister, I hope I didn't frighten you. Chao Ming greeted Tang Wan with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Tang Wan scrutinized Chao Ming and the older students beside him, who sported long hair and had cigarettes tucked behind their ears, exuding the aura of troublemakers. Combining this with Zhou Chen's earlier reaction, she began to form a vague suspicion. I'm fine, Tang Wan replied coolly and sidestepped Zheng Fei as she entered the campus. Zheng Fei picked himself up off the ground, awkwardly chuckling. Minggu, are you trying to create an image of a model student in front of her? Create an image? My foot. Chao Ming kicked Zheng Fei down once more. Tang Wan returned to her dormitory, replaced her phone battery, and dialed Tang Jia's number. Wan, have you arrived at school? Tang Jia seemed to have calmed down, his tone considerably gentler. Tang Wan responded with icy detachment. Why did you do that? Tang Jia replied in astonishment. What did I do? Tang Wan's voice trembled as she said, when Zhou Chen and I arrived at school, a few people attacked him, claiming you instigated it. A bunch of useless fools. Tang Jia cursed. Tang Wan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Indeed, it made sense. No wonder Zhou Chen acted like a mouse before cat upon seeing them. It appeared they had already approached Zhou Chen before. Why hadn't this fool told her? Tang Jia chuckled awkwardly. Wan, I only asked them to protect you. I didn't expect them to go after Zhou Chen. I'll call them and reprimand them shortly. Chapter 60. 500,000, sell me that painting. Tang Wan hesitated, calling out to him. Tang Jia flinched slightly, feeling an inexplicable tension. He had an instinct that his sister had something significant to say. With a downcast tone, Tang Wan murmured, if you still consider me your sister, please do not hurt Zhou Chen any further. Tang Jia took a deep drag from his cigarette. Chuckling dryly, are you implying that if I continue to interfere with him, you will no longer acknowledge me as your brother? As he spoke, Tang Jia felt a sting in his nose, as if a needle had pricked his heart. Their parents each had their own businesses, and their mother returned to work 3 months after giving birth to Tang Wan. He had watched her grow up, from the moments she held her milk bottle to when she learned to walk. Her first word was brother, and he had proudly boasted to their parents about it. Every day after school, when the driver came to pick him up, little Tang Wan would lean against the window, eagerly awaiting him. Upon spotting him leaving the school, she would excitedly tap on the car window, chattering away. As they grew older, their bond deepened. In college, a close friend remarked, Jiego, with how you spoil your sister, won't you be in tears when she gets married? At that moment, Tang Jia was left in a daze. He had never contemplated such a scenario. He believed no one in the world was worthy of his sister. In fact, he had noticed something unusual in Tang Wan before her college entrance exams. While studying at her desk, she would occasionally steal smiles at her books. She seemed unusually happy each time she went to school, as if anticipating something. And every weekend, she would complain that time moved too slowly. Having been through it himself, he suspected that Tang Wan might be in love. Yet, he was too afraid to investigate. He feared he might not be able to accept the reality. If given a choice, he would rather remain blissfully unaware. However, contrary to his wishes, he eventually learned of Tang Wan and Zhou Chen's relationship, courtesy of his fiancée, Lin Kingzi. When he first received the news, it felt like a bolt from the blue. He contemplated for a long time whether to consider his sister's feelings or to send Zhou Chen away. After much deliberation, he chose the latter. Little did he expect that his beloved sister, whom he had cherished since childhood, would contemplate severing ties with him for that man. Tang Jia sat dazed on the hotel sofa, oblivious to the burning cigarette but in his hand. Brother, are you all right? Tang Wan asked hesitantly after a prolonged silence. She felt a pang of distress. On one side was her beloved brother, who had cherished her since childhood, and on the other was the man she had secretly loved for 2 years, who she had finally managed to be with. I'm fine, Tang Jia rasped, extinguishing the smoldering cigarette with his fingertips. I'm sorry, brother. Tang Wan was acutely aware of the hurt she had caused him. Guilt washed over her, and tears streamed down her face. Tang Jia forced a smile. I will tell them to stop bothering Zhou Chen. Brother, thank you. Tang Wan bit her lip. Her voice choked with emotion. After hanging up, Tang Jia leaned back against the sofa, closed his eyes, and sighed softly. Before Zhou Chen reached the studio, he received a call from Wu Chang. Wu Chang had arrived at the gate of Jiangzhou University, and Zhou Chen instructed the taxi driver to turn back. Only after picking up Wu Chang did he return along the same route. Before he could exchange a word with Wu Chang, his phone rang again. This time, it was an unfamiliar number ending in 6/8. Zhou Chen answered the call, and a deep voice inquired, Is this Zhou Chen from Jiangzhou University? Yes. May I ask who is calling? Zhou Chen replied. Gui Yongkong. Boss Gua. Zhou Chen's pupils constricted slightly, and a wave of nervousness washed over him as he instinctively tightened his grip on the painting he had purchased, titled Ma Dao Chunggong. This painting rightfully belonged to Gui Yongkong, but he had bought it first. Would he be in trouble now? You needn't be anxious. Just treat me as an ordinary person. Gui Yongkong attempted to sound approachable. Zhou Chen steadied himself and asked, Is there something you need to discuss with me, Boss Gua? Gui Yongkong smiled and inquired, Did you purchase a painting titled Ma Dao Chunggong from Zhubaoge? Indeed. 500,000. Sell me that painting, Gui Yongkong stated directly, offering a price that was difficult for anyone to refuse. Zhou Chen replied without hesitation, I'm sorry, Boss Gua, but I will not sell this painting. Gui Yongkong's brow furrowed slightly. Young man, 500,000 is enough for you to buy a house and a car. You could live quite comfortably with that. Zhou Chen smiled and responded, Since you've called, I 1T beat around the bush. I 1T sell this painting for anything less than 4 million. With a stranger still driving the car, Zhou Chen refrained from mentioning his affiliations. Gui Yongkong, being Jiangzhou's wealthiest individual with a fortune exceeding 10 billion, was not shocked by the figure. He simply replied coolly, I will increase my offer by 50,000. You have only one night to consider it. With that, Gui Yongkong hung up. According to whispers in the industry, 3 months prior, a batch of high-quality replicas sold at Panjiawen had contained a genuine piece by Master Su Biang. He had spent over 200,000 a trace which antique shops had purchased that batch. Over these past 3 months, he traversed numerous antique shops across several cities, acquiring every piece of art and calligraphy by Su Biang, regardless of authenticity. The Zhujiaoj was his final destination. The proprietor claimed that only 2 pieces of Su Biang's works remained, one of which had just been purchased. This implied that the young man he had encountered upon entering the shop had likely acquired the genuine article. Gui Yongkong reclined in the boss's chair, savoring a cigar. He held no genuine interest in antiques or paintings, yet a recent construction project necessitated land acquisition. Over a dozen real estate developers coveted the same parcel, leading to some rather unscrupulous competitive tactics. The father of the official in charge harbored a particular fondness for the master Su Biang's works, prompting several competitors to exploit this weakness in the marketplace, seeking authentic pieces by the master. The phone rang, its tones slicing through the tension. Gui Yongkong picked it up. A deep voice on the other end announced, Boss, the folks from Wangxing Real Estate have also gone to Zhujiaoj. Gui Yongkong's expression darkened immediately. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen and Wu Chang were riding in a taxi that passed over the Qingjiang Bridge, spanning the river that bisected Jiangzhou. One stretch of this river was particularly wide, reminiscent of a python that had just devoured a large cow. This area was known as Wangjiang District, soon to be developed into Jiangzhou's most luxurious enclave. Property prices were projected to soar from the current 3,200 to 9,000. Following the 2008 global financial crisis, property prices surged nationwide, and Wangjiang District was on the cusp of a second transformation, breaking the 20,000 barrier. By 2014, after years of escalation, the market began to soften, leading to the cancellation of purchase restrictions and a surge in property acquisitions, resulting in new record highs. Zhou Chen felt parched, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Wangjiang District was a prize to be coveted, and he was determined to claim a substantial portion of the pie. Suddenly, Zhou Chen squinted in thought. He found himself pondering why Gui Yongkong had personally ventured to Jiang County to seek antiques. If he so desired the painting, why was he willing to part with it for over 3 million? 3 million was an unfathomable sum for an ordinary person in this era. Yet for someone like Gui Yongkong, whose fortune exceeded 1 billion, it was but a triviality. Chapter 61. The deal at 8,600,000. Just as Zhou Chen was engulfed in confusion, his phone rang again, the number strikingly unique, featuring 4 8s in the middle and 4 6s at the end. Hello. Who is this? Zhou Chen answered. Hello, did you purchase a painting at Jujiaoj? A gentle, melodious female voice chimed through the receiver. Zhou Chen surmised that she too was interested in acquiring the horses arriving with success painting, and thus, he admitted, yes, a piece by Subiong. The woman responded cheerfully. What price do you intend to sell it for? Zhou Chen paused momentarily before inquiring. How much can you offer? Without hesitation, the woman replied, 3 million. Zhou Chen chuckled softly. I'm afraid Guoboss has already offered 320,000. Guoboss, are you referring to Gui Yongkong? The woman asked, her voice softening. Zhou Chen affirmed with a simple yes. After a brief hesitation, she declared, I'll offer you 4 million. Zhou Chen's breath caught in his throat. 4 million, an irresistible sum. In his previous life, he could hardly fathom ever earning that much by the age of 30, even facing substantial debts before his demise. After a moment's deliberation, he replied, I'll need to consider it further. The woman's urgency escalated. If you're not satisfied, we can negotiate further. Zhou Chen hesitated. Though he possessed little knowledge of antiques, the eagerness in her tone suggested that the painting was worth far more than 4 million. After a brief silence, he cleared his throat. I'll consult with Guoboss. Please do not contact Gui Yongkong, she exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. At that moment, in the headquarters of Wangxing Real Estate, the general manager's office, a woman in her 30s, clad in professional attire, wore an expression of distress. On the sofa sat a regal woman in her 40s, calmly cleaning tea utensils. How dare that little brat hang up on me? It infuriates me. The professional attire-clad woman slammed her phone onto the desk. Throughout the conversation, she had been on speakerphone. The aristocratic woman, recognizing the youthful voice, chuckled softly. I warned you to manage your emotions. When you panicked, the other party had already seized the upper hand. She then mused, by his voice. He can't be older than 20. Whose child could he be? Wang Shanshan picked up the phone and moved to sit across from the aristocratic woman, saying, Sister, perhaps you should return to take charge. I fear I might not be able to handle this project. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Wang Shanshan calmly said, Come in. The door swung open to reveal Wang Liqian, his hands bandaged, entering with a few thorny branches slung over his shoulder. Brother, you've come. You truly bear thorns to seek forgiveness? Wang Shanshan exclaimed with surprise and joy. Meanwhile, Wang Lirong continued to brew tea without a glance. Sister, third sister Wang Liqian said, lowering his head as he entered. Thud. Wang Liqian knelt on the ground. Sister, I promised brother-in-law that if Qian truly strayed, I would come to you to seek forgiveness. Wang Lirong delicately placed the clean cups on the table with tweezers before pouring tea from a purple clay pot. Shanshan, make another call. Secure that painting for 6 million. 6 million? Isn't that excessive? Wang Shanshan's face reflected her concern. 6 million could cover a month's wages for the company's staff. Wang Lirong shot her a sidelong glance. Wang Shanshan quickly dialed the number again, but the line was busy. Panic set in for Wang Shanshan. Oh no. Could it be Gui Yongkong contacting him? Wang Lirong sighed in resignation. Gui Yongkong South Hangji Real Estate has far superior credentials compared to Wangxing. Should he acquire that painting, your Wangxing will be utterly outmatched. At that moment, Zhou Chen was indeed on the phone with Gui Yongkong, who had raised his offer to 8,600,000. In the headquarters of Hengji Group, Gui Yongkong exhaled a cloud of smoke, stating, This is my final offer. I have invested heavily for this painting. Let us proceed. I'll send you my account details, and upon the funds clearing, you may have someone contact me. After hanging up, Zhou Chen texted his bank account details to Gui Yongkong. Upon receiving the message, Gui Yongkong instructed his financial manager, transfer 8,600,000 to this account. His financial manager, his wife, replied with a playful smile, With our company as credentials, we could easily overshadow Wangxing Real Estate. Gui Yongkong regarded her with a knowing smile. After all this time, you still don't comprehend the depths of this game. Mere qualifications mean nothing if the higher-ups decide to withhold land from you. She pursed her lips, but isn't Tang Yuanshan's wife completely detached from Wangxing now? Even if Wangxing secures that land, it shouldn't significantly affect you, right? I've also heard that Wang Lirong and Tang Yuanshan's marriage is rather strained. They've been separated for 3 years, only meeting at family gatherings. She believed her husband was being overly cautious. Gui Yongkong lit his cigar. You don't understand Tang Yuanshan. He has fond of Sun Tzu's Art of War. I suspect he has playing a long game, trying to mislead me. Once Wangxing grows stronger, this couple could easily reclaim control over Wangxing and Aoyu, pushing me down and jeopardizing all our ventures. His wife looked at him with admiration. So, what is your plan to counter them? Gui Yongkong took a deep drag from his cigar, his cheeks hollowing as he narrowed his eyes. You should proceed with the transfer. 8,600,000. Zhou Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. Had the family deposited the more than 8 million into the bank, the interest alone would suffice for their sustenance. However, given the opportunity to be reborn, to settle for mere comfort due to this fortune would hardly qualify one as a true reborn individual. Moreover, 8 million is hardly a figure that would capture the attention of the Tang family. Brother Chen, have you struck gold again? Chuckled Wu Chang, seated nearby. Zhou Chen, calming his restless heart, responded with a cheerful smile. Indeed, this painting sold for 860. Wu Chang felt a pang of bitterness. To be so elated over just 800,000 seemed trivial, especially when he had borrowed 500 from Zhou Chen, which felt like a substantial amount to him. Zhou Chen's phone buzzed again. It was a call from Wangxing Real Estate. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Zhou Chen interjected, "I'm sorry. The painting has already been sold. Please refrain from calling again." He hung up decisively, having already offended them. Rudeness was of little concern now. At Wangxing Real Estate, Wang Shanshan sat despondently on the sofa, while Wang Lirong let out a soft sigh. It was not only Wang Shanshan who hesitated. She herself had also experienced doubts. After all, several million was not a trifling sum. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Licken inquired curiously, "Shanshan, who were you speaking to?" That voice sounded rather familiar. Was it Zhou Chen? Chapter 62. The deal is sealed, money in hand. Wang Shanshan, feeling downcast, replied, "I only know he is a student from Jiangzhou University." She had arranged for someone to copy the surveillance footage from Zhu Beiyoj and sent a photo of the individual who purchased the Su Biong original to the school, which only provided a phone number in response. Wang Licken asked with curiosity, "Then why did you call him? What did the elder sister mean by 6 million? Just as Wang Shanshan was about to respond, Wang Lirong shot her a glare. Wang Licken sighed helplessly, "Sister, I truly regret my actions. Please, punish me if you must." He had struck his elder sister in a moment of anger over by Qian, and she had not spoken to him since. Wang Lirong cast a dispassionate glance at him and said, "Get up. From now on, avoid contacting me and Shanshan." Tears welled in Wang Licken's eyes. "Sister, will you truly hold this against me for a lifetime?" Wang Lirong frowned. "Do you wish for me to lose my temper?" Wang Licken sighed despondently before rising to leave the office. Wang Shanshan softly advised, "Sister, let bygones be bygones. We are family. We should strive for harmony." Wang Lirong stood and adjusted her kipayo, stating coolly, "I shall return to the provincial city to care for father. Take good care of yourself, and remember my words. Limit your contact with your second brother, and above all, trust no one but me." With that, she departed in her high heels. Wang Shanshan watched her sister's retreating figure, lost in thought. After a long pause, she sighed. "Why must our family be embroiled in such turmoil?" Once seated in a BMW, Wang Lirong dialed Tang Yuanshan's number. He answered with a chuckle. "Has the sun risen in the west today for you to call me first?" Wang Lirong, with an indifferent tone, replied, "The vacant land in Wangjiang district is no longer an opportunity for Wangxing." Tang Yuanshan drummed his fingers on the table. "Not a single opportunity?" Wang Lirong merely acknowledged with a nonchalant hum. Tang Yuanshan, feeling a headache coming on, lamented, "Let us hope my information is incorrect. If we truly lose the opportunity to develop Wangjiang district to Hengji real estate, our foothold in the real estate sector will be thoroughly crushed by Gui Yungkong." After a moment of silence, Wang Lirong asked, "When will we have definite news?" Tang Yuanshan took a sip of water and lowered his voice. "The scheduled meeting with the municipal government is in 3 days. We want to have the latest updates until noon at the earliest." Wang Lirong said nothing further and hung up the phone. Zhou Chen brought Wu Chang to the studio, introducing him to Wu Hui and the others. Wu Hui grinned widely, offering a cigarette. "Since we share the same surname, we shall be brothers from now on." "Thank you, Brother Hui, but I do not smoke." Wu Chang politely declined the cigarette, smiling as he added, "As I am new here, I look forward to your guidance." Zhou Chen glanced at the changes in his bank account balance before opening a message from Gui Yungkong. "Make sure Wu Chang is settled. I have some matters to attend to." Zhou Chen left a brief message before swiftly heading to Rook Coffee Shop with the painting in hand. Gui Yungkong entrusted him because he possessed ample capability to locate Zhou Chen. Before Jiangzhou's wealthiest man, Zhou Chen dared not entertain any other thoughts. Moreover, business must be conducted with integrity. Upon reaching the entrance of Rook Coffee Shop, Zhou Chen spotted 5 identical Mercedes-Benz vehicles. He approached and found Gui Yungkong chatting with a jolly old gentleman. Seeing Zhou Chen approach, Gui Yungkong smiled slightly. "He has arrived." Zhou Chen walked straight over and handed the painting to Gui Yungkong. Gui Yungkong, with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, remarked, "At such a young age, possessing nearly 10 million in wealth places you above 99% of your peers nationwide. It was a piece that could have been acquired for a few thousand. Yet he had spent over 800,000, claiming no heartache would be a lie." Zhou Chen humbly smiled. Thanks to your support, Bosqua. Guo Yunkong handed the painting to the old gentleman for authentication. After a meticulous examination with a magnifying glass, the old gentleman nodded approvingly at Guo Yunkong. Return to the company. Guo Yunkong said dismissively, no longer bothering to glance at Zhou Chen. Once the convoy departed, Zhou Chen let out a sigh of relief. The 860,000 had firmly settled into his pocket. He grabbed several cups of coffee and flagged down a taxi. By sheer coincidence, it was Qi Yunfin's vehicle. Qi Yunfin laughed heartily. It seems we are indeed fated. Zhou Chen handed him a cup of coffee, saying with a smile, since we are so fated, would you consider being my dedicated driver? He anticipated frequent trips between the school and the studio in the near future, intending to recruit Qi Yunfin. Oh, after just 2 hours apart, you struck it rich? Qi Yunfin thought Zhou Chen was joking. Just yesterday, he had borrowed money from that girl. Today, he was seeking a personal driver. Just say whether you are willing or not. Zhou Chen shot him a glare. Are you serious? Qi Yunfin asked, incredulous. I've done a bit of business and will often need transportation between the school and studio. Qi Yunfin recalled Zhou Chen's girlfriend mentioning his entrepreneurial ventures and began to believe him. Do you have a car? Mine belongs to the company. I currently don't have a car. I'm planning to buy a second-hand one for now. Coincidentally, I have a retired comrade who is a second-hand car dealer. First, take me to the bank. Without mobile payments, everything had to be done with cash. Many still used passbooks, and card readers were scarce in stores. In this era, gold was plentiful, and the avenues to wealth were numerous. Of course, this applied to Zhou Chen in his reborn life. Even without any business experience, he was confident he could leverage his past life's memories to build his own commercial empire. Zhou Chen first purchased a backpack at a nearby mall before withdrawing 300,000 in cash. Back in the car, he shared the studio's address with Qi Yunfin. Tang Wan called Zhou Chen, informing him that she had arranged a meal with Huang Qikai and inquiring when he would join them. Zhou Chen replied that he would arrive in an hour. Shortly after, Chen Xiaolong called, Brother Chen, I've reserved a private room at Yupanek Xian to welcome Wu Chang. Is that all right? Zhou Chen smiled. No problem. Just so happens, another person will be joining us. Upon returning to the studio, Zhou Chen clapped his hands. Everyone, hold off on your tasks. We need to have a meeting. The group rose and gathered around the sofa. Zhou Chen first introduced Qi Yunfin, and then each member of the studio in turn. Qi Yunfin cast an admiring glance at Zhou Chen. He had initially thought of him as a con artist, but now he realized Zhou Chen had genuine talent. Reflecting on his nearing 30s, he felt a pang of inferiority compared to a university student barely out of his teens. Zhou Chen distributed coffee to everyone. Due to having previously given Qi Yunfin a cup, he found himself without one. Wu Chang pushed his own cup of coffee toward Zhou Chen and said, Brother Chen, you should have this. Zhou Chen chuckled and shook his head, returning the coffee. I'm not particularly fond of coffee. All right, now I shall announce a few matters. Chapter 63. The expansion plan for the studio. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Zhou Chen was about to commence the meeting, an unexpected knock echoed from outside. The landlord, Wang Jing, opened the door and upon surveying the smoky room, frowned and remarked, Can you kids refrain from smoking so much? The neighbors might alert the fire department. Zhou Chen chuckled awkwardly and replied, Sister Jing, you arrived just in time. Come in. I have something to discuss. Qi Yunfin glanced at the slender Wang Jing, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. However, when she turned her gaze towards him, he quickly averted his eyes, his face flushed. What is it? Wang Jing asked, fanning herself as she stepped inside. Zhou Chen continued, Aren't there still a few apartments you haven't rented out? I intend to lease all of them. Wang Jing was overjoyed, sitting beside Zhou Chen with excitement. Really? Zhou Chen, bemused, shifted slightly and said, Why would I lie to you? Wang Jing had been troubled by the unsold apartments, and now Zhou Chen had alleviated her immediate concern. She was ecstatic, but the price cannot be any lower. Zhou Chen nodded. It will still be at the original price. Brother, you are too kind. Tonight, I shall serve you well. Wang Jing choked a bit, opening her arms for an embrace towards Zhou Chen. He promptly sidestepped. Qi Yunfin then chimed in. Zhou Chen is still quite young. If you have something to discuss, direct it towards me. Wang Jing shot Qi Yunfin a disdainful glance and retorted, You look like you're at least 30. I have no interest in older men. Wait, is 30 considered old? Qi Yunfin stammered. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Wang Jing scoffed. Do you own a house, a car, or have any savings? If you don't, good luck finding a girlfriend. Sister Jing, please step outside. We need to start the meeting. Zhou Chen interjected, interrupting their banter. Wang Jing pouted. Am I likely to leak your business secrets? Nonetheless, she sauntered out of the room, swaying her hips. Zhou Chen resumed. This is our first meeting. I have other matters to attend to, so I will keep it brief. Wu Chang is an experienced player of Dream of the West. and he will primarily oversee our Studio-S operations in that regard. Qi Heng, you will assist Wu Chong in establishing our gold mining studio. Zhou Chen directed his gaze towards Wu Chong and Qi Heng. Wu Chong was motivated to earn money to fund his sister's medical treatment. Upon hearing about the gold mining studio, he immediately grasped its significance. Qi Heng, taking a few sips of liquor, smiled lightly and remarked, "Our legendary studio hasn't even begun to turn a profit. Where shall we find the funds to open a new studio?" Zhou Chen opened his backpack and revealed 30,000 in cash. A palpable silence fell over the room, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Chen Xiaolong, astonished, stared at Zhou Chen and questioned, "Brother Chen, you're not planning to rob a bank, are you?" Zhou Chen ignored him and continued, "We will add 6 more computers to the legendary studio and procure 10 computers for the Dream of the West studio." As he spoke, Zhou Chen placed 200,000 in front of Wu Chong. Wu Chong was left speechless. "Brother Chen, he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. After all, they had known each other for less than 3 days, yet Zhou Chen dared to entrust him with such a sum. This amount equated to the price of a house. "My hiring principle is simple. Trust those I employ, and do not doubt them. As I am bringing you along to earn money, I will not question your integrity," Zhou Chen said with a faint smile directed at Wu Chong. He then proceeded to allocate new roles. The Longting Studio is divided into 4 departments: Legendary, Dream, Dark, and Technical. Shin Kai will serve as the head of the Legendary Department. Wu Bin will be the deputy head of the Legendary Department. Wu Chong will head the Dream Department. Wu Chong will temporarily take charge of the Dark Department. Qi Heng will be the engineer for the Technical Department. Qi Yunfen will be my personal driver. Zhou Chen assigned the roles in one breath. Chen Xiaolong cautiously inquired, "What about me, Brother Chen?" Zhou Chen teased, "You're still in school. To prevent distractions, I want to assign you any duties." Chen Xiaolong immediately grew anxious. "That one T do. If you don't assign me something, I want to be able to focus on my studies." Zhou Chen dismissed him, turning back to Wu Chong and the others. "Do you have any questions?" Qi Heng asked, "How many people do each department need to hire?" Zhou Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "One person can manage 6 computers. The newcomers will receive a monthly salary of 3,000. Additionally, the technical department will need to hire more personnel. What is the need for so many in the technical department? I can manage it all by myself." Qi Heng said, sipping his liquor, "I have other uses for them, and I require top-notch talent for the technical department, individuals who can independently complete application development." Zhou Chen responded, "ISNT that akin to searching for a needle in a haystack?" Qi Heng chuckled nonchalantly. In the realm of computer technology, he believed himself unparalleled. Better to have a few exceptional individuals than to settle for less. "If you find anyone with those skills, bring them in," Zhou Chen instructed. "Xiaolong, inquire at your school for any top-tier talents in internet and software development. I can offer substantial remuneration." Zhou Chen's tone became exceedingly serious. As we prepare for the intelligent age, securing top-tier talent is crucial. After all, numerous giant corporations have already emerged. Competing for resources is futile against them. Our limited resources and funds are negligible in their eyes. The only asset we possess is our foresight into the future, which is vital in competing against these titans. The brief meeting lasted about 40 minutes. After it concluded, Zhou Chen instructed Qi Yunfen to take him to Jiangzhou University to pick up Tang Wan, while Wu Chong and the others would head to Yupanexine on their own. At the entrance of Jiangzhou University, Tang Wan, dressed in a sky blue dress, stood by the roadside eagerly awaiting Zhou Chen. She frequently glanced at her phone, anxious not to miss any of his messages. "Tang Wan, are you waiting for Zhou Chen?" came Lu Xiying's voice from behind. Lu Xiying was donned in a revealing spaghetti-strap dress, her bangs framing her delicate oval face, which was adorned with a gentle smile. "Yes," Tang Wan replied with a nod. Lu Xiying, brushing her hair behind her ear, smiled sweetly. What is so great about Zhou Chen? Aside from being handsome, he has nothing else going for him. Good looks one tea feed you, and there are plenty of rich second-generation kids at school. You could pick anyone, and they'd be better than him. Tang Wan looked at Lu Xiying in confusion. Why should I seek out a rich second generation? Lu Xiying was momentarily stumped by Tang Wan's question. Indeed, she was a rich second generation herself. Why would she seek another? This was the one reality she dared not confront. In every other aspect, she surpassed Tang Wan, except for her family background. Every time Tang Wan finished class, a car came to pick her up, while Lu Xiying could only ride her bicycle home. Yet, that no longer mattered. Her life was beginning to change. "Then I wish you both a lifetime of happiness," Lu Xiying said with a sweet smile. Tang Wan gazed at Lu Xiying in puzzlement, wondering why her attitude had shifted so dramatically from their previous encounter in the cafeteria. Just then, a Porsche sports car sped down the road, stopping beside them. The driver, A handsome young man around 20, wore sunglasses and a white shirt with several buttons undone, his hair styled in a tousled manner. Tang Wan recalled having seen this young man at a social gathering with her father. He was Guo Zihao, the only son of Jiangzhou's wealthiest man, Gui Yongkong. Seeing, "Get in the car," Guo Zihao smiled, waving to Lu Xiying. Lu Xiying nodded gently, gracefully making her way to the car. At that moment, Tang Wan understood why Lu Xiying's demeanor had brightened. It turned out she had found a rich second generation. Just then, a taxi pulled up in front of the Porsche. Zhou Chen pushed open the car door and stepped out. "Wanner, let's go." Tang Wan, her eyes sparkling with a smile, walked over. Zhou Chen, ever the gentleman, blocked the door frame and gently reminded her, "Be careful not to bump your head." Meanwhile, Lu Xing, concerned that Zhou Chen might not see her, called out loudly, "Is there something you need?" Zhou Chen turned his head, asking, "What is it?" Lu Xing flashed a toothy grin. "Nothing, just thought old classmates should greet each other." Zhou Chen, finding the conversation tedious, averted his gaze and squeezed into the taxi. Inside the Porsche, Guo Zihao casually inquired, "Are you old classmates?" "Yes, indeed," Lu Xing replied. Tang Wan, and that Zhou Chen, who was quite the pest, relentlessly pursued me for over a year. Chapter 64. Still jealous of last year? Indeed quite bothersome. Guo Zihao chuckled lightly, then asked, "You didn't date him, did you?" Lu Xing quickly shook her head. "I never even agreed to go out with him. I hadn't even held a boy's hand during high school. Then it seems I have struck gold." Guo Zihao's eyes gleamed with amusement as he placed a hand on Lu Xing's fair, smooth leg. Lu Xing blushed and lowered her head, feeling anxious. She was eager to date Guo Zihao, yet they had just met, and he was already making such bold moves. Unsure whether to refuse, she gathered her courage after a moment of silence and grasped Guo Zihao's wrist, her voice trembling. "Zihao, isn't this a bit too fast?" "Yes, it is somewhat hasty." Guo Zihao withdrew his hand, a subtle smile playing on his lips. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. He preferred girls who were willing and proactive. In Shi Yunfin's taxi, Tang Wan glanced down at Zhou Chen's slippers, pouting. "Zhou Chen, remember to pay attention to your image next time you go out. After being back at the studio for so long, you still haven't bothered to take a shower or change your clothes. You reek of smoke." Zhou Chen shifted awkwardly, responding, "I promise to do better next time." He had been so busy. After parting with Tang Wan, he immediately went to pick up Wu Chang, then dealt with the transaction of the success at Horse's arrival painting, followed by another meeting. Concerned that Tang Wan would wait too long, he rushed to the school right after the meeting concluded. Tang Wan, fuming, exclaimed, "Why are you sitting so far away? Am I a tiger or something? I was worried you couldn't stand the smell of smoke and sweat." Zhou Chen protested. "Not a chance." Tang Wan moved closer to him. Zhou Chen grinned, taking Tang Wan's hand and placing it in his palm. Leaning her head on Zhou Chen's shoulder, Tang Wan softly said, "From now on, you don't have to worry about anyone bothering you at school. We can date openly." Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. "Already know about it?" Tang Wan nodded. "It was my brother who arranged this. I've already spoken to him on the phone." Zhou Chen playfully asked, "What did you tell your brother?" Given Tang Jia's temperament, I can't imagine he would easily agree. Tang Wan bit her lip, declining to answer that question. Zhou Chen tightened his grip on her small hand, resting his forehead against hers, and whispered, "I will prove myself to your brother." He suspected that Tang Wan had threatened Tang Jia with something, leading him to relent. It was evident that Tang Jia was quite fond of Tang Wan, yet her relationship with her family seemed to have soured due to Zhou Chen's presence. At Yi Pin Xian, Zhou Chen and Tang Wan awaited Huang Kekai at the entrance. The three of them proceeded to a small private room on the second floor. Tang Wan and Huang Kekai began discussing matters from school, while Zhou Chen took charge of ordering. "Do either of you have any dietary restrictions?" Both girls shook their heads in unison. Zhou Chen casually ordered a few signature dishes and then took out his phone to browse the Jiangzhou forum. Established in 2003, the forum became a bridge for online discussions, especially with platforms like Tianya Community housing a plethora of talents. Many regions also created their own forum sites, such as Jiangzhou Forum, which attracted a large number of Jiangzhou netizens. Zhou Chen had registered an account as soon as he arrived in Jiangzhou. Upon entering the forum, he immediately posted, "Looking to purchase property in Wangjiang District, all documents in order, contact 1314. After posting, Zhou Chen browsed through other users' threads. Spotting a pinned post, "High price offer for the player known as Wang, Shi Sui, Fengyan Legend District 26. Contact Tang Jia, phone 131. Zhou Chen rubbed his nose, glancing at Tang Wan. So, Tang Wan's brother was Tang Jia. The anger he had accumulated from being punched by Tang Jia dissipated significantly. He wondered how Tang Jia would react if he knew the person who had taken his sister was the same one who had bested him in their game. However, Zhou Chen was wise enough not to provoke Tang Jia. "Wan, so you and Zhou Chen are together?" Huang Kekai, sitting close to Tang Wan, whispered as she noticed Zhou Chen engrossed in his phone. Tang Wan's cheeks flushed red. I suppose so. Huang Kekai chuckled. What do you mean suppose so? Tang Wan lowered her voice to explain. It's just that he hasn't confessed to me, and I haven't confessed to him. We just lack a formal ceremony? Huang Kekai's eyebrows arched in amusement, but soon furrowed in confusion. But Zhou Chen seems to care about these things. He used to give Lu seeing roses back in school. When did this happen? Why was I not informed? Tang Wan's smile faded, and her nose tinged with bitterness. Realizing she had inadvertently upset Tang Wan, Huang Kekai quickly backtracked. I was just joking. There's nothing to it. Tang Wan tugged at her skirt, feigning annoyance. Speak up, or I want to be friend with you. Huang Kekai cast an awkward glance at Zhou Chen, unsure of how to proceed. The table wasn't very large. Even though Zhou Chen sat across from them, he could hear their conversation. Noticing Huang Kekai's pleading look, Zhou Chen chuckled nonchalantly. Last Valentine's Day, I bought a rose for Lu Seeing and waited under her dorm in the rain for 2 hours, but she didn't even glance my way. Well deserved. Tang Wan huffed, turning her head away. Last Valentine's Day was a weekend. Her brother had quarreled with his future sister-in-law, and she had been at home devising strategies to help him win Lin Kingsley's heart. Zhou Chen chuckled. Wanner, that was a blunder from last year. Surely you don't need to be jealous over it? Jealous of last year's affair? Now, that is truly ancient vinegar. Oomph. Tang Wan pouted, turning to Huang Kekai. Kekai, let us talk about our things. What major did you choose? I'm studying accounting. As the two chatted, Zhou Chen took a sip of tea. Huang Kekai had mentioned the importance of ritual. The reason he had not yet confessed to Tang Wan was that he wished to give her a romantic declaration. However, he needed to achieve some success in his business, first to provide her with a sense of security. The waiter brought the dishes to the table. Zhou Chen, donning disposable gloves, peeled a few shrimp and pushed them toward Tang Wan, saying, Wanner, eat more shrimp to grow strong. Tang Wan raised her eyes to Zhou Chen, seeing him smile at her. As she turned her head away, I can do it myself. At that moment, Huang Kekai chimed in. Wan. If you don't want them, I want to hold back. No way. He peeled them for me. Tang Wan immediately snatched the small plate of shrimp. Huang Kekai sighed. You two are flirty. I'm just a light bulb here, utterly exasperated. Tang Wan's cheeks still bore a hint of pink as she narrowed her eyes and laughed. Don't you have any male classmates in college? You should find yourself one soon. Huang Kekai lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her face. You're not honest. You definitely have a boyfriend, don't you? I don't. Huang Kekai hastily shook her head. Is it Chen Xiaolong? Zhou Chen asked with a teasing smile, recalling how he had once played matchmaker for them. He wondered if they had taken the next step in their budding relationship. We merely shared a cup of milk tea together, Huang Kekai said, lowering her head. Let it develop gradually. Xiaolong is quite a decent person. I almost forgot. Xiaolong is also at Yupen. I'll call him over. Zhou Chen picked up his phone to dial Chen Xiaolong's number. Just as he did, he received a call from Chen Xiaolong. Zhou Chen pressed the answer button. Xiaolong, I was just looking for you. Before he could finish, Chen Xiaolong's voice boomed from the other end. Brother Chen, we're in a fight with some others. You need to come help us right away. Chapter 65. Zhou Chen. I want to sever ties with you. The sounds of chaotic fighting and vehement curses echoed on the line. Wanner, Kekai, I need to step out for a moment. Don't come out. Zhou Chen hung up the phone and rushed outside. In the corridor on the second floor, two groups were engaged in a fierce brawl. Wu Hui resembled a battle god, wielding a chair leg with wild abandon. His strikes were both precise and brutal. Wu Bin, who usually appeared honest and simple, showed no mercy in the fight. He had a yellow-haired youth by the neck, mercilessly driving his knee into the youth's abdomen, causing him to begin rolling his eyes. Chen Xiaolong and Chen Kai, being younger, were struggling under the blows, looking somewhat disheveled. Stop fighting. Please just stop. Qi Yunfen was desperately trying to mediate. He had ensnared a burly man in a triangle chokehold. Qi Hang rushed in, smashing a liquor bottle over the burly man's head. The bottle shattered, blood gushing from the man's head. At that moment, three more youths charged toward Qi Yunfen, brandishing bottles. Qi Yunfen's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden twist, he flung the burly man away. The man collided with the three youths, sending them sprawling onto the floor. Shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 more individuals burst out of another private room, each carrying unopened beer bottles. At the forefront was Chao Ming, brandishing a bottle and shouting at Wu Hui. Wu Hui, you don't want to keep your head, do you? Wu Hui cracked his neck, spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned. Come on, I haven't had a good fight in ages. Today I'll indulge you. Chao Ming seemed somewhat wary of Wu Hui, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Yet, not wanting to lose face in front of his companions, he steeled himself and retorted, Is it that my brother hasn't beaten you in a while, making you itch for a fight? Wu cast a disdainful glance at Chao Ming's group, scoffing, "When I was out here making a name for myself, you were still in diapers. And don't bring up Chao Yuan to intimidate me. Without the backing of capitalists, your brother is nothing." Zhou Chen descended the stairs, clutching a rusted chair leg. Upon seeing Chao Ming's group, his brow furrowed slightly. Wu had warned him that Chao Ming's brother, Chao Yuan, was the top dog in the area. Offending both Chao Ming and Chao Yuan could lead to significant trouble. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Chen discarded the chair leg and approached quickly. "Wu, what happened?" Wu removed a cigarette from behind his ear, lit it, and explained, "A few little punks from the next room got drunk and came here looking for trouble." Zhou Chen nodded, turning to Chao Ming with a smile. "Senior, your people were in the wrong this time. Let it slide. I'll cover today's expenses." Wu frowned but remained silent, understanding that Zhou Chen was thinking of his business. Chun Kai, his face bruised and battered, approached and exclaimed, "Brother Chun, have you lost your mind? They clearly started this. Why should we treat them to a meal? Isn't that like apologizing?" He could not accept Zhou Chen's approach. Chen Xiaolong limped over, his eyes red, saying, "Zhou Chen, when did you become so cowardly? Back in high school, you were fiercer than anyone. Even when classmates were bullied, you were always the first to fight back. Now that you're beaten and barely recognize your own mother, you not only refuse to help, but want to treat them to a meal? It's utterly infuriating." Qi Hang stuffed his hands into his pockets, his arm cut by glass, his long hair obscuring half of his face, concealing his expression. Qi Yunfin crossed his arms, believing Zhou Chen's actions were wise. With the opposing group outnumbering them, continuing the fight would only bring further losses to their side. Zhou Chen's method of handling the situation reflected his mature and composed mindset. Zhou Chen ignored the rising tensions among his friends and continued to gaze at Chao Ming, asking, "What do you think, senior?" Chao Ming hesitated for a moment before declaring, "I want 8,000 for medical expenses." "Damn." Chun Kai and Chun Xiaolong nearly exploded with anger. "So did he get hurt at all, huh?" Wu Bin stepped forward, saying, "Brother Chun, if you give the medical fees, I'll lose all respect for you." His older brother had always taught him that one could be broke but should never lack dignity. Even in their hardest times, they would rather sleep under a bridge and starve and beg. Zhou Chen raised his gaze to Wu Hui, asking, "Do you have the money?" Wu Hui silently looked toward Wu Chong, who was hiding in the private room with a backpack containing 300,000 in cash. Zhou Chen walked into the room, retrieved 8,000 from the backpack, and handed it to Chao Ming, saying flatly, "Here's the medical fee." Chao Ming smirked slightly. "You're perceptive, but let me remind you, stay away from them in the future. I'm in a good mood today, so I want to hold this against you." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Let's go back to drinking." Chao Ming's group retreated back to their room, and Wu Hui's group returned to their own. Chen Xiaolong shouted at Zhou Chen, "Zhou Chen, I want to cut ties with you." He turned and limped away. Wu Bin sighed, "Brother, I'm out too." Chen Kai said nothing and silently followed Wu Bin out. Qi Yunfin shook his head with a wry smile. These youngsters can't keep their cool. Qi Hang twisted the cap off a bottle of liquor and poured it over his injured arm. The veins in his neck bulged, yet he remained silent. Qi Yunfin cast a long look at the gaunt Qi Hang. This guy may be thin, but he was tough. He was ruthless to others and equally hard on himself. After finishing a cigarette, Wu Hui lit another. Zhou Chen grabbed the liquor bottle Qi Hang had left on the table and took a couple of swigs. The fiery liquor burned down his throat, suppressing the anger within. "This debt will be noted. Within a month, I will make Chao Yuan and Chao Ming leave Jiangzhou." Zhou Chen's tone was calm, yet a flicker of menace sparkled in his deep-set eyes. His brothers had been beaten. He felt the sting as well. However, with his business just starting out, there were times when one must endure. Wu Hui extinguished his cigarette. "This area used to be under the control of Lei Lahu. I followed him for over a decade, but then Chao Yuan suddenly came in with over 10 million, buying up several entertainment venues and swiftly crushing all of Lei Lahu's businesses. Lei Lahu's empire crumbled, and several of his loyal subordinates were bought off by Chao Yuan. In the end, Chao Yuan even managed to seduce Lei Lahu's wife, which drove Lei Lahu to suicide." Qi Yunfin, munching on a piece of steamed fish, interjected, "I thought your turf wars were fought with direct confrontations. 10 years ago, it might have been a direct brawl with 200 to 300 people clashing at once. But in recent years, security management has tightened, and large-scale violent confrontations have become rare." Qi Hang leaned casually against the back of his chair. "You're younger than me, yet you've experienced so much more." Qi Yunfin chuckled, astonished. "You were in the military, so it's understandable you wouldn't know about these matters." Qi Hang replied with a faint smile. Ding ding ding. Zhou Chen received a call from an unknown number. The voice on the other end was respectful. "Is this half a cigarette?" Half a cigarette was Zhou Chen's form ID. Zhou Chen responded, that's me. The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with excitement. I am Xiao Song, the business manager of Xinglong Real Estate Agency. I came across your post on the Jiangzhou forum regarding the acquisition of properties in the Wangjiang district, and fortuitously, I have several properties available. Chapter 66. Is he going to kiss me? How many properties do you have? 6. All residential units along the river, which can be easily rented out with a little renovation. I will come to see you tomorrow at 6 in the afternoon. All right, I will await your call. After hanging up, Zhou Chen felt a surge of joy. In 3 days, news of the impending development in the Wangjiang district would circulate among the upper echelons. Moreover, an important piece of information, the site for Jiangzhou's first subway station was also located in the Wangjiang district. Once capitalists caught wind of this, they would immediately scramble for a piece of this coveted territory. Consequently, the property prices in Wangjiang district skyrocketed overnight. 6 properties were far too few. Zhou Chen planned to invest all of his 8 million into this venture. In 3 days, this 8 million could potentially multiply by at least 35 times. After sharing a few drinks with Wu Hui and others, Zhou Chen decided to return to the private room on the 3rd floor to accompany Tang Wan. He turned to Wu Hui and said, please work on Wu Bin and Chun Kai. Starting next month, we must settle this account. Wu Hui nodded with a smile. They are still quite young. Please be understanding. Zhou Chen chuckled and then turned to leave. Chi Hang poured himself a drink and glanced at Wu Hui, asking, do you believe his words? Wu Hui shook his head, not really, but Wu Chang, with unwavering conviction, declared, I believe in Brother Chun. The 3 then looked towards Qi Yunfen. What could disbelief accomplish? Could you handle Chao Yuan? Qi Yunfen chuckled softly. He too had reservations about Zhou Chen. Were Zhou Chen of a similar age, he might have been half convinced. Yet, the lad was simply too young. He doubted Zhou Chen could contend with the capitalists behind Chao Yuan. The only semblance of trust stemmed from Zhou Chen's maturity compared to his peers. Wu Hui and Qi Hang sighed. Zhou Chen returned to the private room on the 3rd floor to join Tang Wan. After a hearty meal, he went to the front desk to settle the bill. His table cost over 300, while Chao Ming's 2 tables amounted to 12,000. Zhou Chen felt a surge of indignation. That group of rascals must have ordered a few bottles of fine wine. Tang Wan had already seen Huang Kikai off in a taxi. Seeing Zhou Chen emerge, she approached him. How much was it? I will reimburse you. This meal was on her for Huang Kikai, and she felt embarrassed letting Zhou Chen pay. Moreover, she knew Zhou Chen was starting a business and was in dire need of funds, or he wouldn't have borrowed from her. Zhou Chen, hands tucked in his pockets, smiled. Why act so distant with me? We are classmates. Can I treat you? No way. I must pay for this meal. Tang Wan insisted firmly, pulling out a wad of 100 yuan notes from her bag. Zhou Chen was at a loss for words. Is that really necessary? With wide, captivating eyes, Tang Wan glared at Zhou Chen. If you refuse to take the money, I won't invite you to dinner next time. Zhou Chen took 2 bills from Tang Wan's hand, chuckling. Let us go Dutch. Today's meal costs 360. You pay 200, and I'll cover 160. Tang Wan promptly shoved 1,000 yuan into Zhou Chen's hands. Take it all. Hey, wait. Zhou Chen wanted to return the money, but Tang Wan had already turned and dashed away. Zhou Chen, both amused and exasperated, pocketed the cash and chased after her. Wanner, you're being unreasonable. You're making me feel like I'm living off you. Then just enjoy it. Isn't soft rice delicious? Tang Wan paused and turned back, teasingly. Zhou Chen caught up to her, playfully gripping her neck. Why stop running now? Ah, let go of me. Tang Wan squealed, retracting her neck like a startled kitten. She raised her hands to tickle Zhou Chen's waist. Hey, don't tickle. Zhou Chen, who had been ticklish since childhood, quickly released her and twisted away to evade her playful attack. Tang Wan broke free and, with both hands drawn back, startled Zhou Chen into running away. Humph. Stinky Zhou Chen, don't run. Now it was Tang Wan's turn to pursue Zhou Chen. Their playful chase led them to the grassy area near the square. Zhou Chen abruptly stopped, turning around with arms wide open, awaiting Tang Wan's embrace. Tang Wan, unable to halt in time, fell right into Zhou Chen's arms. Zhou Chen wrapped his arms around her, leaning down to tease. Wanner, are you taking advantage of me? I'm not. Tang Wan stammered, her face flushed, her voice barely a whisper. Wait a minute. Clearly, you are the one taking advantage of me. Tang Wan puffed her cheeks, protesting. You stopped on purpose. Before she could finish, Zhou Chen's unwavering gaze silenced her. In the dim light, the moonlight filtered through the trees, casting a gentle glow upon Tang Wan's fair, delicate face. Her soft, rosy lips shimmered invitingly. Zhou Chen swallowed hard, unable to resist leaning down to kiss her. Tang Wan's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart racing uncontrollably. Is he going to kiss me? This is my first kiss. What should I do? Should I reject him? No, he confessed yet. I'm not technically his girlfriend. But if I refuse, will I seem like Lu Xiying? After a tumultuous internal struggle, Tang Wan gradually tilted her head back, tightly closing her eyes. Here goes nothing. After all, Zhou Chen is also a novice. I won T lose out. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the square, startling Tang Wan into a slight tremor as she instinctively turned to look at the center of the square. A crowd had gathered, surrounded by an abundance of fireworks. The brilliant pyrotechnics erupted in the sky, illuminating the night with a dazzling array of colors. How beautiful! Tang Wan's eyes sparkled with wonder. Zhou Chen, seated on the grass, softly inquired, "Do you seldom see fireworks?" "I spend every new year in the provincial capital, where fireworks are banned." "Do you enjoy fireworks?" "Yes. I adore the moment they blossom, fleeting like a dream, leaving one enchanted." Tang Wan gazed up at the night sky, her face alight with admiration. Witnessing this exquisite visual feast with someone she cherished felt truly wonderful. Zhou Chen lay back on the grass, resting his hands behind his head, crossing his legs, and gazing up at the stars with half-closed eyes. "Come on, give us a kiss." The crowd in the square began to cheer. A couple embraced passionately. Tang Wan's eyes sparkled. "Zhou Chen, look, they're so romantic." Zhou Chen lazily replied, "Are you hinting at something?" I'm not. Don't think too much." Tang Wan quickly shook her head, defending herself. Zhou Chen smiled, but remained silent. In his heart, he already had a plan. When he confessed to Tang Wan, he would ensure that the night sky over the entire Jiangzhou city would be illuminated with fireworks. The two strolled around the square for a while before taking a taxi back to school. Zhou Chen escorted Tang Wan to the girls' dormitory before returning to his own quarters. Zhang Fei was sprawled on his bed, engrossed in a mobile game. Upon seeing Zhou Chen enter the room, he couldn't help but mock. "Zhou Chen, weren't you quite the hotshot in high school? Why the cowardice today?" Zhou Chen dragged his suitcase from under the bed to fetch a change of clothes, replying, "Weren't you the big boss in high school? Why are you now someone else's lackey? How dare you say that?" Zhang Fei jumped off the bed, looking ready to fight. Zhou Chen dismissed the brat, carrying his wash basin as he walked past. Zhang Fei blocked Zhou Chen's path, speaking in an arrogant tone, "Mind your words. You couldn't handle me in Jiangxian, and you still can't now." Zhou Chen glanced at Zhang Fei, who was half a head shorter and had a slender frame, then sidestepped him and exited the dormitory. Had it been the old Zhou Chen before his rebirth, Zhang Fei would be lying on the ground, yelling for mercy. With 2 lifetimes behind him, his perspective had shifted. He chose to regard it as just a dog bite. After returning from the shower, Zhou Chen reclined on his bed and called his grandfather to celebrate his birthday. Chapter 67. The Military Training Instructor, Black Egg. He conversed with his grandfather for over half an hour. Around 10 o'clock, Chao Ming arrived with a group to check the dormitory. All the students stood in 2 rows, silent as the grave. Chao Ming looked at Zhou Chen with a smile and said, "Zhou Chen, I assume our 2 tables of meals today were quite expensive?" Zhou Chen replied with indifference, "Not particularly." Chao Ming approached and patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder. "It seems you're quite wealthy. Starting tomorrow, you'll owe me 20 yuan daily as protection money." Zhang Fei chuckled quietly, clearly enjoying the moment. Brother Ming was deliberately provoking Zhou Chen, testing his patience. If he couldn't withstand it, he would get beaten. If he could endure, he would pay Brother Ming. When Zhou Chen bit down on his molars, he frowned and asked, "What's the benefit of paying you protection money?" Chao Ming nodded with a smile. "Of course there are benefits. Once you pay me, I will ensure no one dares to bully you at school." Zhou Chen pointed at Zhang Fei and said, "He just bullied me." Zhang Fei laughed dismissively. "You fool. Don't you know I'm Brother Ming's person?" Chao Ming frowned and added, "Zhang Fei pays me 800 yuan every month." The implication was clear. If Zhou Chen paid more, he could seek revenge. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen retrieved the 1,000 yuan that Tang Wan had given him from beneath his pillow. Chao Ming accepted the money, grinning at Zhang Fei. "What do you say?" Zhang Fei, with a woeful expression, responded, "Brother Ming, I only have 3,000 yuan for living expenses each month, and I've nearly spent it all." The beginning of the school year often brings numerous expenses, and he had already squandered a considerable amount on Lu Xiying. For the past few days, he had been treating others to meals in an effort to establish connections. He currently had only 200 yuan left, with more than half a month until next month's allowance. He would need to find a way to borrow some money. Chao Ming shrugged. "Then there's nothing to be done. Zhou Chen, you may proceed. If he dares to fight back, I'll help you deal with him." With that, he turned and closed the dormitory door. Zhou Chen cast a cold glance at Zhang Fei. "Still arrogant?" "No, not anymore. Brother Chen, please don't hit me." Zhang Fei stammered in fear. "Change your dormitory. I don't want to see you." Zhou Chen turned and sat on his own bed. "All right, Brother Chen. I'll go to the dormitory office tomorrow." Zhang Fei nodded submissively, a classic case of bullying the weak. Chao Ming hands in his pockets, swaggered out with his entourage. Zhou Chen sighed softly, silently noting this debt in his heart. Behind Chao Yuan was Tang Jie, whose father stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiangzhou's wealthiest, Gui Yunke. To find stability in school, one must first defeat Tang Jie. However, Tang Jie was Tang Wan's brother, essentially his future brother-in-law. He truly did not wish for their relationship to become too strained. The next day, Zhou Chen arrived at class right on time. The homeroom teacher, Lu Su, walked into the classroom accompanied by a man clad in camouflage, his skin a deep shade of brown. Class begins. Hello, teacher. Hello, fellow students. Please take your seats. Lu Su wore a light blue, traditional Chinese dress, her long hair elegantly pinned up, adorned with a delicate handcrafted silver hairpin, and her feet clad in light blue embroidered cloth shoes. The entire ensemble exuded a classical, scholarly aura. Wow, teacher Lu has such a knack for fashion. If I were as tall as her, I would dress like that too. Female students gazed in admiration, their eyes sparkling. Male students were equally mesmerized, whispering amongst themselves. She embodies the essence of artistry. It reminds me of that ancient saying. How does it go again? A graceful lady is a gentleman's delight. Yes, yes. Don't you think teacher Lu has a refined charm? She truly is a goddess. I've decided to study hard and one day bring teacher Lu home. You must be joking. Look at your chubby face. Do you think you deserve teacher Lu? Oh, come on. Just wait until after school. Zhou Chen. Do you like Kipeo? Tang Wan nudged Zhou Chen's arm. Ever since teacher Lu entered, Zhou Chen's gaze had been fixated on her. Zhou Chen grinned. It's all right. Lu Su's outfit would remain timeless even a decade from now. Tang Wan blinked. Do you think I would look good in a Kipeo? Zhou Chen envisioned Tang Wan in a Kipeo. Standing around 168 centimeters, she possessed an elegant figure and a natural grace befitting a refined lady. If she donned a Kipeo, paired with her youthful face, she would undoubtedly exude an extraordinary charm. My Wanner is so beautiful. She would look stunning in anything. Zhou Chen chuckled. If asked which attire suited Tang Wan best, he believed JK uniforms would complement her splendidly, especially with her hair tied in twin ponytails, presenting her as the epitome of a fresh, charming beauty. Unfortunately, at this time, such uniforms had yet to become a trend in the country. Only around 2013 would JK uniforms begin to flourish domestically. However, when he eventually had the means, he could introduce such attire to the country ahead of time. Quiet down, everyone. Lu Su gently tapped the desk, prompting all students to immediately hush. To enhance your physical fitness, we will commence a military training program lasting half a month. This is your military training instructor, Hong Lei. Instructor Hong, the floor is yours. All right. Hong Lei smiled slightly. Lu Su cast a meaningful glance at the students before turning to exit the classroom. No sooner had the homeroom teacher left than the entire class seemed to lose interest, slumping lazily in their chairs. Bang! Sit up straight. Hong Lei slammed his hand on the podium, his piercing gaze akin to that of a hawk. The students were taken aback and quickly straightened up. I do not concern myself with how you behave in other teachers' classes, but here, you must adhere to discipline. Hong Lei strode through the aisle with hands clasped behind his back, his expression stoic, exuding a palpable sense of authority. The students were rendered mute, afraid to even breathe. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Hong Lei, a veteran and the best instructor at Jiangzhou University for 7 consecutive years. By the way, I have a nickname. Black Egg. Ha ha ha. Some students couldn't hold back their laughter. Hong Lei also grinned, revealing his bright, white teeth, which starkly contrasted with his dark skin. Those who had been stifling their laughter finally erupted, laughing unabashedly. Only Tang Wan wore a worried frown, muttering, So he asked Black Egg, our military training is doomed. Is there a reputation associated with him? Zhou Chen inquired, perplexed. Sister Kingsley mentioned Black Egg. He is a devilish instructor. New students trained by him come out either dead or skin alive. Tang Wan sighed. It can't be that exaggerated, can it? Zhou Chen felt a twitch in his eyelids, already imagining the terrifying training that lay ahead. Then you shall wait and see. Hong Lei raised his fist, and the students instinctively quieted down. In a calm tone, he continued, This class will be lengthy. I will first share some anecdotes from my military career, followed by our training plan. I hope we can coexist harmoniously in the upcoming half-month. Chapter 68. Father Advises Breakup. Hong Lei succinctly recounted his journey from enlisting to retiring while instilling a sense of patriotism in the students. He then announced the training schedule. Every morning from 7:30 to 11:30, and in the afternoon from 2:30 to 5:30. After military training, there would be a welcome party. Ding-ling-ling. The bell for the end of class rang. Starting tomorrow, since it's the first day of military training, I expect everyone to arrive at the playground half an hour early, at 7 o'clock sharp. Is that understood? Understood. The shift from the original 8 o'clock class to a mandatory gathering at 7 had left everyone wearing a look of utter fatigue. Haven't you all eaten? Speak up. Instructor Hong barked. We heard you. The students shouted hoarsely in response. Then that settled, class dismissed. With his hands clasped behind his back, Hong Lei strode out of the classroom. Ugh, I absolutely despise military training. Lu Fifei lamented, resting her chin on her desk, her expression one of deep dismay. Tang Wan, pouting, added, I find it quite disagreeable as well. With the scorching sun, I'll definitely end up tanned after training. In high school, she had undergone military training too. Although she had been pampered since childhood, her character was not delicate. She had never complained about hardship or fatigue, and being tanned didn't bother her at all. Yet now, she felt a tinge of anxiety. Lacking particularly striking beauty, her only advantage over the school beauties was her fair skin. Would Zhou Chen find her unattractive if her skin darkened? As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. She reached out and gently pinched Zhou Chen's arm, her voice filled with a pitiful plea. Zhou Chen, you mustn't dislike me. Huh? Why would I dislike you? Zhou Chen replied, playfully squeezing Tang Wan's small hand. Startled, she withdrew her hand as if shocked, fearing he might misinterpret her gesture, and quickly added in a whisper. We're in the classroom. Zhou Chen chuckled, scratching his nose, and asked, then answer my earlier question. What could I possibly dislike about you? Well, if I get tanned from military training, you can't dislike me. Tang Wan murmured, her gaze fixed downward. Observing her cautious demeanor filled Zhou Chen with a profound sense of happiness. Silly girl, I would never dislike you. His gentle tone and magnetic voice swept through Tang Wan's heart like a warm spring breeze. Tears of joy brimmed in her eyes. Happiness, emotion, delight, a myriad of feelings enveloped her. She was easily contented, even with just a simple love declaration and promise. Could you two please stop feeding us dog food? I'm completely stuffed, truly. From the back seat, Lu Fifei's deskmate, Yuan Tao, could no longer bear it and protested with a mournful expression. Tang Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she buried her face in her desk, no longer daring to meet Zhou Chen's gaze. The following classes were all self-study sessions. Most students, lacking mobile phones, engaged earnestly in their studies. Before long, it was noon. Tang Wan initially intended to have lunch with Zhou Chen, but as school was about to end, Lin Qingzi called to invite her to eat together. As Lin Qingzi was destined to be Tang Wan's sister-in-law, she agreed to the invitation. Zhou Chen headed to the cafeteria alone. After collecting his meal and settling down, he received a call from old Zhou. Hello, Dad. Zhou Chen answered while eating. Zhou Guangming's voice came through, low and serious. Are you dating a girl named Tang Wan? Zhou Chen paused his meal, frowning as he asked, Is someone looking for you? No one is looking for me. You're still young. Focus on your studies. You can find a girlfriend after you graduate from university. Zhou Guangming spoke earnestly. Zhou Chen sensed his father was holding back something. It didn't take long for him to surmise that Tang Jia might have pressured his parents. With a sigh, Zhou Guangming continued, Moreover, I've heard that girl comes from a well-off family. We don't match her standards. It would be best to part ways and not hinder her studies. I understand what I need to do, Zhou Chen replied, his grip on the chopsticks tightening. All he wanted was a simple relationship, yet it seemed so complicated. Zhou Guangming sighed again before abruptly hanging up. Zhou Chen lost his appetite, barely picking at his meal before taking out his phone and dialing Song Yang. Hello, Mr. Yin. I'm currently in a meeting. Song Yang spoke in a hushed tone. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have answered the phone at this time, but this Mr. Yin was a significant client, and if the deal went through, the commission would sustain him for years. Prepare the contract. I'll come over to sign it now. Zhou Chen stated succinctly before hanging up. Song Yang was so exhilarated he nearly jumped up. Each property had a commission of over 4,000. Selling the 6 properties at hand could earn him over 20,000, equivalent to what an average person would earn in 2 years. Thud! The store manager threw a magazine at Song Yang, his face grim as he shouted, Did I not tell you that phone calls are prohibited during meetings? The manager was aware of the importance of this client. Song Yang had just graduated from university a year ago. He had sought out several companies fitting his major, but none seemed promising. To hone his skills, he took a job at a real estate agency as a salesperson. This was his second year in sales, and his performance had been dismal, nearly leading to his dismissal multiple times. When a golden opportunity finally arose, he was determined to make the most of it. A significant client. How significant? The manager's eyes gleamed with interest. Seeing the manager calm down, Song Yang finally spoke. This client intends to purchase all the properties in Wangjiang district. We currently have 6 available. Is that credible? The manager's expression was skeptical. Wangjiang district had suffered severe population loss, lacking economic stimulation from commercial ventures. Who would be foolish enough to buy property there? It's credible. He is on his way to sign the contract now. Song Yang's gaze flickered uncertainly. The client's voice sounded quite youthful. Likely under 20. Did he truly have the means to acquire all 6 properties? Young man, you're too naive. You don't understand the harsh realities of society. You're probably being scammed this time. The manager sipped from his thermos, continuing, additionally, considering you haven't made any sales in the last 5 months, the company has decided to terminate your employment. The earlier comment had touched Song Yang, making him feel the manager was imparting wisdom. But the latter statement left him wide-eyed in disbelief. Are you firing me? The property market in Wangjiang district was already bleak, and their branch primarily dealt in second-hand homes. Hadn't the other colleagues also gone months without closing a deal? The manager tossed a wad of 100 yuan bills at him. Here as 2,000. It should cover 5 months of your base salary. Manager, get lost. The manager's expression darkened, rolling up his sleeves as if to say he would take action if Song Yang didn't leave immediately. Song Yang swallowed hard, slowly removing his work ID and the company-issued phone. As he placed the phone down, he began to grasp the manager's intentions. He wanted to oust him and claim this lucrative deal for himself. The manager had a cousin involved in shady dealings, and with his parents working in Wangjiang district, if he dared to resist, they could easily cause trouble for his family. The true peril was not society, but the hearts of men. Song Yang counted 8 bills from the 2,000, a sum rightfully his. After gathering his belongings, he left the store in a daze. The manager lit a cigarette, only checking the call log on his phone after Song Yang had walked away. Finding the most recent call, he narrowed his eyes and pressed the dial button. Chapter 69. I only signed contracts with Song Yang. On the streets of Wangjiang district, a brand new black Mazda 6 caught the eye. This was the car Qi Yunfan had just picked up that morning, with a total cost of 125,000. The streets of Wangjiang district were filled with dilapidated houses from the 1970s, with wooden lampposts supporting light bulbs lining both sides of the road. As Qi Yunfan drove, he occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror at Zhou Chen, who sat silently in the back seat, resting his eyes. From the moment they got in the car, Zhou Chen had remained quiet, indifferent to the report of how much the vehicle had cost. Throughout the journey, Qi Yunfan felt a sense of trepidation. He sensed an oppressive aura emanating from Zhou Chen, reminiscent of the pressure he felt from his squad leader during military service. Such feelings had never before crossed my mind. As the car came to a halt at a 3-way intersection, Qi Yunfan cleared his throat and, with utmost seriousness, inquired, "Boss, could you please ask them which street they're on and the name of the store?" Just as Zhou Chen was about to retrieve his phone, it rang. It was indeed the number belonging to Song Yang. Zhou Chen pressed the speakerphone button to answer. "I was just about to call you. I've arrived in Wangjiang district. Could you tell me which street your store is located on and its name?" "Young lad, where are your parents?" The voice on the other end, youthful and amiable, mistook him for a client's child. "It's me who's purchasing the property. Is there a problem?" Zhou Chen's tone darkened. No. Our store is called Xinglong Real Estate, located at 178 Wangjiang 3rd Street. The manager hurriedly responded. Youthful as he may be, perhaps he was merely a playful scion of affluence. After hanging up, Zhou Chen relayed the address to Qi Yunfan before resuming his moment of repose. 10 minutes later, the vehicle halted in front of Xinglong Real Estate. The manager, who had been smoking at the entrance, immediately discarded his cigarette upon spotting the gleaming temporary plate car and approached with eagerness. Curiously, Qi Yunfan remarked, "Boss, you aren't seriously considering buying property here, are you?" He frequently drove taxi services and was quite familiar with the Wangjiang district. Ever since a plasma television factory relocated, the area had seen a significant exodus of residents, leading to the brink of bankruptcy for nearby KTVs and bars. Only a fool would contemplate purchasing property here. "Is that so?" Zhou Chen responded, exiting the vehicle. The manager, beaming, approached and extended his chubby hand, saying, "You must be Mr. Yan. I am Wang Chong, the manager of this agency." Zhou Chen politely shook the manager's hand, replying, "My surname is Zhou." "Ah, Mr. Zhou, a pleasure to meet you." Wang Chong glanced at Qi Yunfan, who had exited the driver's seat, and inquired, "And this gentleman is?" "He is my driver," Zhou Chen replied with a slight smile. Wang Chong's excitement surged. A dedicated driver. This young man must be from a wealthy family. He then eagerly proposed, "Shall I take you to view the properties now?" Disposing of these 6 units would yield a commission of over 40,000 after splitting with headquarters. "What about Song Yang?" Zhou Chen suddenly asked. "Song Yang has taken a leave of absence. I'll take Mr. Zhou to see the properties." Wang Chong's smile faltered slightly, a hint of unease flickering across his face. Zhou Chen instantly perceived Wang Chong's deception. Having arranged to sign a contract with Song Yang, it was unlikely he would fail to notify him of any sudden changes, especially with his phone still in the manager's possession. It was evident that Wang Chong had usurped Song Yang's opportunity, possibly even dismissing him. "I only signed a contract with Song Yang. If he is unavailable, I shall return another day. Zhou Chen turned to leave, and Qi Yunfin promptly headed towards the driver's seat. Mr. Zhou, wait. I will call Song Yang and have him come over right away. Wang Chong swiftly approached, preventing Zhou Chen from entering the car. Having finally encountered a lucrative client, he could not let this chance slip away. He quickly dialed Song Yang's private landline. The first attempt went unanswered, followed by a second, and yet another. It was not until the seventh call that someone finally picked up. Why are you calling me? Wang Chong, came Song Yang's icy response. Wang Chong, feeling the tension through the phone, forced a smile. Song, I was a bit confused earlier. Please hurry back to work. In sales, capable employees are akin to deities. As long as Song Yang could seal this substantial deal, Wang Chong would gladly prostrate himself in apology. After a moment of silence, Song Yang asked, has Mr. Zhou arrived? Yes, he specifically requested to sign a contract with you. Wang Chong deliberately avoided mentioning Zhou Chen as he spoke on the phone, distancing himself by over 20 meters. Song Yang hesitated, inhaling deeply. All right, I will be there shortly. His return was not merely for the job. He wished to fulfill Mr. Yan's request for purchasing property. The fact that Mr. Yan sought him out expressly for the contract was a clear attempt to assist him, and he could not let this kindness go unreciprocated. Just don't say anything about me firing you, Wang Chong cautioned in a low voice. I know what to do, Song Yang replied, then exited. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen leaned against the car door with arms crossed. Qi Yunfin, having finished a cigarette, approached once more, unwilling to relent. Boss, the properties here lack appreciation potential. You should reconsider. I have made my decision. Zhou Chen turned to survey the nostalgic street, a confident smile gracing his lips. Fine, you're the boss. Your word is final. Qi Yunfin shrugged in resignation. But if you regret it later, don't blame me for not warning you. Zhou Chen chuckled softly without responding, glancing at the time. Half an hour had elapsed, and he would likely be late returning to school. Since he had no classes today, he might as well take a leave of absence. Zhou Chen dialed his homeroom teacher's number. Lu Su, understanding that there were no lessons in the afternoon, readily approved his leave. Wang Chong purchased 2 bottles of Red Bull for Zhou Chen and Qi Yunfin from a nearby convenience store. After opening a bottle for himself and taking a couple of sips, he inquired, Mr. Zhou, what business does your family engage in? A gaming studio. You mean an arcade, right? Wang Chong, a product of the 70s, had little experience with gaming but had observed the recent surge in traffic at arcades, mistakenly assuming that Zhou Chen referred to such establishments. Indeed, Zhou Chen held little regard for Wang Chong and was disinterested in elaborating. Noticing Zhou Chen's apparent disinterest, Wang Chong awkwardly chuckled, casting a glance down the road where Song Yang was expected to arrive. It's been quite some time. Why hasn't that fellow shown up yet? Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly, no rush. I have plenty of time this afternoon. Approximately 10 minutes later, Song Yang finally appeared at the end of the street, pushing his bicycle. Unfortunately, he had encountered a mishap on his way. His bike chain had snapped. After locking the bicycle, he jogged over to Zhou Chen, extending his hand. Good day, Mr. Yin. I am Song Yang. Zhou Chen shook his hand, stating, I don't go by Yin. My surname is Zhou. Mr. Zhou. Song Yang quickly corrected himself with a smile. Zhou Chen returned the smile. Shall we proceed to view the properties? Song Yang nodded and turned to the manager. Manager, could I borrow your car? Just as Wang Chong was about to retrieve the keys, Zhou Chen interjected. Let us take my car instead. Qi Yunfin had already climbed into the driver's seat. Song Yang promptly opened the door for Zhou Chen. Once Zhou Chen was seated, Song Yang closed the door and entered from the other side. He politely instructed driver, please proceed straight for 500 meters, then turn left onto Ronghua Avenue. Chapter 70. I intend to invest all 8 million. Qi Yunfin expertly navigated towards Ronghua Avenue. Zhou Chen reclined in his seat, crossing his legs, one hand resting on the window, while lightly tapping, exuding an air of authority. Song Yang sat upright, appearing somewhat tense. Despite Zhou Chen being younger than him, he was, after all, a significant patron. Having been in the industry for so long, he had never encountered such a wealthy client. An oppressive silence enveloped the trio until Zhou Chen broke it. How long have you been in the industry? Kind of my internship, 2 years and 6 months. Song Yang quickly replied. Zhou Chen nodded with a smile. Are you interested in joining me? Song Yang's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a nervous scratch of his head. I fear I might not perform well. My performance at Xinglong Real Estate has been rather mediocre. Zhou Chen chuckled. A competent salesperson must possess immense courage, boldness to innovate and practice, along with their own discernment and judgment. If you lack the courage to attempt, how can you rise further in this field? In every industry, sales play a crucial role, directly determining a company's profitability and growth. This holds true even for one's own gaming studio. An exceptional salesperson can swiftly transform all the studio's assets into cash. Mr. Zhou, What business does your family engage in? Much like Wang Chong, Song Yang suspected that Zhou Chen's wealth was merely a product of parental generosity, and he entertained the notion that following Zhou might lead to inheriting the family business. My family is not in business. I am the one running a venture. I own a gaming studio, Zhou Chen explained. All right, then I shall follow your lead. Song Yang, no longer hesitant, nodded in agreement. After all, his previous employment at Xinglong Real Estate was no longer an option, and he found himself in a state of unemployment, ready to accompany Mr. Zhou for a while to see how things unfold. 10 minutes later, the vehicle halted by the roadside of Ronghua Avenue. Song Yang escorted Zhou Chen to the property in question. Before them stood a row of brick and tile buildings from the 70s and 80s, adorned with painted slogans advocating family planning. Family planning enriches the nation and strengthens the people, gender equality for all eternity. Pointing to a 7-story building, Song Yang declared, Mr. Zhou, the 6 apartments you requested are all within this very structure. Qi Yunfen lit a cigarette, squinting as he inquired, how much for this dilapidated building? Casting a glance at Zhou Chen, Song Yang replied, somewhat sheepishly, 1,500 per square meter. Goodness, this house demands 1,500? Qi Yunfen exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, nearly accusing Song Yang of highway robbery. Presently, new properties barely exceed 2,000 per square meter. This second-hand building, a relic from the past, appeared almost as a hazard. Yet they dared to ask for 1,500? Song Yang felt a flush creep across his face. Mr. Zhou, since I have decided to follow you, I shall not withhold the truth. These apartments are indeed not worth purchasing. Qi Yunfen quickly echoed, Boss, you might want to reconsider. However, a smirk curled at the corners of Zhou Chen's mouth as he confidently stated, no need for deliberation. I shall take all the properties in this building. The price of 1,500 per square meter was far below his budget. Qi Yunfen and Song Yang sighed, feeling somewhat powerless. Yet, what Zhou Chen said next left them utterly astounded. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chen announced, I have an additional 8 million, and I intend to invest all of it here. Goodness gracious, 8 million? Qi Yunfen and Song Yang's eyes bulged in disbelief. 8 million? This is simply outrageous. Qi Yunfen responded skeptically, Boss, you aren't pulling my leg, are you? Just the other day, you were borrowing money from that wealthy heiress. Zhou Chen smiled calmly. Do you know what I borrowed the money for? After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yunfen fixed his gaze on Zhou Chen. You purchased a painting, didn't you? You didn't stumble upon a genuine antique, did you? Zhou Chen merely smiled in silence. Qi Yunfen clutched his chest, inhaling sharply. With 8 million, you could buy luxury cars, a villa, and still have enough left to deposit in the bank for a lifetime of interest. Song Yang's eyes gleamed with fervor. He had initially thought Zhou Chen was just a typical wealthy second generation, possessing perhaps 100,000 or 200,000, but it turned out he had 8 million. Zhou Chen turned to Song Yang. This task is now yours. Within 2 days, I want all 8 million invested. Swallowing hard, Song Yang asked, Boss, are you sure you don't want to think it over? Zhou Chen shook his head. Just follow my instructions. Although Song Yang found his boss's intentions perplexing, he dared not oppose them and nodded vigorously. I will do my utmost to find more properties. Subsequently, the trio wandered along Ronghua Avenue, with Song Yang recording various phone numbers for rental and sale listings. Upon returning to Xinglong Real Estate, Zhou Chen signed 6 contracts and then transferred 890,000 to the manager's account at the bank. After completing all the necessary formalities, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Song Yang requested his 2,000 yuan commission from the manager, who reluctantly retrieved the cash from his safe. On the way back to the studio, Song Yang handed the heavy 2,000 yuan commission back to Zhou Chen. Boss, this money should go back to you. You could have signed a contract with Wang Chong, but you chose to give this opportunity to me. This money does not rightfully belong to me. Why return it? This is your rightful earnings. Zhou Chen pushed the money back towards him. Xinglong has already deducted 2,000 from the commission. The 6 apartments only cost 850,000. Returning this 2,000 will lessen your loss. Song Yang explained, bemused. Enough of the formalities. What is yours is yours. This commission is yours, and it is far better to give it to you than to Wang Chong, don't you think? All right then. Song Yang reluctantly accepted the money. Zhou Chen leaned back on the sofa, gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery, lost in thought. The housing prices in Wangjiang district were far below his expectations. Selling the properties in 3 days could potentially yield around 80 million. This sum would be sufficient to establish a mobile phone company. But further research and hardware customization would require substantial funds. The journey to creating his own brand of mobile phones would be long and arduous. Ding ding ding. Zhou Chen's phone chimed with a QQ message notification. It was from Tang Wan. Zhou Chen, did you take the afternoon off? Zhou Chen replied yes. Tang Wan continued. Is it business related? Indeed. You seem troubled. Is something bothering you? Zhou Chen responded, not at all. Then why are you so distant? Zhou Chen replied, I'm quite busy right now. You still owe me a cup of milk tea. Treat me after school. Zhou Chen answered, I probably won't have time. Maybe another day. All right then, you carry on. After ending the chat, Zhou Chen leaned back in his chair and slowly closed his eyes. He was genuinely uncertain how to navigate his relationship with Tang Wan. Continuing to date her could potentially threaten his parents. Was parting ways with Tang Wan truly the only option? Songyang, do you have any cigarettes? Zhou Chen asked with his eyes still closed. I don't smoke. Songyang replied, tapping Qi Yunfen on the shoulder. Brother Feng, do you have any cigarettes? With one hand on the steering wheel and the other retrieving a lighter from the remaining half-pack of Hunkta Mountain, Qi Yunfen tossed it back. Zhou Chen lit a cigarette. Taking a couple of puffs, this was his first cigarette since his rebirth. He felt a whirlwind of emotions. He had thought that with the memories from his past life, he could earn money and enjoy a happy relationship with Tang Wan, only to discover that her family background was incredibly daunting, bringing him immense pressure. Meanwhile, at Jiangzhou University, Tang Wan lay despondently on her desk. Suddenly, the homeroom teacher, Lu Su, entered the classroom accompanied by several middle-aged individuals dressed in white shirts. The classroom fell silent. Tang Wan turned her head, her heart tightening. Lu Su approached her with a complex expression and softly said, Tang Wan, the principal intends to transfer you to Class 2. Chapter 71. Wanner, let us take a break from each other for a while. Tang Wan's long, dark lashes fluttered slightly. The principal's sudden decision to transfer her to another class left her bewildered, and Zhou Chen's inexplicable coldness only deepened her distress. Undoubtedly, it was her brother and father behind this scheme. Tang Wan immediately took out her phone and dialed Tang Jie's number. The call connected swiftly. What is going on? Tang Jie asked in a nonchalant tone. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Was this your idea or Dad's? Tang Wan's voice was icy. Her hopes for her brother having evaporated. Has Zhou Chen reached out to you? Tang Jie chuckled softly. He hasn't. He contacted me. And he won tea just because you pressure him. Tang Wan's tone grew colder. Xiao Wan, I'm doing this for your own good. Zhou Chen is simply not worthy of you. Whether he is worthy of me is not your decision to make. If you insist on separating us, I will hate you for a lifetime. Tang Wan's eyes reddened, her voice quivering with emotion. I never expected you would dislike me for the sake of a stranger. Tang Jie let out a self-deprecating smile, then lit a cigarette and took a drag. No matter how much you detest me, I shall still prevent you from being with Zhou Chen. In due time, you will come to understand my benevolent intentions. With that, Tang Jie hung up the phone, marking the first time in history he had taken the initiative to end a call with Tang Wan. Two streams of tears cascaded down Tang Wan's cheeks. Lu Su discerned the cause from Tang Wan's words. She slowly took a seat in Zhou Chen's place and gently remarked, Tang Wan, both you and Zhou Chen are still quite young. It is indeed unwise to delve into romance at such an early stage. Moreover, our school has explicitly prohibited early relationships. Tang Wan hung her head, tears streaming down as if her heart were being mercilessly wrenched. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, Zhou Chen sent her a QQ message. Wanner, let's take a break for a while. Grant me some time, and I shall soon earn your brother's and your family's approval. I will study diligently, expand my business, and every day I will think of you. In this lifetime, I will marry no one but you. Reading Zhou Chen's messages, Tang Wan's tears surged forth even more fervently. He was only 18. What immense pressure must he bear? What would happen if his entrepreneurial endeavors faltered? As tears streamed down her face, she sobbed a reply to Zhou Chen. I will wait for you. Lu Su caught sight of Zhou Chen's messages to Tang Wan and inwardly sighed. She had only just learned that Tang Wan was the daughter of the renowned entrepreneur Tang Yuanshan from Jiangzhou. Zhou Chen likely came from humble beginnings, hence Tang Wan's family forbidding their union. Yet, Zhou Chen had made a near impossible promise to Tang Wan. To gain the Tang family's approval, he would need assets worth at least several million, wouldn't he? Presently, a university professor's monthly salary hovered around 1,300, barely accumulating to 15,000 annually if one were to abstain from all expenditures. Thus, Lu Su felt that Zhou Chen and Tang Wan had little hope for a future together. Tang Wan gathered her textbooks and headed for the exit, her classmates' eyes fixed upon her, speculating about the unfolding drama. What happened to Tang Wan? I have no idea. With so many school authorities present, it must be a violation of school rules. Don't jump to conclusions. Tang Wan must have been caught in a romantic affair. It's obvious to anyone with half a brain that they are dating. Gu Qingyu looked at Tang Wan, her face a mask of confusion. Could it be true that the school authorities had discovered Zhou Chen and Tang Wan's relationship? Surely, they wouldn't expel them, would they? At that moment, Lu Su ascended the podium and tapped the desk, calling for attention. Everyone, please maintain decorum. The class fell silent. Lu Su continued, "Do not entertain wild thoughts. Tang Wan has merely been transferred to Class 2. Tang Wan had already stepped outside the classroom. Principal Lin Pingyan, with a hint of helplessness, said Xiao Wan, "Please do not hold this against me. This is your grandfather's wish." Tang Wan forced a smile. "I do not blame you. This matter does not concern you." She had not anticipated that Tang Jia would invoke their grandfather's authority. Grandfather was a staunch traditionalist, highly particular about social standing. Her brother's fiancé had been arranged by him, and both her parents were products of marital alliances. Their marriage, however, was tepid, with both absorbed in their respective businesses. Many yearned to be born into affluent families, yet they remain unaware of the burdens that accompany such privilege. In the Longteng studio, the legendary department had acquired 6 new computers. Shun Kai and Wu Bin, both bearing bruises on their faces, were busily engaged in their tasks. Wu Hui sat on the sofa, negotiating terms with 7 or 8 younger members. Upon seeing Zhou Chen enter, Wu Hui promptly addressed them. "Stand up. Let me introduce you. This gentleman is our boss, Zhou Chen." "Hello, boss." The 8 newcomers greeted Zhou Chen in unison, their expressions a mix of astonishment, as they clearly had not anticipated their boss would be so young. Zhou Chen smiled and nodded. "Have a seat. Please continue your discussions." Wu Hui was pleased with the efficiency of his work. At that moment, Wu Chang approached, his expression awkward. "Brother Chen, I would like to request a leave to return to Jiang County." Wu Hui furrowed his brow slightly. "The computers for the dream department are about to be set up. Isn't it inappropriate to take leave now?" Wu Chang lowered his head timidly. I could be back by tomorrow." Wu Hui remained expressionless. The dream department's members have been selected. They are not well-versed in Dream of the Red Chamber, and we depend on you to guide them. Wu Chang swallowed hard, cautiously glancing at Zhou Chen. Wu Hui, concerned that Zhou Chen might misconstrue his intentions as exclusionary towards Wu Chang, quickly clarified, "I have informed them that starting today, their salaries will commence. The computers will be installed by this afternoon, and Chi Hang has already prepared the scripts. My plan is to have the Dream Department operational by tonight." Zhou Chen chuckled. "If it is delayed by a day, then so be it. Salaries will be paid, as usual. Consider it a warm welcome for them." He then turned to Wu Chang and inquired, "Are you going back to fetch your sister?" "Yes, my sister has no one to care for her. I wish to bring her over," Wu Chang replied, his face filled with remorse. "Brother Chen, I sincerely apologize. Please deduct any losses from my salary. It's a minor issue." Zhou Chen smiled broadly, then turned to Qi Yunfin. "Yunfin, I appreciate your willingness to make the trip." Wu Chang's heart raced, and he quickly protested, "Brother Chen, I could take the train back by myself. It would already be a disservice to Brother Chen to request leave at such a critical moment. How could he also impose on Brother Chen's driver?" Zhou Chen replied, "Your sister has just undergone surgery. She cannot endure much upheaval. Having your own car to fetch her will save a great deal of trouble." "Thank you, Brother Chen." Wu Chang felt warmth wash over him, tears brimming in his eyes as he bowed to Zhou Chen. Wu Hui only then realized that Wu Chang had a sister who had recently had surgery, and he felt guilty as he addressed Wu Chang. "Kangzi, why didn't you mention earlier that your sister had surgery? I may have been a bit harsh in my tone. Please do not take it to heart." "It's nothing, Hui Ge," Wu Chang awkwardly replied. "I was wrong not to fully trust Brother Chen at that moment, which is why I didn't bring my sister along." He glanced at Zhou Chen, feeling a mix of embarrassment and guilt. He felt a pang of regret. Zhou Chen had only met him once, yet had unhesitatingly lent him 500 when he sought financial help. Zhou Chen was also set to help him earn money. And although Wu Chang had indeed come to Jiangzhou, he had not fully believed that Zhou Chen could truly help him make a profit. Had he been viewing Zhou Chen through the lens of a small-minded person? Zhou Chen, unfazed, smiled. "It's getting late. You should set off soon. Drive safely." Chapter 72, A Confrontation. After Qi Yunfin and Wu Chang departed, Zhou Chen ascended to the second floor. The computer vendor, Wang Wen, accompanied by an apprentice, was busy installing the computers. The desks and chairs were second-hand, yet the computers were brand new. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, Wang Wen paused his work, a broad smile spreading across his face. "Boss Zhou, you're back." His apprentice pulled out a pack of Huanghialo cigarettes from his pocket, expressionless as he offered Zhou Chen one. "Boss, would you like to smoke?" Wang Wen cheerfully introduced, "This is my new apprentice, He-Jun." He-Jun, around 18 or 19, sported ear piercings, white hair, and a scorpion tattoo around his neck, with colorful tattoos covering his arms, making him quite difficult to warm up to. "Thanks, but I don't smoke." Zhou Chen politely declined with a smile. He-Jun frowned slightly, feeling slighted. "Boss Zhou, why so ungracious?" He believed that even if Zhou Chen did not smoke, he should still accept the offer, or else it would seem like a slight against him. "I genuinely do not smoke. These Huanghialo cigarettes aren't cheap, and accepting one would be a waste." Zhou Chen explained with a forced smile. a flicker of anger rising within him. He was the boss, a client of Wang Wen's, who treated him with utmost respect. Yet this apprentice expected Zhou Chen to accept his cigarette as a matter of courtesy. Song Yang noticed Zhou Chen's temple twitching slightly. Earlier on the vehicle, it appeared that Mr. Zhou had a breakup with his girlfriend, leaving him in a rather despondent state. This lad was truly heading straight into trouble. Xiao He, how'd you speak to Boss Zhou? Wang Wen shot a cold glare at Jun, then awkwardly turned to Zhou Chen to explain, Boss Zhou, please don't take offense. Jun is my nephew. He comes from a single-parent family and has lacked proper guidance since childhood, which has led him to develop a rather unpleasant temperament. Jun and Zhou Chen were contemporaries from high school. Jun had always struggled academically and failed to gain admission to university. Under the insistence of his mother, he moved to the city to learn computer repair from relatives. During this period, he fell in with a group of aimless youths, dyed his hair, and adorned himself with tattoos, much to Wang Wen's dismay. Zhou Chen had no intention of stooping to Jun's level. Wang Wen was a relative of Wang Ming, and since Jun was Wang Wen's nephew, they were all acquaintances, making it unnecessary to escalate tensions. Moreover, the gaming studio had just commenced operations and, barring unforeseen circumstances, was poised for expansion over the next 3 to 5 years, ensuring a long-term collaboration between himself and Wang Wen. With this in mind, Zhou Chen forced a smile that did not reach his eyes and said, no worries, let's get to work. We need to set up all the computers this afternoon. Suddenly, Jun interrupted Zhou Chen loudly. Song Yang's blood pressure surged, and he kicked out in a frenzy. Zhou Chen also seized Jun by the hair, clenching his fist to strike his face. I'll make you pay. Jun had always been a school bully, used to intimidating others, and had never experienced being on the receiving end of such aggression. Now, confronted by 2 attackers, he began to fight back. Zhou Chen, known for his fighting skills during high school, showed no restraint, seemingly venting the stress brought on by Tang Jia with every powerful punch. Song Yang, at 25, had a significantly stronger physique than Jun, and despite it being his first fight, he showed no mercy. Boss Zhou, please stop. Wang Wen stepped forward to intervene, but was pushed aside by Zhou Chen. Outmatched, Jun could only curl up on the ground, covering his head with his hands, while incoherently hurling insults. If this continues, someone might die. Wang Wen positioned himself over Jun, shielding his nephew with his own body. Only then did Zhou Chen and Song Yang cease their assault. Meanwhile, Chen Kai and Wu Bin rushed in, brandishing the legs of chairs. Damn it. Upon seeing Zhou Chen's torn shirt and scratched face, Chen Kai charged in, ready to strike with the chair leg. Zhou Chen caught Chen Kai's wrist, panting, enough. Wu Bin twisted his neck and pointed the chair leg at Jun, saying, you better watch yourself. At that moment, Wu Hui arrived with a group, some carrying beer bottles, others wielding steel bars taken from the window. Jun spat blood, slurring threats. You'll regret this. My brother won't let you off. Wu Hui, taking a drag from his cigarette, narrowed his eyes and asked, who asked your brother? Jun scoffed, Wei Wu from Xinyu. At this revelation, both Wu Hui and Wu Bin were momentarily taken aback, then broke into grins. What are you two laughing at? Jun was bewildered. Wei Wu was a notorious figure in Xinyu. His men were everywhere in the KTVs and bars, and with just a word, he could summon dozens of people. Wu Hui casually took a puff from his cigarette and remarked, Wei Wu used to roll with me. Jun's pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at Wu Hui and asked, what's your name? My name is Wu Hui, nicknamed Prince Hui, Wu Bin declared, brandishing the chair leg across his neck with arrogance. Prince Hui? Jun felt a chill run down his spine. Wei Wu had indeed mentioned Prince Hui before. It was said that he started making a name for himself at the tender age of 15 alongside Lei Leho. At his peak, Prince Hui commanded over 200 followers. What terrified people most was his penchant for mutilating fingers and toes. The notion alone was enough to send shivers down one's spine. After Lei Leho's fall, Prince Hui had faded from the limelight. Wei Wu claimed he had been in Jiangzhou, merely keeping a low profile. Jun never imagined he would encounter Prince Hui here. Trembling, he looked at Wu Hui and stammered, Brother Hui, I realize my mistake. Let us just call a day. Let us disperse. Wu Hui waved his hand grandly, leading his crew downstairs. Brother Chen, if you need anything, remember to call us. I'm heading down to work now. Chen Kai left with his parting remark. If you dare provoke Brother Chen again, I'll break your legs. Wu Bin glared menacingly at Jun before also departing. Jun trembled uncontrollably, his swollen face drenched in cold sweat. Zhou Chen dragged a chair over and sat down, his tone icy. If you lack the ability, stop pretending. Do you think Wu Hui is formidable? Yes, just a subordinate of Lei Leho. Do you think Lei Leho was impressive? He was brought down, losing everything. Do you really believe you can rise to Lei Leho's level? Even if you did, the truly powerful can ruin you without even showing their face. This is a lawful society now, The path of darkness is no longer viable. Every word Zhou Chen uttered struck deep into Jun's soul. He bowed his head in silence, unable to meet Zhou Chen's gaze. Wang Wen handed Jun a pack of tissues, saying, "Wipe off the blood. You've had no one to guide you since childhood, and your arrogance has led you astray. Today, Ba Shou has given you a lesson. Do you think life outside is easy? Your uncle Wang Meng has already turned his back on the underworld and opened an internet cafe." As Jun wiped away the blood with trembling hands, he began to choke back tears. Zhou Chen, uninterested in Jun's display of emotion, took Song Yang with him to the downstairs legendary department. Upon reaching downstairs, they were greeted by Qi Hang, who approached with excitement. "Brother Chen, the owner of a mobile phone factory in Shiju County has fled with his niece. We need to hurry over and check it out." Chapter 73. Seeking assistance from Wang Licken. Is this a stroke of fortune? Zhou Chen's eyes brightened. The closure of a mobile phone factory could mean a wealth of advanced talent becoming available. Yes, he had seen a hot thread about it earlier on the forum. The employees were protesting on the streets. If they acted quickly, perhaps they could recruit some of those skilled technicians. Qi Hang had already surmised that Zhou Chen was likely looking to venture into the mobile and internet industries, which explained his urgency in gathering top talent. He had dashed back without finishing his meal upon seeing the post. "Let us head over right now. Song Yang, you stay here and handle your tasks." Zhou Chen left Song Yang at the studio and then, accompanied by Qi Hang, hailed a taxi to Shiju District. After a 30-minute ride, Zhou Chen suddenly received a call from Wu Hui. "Brother Chen, this is Song Yang. Do you know about the Wangjiang Hotel?" "The Wangjiang Hotel?" "ISNT, that the predecessor of the Prince Hotel. The Wangjiang District was undergoing development, and the Wangjiang Hotel had been rebuilt. But how it had ended up in Wu Hui's hands remained a mystery." "What about the Wangjiang Hotel?" 3 people died there last night, according to police investigations. The behind-the-scenes boss is responsible. The police issued a wanted notice half an hour ago. If they catch that boss, he is looking at the death penalty. Song Yang whispered. "Are you suggesting we have an opportunity to acquire the Wangjiang Hotel?" Zhou Chen felt parched, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I just spoke with the manager and got the landlord's number. He indeed has a willingness to sell, but the price how much?" 36 million. Song Yang articulated each word slowly. "Understood." Zhou Chen hung up the phone decisively. 36 million was far beyond what he could currently muster. Borrowing would likely prove difficult as well. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed Wang Licken's number. "Zhou Chen, what prompts you to call me?" "I'd like to propose a business deal." "Oh." Wang Licken smiled and said, "Let's hear it. What business do you have in mind?" "You must promise me first that we will split any profits evenly." Zhou Chen's tone was exceedingly grave. "All right, I agree." Wang Licken readily acquiesced. For Zhou Chen, recovering 300 million in losses was akin to a lifeline. However, Zhou Chen did not demand anything in return. Instead, he sought to engage in business with Wang Licken, firmly believing in the prospect of making a profit. If indeed they were to make money, Wang Licken would not mind relinquishing his share entirely. "Very well. I will send you a message," Zhou Chen declared before abruptly hanging up the phone. He then composed a text and sent it forth. AIO Apparel Company, Limited. Wang Licken was leisurely savoring his tea by the coffee table when he received Zhou Chen's message. He opened it immediately, only to be taken aback by the content. "Purchased the Wangjiang Grand Hotel for 36 million. With a sputter, Wang Licken spat out his tea. 36 million? Did this lad truly comprehend the implications of such a sum? And for the Wangjiang Grand Hotel, no less. Presently, the Wangjiang district was so desolate that even birds would not dare to relieve themselves there. Only a fool would invest in real estate in that area. Regaining his composure, Wang Licken sent a reply. "Little Zhou Chen, do you truly grasp what you are proposing?" After dispatching the message, he set down his phone and began wiping the tea-soaked table with a cloth. Within 2 minutes, a notification chimed from his phone, prompting him to hastily check the message. "Respond to me in half an hour. If you haven't made up your mind by then, I shall seek a partnership with Gui Yongkong." Huh? He thinks he can collaborate with Gui Yongkong? That man does not possess my level of patience. Wang Licken muttered to himself. He then leaned back in his chair, deep in contemplation. He felt certain that Zhou Chen was no ordinary high school student. During their first meeting at the cafe, Zhou Chen's calm demeanor was not mere pretense. Additionally, how had Zhou Chen discovered the affair between his wife and the driver? Even Wang Licken, the husband, was oblivious to it. How could a newcomer to Jiangzhou, fresh from university, be aware? This boy was exceedingly enigmatic. Could it be that the Wangjiang Grand Hotel genuinely had the potential to be profitable? Wang Licken squinted, taking another sip of tea. The only scenario in which the Wangjiang Grand Hotel could yield profits was if the Wangjiang district were to undergo development. However, if that were the case, the first to receive such news would undoubtedly be the upper echelons of Jiangzhou. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Wang Licken. his eyes widening in realization. Previously, his sister had visited their third sister, who seemed to be vying with Gui Yungkong's Hengji real estate for a parcel of land in the Wangjiang district. Had she already caught wind of something? Yet that did not seem plausible. If she had, she would have long since begun acquiring properties in the Wangjiang district. Unable to fathom the situation, Wang Licken decided to call his sister. Second brother. Shan, are you busy? Not particularly. I have a question for you. Is the Wangjiang district slated for development? Who told you that? Wang Shanshan inquired, puzzled. I was just asking casually. Wang Licken chuckled awkwardly. Oh dear. I thought you had some insider information. Wang Shanshan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Since you are competing with Hengji Real Estate for land in the Wangjiang district, I assumed it was going to be developed. I was even preparing to stockpile a few properties. Wang Licken explained with a smile. It is quite normal for us in real estate to buy land. The development of the Wangjiang district is inevitable, but we simply do not know when it will occur. It could take 10 years, or even 20, and if luck is against us, perhaps 30. Wang Shanshan elaborated, her tone one of ennui. Given your business acumen, do you believe there are opportunities for development in the Wangjiang district in the coming years? Wang Licken pressed on, unwilling to relent. Indeed, there has been a recent meeting concerning Jiangzhou's planning and economic development, which might indicate plans for development in a certain area. However, the likelihood of the Wangjiang district being developed is slim. Wang Shanshan murmured softly. Then there still exists a glimmer of hope, does it not? Wang Licken persisted. Believe what you wish. I have said all that I can. Originally, my sister advised me to keep my distance from you, but you are my brother, after all. I cannot bring myself to distance myself from you. So that is that, goodbye. Wang Shanshan concluded impatiently before hanging up. As Wang Licken listened to the busy signal on the line, a bittersweet smile crept across his face. In Shiju County, at the Xianfeng Industrial Park, the streets outside the park were crowded with people. A dozen emotionally distraught workers stood in the middle of the road, weeping and wailing. Staff from the Department of Public Security were attempting to maintain order, while personnel from the Labor Department worked to calm the agitated workers. Just as Zhou Chen stepped out of the car, Wang Licken called him. Zhou Chen glanced at the time. Only 3 minutes remained until the half-hour deadline. Have you made a decision? Do you have some insider information? Wang Licken's voice was low and solemn. That is not something you need to concern yourself with. Zhou Chen replied breezily. All I need is for you to trust me. Very well. I shall take a gamble with you. Wang Licken chose to place his faith in Zhou Chen, considering that if he lost the bet, it would serve as a means to repay Zhou Chen's life-saving favor. Additionally, I may need to borrow some money from you. Zhou Chen admitted shyly. How much do you need? Chapter 74. I intend to acquire this company. I am not yet certain. I will call you once I have clarity. After ending the call, Zhou Chen strode towards the group of Labor Department staff who were attempting to soothe the workers' emotions. The Labor Department personnel were currently overwhelmed with the sheer number of people. Wretched boss. He owes us 3 months of wages and has now fled. My family is struggling to make ends meet. What am I to do about living? A plainly dressed woman wailed, seated on the ground. Please calm down. You will receive your wages. One female staff member from the Labor Department crouched down to gently console the woman. Then why don't you just pay us? Words alone are of no help. The woman shouted in frustration. We can only assist you in applying for labor arbitration, and that requires following the proper procedures. The woman explained in a soft tone. How long will that process take? A month? 2 months? A year? 2 years? A relative of mine experienced the same situation when a factory closed down, and he still hasn't received his wages. The woman was skeptical of their assurances and resumed her sobs. Su Pingping let out a helpless sigh and retrieved a bottle of water from a nearby cooler, handing it to the woman. Sister, crying will not resolve anything. Please have some water. The woman took the bottle, opened it, and drank a few sips before returning to her tears. Su Pingping, feeling defeated, returned to her work group and addressed the team leader, Xiang Dongsheng. Leader, there are too many people. We cannot comfort them all. Xiang Dongsheng sighed in resignation. Wang He's phone has been disconnected, and he has fled abroad. Addressing these laborers' rights is proving to be quite troublesome. He then turned to the company's HR manager, inquiring, how many employees does your company have? Approximately 1,600. The HR manager, an elegant woman in her 30s, appeared relatively composed. And they have not been paid for 3 months? Xiang Dongsheng continued his questioning. Indeed, all employees have not received their salaries for 3 months. The boss's niece is the finance manager, and she has been complicit in deceiving us, claiming that payments have not been received. Does the company still have any inventory? We ran out of stock last month. The workers have been idle this month, merely cleaning the workshop or assembling video game consoles for processing. Wang He must have planned his escape long ago. The HR manager finally sighed, lowering her head. Gather the workers for labor arbitration. We will expedite the process and await the court's resolution. Xiang Dongsheng felt a heavy weight on his heart. With Wang He having fled abroad, it would be exceedingly difficult to apprehend him. They could only wait for the court to liquidate the company's assets and do their utmost to compensate the workers for their losses. At that moment, a male staff member from the Ministry of Labor approached, stating, "Team leader, there are two individuals who wish to meet with you." Turning his head, Xiang Dongsheng glanced at Zhou Chen and Qi Hang, presuming they were employees of the company. He sighed, saying, "It's futile for you to seek me out. You must follow the labor arbitration process. We are not employees of this company." Zhou Chen interjected, introducing himself. "My name is Zhou Chen, a student of Jiangzhou University and an entrepreneur. I wish to acquire this company." Xiang Dongsheng scrutinized Zhou Chen from head to toe, skepticism etched on his face. "Are your parents aware of this?" he inquired. Zhou Chen rolled his eyes in response. "My intention to acquire this company has nothing to do with my family. Youth often breeds doubt, as if everyone feels compelled to question me. The acquisition should be handled through the court." Xiang Dongsheng replied, his tone tinged with impatience. The company's factory was likely leased, and the value of the equipment was insufficient to cover the workers' wages. Otherwise, the owner wouldn't have fled. "Once I take over, I can ensure the workers are compensated." Zhou Chen was willing to part with some funds to reimburse the workers, preferring to avoid wasting time. He simply wanted to swiftly overcome the pressure from the Tang family and enjoy a joyful 4 years of university life with Tang Wan. Life is fleeting, and youth is invaluable. He must forge ahead for the sake of his beloved Wan. Xiang Dongsheng reevaluated Zhou Chen, noting his surprising maturity for his age, and cautioned, "I am a public servant. It would be wise not to jest with me. Do you know Wang Licken?" Zhou Chen smiled. "The chairman of AIO company? I know him quite well. Are you related to him?" Xiang Dongsheng's expression softened. If this young man was indeed related to Wang Licken, he might possess the capability to acquire the company. "Not a relative, but he will assist me. I will inquire with him." With that, Xiang Dongsheng produced a small phone to make a call. "Xiang Ge, did the sun rise in the west today? You actually called me. Do you know Zhou Chen?" Without any pleasantries, Xiang Dongsheng cut to the chase. "Of course, what is the matter?" came the response. "What is your relationship?" Xiang Dongsheng pressed further. "A cooperative one." "All right, I understand. We'll talk later." Having confirmed Zhou Chen's claims, a weight lifted from Xiang Dongsheng's heart. He turned to Zhou Chen, stating, "I will communicate with the court. If all goes well, you should be able to take over the company in 3 days." Zhou Chen's eyebrows lifted in delight as he extended his hand. "Thank you, sir." With a smile, Xiang Dongsheng shook Zhou Chen's hand, remarking, "Heroes emerge in youth. I never expected someone so young to possess the audacity to manage a factory. I hope you'll be a good boss. Feel free to oversee my work at any time." Zhou Chen grinned. Unbeknownst to him, Qi Hang stood behind, utterly bewildered. Although he had surmised that Zhou Chen had ambitions in the mobile phone or internet sectors, he had assumed Zhou Chen intended to start with a studio. What was this sudden acquisition of an entire company? Xiang Dongsheng clapped his hands, addressing his colleagues. "Relay to the workers that a new owner is set to take over the company, and their wages will remain intact. It should be finalized in about 3 days." With these words from Xiang Dongsheng, the staff from the Ministry of Labor and the police department collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Xiang Dongsheng then led Zhou Chen to the management side of Lady Company, introducing him as the future owner who would safeguard the rights of all workers, assuring them that their compensation would not diminish and encouraging them to engage in preliminary discussions. The management team looked at Zhou Chen in astonishment. "He is awfully young. Why not find an adult to play the role?" One remarked. "He looks younger than my son. How can he be a boss?" Another added, "Don't underestimate him. What if he is a rich second generation?" Zhou Chen clapped his hands, introducing himself. "Hello everyone, I am Zhou Chen, and I will be taking over Lady Company in 3 days. I hope to gain your cooperation moving forward." The business department's deputy manager scoffed quietly. He hasn't even matured yet, and he wants to manage a factory of over 1,000 people? The production manager quickly stepped on his foot, urging him to be quiet. "Can you keep your mouth shut? We're counting on him to pay our wages." The deputy manager cleared his throat and fell silent. Zhou Chen overheard the bald man's muttering and made a mental note to address it once he took over the factory. "Who is in charge of the R&D department?" Zhou Chen inquired, keenly interested as it was the core department of the factory. A striking woman in her late 20s stepped forward, introducing herself. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am Li Qiushui, the director of the R&D department." "Who is the second in command in the business department?" Zhou Chen continued his questioning. "There is no second in command. Only the head," replied the bald man nonchalantly. "Is there a supervisor?" Zhou Chen did not even glance at the bald man. Li Qiushui slightly pursed her lips, pointing to a middle-aged man smoking beneath the bulletin board at the entrance of the industrial park, saying, "That is our business supervisor, Lu Chen." The senior members of the various departments exchanged knowing glances with the bald man. The intentions of these minor bosses were clear. A change was coming to the business department. The bald man was not oblivious to Zhou Chen's implications, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. He held sway over the company's key clients. And this young lad was unlikely to dismiss him. Even if Zhou Chen did dismiss him, he could leverage his connections to carve out a better path for himself. Qi Heng led Lu Chen over, who looked at the company executives before him, puzzled. Which leader is seeking me? Li Qiushui introduced, Supervisor Lu, this is our new boss. Mr. Zhou. Lu Chen was taken aback. New boss? Does that mean our wages are secure? Li Qiushui nodded with a smile. Reassured by the leaders of the Ministry of Labor. How her colleagues perceived the situation was of no concern to her. She firmly believed in this new boss. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am Lu Chen, the supervisor of the business department, primarily in charge of the hardware supply chain. Lu Chen extended his right hand nervously. He understood his superior well. This person was arrogant and dismissive, and it seemed the new boss was not on good terms with him, which could present an opportunity for Lu Chen's advancement. Zhou Chen shook Lu Chen's hand. Hello, Supervisor Lu. You may find the upcoming period quite demanding. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. As long as it revives the company, I am willing to endure any hardship. Zhou Chen smiled and nodded. Please show me around the company. At that moment, the company employees, under the persuasion of the Ministry of Labor and various supervisors, were gradually dispersing. Wang Licken arrived, parking his car by the roadside. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiang Dongsheng, he approached Zhou Chen, his expression darkening. Boss Wang, you seem rather unwell, Zhou Chen greeted playfully. Wang Licken's sharp gaze fixed intently on Zhou Chen as he asked, are you truly intent on acquiring this mobile phone factory? Having already regretted his decision to invest $36 million in purchasing the Wangjiang Hotel, he found himself even more apprehensive. At least the hotel still held a glimmer of appreciation potential. As his sister had mentioned, Wangjiang district would eventually be developed. It was merely a matter of time. With the idle cash he possessed, he considered it akin to storing money in the bank. When Wangjiang district underwent development, he would not suffer losses and might even profit. But what was Zhou Chen's intention in procuring this mobile phone factory? Did he not understand the depths of the mobile phone industry? His eldest sister had ventured into the mobile phone manufacturing business, abandoning it within 3 months after incurring nearly $100 million in losses. His brother-in-law had also tried his hand at a mobile phone factory, but lacking sufficient technology, he too had to give up after 6 months, losing around $200 million. Even Jiangzhou's wealthiest individual, Gui Yunxing, had attempted to enter the mobile phone market, only to be swiftly crushed by other manufacturers. A mere 17 or 18-year-old university student, Zhou Chen, was daring to enter the mobile phone industry. Zhou Chen's profound gaze was filled with earnestness. Wang Licken took a deep breath, his tone exceedingly grave as he said, Zhou Chen, trust me, steer clear of the mobile phone industry. If your intentions are merely driven by sympathy to do something good, I can donate a sum of money to cover the debts owed to the employees of this company. Consider it a charitable act. He had just inquired with Xiang Dongsheng. This company employed over 1,600 individuals, each of whom had been deprived of 3 months' wages. Based on the current average wage for laborers, approximately $2 million would be required. And with an investment of $3 million, the workers' salaries could be resolved. However, to venture into mobile phone production would necessitate an investment of at least tens of millions, if not over $100 million. Investment is trivial. The crux lies in whether the industry can yield profits. Both his sister and brother-in-law were distinguished businessmen, and even they had suffered crippling losses in the mobile sector. What chance did a mere 17 or 18-year-old have? I am determined to pursue mobile phone production, and I intend to create a product that will revolutionize the world. Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled with conviction, his tone exuding confidence. In that moment, Wang Licken found himself momentarily entranced. He seemed to see a reflection of his youthful self in Zhou Chen. According to the family plan, he was initially groomed to become the heir to the family South real estate business, while his third sister was to venture into the fashion industry. However, his passion for fashion led him to defy familial opposition and choose a path in fashion design. Time had proven that his choice was not misguided. Yet, it had come at the expense of his sister's aspirations. Wang Licken withdrew a 5 million yuan check from his briefcase and handed it to Zhou Chen with a bittersweet smile, stating, "This is all I can do to assist you. I hope you find success." At 27, he had embarked on managing AIO company, and over the span of a decade, he transformed the 3 million yuan in startup capital provided by his family into 3 billion. In reality, after deducting bank liabilities, his net worth was only around 2 billion. Had it not been for Zhou Chen's intervention in recouping his 3 billion losses, all his efforts over the past decade would have been in vain. And without that 3 billion, he might have even considered taking a drastic step. Zhou Chen had not merely salvaged his losses. he had saved his life. Therefore, he was resolute in fulfilling any requests Zhou Chen might have. Thank you, Boss Wang. Zhou Chen accepted the check and tucked it into his pocket. After Wang Licken took a phone call, he drove away. Zhou Chen, under the guidance of Li Qiaxui and Lu Chen, proceeded to tour the entire company. Around 4 o'clock, Zhou Chen received a call from Song Yang, confirming that the negotiations with Wang Jiang Hotel had been successfully concluded. They were merely awaiting payment and contract signing. Zhou Chen relayed this news to Wang Licken and subsequently sent him Song Yang's contact number. At the office of Lady Company, all the managers gathered in a modest conference room. The bald manager did not attend the meeting. Instead, he returned to his office to retrieve the USB drive containing vital client information. If the new boss intended to eliminate him, he would not go down without a fight. In the conference room, Zhou Chen occupied the primary seat. At this moment, Lu Chen spoke in a grave tone. Zhou, the important client information is all in Manager Gu's hands. Are you certain about this approach? I am indifferent to those clients. Lady Company is now history. Going forward, I will establish a new company and all clients and suppliers will be reshuffled. Zhou Chen interjected, cutting Lu Chen off. Without clients, the company will cease to operate. The HR manager interjected. Lu, I give you 3 days to secure a client in need of processing services. Profit is not the priority. We merely need to sustain this workforce. Zhou Chen directed his gaze towards Lu Chen. To produce mobile phones, they first needed to develop their own operating system. Moreover, Zhou Chen had little regard for the current mobile hardware available. He sought manufacturers to customize advanced hardware for him, a journey fraught with challenges. During this interim period, the factory workers would be engaged in processing electronic products for other clients. Otherwise, layoffs would be inevitable, and Zhou Chen was determined to prevent the redundancy of over 1,600 employees. Chapter 76, Exploring Smartphones. All right, I promise to accomplish this task. Lu Chen nodded vigorously. This was a test from the new boss, and he was determined to fulfill it, no matter the cost. Do you possess any lady phones? Zhou Chen suddenly inquired of the group. Everyone, except Qi Heng, produced a compact flip phone resembling the recently released Motorola V3. Li Qiaxui proudly handed her phone to Zhou Chen, stating, "This is the Lady V3. It took only 3 months from design to market launch." After trying it briefly, Zhou Chen remarked with a faint smile, "A counterfeit Motorola, I presume. Where are the sales figures, and what profit does it generate?" Li Qiaxui's cheeks flushed slightly. Upon discussing sales, her confidence waned. In 2 months since its launch, we have sold just over 6,000 units, with a profit of around 1,000 yuan per phone. With a production line of 1,600 workers, the output in 2 months should have been substantial. Where had all those phones gone? Zhou Chen queried in confusion. Due to fierce competition, sales have been dismal. Wang Yi was pressured by creditors, and last week, he pawned the inventory to high-interest lenders to bridge financial gaps. Li Qiaxui sighed softly. All right, let us not dwell on that. It's nearly time to clock out. You may all leave, but Lu Chen, Li Qiaxui, and Qi Heng, stay behind. Zhou Chen wished to discuss product development with Li Qiaxui, yet his ideas were rather avant-garde. To avoid causing too much of a stir, he opted to dismiss the others. Once the others had left, Zhou Chen rose to close the conference room door. Li Qiaxui and the others fixated their gaze on Zhou Chen, uncertain of what this 17 or 18-year-old was truly concocting. Let's discuss mobile phone development. Zhou Chen declared, I plan to create a fully touchscreen phone with no buttons. He fixed his gaze on Li Qiaxui, speaking with a firm tone. Li Qiaxui appeared momentarily bewildered. No buttons? Lu Chen chuckled. How would one operate it without buttons? Qi Heng had grown weary of questioning Zhou Chen's ideas, once deemed a madman by others. It now seemed that Zhou Chen was the true visionary. Zhou Chen picked up a piece of paper and a pen, sketching a rounded rectangular outline. The three approached to examine the drawing. Is this a phone? Li Qiaxui gasped, her eyes wide. What kind of phone looks like this? One would mistake it for a brick. This is a resistive touchscreen. We will utilize it to launch mobile applications. Zhou Chen briefly explained. While capacitive screens had yet to be developed, resistive screens existed, though few manufacturers integrated them into mobile devices. As the R&D director, Li Qiaxui possessed a mind brimming with imagination. As Zhou Chen explained, she instinctively envisioned a buttonless full-screen phone, where tapping on software icons would activate the applications. The moment this image formed, her eyes widened in astonishment. Such a phone could only exist in science fiction films. If it were indeed feasible to create such a device, it would undoubtedly revolutionize the entire mobile industry. Qi Heng and Lu Chen began to grasp Zhou Chen's intentions, their expressions filled with disbelief. They could scarcely fathom the remarkable phone Zhou Chen aimed to produce. Li Qiaxui, now recovering from her initial shock, asked, but how would we type and chat? While phones serve as communication tools, modern youth use them for internet browsing. Without buttons, how would one type? We can develop an input method that allows for seamless switching between a 9-grid layout, stroke input, 26-key input, and handwriting recognition. Zhou Chen sketched the outlines of all the input methods on a scrap of paper. Qi Hang and Li Qiushui's eyes widened once more. Should this input method be launched, it would surely sweep the globe. Qi Hang's breath quickened. The input method is exceedingly intelligent, nearly catering to the diverse typing needs of various demographics. Next, let us discuss the operating system of this smartphone. I desire an intelligent operating system developed on the foundation of the Linux kernel. Zhou Chen elaborated extensively on smartphone operating systems, using the Android system as a prototype. Li Qiushui and Qi Hang took out paper and pens to take notes. Lu Chun, being a novice in this realm, was kindly dismissed by Zhou Chen for the day. In the conference room, Zhou Chen engaged in a deep conversation with Li Qiushui and Qi Hang. Before they realized it, the clock had struck midnight. A substantial pile of draft papers lay before Li Qiushui and Qi Hang, each sheet containing the most crucial commercial secrets. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Chen finally concluded his discourse on the intelligent operating system. Li Qiushui took a deep breath, her gaze filled with admiration as she looked at Zhou Chen and inquired, "Mr. Zhou, how did you conceive such an operating system?" Zhou Chen smiled and replied, "I had a dream in which I used such a phone, and thus I wished to bring it into existence." Li Qiushui glanced at the drafts before her, her eyes dimming slightly. "With our company's research and development team, it may be quite challenging to create such a smartphone system. Lady Company is merely a clone phone manufacturer, with most of its R&D personnel being only moderately skilled. The operating system of Lady Phones is merely a rehashed version of a widely available keypad phone OS." She genuinely lacked confidence in their ability to develop such an advanced and remarkable system. Zhou Chen leaned back in his office chair, his fingers lightly tapping the desk, as his profound gaze turned to Qi Hang, who was smoking. "Old Qi, do you have confidence in this? My skills do not reach that level." Qi Hang shook his head, the usual arrogance absent from his expression. "This is not an external plugin or a web application. It is a grand, comprehensive smartphone operating system." Zhou Chen was no longer merely the head of a game studio, but rather a formidable entrepreneur with a workforce of 1,600. In this moment, Qi Hang felt exceedingly insignificant before Zhou Chen, to the extent that he refrained from making bold statements. Silence enveloped the three as they sat in their office chairs, their fervor seemingly doused by cold water. Suddenly, Li Qiushui spoke up. "I have an uncle who is a high-ranking technology R&D executive at Apple. Perhaps we could consult him." No sooner had she finished speaking than Qi Hang took a deep drag of his cigarette and solemnly declared, "Let me handle this project. If others can achieve it, so can we." Li Qiushui furrowed her brow at Qi Hang, feeling that he was disrespecting her uncle, and thus asked coolly, "Which company did you work for previously?" "I was unemployed." "Then from where do you derive the confidence to develop this phone system? Do you even understand the mobile industry? Do you know anything about phones?" Li Qiushui interrogated Qi Hang with a piercing gaze. "Did our country understand atomic weapons back then? Yet, we still managed to develop them ourselves." "Gihan Vito, Defian Di. If you think you can do it, then you go ahead. Did I not say I would take charge?" The two engaged in a verbal duel, one being the company's R&D director, and the other a self-proclaimed genius programmer, neither willing to concede to the other. At this moment, Zhou Chen decisively interjected, "It is settled then. Qi Hang, you will oversee the system UI, and Li Qiushui, you will be responsible for the internet software applications." Chapter 77. Late for military training, punished with 36 laps. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the meeting finally concluded. Zhou Chen took the two out for a barbecue, then hurried back to the studio in Jiangzhou to catch up on sleep. The next day, Zhou Chen was awakened by Song Yang's gentle call. Having slept for only 2 or 3 hours, his eyes felt heavy and reluctant to open. "Boss, you're going to be late for school." Song Yang whispered. "What time is it?" Zhou Chen mumbled, rolling over in an attempt to catch a few more minutes of sleep. "It's 7:30, just half an hour left." "Damn, military training today." Zhou Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, sitting up rapidly to put on his shoes while asking, "How's it going over there? Did you secure the contract with the Wangjiang Grand Hotel? We're scheduled to sign today. Would you like to join?" "I'll pass. I trust you can handle it." After tying his shoelaces, Zhou Chen rushed out the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he patted his pockets and realized they were empty, prompting him to return to the sofa to retrieve his phone and then borrow 100 yuan from Song Yang for the taxi fare. At 8:05, Zhou Chen arrived at the school gate via taxi. As he stepped out, he immediately spotted a throng of students clad in camouflage uniforms on the playground. His military attire was still in the dormitory, necessitating a quick return. Passing by the field, Zhou Chen caught sight of his classmates in a formation. This group, comprising over 100 individuals, was likely a combined military training session for the two classes in the electronic commerce department. As he glanced over, Instructor Hong Lei and over 100 pairs of seemingly predatory eyes turned to look at him. Zhou Chen felt his muscles tense up, bracing himself as he walked towards the dormitory. Hong Lei turned back to the students and said, "No need to rush. We still have time. Let us wait for him." His classmates were left feeling utterly helpless, cursing Zhou Chen under their breath. Because of his tardiness, they had been standing at attention since 7 o'clock. Tang Wan, dressed in her camouflage uniform, sported a cute double-bun hairstyle, and even with the military cap on, she looked delightful. However, after standing at attention for an hour, the petite girl furrowed her brows, her small frame swaying precariously, as if she might topple over at any moment. Once Zhou Chen changed into his military uniform, he hurried back to the playground, reporting to the instructor, "I'm late. Please punish me." Zhou Chen stood at attention, willingly accepting his penalty. Seeing Zhou Chen's decent attitude, Hong Lei smiled broadly. After all, it's the first day of military training, and tardiness is quite common. I didn't intend to punish you, but I fear the wrath of the others, so let us impose a small penalty as a gesture. He then faced the students and asked, "What do you think should be the punishment for this student?" 50 push-ups. 100 is too few. My legs are numb from standing. At least 200 to start. 200 isn't excessive. How about 300? Damn, you guys are ruthless. Be careful not to face retribution for your tardiness next time. I want to be late. The classmates murmured among themselves. Hong Lei raised his hand to silence the chatter, then took out a stopwatch from his pocket. Glancing at the time, "Our rule is that for every minute late, you must run a lap around the playground." This student was 72 minutes late, so that's 36 laps. He then looked at the class again and asked, "Does anyone have any objections?" None. The students enthusiastically shouted. The university playground track is approximately 400 meters. 36 laps equate to roughly 14 kilometers. Completing that distance would surely leave him gasping for breath. A smile curled on Hong Lei's lips. "Let us commence." Zhou Chen took a deep breath and began to run around the field. The instructor calmly addressed the students. "Everyone, please move to the rest area to take a break and introduce yourselves." The so-called rest area was the grassy patch beside the playground. Hong Lei led the students to the grass, where they sat down in a circle, taking turns to introduce themselves in the front. Zhou Chen, a sports enthusiast in high school who often went for morning runs, had decent physical fitness. However, by the 10th lap, he found himself somewhat fatigued and had to stop. He leaned on his knees, gasping heavily. "Damn, this truly is a devilish instructor. Running 14 kilometers will surely leave my legs shattered. What are you stopping for? Each time you stop, you'll add another lap." Hong Lei shouted at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen quickly caught his breath and resumed running. By the time the students finished their introductions, Zhou Chen had completed 20 laps. He paused again, panting heavily, feeling as if his heart might cease its rhythm. "Keep running. You still have 16 laps." The instructor barked. Zhou Chen, parched and with a throat aflame, shouted out, "Instructor, I wish to have some water." Hong Lei replied loudly, "This is a punishment, not a training session. You cannot drink water until you have completed your laps." In that moment, he vividly portrayed the severity of the devilish instructor. The students present recoiled slightly, silently resolving never to be late during military training. "Report, instructor, I need to use the restroom." At that moment, Gu Qingyu, seated to the left of Tang Wan, stood up and declared. The instructor nodded, "Go ahead." Gu Qingyu strode toward the restroom, but halfway there, she suddenly turned and headed toward the convenience store. The sun blazed fiercely, and Zhou Chen had already run 28 laps. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and he felt dizzy, with ringing in his ears and a heaviness in his chest, a severe sign of dehydration. Zhou Chen stopped and sank to the ground, utterly exhausted. Hong Lei noticed that Zhou Chen had reached his limit and did not rush him. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyu approached Zhou Chen with a bottle of mineral water in hand. "Have a drink." Zhou Chen looked up at her and then hesitated, glancing at the water she held. "Tang Wan paid for me to buy this, and I even made a 5 yuan profit for the trip." After placing the water on the ground, Gu Qingyu turned away. She sensed that some issues had arisen between Tang Wan and Zhou Chen, but was not a matter of romantic feelings. Rather, it stemmed from other reasons. It appeared that Tang Wan was deliberately avoiding suspicion, which was why she had asked Gu Qingyu to buy water for Zhou Chen. In fact, when Tang Wan was reassigned to Class 2 the previous day, she felt a flicker of uncertainty, wondering if an opportunity was presenting itself. However, just moments ago, Zhou Chen did not even dare to accept the water she offered, indicating that he was concerned about Tang Wan becoming jealous. Although they were in different classes, their feelings for each other remained intact. Gu Qingyu completely relinquished her own desires. Zhou Chen twisted off the bottle cap and gulped down the water hungrily. After quenching his thirst, he regained some strength and, after a brief respite, resumed running. Upon completing the final 8 laps, Zhou Chen trudged over to Hong Lei, panting, "Instructor, I have finished. Well, all that's left is for you to introduce yourself. Make sure your classmates remember you well," Hong Lei remarked with a smirk. Zhou Chen faced his classmates and introduced himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Chen. I believe you've already learned the name of this center, so I shall not elaborate further. I apologize for the trouble caused by my tardiness today." His earnest demeanor, coupled with a hint of charm, elicited smiles from many female classmates, though the male students maintained expressions of indifference. "Take a seat," Hong Lei said, his expression unchanged. He then addressed the class. "Everyone has witnessed Zhou Chen's punishment today. During military training, my rules are absolute. Those who violate them shall face consequences. I will enforce the military's regulations in our training and punishment." Chapter 78, Tang Wan's Entrepreneurial Aspirations. The instructor continued to expound upon his rules, his piercing gaze preventing the students from meeting his eyes. Zhou Chen sat on the grass, massaging his legs. His once-loose camouflage pants felt constricting. At that moment, Sun Dashan leaned over, whispering, "Zhou Chen, I didn't expect you to be in the e-commerce class." Zhou Chen turned a glance at Sun Dashan. "I didn't anticipate you being in class 2 either." Sun Dashan chuckled. "What did you do last night?" "I was online," Zhou Chen replied. "Oh, I thought." Sun Dashan hesitated, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. "What did you think?" Zhou Chen shot him a skeptical look, wondering if this guy thought he had gone on some escapade. Never mind. Just remember to call me next time you go out all night." Sun Dashan laughed as he returned to his seat. Zhou Chen shook his head in amusement and then glanced in Tang Wan's direction. Tang Wan was huddled with Gu Qingyu and Lu Fifei, whispering together. Wan, are you really considering starting a business?" Lu Fifei asked in astonishment. This is what it means to be a rich kid. While peers are still in school, Tang Wan is contemplating entrepreneurship. "Yes, the pressure in college isn't as severe. I want to make use of my free time to do something meaningful." Tang Wan, sensing someone watching her, instinctively looked up at Zhou Chen and found him gazing back. Their eyes met, revealing the warmth they felt for one another. Tang Wan was unaware of what Tang Jia had done to Zhou Chen. She only knew that someone at school was monitoring her interactions with him. If she crossed any boundaries with Zhou Chen, Tang Jia would undoubtedly retaliate against him or even his family. The only way to break this stalemate was for Zhou Chen to prove himself to Tang Jia. In truth, Tang Wan felt uncertain about Zhou Chen, which is why she decided to utilize her resources and connections to embark on a business venture. Tang Wan was the first to look away, her bright eyes turning to Lu Fifei and Gu Qingyu as she said, "At Jiangzhou University, I only trust you two, but you know our family situations, we can't really help you." Lu Fifei replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. She certainly wanted to make money and was even planning to find a part-time job nearby, once military training concluded. But Tang Wan's aspirations for entrepreneurship felt like a burdensome weight. "That's all right, as long as you're willing to study diligently and work hard with me. That's all that matters." Tang Wan spoke earnestly. Having grown up in a family of business people, she understood the importance of having trusted allies. "I am willing." Gu Qingyu nodded vigorously, her thin lips pressed together. Having endured a life of hardship, she yearned for financial independence, wanting to show her parents that she could thrive without relying on them. Tang Wan's lips curled into a slight smile as she turned to Lu Fifei and asked, "Fifei, what about you? Are you willing to join me in this venture?" "As long as you don't mind, of course I'm willing. Who doesn't want to make money?" Lu Fifei replied eagerly. "Let me tell you about my 2 entrepreneurial ideas." Before long, it was noon. While dining in the cafeteria, Zhou Chen received a call from Song Yang. On the phone, Song Yang conveyed 2 pieces of news. The first was that the acquisition of Wangjiang Hotel was complete. The second was that he had found several promising properties, with Wang Chong from Xinglong Real Estate receiving multiple listings from homeowners, totaling 23 units. Zhou Chen smiled broadly, his mouth stretching from ear to ear as he said, "I'll go sign a contract after school this afternoon." Song Yang sighed, "Boss, you can't possibly think that the Wangjiang district will develop, can you? 23 units will cost at least 2 million. Keeping that money in the bank for interest would be more worthwhile. Just handle your responsibilities." Zhou Chen's tone grew somber as he ended the call. No sooner had he hung up than Wu Hui called. "Brother Chen, the Dream Department and the Dark Department are both up and running smoothly." "So soon?" Zhou Chen replied, astonished. Wu Hui's efficiency was exceptional. Bringing him on board had certainly been a wise decision. Wu Hui lit a cigarette, chuckling, "I told you, as long as the funds are in order, anything can be accomplished." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Chen instructed, "When Song Yang returns, have him look for clients on the forums for these 3 games." Wu Hui smiled. "I already told him this morning, and I enlisted Chi Hang to draft the advertising scripts. Soon, Our ads will flood the game public screens. Zhou Chen felt assured, saying, with you at the helm, I have complete confidence. I won't let the boss down. In the afternoon, military training session. All the students arrived promptly. Instructor Hey Dan called the roll and commenced a brutal regimen of devilish training. Whether standing at attention or running, they had to do twice the amount compared to other classes. The students groaned in despair, but felt powerless to alter their reality, despite enduring inhumane punishment in the morning. Zhou Chen remained vigorous in the afternoon, pushing through all the training with his swollen legs. In order to avoid being late the following day, Zhou Chen resolved to reside at the school during military training. As soon as classes concluded in the afternoon, Song Yang promptly called to inform Zhou Chen that he was waiting at the school gate. After returning to the dormitory to take a shower and wash his military uniform to dry, Zhou Chen donned a humble t-shirt and headed out. At the school entrance, Song Yang and Chi Yunfin were smoking while admiring the innocent female students entering and exiting the campus. Although autumn had arrived, the weather in Jiangzhou remained close to 30 degrees Celsius, and many cheerful female students wore extremely short denim shorts, their fair thighs provoking the two men to swallow hard. Suddenly, Song Yang inquired, Brother Feng, you're no longer a child. Why don't you find a girlfriend? Chi Yunfin exhaled a puff of smoke, his smile gradually fading. Isn't it better to be free and unrestrained? I have no desire to be tied down by a woman. He then turned to Song Yang and asked, what about you? As a university student with both intellect and good looks, shouldn't you have plenty of girls interested in you? A glimmer of affection appeared in Song Yang's eyes. I have a girlfriend. She attends the finance university and will graduate next year. Damn it, I should have asked. Chi Yunfin grumbled as he angrily flicked his cigarette, but to the ground. Song Yang, with a smirk, suggested, I think Jing Jie is quite nice. If all else fails, you should pursue her. Chi Yunfin squinted. That woman is not simple. I can't handle her. Just as Song Yang was about to question why, he noticed Zhou Chen striding towards them. Boss. Chi Yunfin greeted with a smile. Boss. Song Yang ichoet. Zhou Chen smiled slightly. Let's go. It's time to buy some houses. Like a dutiful younger brother, Song Yang opened the car door. Zhou Chen, not one to stand on ceremony, climbed into the car. They would have to adapt to this eventually. Chi Yunfin drove, not probing further into Zhou Chen's reasons for purchasing so many properties. Upon arriving at Wangjiang District, Zhou Chen first inspected each property before accompanying Wang Chong to Xinglong Real Estate to sign contracts. Due to the bank's closure, they could not process the transfer and had to postpone it until noon the following day. Meanwhile, Tang Wan was in her dormitory, calling her uncle to borrow money. In her entire family, only her uncle was treated as an outsider. She felt she was about to face a similar fate as him, and believed he might be her only hope for starting a business. While sipping tea at the Wang residence, Wang Licken nearly jumped up upon hearing Tang Wan's plans. What are you thinking, starting a loan company as a young woman? It's a quick way to make money, Tang Wan innocently replied. Wang Licken, caught between laughter and tears, cautioned, loan companies carry significant risks. Can you guarantee that each client will repay on time? Moreover, the procedures for running a loan company are quite complex. Not everyone is fit for it. Tang Wan, on the verge of tears, pleaded, Uncle, are you unwilling to help me? Hearing his niece about to cry, Wang Licken immediately felt anxious. Hey, don't cry. I'll help you. Hee, my uncle loves me the most. Tang Wan laughed joyfully, having successfully manipulated the situation. Wang Licken extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and spoke in a somber tone. Tell me, how much do you intend to borrow? Tang Wan timidly replied, 3 million, please. Wang Licken internally sighed in relief. I can lend you 3 million, but you must answer a few questions first. What questions? What is your relationship with Zhou Chen? Just classmates. Tang Wan blinked nervously, relieved that it was only a phone call. Otherwise, her uncle would surely see through her lie. Is it really just a classmate relationship? After purchasing the Wangjiang Hotel, Wang Licken pondered how Zhou Chen came to know certain information. After much contemplation, he finally considered a possibility. Bai Qianxian and a Cheng's affair was discovered by his eldest sister, who then informed Tang Wan, leading her to relay it to him through Zhou Chen. Tang Wan instantly tensed. Yes. Seeing her anxiety, Wang Licken became even more convinced of his suspicions and spoke gently. Wan, I actually already know. Please thank your mother for me. Tang Wan. Wang Licken smiled warmly. Tomorrow, I'll have someone deliver a check to you. Keep your phone on. Additionally, he shifted to a serious tone. I will arrange for a financial lawyer consultant for you. Starting a loan company is fine, but you must remember, never engage in illegal activities, understand? Yes, I won't go astray. Tang Wan obediently responded. She understood her uncle's concerns. Many loan companies, due to difficulties in collections, resorted to employing unsavory characters for violent debt collection, leading to tragic outcomes. While loan companies can generate quick profits, the risks are indeed substantial. What she needed to focus on was how to mitigate those risks. Zhou Chen, Song Yang, and Qi Yunfen returned to Longting at 9 in the evening. Wu Hui was in the midst of a meeting with the employees. Upon seeing Zhou Chen enter, everyone stood and greeted him as boss. Zhou Chen, accustomed to this, raised a hand to calm him down, smiling. Please, take your seats. There is no need for such formalities in the future. Although Zhou Chen had spoken, Wu Hui remained seated, and the others hesitated to sit down, indicating Wu Hui's authoritative presence among them. Zhou Chen led Song Yang and Qi Yunfen to a nearby tea table by the window for a private conversation. Meanwhile, Wu Hui's meeting continued. Qi Yunfen grabbed 3 disposable cups, pouring water while quietly asking, "Boss, is Wu Hui reliable?" Although Zhou Chen was the boss, it seemed that the studio personnel followed Wu Hui's lead. Given Wu Hui's past in the underworld, his integrity was questionable, and Qi Yunfen worried that Wu Hui might ultimately seize control of the studio. Zhou Chen accepted a cup of water, taking a gentle sip before responding with a faint smile. "Are you doubting my judgment in people?" Qi Yunfen awkwardly replied, "I just want to look out for your interests." At this moment, Song Yang chimed in with a chuckle. "Do you think the boss cares about a 20,000 investment in this gaming studio?" Qi Yunfen scoffed. "Even the smallest fly is still meat. Is 20,000 not significant? Combined, our savings here don't even amount to that." Song Yang sipped his water and muttered softly, "I trust the boss's judgment. He wouldn't choose anyone unworthy." Qi Yunfen lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke. "One must be cautious. There are no guarantees of trustworthiness in this world. We have an old man in our village who sold his own granddaughter for money." Song Yang fell silent, realizing the merit in Qi Yunfen's words. Money can corrupt even the purest intentions. Zhou Chen set down his teacup, unfazed. "I maintain my stance. Trust those you employ, and distrust those you do not. I believe in Wu Hui." The mobile phone company's early launch was beyond his original plans. Now that he had entered the mobile phone sector, he would invest more focus there. As for the gaming studio, he intended to leave it entirely in Wu Hui's hands. Suddenly, Song Yang's pager rang. He quickly answered, "Hello, this is Song Yang." A deep voice on the other end inquired, "Are you looking for properties in Wanzhong district?" Song Yang's eyes lit up, eagerly responding, "Yes, do you have any?" The voice continued, "I have 18 units. Can you handle that?" Song Yang's eyes widened again. Yes, I can take them all." The voice concluded, "All right. Contact me tomorrow." After hanging up, Song Yang excitedly informed Zhou Chen, "Tomorrow, there are 18 properties." Ideally, he hoped to finalize the deal by noon to facilitate the transfer. Zhou Chen did not display much excitement. His intention was to invest the entire 8 million, but with the day drawing to a close, he still had over 6 million on hand. Once Wu Hui's meeting adjourned, everyone returned to their respective posts. Wu Hui approached Zhou Chen and his companions. Dragging a chair over to sit down, he produced a pack of 20 cigarettes, distributing them among the 3. Lighting one, Wu Hui exhaled a plume of smoke, announcing, "The studio is expected to turn a profit starting next week." Zhou Chen chuckled, replying, "You need to take more care of this place. I might not be around often. Rest assured, I will manage the studio well." Wu Hui had already learned from Qi Hang that Zhou Chen had invested in a mobile phone company, with an initial estimate of 3 million in capital. Upon hearing this news, he was taken aback for quite some time. He had thought Zhou Chen's studio was the pinnacle of his endeavors, only to realize it was merely the beginning of his entrepreneurial journey. Zhou Chen had faith in him, which is why he entrusted the studio's management to him. He resolved to run the studio diligently, determined not to let Zhou Chen down. After chatting with the 3, time swiftly passed, and it was soon 11 o'clock, the school's closing time. Zhou Chen had no choice but to spend the night at the studio. The next day, Qi Yunfen woke Zhou Chen at 6. Having not stayed up late the previous night, Zhou Chen awoke feeling quite refreshed. Qi Yunfen dropped him off at the school gate. Zhou Chen returned to his dormitory to change into his military training attire. Passing by the playground, he glanced at the assembly point from the day before. Most of the students had arrived, but Tang Wan was still absent. As Zhou Chen entered the boys' dormitory area, Tang Wan and Lu Fifei finally made their way to the gathering point. A girl from class 2 had taken the spot where Tang Wan had stood before. Concerned that Zhou Chen might not see her later, Tang Wan politely approached Guizhou and said, "Classmate Gu, could you please let me have this spot?" Guizhou crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips as she replied, "No way." She was Guizhou's sister, the daughter of Jiangzhou's wealthiest man, Gui Yunko. From the very first day Tang Wan transferred to class 2, Guizhou had already plotted how to bully her. Chapter 80. Oh my, the instructor is too handsome. Tang Wan was well aware of Guizhou's background. In terms of connections within the school, Guizhou could not compete with her. However, Guizhu's influence outside of school was formidable. Sister Kingsley had warned her on the first day not to provoke Guizhu. Lowering her head, Tang Wan walked toward another position. Guizhu signaled to her friend, who immediately dashed toward the spot. Tang Wan frowned slightly and once again approached a different position. Yet, almost immediately, another male classmate rushed over to occupy it. Tang Wan glared at Guizhu, saying, "Guizhu, are you being too much?" Guizhu replied nonchalantly, "What does it matter to me if they take your spot?" Tang Wan gritted her teeth, deciding to stand still. After all, the instructor would surely assign her a position when he arrived. "Wan, come to my spot," Lu Fifei called, waving her hand. Tang Wan bit her lip, but eventually stepped over. Just then, a basketball soared over the backboard and headed toward Tang Wan. Lu Fifei's pupils dilated as she screamed, "Wan, watch out!" Tang Wan instinctively looked to her right. The basketball loomed large in her vision. Bang! A loud thud echoed as a large hand shielded her eyes. The knuckles of the hand barely 5 centimeters from her nose. That basketball was caught with precision by the very hand that protected her. Tang Wan let out a soft sigh of relief, raising her gaze to the boy before her. For the second time, Zhou Chen glanced down at Tang Wan's delicate face, which had lost its color from fear, a flicker of anger flashing in his deep-set eyes. Tang Wan's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Desperately suppressing the urge to throw herself into Zhou Chen's embrace, she stammered, "Thank you, Zhou Chen." After uttering those words, Tang Wan lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was supposed to be with someone she liked, yet she had to act like a stranger. "Junior, throw the basketball over here." A burly male classmate shouted at Zhou Chen from the playground. Zhou Chen frowned slightly, noticing the imposing figure of the instructor approaching from the school gate. With a smirk, he turned and tossed the basketball in the opposite direction of the court. The burly classmate was momentarily taken aback. "What the?" Before he could react, other classmates rushed toward Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen braced himself for a scuffle. "The instructor is coming." At that moment, Sun Dashin suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. However, the group approaching seemed oblivious, surrounding Zhou Chen. One particularly fierce-looking classmate raised his hand as if to strike. "Try touching him," Hong Lei's voice called out from a distance. He held a cup of soy milk in one hand and a half-eaten bun in the other. Bang! The fierce-looking classmate ignored the warning, throwing a punch at Zhou Chen's face. Quick as lightning, Zhou Chen raised his arm to block it, the force sending a jolt through his arm. Hong Lei's expression turned cold as he discarded his bun and soy milk, rushing over. Bang! Hong Lei launched a flying kick. But the classmate reacted swiftly, sweeping his leg toward Hong Lei's knee, clearly trained in combat. Hong Lei's kick was blocked, but as he landed, he swiftly grabbed the classmate's arm and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground. "Oh my, the instructor is so cool," Sun Dashin exclaimed, his excitement rendering him speechless. The instructor was practically the embodiment of a martial hero from a Jin Yong novel. Many female classmates looked at the instructor with admiration. Only Tang Wan, with red-rimmed eyes, gazed at Zhou Chen's back. This fool was avenging her. If the instructor hadn't arrived, he would surely have been beaten. Hong Lei towered over the assailant, stating, "I don't care what you do on other occasions, but during military training outside, if you harm my students, you have to go through me first." The classmate sprang up from the ground, brushing off the dust, and glared at Zhou Chen, saying, "You better wait for me after school today." Zhou Chen scoffed dismissively. "Sure, I'll be waiting for you at the school gate." Hong Lei frowned and scolded. "What is the matter? I'm still here." After throwing Zhou Chen a cold glance, the group gradually departed. Hong Lei shot Zhou Chen a stern look, asking, "Do you live on campus or off?" "On campus," Zhou Chen replied. "Don't leave the school after classes today. The security guards patrol the campus, and they can quickly intervene even during student fights. But if it happens off campus, the security team won't bother." Zhou Chen remained silent, turning back to the line. Having paid 1,000 yuan for protection, Chao Ming would surely not turn a blind eye, right? At noon, Song Yang and Qi Yunfen came to pick Zhou Chen up for a contract signing. Initially, they planned for 18 apartments, but by the time they signed the contract, the property owner had added 6 more, a total of 24 apartments, requiring a payment of 190,000. While processing the bank transfer, Zhou Chen also opened a checking account. It was too troublesome to transfer money at the bank every time. Issuing checks would be much more convenient next time. As they exited the bank, Song Yang suddenly rushed over, brimming with excitement. "Boss, there's an abandoned skating rink and KTV venue on Ronghua Avenue for sale. Both owned by the same person." Zhou Chen's face lit up with a smile. "How much can we acquire them for?" Song Yang replied, 350,000. Zhou Chen inquired further, "Can we move in today?" Song Yang shook his head. "The skating rink is fine, but it will take 2 to 3 days to dismantle the KTV equipment." Zhou Chen pulled out his checkbook, filling in 400,000. Offer him 400,000. I want all that equipment. The transaction must be completed today. Song Yang and Chi Yunfin's muscles twitched in disbelief. Their boss couldn't possibly be considering opening a KTV in Wangjiang district, could he? Regaining his composure, Song Yang trembled as he accepted the check. His throat dry as he stammered. Aren't you going to sign the contract? That's 400,000. In several lifetimes, one might never amass such a fortune, would they? How much trust does the boss place in oneself? I must return to school. You can handle everything. Zhou Chen smiled faintly, then walked towards the black Mazda parked by the roadside. Brother Feng, please take me back to school. Chi Yunfin cast a glance at Song Yang, as if he intended to memorize his face. Song Yang, feeling anxious, reassured him, Brother Feng, rest assured I won't run away. The boss believes in you. And I do too. Chi Yunfin patted Song Yang on the shoulder before turning to drive. Song Yang stared at the 4 million yuan check in his hand, lost in thought. 4 million. This was a sum he had never dared to even dream of. In an era where the average salary was merely 700 or 800, 4 million was an astronomical figure. Should he claim it, he would never again worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. It felt as if a ferocious tiger was about to leap from his chest, and he found himself swallowing hard. Trembling, he lit a cigarette, taking 2 or 3 deep puffs before a coughing fit overtook him due to the smoke. Once he regained his composure, Song Yang took a deep breath and strode into the bank. Approaching the service window, he placed the check on the counter and said in a low voice, "Please help me exchange this for cash." The teller glanced at the amount on the check and her eyes widened in shock. However, being a bank employee, she quickly regained her professional demeanor and smiled, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, but cash withdrawals over 500,000 require prior appointment." A flicker of disappointment crossed Song Yang's eyes, just as she was about to turn away when a woman in a tailored suit hurried to the window and called out, "Sir, please wait. I can arrange for sufficient cash within an hour." Chapter 81. Song Yang's Dream. Chi Yunfin dropped Zhou Chen back at school and then returned to Wangjiang district to find Song Yang. Having a military background, he was meticulous and seldom trusted anyone easily, except for Zhou Chen, as he now relied on him for sustenance. As the saying goes, one who eats from another's hand must work diligently for them. After analyzing Zhou Chen's circle over the past few days, he believed that Wu Hui was unlikely to betray Zhou Chen. Moreover, even if Wu Hui harbored ill intentions, Zhou Chen would likely incur a loss of only around 300,000. In contrast, the check in Song Yang's possession was for 4 million, a sum that could fund the establishment of more than 10 gaming studios, an amount that would take an ordinary family a lifetime to earn collectively. Human nature is treacherous. One must remain vigilant. Upon reaching Wangjiang district, Chi Yunfin called Song Yang. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Please try again later." A wave of unease washed over Chi Yunfin as he heard the disconnection tone. Could it be that his worst fears had materialized? Was Song Yang absconding with the money? That was 4 million. He dialed again, but the phone remained off. Chi Yunfin narrowed his eyes and lit a cigarette, taking several deep drags before calling Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was already in line on the playground, just pulling out his phone to silence it when he noticed Chi Yunfin's call. Brother Feng, Song Yang is unreachable. Chi Yunfin's tone was grave and somber. Zhou Chen felt a jolt in his heart and frowned slightly. Could it be that his phone ran out of battery? He trusted Wu Hui because, in his recollections from a past life, Wu Hui became a formidable figure. To ascend to the pinnacle of the underground forces in Jiangzhou indicated a man of vision. As for Song Yang, his trust was entirely intuitive. In retrospect, it had seemed somewhat rash. Nevertheless, Zhou Chen endeavored to think positively. Chi Yunfin replied coolly, "His little phone has a standby time of at least 7 days. Even if used nonstop, it could last 2 or 3 days." Zhou Chen chuckled weakly. "So you mean he has indeed run off with the money?" Chi Yunfin was momentarily speechless. Was this not evident? After a brief silence, he said, "If we report to the police now, we might intercept him before he leaves Jiangzhou." Zhou Chen squinted, gripping his phone tighter. If Song Yang truly fled with the money, his losses would far exceed 4 million. Tomorrow, once the meeting concluded, news would swiftly reach the developers' ears. With property prices in Wangjiang district skyrocketing, a 4 million yuan property could easily fetch 35 million. In essence, he would be losing over 30 million. Song Yang came from a single-parent family, with a gravely ill mother at home and a girlfriend studying at Xi'an Province University of Finance. Zhou Chen did not believe Song Yang would abandon either his girlfriend or his mother. Previously, when Zhou Chen faced reprimand, Song Yang had been the first to stand up in his defense. "Attention, everyone, please place your phones in the collection box." Hong Lei walked down the first row, collecting phones. Zhou Chen finally spoke to Chi Yunfin on the phone. "Do not report to the police just yet. Let us discuss it after class." With that, He hung up and placed his phone in the collection box offered by the instructor. Few people possessed phones. Among the two classes of over 100 students, only about 30 had phones. The subsequent sessions proceeded according to the training program devised by Hong Lei. In a luxurious hotel in the city center of Jiangzhou, a man donned in a mask and baseball cap, dragging a suitcase, approached the front desk to check in. Why was he so heavily bundled on a hot summer day? The receptionist, a stunning beauty with flowing waves, eyed him warily. The man coughed twice, covering his mouth, and hoarsely replied, "I have a cold. I'm afraid of spreading it." The receptionist instinctively took a step back and then inquired, "What type of room would you like?" The man asserted, "I want the most luxurious room available." The receptionist, taken aback, replied, "Our most luxurious room costs 200 per day." Without hesitation, the man pulled out 200 yuan bills from his pocket and placed them on the counter. The receptionist's demeanor softened considerably as she sweetly added, "A deposit of 100 is also required." The man handed over another 100. The receptionist retrieved a key from the drawer and said, "Room 888. If you require any services, please call the front desk." The man glanced at the receptionist, took the key, and headed for the elevator. Inside the opulent room, the man opened his suitcase, revealing it brimming with 100 yuan bills. He removed his baseball cap and mask, revealing a face filled with confusion. Song Yang, trembling at the sight of the cash, realized that 4 million in cash could indeed fill such a large suitcase. Since childhood, he had harbored a dream. Once he earned 1 million, he would lay the money out on his bed and then lie down amidst it. However, after entering the workforce, he gradually abandoned this notion. His mother's illness required daily medication, and his girlfriend's family was struggling, necessitating that he contribute part of his salary to improve her living conditions. At this rate, when could he possibly earn 1 million? When would his dream ever materialize? Upon receiving the 4 million yuan check from Zhou Chen, a bold idea blossomed in Song Yang's mind. He resolved to withdraw the entire sum in cash, then photograph and record it to fulfill his dream. Although the money was not his, he would at least have experienced being in the presence of such wealth. Subsequently, he withdrew the cash and spread it across the bed, then took out a rented DV camera to capture the moment. Finally, he lay on the bed covered in money, eyes closed, murmuring, "How wonderful it would be if this money were mine." After about half an hour, Song Yang slowly opened his eyes and pulled out his little phone. Turning it on, he noticed several missed calls but did not check who had called. Instead, he scrolled through his contacts and dialed a number that had no notes attached. After several busy signals, someone finally answered, their voice laced with irritation. "Damn it. I thought you had backed out." Song Yang chuckled as he remarked, "A deal once struck is not to be reneged upon. Our boss has made it clear that he desires all the equipment from the KTV. Therefore, once the contract is signed today and you receive the funds, this transaction will be complete." "He wants all the equipment? Surely your boss must intend to continue operating that KTV?" The voice on the other end brimmed with delight. With a helpless smile, Song Yang replied, "The boss did not divulge his intentions, nor did I inquire." After a brief moment of hesitation, the voice seemed to have arrived at a significant resolution and gritted its teeth, stating, "Seeing that your boss is quite the straightforward individual, let us do this. I'll forego all the equipment for 4,200,000. Once I receive the money, I shall vacate immediately." 4 million. Song Yang responded calmly, then clarified, "The boss allocated a budget of 4 million, neither a penny more nor a penny less." "Very well, for 1 million it is. Where are you? I shall bring the contract to you." "At the Shi Hotel." After providing the hotel location, Song Yang hung up, turning onto his side atop the stack of cash, inhaling deeply the intoxicating scent of money. Ding ding ding. His phone chimed once more. This time, it was Qi Yunfan calling. After a moment's hesitation, Song Yang steeled himself to answer, "Brother phone." Chapter 82. Utilizing Chao Ming to navigate the crisis. Qi Yunfan was taken aback that Song Yang had answered. After a few seconds of surprise, he inquired with a smile, "Has your phone finally charged?" "Yes. It just finished charging." Song Yang replied absently, "Were you signing the contract?" "I'll come pick you up." Qi Yunfan's tone remained calm, betraying no hint of emotion. "I'm at the Shi Hotel." Song Yang relayed the hotel location to Qi Yunfan, sensing the urgency in his voice. It seemed Qi Yunfan was concerned that Song Yang might have absconded with the funds after their earlier call had failed to connect. After ending the call, Qi Yunfan let out a quiet sigh of relief, lit a cigarette, and promptly drove toward the Shi Hotel. At school, after concluding a round of practice, Zhou Chen sought out Chao Ming at the basketball court. Sweaty and holding a chilled bottle of cola, Chao Ming took a swig and glared at Zhou Chen, saying, "If someone asks after you, what business is it of mine? Aren't you quite familiar with Wu Hui? Have him come pick you up from school." The school was home to 4 notorious bullies, who typically kept to their own affairs. Zhou Chen was acquainted with the group he mentioned. They had long been bought off by Guo Zihao. Who is Guo Zihao? He is the son of Gui Yongkong, the wealthiest man in Jiangzhou. Offending Guo Zihao could very well jeopardize even his brother's safety. Zhou Chen retorted, I paid you 1,000 for protection. Aren't you obligated to ensure my safety? Are you afraid of them? At this, Chao Ming was instantly provoked, glaring fiercely at Zhou Chen. Damn it, do you think I fear them? I'll escort you out of school after classes. Let us see if they dare lay a hand on you. Although he would not easily offend Guo Zihao's crew, they were also wary of crossing him, as his brother held significant power in the area. Zhou Chen smiled brightly. Thank you, Brother Ming. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Chao Ming waved him off impatiently. Get lost. That $1,000 is only enough for one time. Zhou Chen turned away with a smile, though his expression darkened immediately. Taking a deep breath, he strode back toward the training grounds. A few steps later, his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, it was Qi Yunfan. Brother Phone, have you heard from Song Yang? Yes, he is signing the contract with him right now. That kid withdrew $4 million in cash. Initially, he seemed inclined to run off with the money, but he likely reconsidered the consequences and abandoned that notion. Qi Yunfan analyzed the situation regarding Song Yang's sudden reappearance. As long as he is still around, that is what matters. Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions about the reasons. Will we still need him afterward? Qi Yunfan asked softly, his eyes glinting coldly. Were he in Zhou Chen's position, he would certainly not allow such a potential threat to linger nearby. Zhou Chen pondered briefly before sighing. We're short-handed at the moment. Let us keep him for now. Qi Yunfan's assessment was merely his own opinion. Zhou Chen had his own thoughts, suspecting that Song Yang's motives might stem from other reasons. As for what those reasons might be, he was disinclined to delve too deeply. After all, securing that abandoned ice rink in KTV was a significant achievement. Concluding the call, he switched his phone to silent and placed it in the storage box before returning to formation. Standing in position, Zhou Chen glanced over at Tang Wan, who was engrossed in a phone call. This afternoon, her phone had been buzzing incessantly. Each time there was a break, she would clutch her phone and chat away. Han Lei approached from the rest area, prompting Tang Wan to hurriedly end her call, switch off her phone, and stow it in the box before dashing back to her spot. When the afternoon military training concluded, students clamored to retrieve their phones from the storage box. As Zhou Chen reached for his phone, he noticed Tang Wan's delicate hand reaching into the box amidst the crowd. A smile graced his lips as he gently grasped her frail hand, giving it a light squeeze. Tang Wan, who had not managed to push her way to the front, felt a shiver run through her as she sensed a hand grasping hers. Just as she was about to protest in irritation, a classmate retrieving their phone walked away, revealing that it was Zhou Chen who held her hand. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, warmth flooding her face as she nearly buried her head in her collar. Zhou Chen chuckled softly, releasing her hand and turning to leave. Who is that guy, daring to take advantage of my goddess? Murmured a few boys from class 2, anticipating Zhou Chen would soon face consequences for his actions. Hearing their conversation, Tang Wan recalled how Zhou Chen had offended a group of upperclassmen to defend her. They had even threatened him to stay away after school. Furrowing her brows, she quickly sent Zhou Chen a message on QQ. Zhou Chen, are you leaving school? Of course, why? They will come looking for trouble. Don't go out. I paid Chao Ming for protection. He promised to escort me out. All right then. Thanks for today. Also, you looked incredibly cool blocking that basketball earlier. As she replied, memories of Zhou Chen's impressive stance while blocking the ball filled her mind, causing her lips to curve upward involuntarily. Really? Could it be that when I blocked the ball for you in high school, you developed feelings for me? Zhou Chen responded with a smile. Walking alongside him, Sun Dashin curiously inquired, You seem awfully cheerful. Are you chatting with your girlfriend? He leaned in to sneak a glance. Zhou Chen had saved Tang Wan's contact as Wan Bao. Sun Dashin scoffed, So you really do have a girlfriend? Is she from our school? What is her major? Zhou Chen ignored him, continuing his conversation with Tang Wan. Sun Dashin, pondering, remarked Wan Bao, It wouldn't be our classmate Tang Wan, would it? Just then, Zhou Chen received a call from Qi Yunfan, prompting him to quicken his pace toward the dormitory. Half an hour later, Zhou Chen emerged from the school gates, clad in casual attire. A crowd of 40 to 50 people gathered by the roadside. Chao Ming was engaged in a heated discussion with a tall man, smoking a cigarette. Come on, give me a break. Let us just call today as instant even. Chao Ming coolly tossed a cigarette in his mouth. Zhang Fei quickly produced a lighter and stepped forward to light it for him. Jiang Tian took a deep drag from his cigarette, his cold gaze fixed on Chao Ming as he scoffed. Chao Ming, do you think too highly of yourself? Chao Ming's expression hardened, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Tian. You dare say that again? Just then, Jiang Tian kicked at Chao Ming, igniting a brawl as both groups clashed. The upperclassmen paid little mind, carrying on as if nothing were amiss, while the younger students paused to watch in astonishment. Among Jiang Tian's crew were two who had studied combat, in an instant. Chao Ming's nose was bloodied from their encounter. Chao Ming's men immediately charged at the two classmates skilled in martial arts. Simultaneously, 4 to 5 ants appeared at both ends of the street. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Tian shouted urgently, "Chao Yuan's men are coming. We must retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tian's group swiftly ran toward the school. Chao Ming, infuriated, cursed from behind, "A bunch of trash. If you have the guts, don't run away." At that moment, the distant wail of police sirens echoed down the road. The individuals who had just disembarked from the vans cursed and hurriedly retreated. Spitting blood onto the ground, Chao Ming arrogantly proclaimed, "Trash is just trash. What does it matter if Guizhou backs you?" When faced with my brother's men, they still tremble in fear. A black Mazda sped past him. Inside, Zhou Chen sighed. "It's truly difficult to survive in this school without some influence." Qi Yunfen frowned and asked, "Is Chao Ming blocking you at the school gate?" Chapter 83. The Layout of Underground Forces. "He is helping me," Zhou Chen responded. "Did we not have a conflict previously? How can he still assist you?" Qi Yunfen questioned with suspicion. "Money can move mountains," Zhou Chen replied with a wry smile. After a moment of silence, Qi Yunfen lowered his voice, suggesting, "Actually, you could also consider developing your own underground forces. This is an era of turmoil, and those with wealth often have some influence in that realm." This statement resonated deeply with Zhou Chen. If he merely adhered to the rules and focused on his studies, he would remain untouched by these conflicts. However, Tang Wan was no ordinary person. To be with her, he must endure various pressures. He planned to have Wu Hui manage a gaming studio and, once the Wangjiang district was developed, take over the newly rebuilt Wangjiang Hotel for Wu Hui to run, while simultaneously expanding his own influence and elevating him to the status of an underground overlord in Jiangzhou. It was evident now that this strategy was dragging its feet. By the time the Wangjiang district was developed, he would likely have graduated from university. In the meantime, would he have to cower and hide in school? Upon returning to the studio, Zhou Chen first consulted Song Yang to review the contracts for the skating rink and KTV. Seated by the window of the legend department, Zhou Chen examined the contracts at the coffee table. Wu Hui approached with a teapot, sitting down to pour tea, while Qi Yunfen leaned back, smoking with his legs crossed. Song Yang stood nervously beside them. After confirming the contracts were in order, Zhou Chen smiled and said, "Song Yang, why don't you take a seat?" Song Yang swallowed hard. "Boss, I'd like to discuss something privately with you." Qi Yunfen extinguished his half-finished cigarette in the ashtray and stepped aside. Wu Hui, after placing the tea in front of Zhou Chen, also moved to the side. With his head bowed, Song Yang recounted his actions from earlier that day in detail. Once he finished, he earnestly explained, "Boss, I never intended to abscond with the funds. It was merely to fulfill a childhood dream. I hope you could trust me." Zhou Chen, sipping his tea with a calm demeanor, slowly set down his cup, looked up and smiled. "Please have a seat. I believe in you." "Do you truly believe in me?" Song Yang gazed at Zhou Chen in disbelief. He had anticipated that Zhou Chen might forgive his actions, but he never expected such immediate trust. "I trust my judgment and intuition. 400,000 is not a trivial sum, yet it is not insurmountable either. As long as you diligently work alongside me, the future profits will far exceed 400,000. Zhou Chen poured hot water into a paper cup, his demeanor steady and poised. Unbeknownst to him, Song Yang, with reddening eyes, bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you for your trust, boss." Zhou Chen poured 2 cups of tea, sliding one towards Song Yang with a beaming smile. "All right, let us sit down and enjoy some tea." Song Yang's willingness to admit his mistakes indicated his good character. His explanations aligned perfectly with Zhou Chen's inner thoughts. By demonstrating unequivocal trust in him, Zhou Chen ensured that Song Yang would remain devoted to his work. After Song Yang sat down, Zhou Chen called for Qi Yunfen and Wu Hui. Sipping his tea, Zhou Chen spoke candidly. "Wu Hui, do you have confidence in establishing our underground enterprise in this area?" Wu Hui's body tensed. "What do you mean?" Qi Yunfen chuckled. "The boss is not having a pleasant time at school, so he intends to form our own faction." Wu Hui licked his cracked lips and replied, "Building a faction is not difficult, but to defeat Chao Ming, we must first eliminate Chao Yuan, which requires a substantial amount of capital." Zhou Chen inquired, "How much are we talking about?" Wu Hui pondered for a moment, raising a finger. 10 million. 10 million? Qi Yunfen and Song Yang's eyes widened in shock. The sound of keyboards in the entire legend department came to an abrupt halt. Wu Hui glared at the employees of the legend department, shouting, "What are you staring at? Get back to work." The group shivered and quickly resumed typing. Qi Yunfen, with a wry smile, turned to Zhou Chen and said, "I think it would be wise to hold off for a bit. You're running a mobile company, managing a studio, and have purchased several properties. That 800,000 must be nearly depleted, right?" Zhou Chen looked up at Wu Hui, asking, "Is 10 million sufficient?" To an ordinary person, 10 million is an astronomical figure, but in business, it is merely a drop in the bucket. To seize Chao Yuan's territory in business, Wu Hui would need to acquire his own hotel and then employ some unscrupulous tactics to compete with Chao Yuan's enterprises. When the time was ripe, he could then swallow Chao Yuan's business whole. Wu Hui chuckled. You aren't actually going to come up with 10 million, are you? Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly. Just tell me if it's enough. Wu Hui lit a cigarette, confidently asserting, for others, even 50 million might not suffice, but for me, 10 million will be more than enough. He was not boasting. After Lei Lehe's downfall, a loyal cadre of brothers had rallied around him. With sufficient capital, he could quickly gather those brothers together. Zhou Chen smiled slightly. With your assurance, I can rest easy. I will leave the studio to Chen Kai and Wu Chong. You and Wu Bin should prepare. Within 3 days at the latest, I will transfer 10 million to you. At this proclamation, both Qi Yunfen and Song Yang's jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Song Yang was uncertain about Zhou Chen's financial standing, but Qi Yunfen had some understanding. Zhou Chen had initially borrowed 100,000 from his girlfriend to purchase a painting, which had yielded 860,000. Following this, he expanded the studio and bought a car. The properties in Wangjiang district had already drained Zhou Chen's resources. Where would he find 10 million? Wu Hui took a deep drag from his cigarette, the long simmering rage within him igniting. Chao Yuan, the one responsible for his brother's demise. After years, the opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. Qi Yunfen, looking troubled, asked, Isn't it said that Chao Yuan has a rich second generation backing him? Are you sure you can handle him? Wu Hui smirked coldly. After all, he is merely a puppet propped up by others. My former brother, Lei Lehe, built his empire from scratch, and his brothers are all fierce fighters. Chao Yuan cannot compare. Qi Yunfen rubbed his nose. Just make sure not to go too hard. We live in a society governed by law. Wu Hui understood Qi Yunfen's concern and chuckled. You need not worry. I know how to measure my actions. Even if trouble arises, it will have nothing to do with you. You're a straightforward guy. Qi Yunfen gave Wu Hui a thumbs up. Zhou Chen lifted his teacup and took a sip, his tone serious. Stay clear of any businesses that could harm society. Wu Hui lowered his gaze, responding, I know which enterprises are acceptable and which are not. Zhou Chen smiled with satisfaction. It's getting late. Let us go out for a meal. In Beiyishi district, a 200 square meter store was undergoing renovations overnight. Gu Qingyu, holding a cup of milk tea, sparkled with excitement in her dark eyes. Is this going to be our workplace in the future? Lu Fifei, also with a cup of milk tea, bit on her straw and exclaimed, Shouldn't we hire a few employees? Tang Wan, savoring a candied hawthorn skewer, smiled with a twinkle in her eye and said, Our capital is limited. We must postpone hiring for the time being. Lu Fifei, sipping her milk tea, proposed, Wan, why don't you name our company? Let us call it Timely Rain Financial Investment Company, Ltd. Tang Wan had long contemplated the name for the company. Since it was a lending firm, it aimed to alleviate clients' urgent needs. The name Timely Rain was distinctive and resonant. Timely Rain is such a beautiful name. Yes, it's both artistic and fitting for a lending company, giggled Tang Wan, basking in her cleverness. The 317 or 18-year-old girls were filled with dreams and aspirations. Unbeknownst to them, this company would eventually become a thorn in the side of the entire financial industry. Chapter 84, Bringing Trouble to the Roommates. After Zhou Chen and Wu Hui had their fill, they returned to their respective abodes. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Qi Yunfen had no choice but to hail a taxi back to campus. As he pushed open the dormitory door, Zhou Chen was taken aback. His roommates stood nervously on either side. Chao Ming, sporting a bruised visage, was seated on his bed, smoking. Two young men in short-sleeved shirts stood beside him. Chao Ge, what happened to you? Zhou Chen approached with a concerned expression. Chao Ming squinted at Zhou Chen and coldly remarked, What do you think? This is all for you. Zhou Chen feigned a look of gratitude, saying, Thank you, Chao Ge, for your generous assistance. Tomorrow, I'll treat you and your friends to a grand feast at Pension. Chao Ming had initially approached Zhou Chen to gain some advantage, and seeing Zhou Chen's understanding demeanor softened his expression considerably. No need for a feast. Just give me 3,000. I still need to buy cigarettes for my men. Zhou Chen's face contorted with difficulty. In truth, he didn't even have 1,000 spare. Chao Ming's expression darkened, and his two lackeys stepped forward ominously. It seemed they wouldn't let it go without compensation. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and forced a smile, saying, I don't have that much cash on me right now. How about tomorrow? Come find me at the dorm at this time. Fine, you better not try any tricks. Chao Ming warned coldly before leaving with his entourage. Goodness, Chengge, you should change dorms. Living with us has us all on edge. Jiang Jinsong lamented from his bed across from Zhou Chen. Chao Ming stayed in the dorm for an hour, and we had to stand as punishment for that entire time. During the day, we had military training. Now we're standing here again at night. Can't you be a little considerate? The other roommates cast displeased glances at Zhou Chen. Sun Dash interjected. Zhou Chen, I think you should tell the teacher. Being bullied by Chao Ming like this isn't a solution. Zhou Chen smiled wryly. Do you really think telling the teacher will help? If it were effective, there wouldn't be such cliques in the school. However, this situation wouldn't last long. Once Wu Hui dealt with Chao Yuan, the underground forces in the nearby areas would be reshuffled, and these little factions in the school would have to bow to Wu Hui. Sun Dashin shrugged. If you have the money, do as you please. I've warned you. Just then, Yang Sun chimed in, I'm going down to buy some water. Anyone need me to bring anything? Bring me 2 packs of spicy strips. I want a bottle of cola. The students eagerly handed Yang Sun their money. Old rules. 50 cents for the getaway. Yang Sen grinned. Zhou Chen pulled a 100 yuan note from his pocket, declaring, I apologize for the inconvenience today. Let me treat everyone to snacks and drinks. Yang Sun, use this 100. Boss is generous. Chungu is amazing. If Chao Ming bothers you again, I'll be the first to beat him up. The roommates seemed to have forgotten the earlier incident, all showering Zhou Chen with good-natured flattery. Most of them came from ordinary families, with a monthly allowance of around 400 yuan. Zhou Chen's willingness to spend 100 on snacks elevated him to an almost heroic status in their eyes. Chungu, I spoke too loudly just now. Please don't take it to heart. Jiang Jinsong's demeanor shifted, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Zhou Chen had just given Chao Ming 1,000 as protection money and had promised to give him 3,000 more. Not even blinking an eye. Wasn't he just a typical rich second generation, relying on parents at home and friends outside? Making a connection with a rich second generation was worth enduring a bit of standing. Zhou Chen chuckled. I did indeed cause you all some trouble today. Your complaints are understandable. After a few pleasantries, Zhou Chen lay back on his bed, pulling out his phone to reply to a message from Li Qiushui. I will have someone deliver the money tomorrow. You need not worry. Half an hour prior, Li Qiushui had called Zhou Chen inquiring about the employees' wages. At the time, Zhou Chen was dining, and the restaurant's noise drowned out their conversation. It seemed Li Qiushui hadn't quite understood him. Okay, President Zhou. Li Qiushui rapidly uprumly. Zhou Chen continued. How is the project progressing? Li Qiushui, in the past few days, I've been working with President Xi to recruit more talent for the RD team. President Xi has been tirelessly dedicated, and we've already drafted dozens of conceptual designs for the operating system. Please come by tomorrow to review them. Zhou Chen, all right. Please inform the company staff that wages will be distributed around 8 tomorrow night. Jiangzhou University is a 2-hour journey from Shiju County. Midday will certainly not suffice. After concluding the text conversation with Li Qiushui, Zhou Chen opened QQ. Chen Xiaolong had not responded to him in quite some time. Surely he was still upset? Zhou Chen sent a message. Xiaolong, are you still mad? Ding ding ding. Chen Xiaolong. Not at all. Just been busy these past few days. Zhou Chen. How busy can you be that you can't even send your father a message? Chen Xiaolong. Shut up. You're the one who's being unreasonable. I'm busy dating. Zhou Chen sent a few question marks. Chen Xiaolong responded with a grinning emoji. Did you say I was fated to be with Huang Kekai? So, I'm just shamelessly pursuing her. Zhou Chen inquired. Did she agree? Chen Xiaolong, of course. I was so heroic last time. Any girl would be smitten. Zhou Chen sent a smiling emoji. All right then, I wish you both the best. Chen Xiaolong replied. What about you and Tang Wan? Zhou Chen responded with a tearful emoji. Talking about it just brings tears to my eyes. Chen Xiaolong replied. Then let us not discuss it. Let us talk about making money. Are you planning to kick me out? Don't say such things. That's not the case. Besides, was it you who looked down on me and abandoned the project? Zhou Chen felt exasperated. In that situation, refusing to back down would only worsen matters and could even land him in a tight spot. Chen Xiaolong recognized his error and sheepishly replied, I had a bit too much to drink and acted impulsively. I've been wanting to apologize to you. Good to know. Let us get together this weekend. I'll find you a way to make money. Zhou Chen, not one to hold grudges. Especially since they were close, wasn't he truly upset? Find me a way. What is that supposed to mean? Can't I join you? Chen Xiaolong sent 2 consecutive messages, thinking Zhou Chen was still harboring resentment and was unwilling to include him in making money. We'll talk about it later. Zhou Chen couldn't be bothered to explain to the young lad and exited the chat interface after sending that message. At that moment, Yang Sun returned, carrying 2 large bags of snacks. The roommates rushed over, eager to snatch the treats. Zhou Chen reclined on his bed, crossing his legs, with a contemplative expression adorning his face. What kind of lucrative opportunity should he devise for that young rascal, Chen Xiaolong? If all went according to plan, his first-generation smartphone would debut next year, ushering the internet era into the public consciousness ahead of schedule. Suddenly, A spark of inspiration illuminated Zhou Chen's mind. He could have Chun Xiaolong develop a social networking platform akin to Renren. Chapter 85. The development of Wangjiang District is truly on the horizon. Renren was originally known as Xiania, established in 2005 by a group of university students from Tsinghua and Peking University. Its primary function was to facilitate social networking within campuses. Regrettably, during its nascent phase, Xiania failed to attract the interest of investors. The founders were unable to secure funding and ultimately had to sell it at a loss. The businessman who acquired Xiania also possessed another similar social networking site, which emerged with Xiania, subsequently attracting over 100 million users in the ensuing years. In the internet age, traffic equates to wealth. With the memories from his previous life, Zhou Chen might elevate Renren to unprecedented heights. "Brother Chun, is there any snack you fancy?" Yang Sun inquired, approaching with a substantial bag of snacks. Zhou Chen retrieved a pack of stinky tofu and beef tendons from a bag, along with a bottle of mineral water. The dormitory was filled with the sounds of munching, and the air was suffused with the aroma of spicy strips. His roommates engaged in lively banter, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Zhou Chen chewed on the spicy strips as if they were mere wax. Despite being reborn at 18, he could not recapture the blissful sensation of relishing spicy snacks from his past life. With a quiet sigh, he passed the remaining snacks to a roommate occupying the adjacent bunk. After sipping some water, just as he was preparing to sleep, he suddenly remembered the necessity of cash for the following day. When he opened a checking account at the bank, the account manager had handed him a business card. Following the number on the card, Zhou Chen called to arrange for the exchange of 5 million in cash. After hanging up, slumber eluded him. Tomorrow marked the day the news regarding the development of Wangjiang District would be unveiled, a significant turning point since his rebirth. The property in his possession, valued at over 8 million, was expected to appreciate approximately ninefold. Furthermore, the Wangjiang Grand Hotel, worth 36 million, could potentially be resold for at least 300 million. With half of that, he could amass around 150 million. Over 200 million in funds would grant him complete financial freedom. Tang Jia might struggle to produce 200 million. Even securing 50 million would be a challenge. Tang Yuanshan would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect. Yet, this did not fully satisfy Zhou Chen's ambitions. The hardware suppliers for his mobile phone company were currently incapable of producing the desired components. To persuade them to upgrade their hardware development and manufacturing capabilities, he would need to inject investment, which posed its own challenges. 200 million. How many suppliers could he possibly invest in? The following day, Zhou Chen dutifully attended military training. He refrained from bringing his phone. Before departing the dormitory, he sent a message to Wang Licken, advising him to pay attention to the news that day. Wang Licken, who had a habit of jogging in the morning, was running in the park when he received Zhou Chen's text. "Pay attention to the news? What does that mean?" Wang Licken murmured, furrowing his brow. The next moment, his pupils dilated in realization. Could it be news about the development of Wangjiang District? Taking a deep breath, Wang Licken turned and sprinted towards the mansion. Upon returning to his room, he switched on his 37-inch LCD television, tuning into Jiangzhou TV. However, the channel was currently broadcasting a segment featuring a handsome young man emerging from a high school examination hall. "It's him, it's him, it's him again," the reporter exclaimed. This dapper examinee has once again submitted his paper and exited the examination room in under 30 minutes. "Next, we will interview him." The reporter's tone was laced with mockery. Wang Licken, astonished, remarked, "Isn't that Zhou Chen?" After watching the interview, he pondered, stroking his chin. This guy consistently submitted his exam papers in half an hour and still managed to gain admission to Jiangzhou University. Given his unruffled demeanor, it seemed plausible that he could gain entrance to Tsinghua or Peking University as well. He must have a high score. Wang Licken's mind suddenly conjured this thought. The news from the Urban Planning Bureau and Jiangzhou Municipal Conference had long been released. Many business magnates were keenly observing Jiangzhou's news. Lacking direct connections, they could only glean insights from the media. Like Wang Licken, these entrepreneurs also watched Zhou Chen's interview. Initially, they dismissed him as a mere joke. It was not until the footage of Zhou Chen's graduation banquet aired that these business tycoons began to take him seriously. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the meeting was still ongoing. However, Wang Licken received a call from his younger sister, Wang Shanshan, second brother. Her voice trembled. Wang Licken's heart tightened. "Is it about the development of Wangjiang District?" "Yes. Wangjiang District is not only set for comprehensive development, but there will also be the construction of a subway line and a high-speed railway station, with plans for Jiangzhou to transform Wangjiang District into a special economic development zone." Wang Shanshan's tone was heavy with disappointment. Guo Yongkang had already secured the largest plot of land in Wangjiang District. Before the news was made public, He had firmly established his foothold. What leverage did she have to compete with him? Wang Licken was so exhilarated that his hand trembled as he held the phone. Not only was Wangjiang District set to be developed, but the construction of a high-speed railway station and subway station would cause property prices to soar like a rocket. Meanwhile, the meeting concluded on television. A throng of individuals emerged from the municipal building, immediately surrounded by reporters bombarding them with questions. The news of the development of Wangjiang District was now indisputable, with political officials openly discussing it, leaving nothing unspoken. The announcement reverberated through the television like a clap of thunder. Second brother, did you really purchase the Wangjiang Grand Hotel? Wang Shanshan suddenly recalled the news of her brother's acquisition of the hotel. The Wangjiang Grand Hotel was the largest hotel in Wangjiang District and had previously stood out in Jiangzhou. If she could secure the hotel, perhaps she could still compete for market share. Wang Licken beamed with pride. What do you think? My vision is impeccable, isn't it? Wang Shanshan, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed. Is the Wangjiang Grand Hotel truly in your hands? You couldn't have known about the district's development in advance, could you? As her second brother was in the clothing business, his sudden acquisition of a large hotel seemed rather unconventional, unless he had received a whisper of the forthcoming development plans. Wang Licken chuckled. If I had known about the development of Wangjiang District, I would have sold the entire company to invest. Wang Shanshan eagerly urged, Brother, sell me the Wangjiang Hotel. Wang Licken's smile faltered. Shanshan, that hotel does not solely belong to me. I cannot sell it without my partner's approval. Wang Shanshan inquired, Who are your partners? I can speak to them. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Licken replied, Let me handle the discussion. How much are you willing to offer? Returning to her desk, Wang Shanshan retrieved a photograph of the Wangjiang Grand Hotel from her computer for assessment. After a brief moment, she said, I can offer 32 billion. Wang Licken swallowed hard. Third sister, that's impressive. Wang Shanshan retorted, I still need to secure 2 billion from eldest sister and brother-in-law. You and your partner should have a good relationship. So I just hope your price doesn't exceed my budget. Wang Licken stated firmly, 25 billion is my offer. Come over now to sign the contract. Second brother, Wang Shanshan was left in shock. The Wangjiang Hotel was located in the heart of Wangjiang District. Given the hotel's scale and location, even if the price multiplied tenfold, it could still sell. She had assumed her brother had a solid relationship with his partner, which was why she had slightly lowered her offer. To her astonishment, her brother had proactively reduced the price to 25 billion. She comprehended the intentions of her second brother. He was allocating a portion of the profits he had garnered from the hotel to her. In Chapter 86, titled The Lucrative Wangjiang Hotel, he expressed in a gentle tone, We are family, and I need not elaborate further. Please persuade our eldest sister on my behalf. With the departure of Bai Qianqian, the cunning seductress, he yearned for familial harmony, seeking to transform conflict into peace. Yet, his elder sister remained steadfast in her refusal to forgive him. Wang Shanshan, harboring a complex array of emotions, responded, Indeed, I shall convey your sentiments to her. In truth, the eldest sister had long since forgiven the second brother. Her distance stemmed from a desire to shield him from the tumultuous rivalry between her husband and Gui Yongkong. Presently, although her husband appeared to maintain cordial relations with Gui Yongkong, the underlying tension was palpable, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. When the day arrived for their confrontation, the stakes would transcend mere commercial competition. At Hengji Real Estate, Gui Yongkong sat at his desk, sipping tea while several senior executives fawned over him. Chairman Gua, your foresight is nothing short of remarkable. Who could have predicted the impending development of Wangjiang District? They exclaimed. If we could secure the entire market share of Wangjiang District, Hengji would ascend to supremacy in the Jiangzhou real estate sector. Despite the flattery, Gui Yongkong maintained a stoic expression, devoid of the anticipated joy. Upon receiving the news, he promptly contacted the Hengji real estate branch in Wangjiang District to acquire all idle properties. However, the branch reported that there were no available properties. After further inquiry, it became evident that someone had purchased all idle properties in the Wangjiang District within the past 3 days. This indicated that someone had received advance notice of the district's impending development. Who could this individual be? Suddenly, the landline rang. Gui Yongkong answered the call. Boss, it's a young man named Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, Gui Yongkong mused, slightly furrowing his brow. Could it be Zhou Chen from Jiangzhou University? Indeed, that's him, came a reply. Gui Yongkong was taken aback. How did he learn about the Wangjiang District development? The voice on the other end speculated. It's highly likely he has connections in Kyoto. Just as Gui Yongkong was about to respond, his mobile phone lit up with an incoming call. He initially intended to disregard it, but upon noticing it was the mayor, he hastily hung up the landline, picked up his mobile, and greeted with a smile, Mayor Feng. What an honor to receive a call from you. This afternoon, There's a bidding meeting. Will you be able to attend? Absolutely. I wouldn't miss your meeting for the world. Very well. See you this afternoon. Guo Yongkong nodded eagerly through the phone. After concluding the call with the mayor, Guo Yongkong searched for Zhou Chen's contact information, but found none. He then instructed the company executives to reach out to Zhou Chen, insisting they must acquire the properties he held. Meanwhile, at the Tang Wan game studio, Song Yang sat before his computer, posting advertisements on various gaming forums. While browsing the Jiangzhou community, he stumbled upon an eye-catching post. Breaking news. Wangjiang District is set for development. The first subway and high-speed rail station in Jiangzhou will be built here, causing property prices to soar over fivefold. What the? Song Yang exclaimed, leaping to his feet, repeatedly uttering his astonishment. Wu Hui and Qi Yunfen, seated by the window smoking, were startled into action. They exchanged glances before approaching Song Yang. What's going on? Qi Yunfen inquired, glancing at the computer screen. Upon reading the post, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Wu Hui, unaware of Zhou Chen's property purchases in Wangjiang District, looked on in confusion, utterly perplexed. Gasping for breath, Song Yang struggled to calm his racing heart. Wangjiang District is really going to be developed. The boss bought properties worth 8 million. If they quintupled in value, that means he could sell for over 40 million. The thought of such a staggering sum sent a shiver down his spine. He recalled the words of his boss, "Stick with me, and you'll earn far more than 4 million. At the time, he had dismissed it as mere rhetoric, but now he was convinced. Zhou Chen was merely a freshman, just 18 years old, yet he dared to invest all his assets. In just 3 days, he had turned 8 million into 40 million. Such audacity, such commercial acumen. He was destined to rival Guo Yongkong in the future. Qi Yunfen, trembling as he lit a cigarette, stammered, "It seems I made the right choice in following him." Wu Hui, still bewildered, interjected, "But what does the development of Wangjiang District have to do with you two?" Song Yang took a deep breath and countered. "What if I told you the boss purchased properties worth 8 million in Wangjiang District?" "What?" Wu Hui dropped his cigarette, eyes wide with disbelief. "You're not joking, are you?" Song Yang remained silent, slowly sinking back into his chair. Wu Hui turned to Qi Yunfen, who nodded affirmatively. He indeed bought some properties. Wu Hui squinted. "No wonder he didn't bat an eyelid when I mentioned 1 million. Song Yang questioned, "Do you think the boss received advance notice about the development?" Qi Yunfen shook his head. "Unlikely. If anyone got a tip-off, it would be the property developers." Song Yang speculated, "Maybe the boss has connections?" Wu Hui replied solemnly, "To receive news 3 days in advance. Those connections must be formidable." Qi Yunfen took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling smoke. "Let us not pry into the boss's affairs. We're just employees. Let us focus on our own responsibilities. I trust the boss will not shortchange us." Both men nodded in agreement. At school, Zhou Chen had just picked up his phone to find over 30 missed calls, all from Wang Likun. A smile crept onto his face. It seemed the news of the Wangjiang District's development had already spread. He returned Wang Likun's call, which was answered almost immediately. "Wow, your call was hard to get through," Wang Likun exclaimed. Zhou Chen chuckled. "I was in military training and couldn't respond promptly. Please forgive me." Wang Likun got straight to the point. "It's confirmed that Wangjiang District will indeed be developed, leading to a 5-fold increase in property prices. How much are you planning to sell the Wangjiang Grand Hotel for?" Zhou Chen maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "The increase will surely exceed 5-fold. With the construction of the high-speed rail and subway stations, it will become the central hub of Jiangzhou. I believe the prices could surge to around 10-fold. You mean we could sell the Wangjiang Hotel for 3.6 billion? Wang Likun asked, narrowing his eyes. His sister, a real estate developer, had evaluated the price to be around 3.6 billion. How could Zhou Chen's assessment align so closely with that of professional? Zhou Chen smiled. "If we put it up for auction, I believe it could fetch 4 billion. Wang Likun fell silent for a moment, his tone turning somber. "Zhou Chen, I've sold the Wangjiang Grand Hotel for 3.6 billion to my sister. She is a developer and needs it to secure a foothold in the Wangjiang district market. Therefore, I can only offer you 1.8 billion. Chapter 87. There's no helping it. I'm simply wealthier than you." After expressing this, Wang Likun felt a twinge of anxiety. Zhou Chen's expected price was 4 billion, yet he had only managed to sell it for 2.5 billion. If he shared 2 billion with Zhou Chen, he would be left with only 500 million. By offering Zhou Chen 1.8 billion, he would still profit an additional 200 million. However, this arrangement seemed somewhat unjust to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen fell silent for a moment, then smiled and remarked, "You surely haven't sold it for 3.6 billion, have you?" He found it implausible that Wang Likun would purchase a grand hotel for 360 million and then sell it to his sister at a staggering 3.6 billion. He estimated the price would be well below 300 million. Wang Likun, quite straightforwardly, inquired, just tell me if 8 billion is sufficient. If not, I can add an extra 200 million, as I can always sip on some clear broth. He contemplated the situation astutely. If it weren't for Zhou Chen's insistence on buying the Wang Jiang Grand Hotel, he wouldn't have earned a single penny. By selling the hotel to his younger sister at a low price, he had already secured a favor. Furthermore, by giving Zhou Chen 2 billion from the 5 billion, he could still pocket 500 million. 8 billion is ample, and I look forward to collaborating with you. Zhou Chen cheerfully responded, thoroughly satisfied with the price. As an 18-year-old freshman, he held no power, influence, or connections. In contrast, Wang Likun was a well-established billionaire. Yet, despite his immense fortune, it was improbable that he would remain indifferent to a transaction involving several hundred million. Given his capabilities, he could have easily appropriated the funds, but he refrained from doing so. Perhaps it was out of gratitude, or maybe for other reasons. Regardless of the motive, Wang Likun was indeed a person worthy of deep friendship. Zhou Chen did not demand the additional 200 million, which touched Wang Likun's heart. Give me your bank account, and later I will have my sister directly deposit the money into your account. Zhou Chen provided Wang Likun with his newly opened checking account details. Subsequently, Zhou Chen called Song Yang. Boss, the housing prices in Wangjiang district have surged to 7,000. Should we continue waiting or act swiftly? Song Yang answered almost instantly, his tone brimming with excitement. Let us wait a bit longer. Zhou Chen replied calmly, I believe it will reach 9,000 in the next few days. Let's sell once it surpasses that mark. The rapid increase in housing prices was propelled by real estate developers beginning to take action. However, this time, the prices would peak at 9,000 before being pressured down to around 6,000. After concluding the call with Song Yang, Zhou Chen received several calls from unfamiliar numbers. These callers were all real estate developers eager to purchase nearly 50 properties from him. After some negotiations, they offered up to 7,800 per square meter, which Zhou Chen promptly declined without hesitation. In truth, this offer was already quite high, comparable to the housing prices in the capital. Yet Zhou Chen, well-versed in the current market trends, was not satisfied. After the afternoon military training concluded, Zhou Chen contacted Qi Yunfen for a ride. Once back at the dormitory, and after a refreshing shower, he was about to tackle his laundry when Yang's son suddenly blocked his path. Brother Chen, let me take care of your laundry from now on. Yang Sen's gaze was fervent, akin to admiring a beautiful woman. Is that really appropriate? Zhou Chen mused, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, suspecting Yang's son might have a peculiar inclination. Yang's son boldly seized the bucket containing Zhou Chen's clothes. I've been doing laundry since I was 5 and household chores since I was 8. You can trust me. Zhou Chen, amused yet bemused, inquired, so what are your rates? Yang's son appeared to come from a modest background. His clothes were mended multiple times, and his sneakers seemed aged beyond measure. He often ran errands for snacks, charging a nominal fee, and now sought to profit from washing clothes. Yang's son grinned. $1 for summer clothes, 2 for winter. Zhou Chen fished out some change and handed him a 50. Here's 50. You can wash for a month. Zhou Chen admired Yang Sen's initiative to earn through his labor. Yang Sen accepted the 50, then pulled out a stack of coins from his pocket. There are about 20 days left in the month, so I'll need 30 more from you. Zhou Chen chuckled, pushing the coins back. No need for change. You can wash again next month. Thank you, Brother Chen. Yang Sen's eyes glistened with emotion as he picked up 2 buckets of laundry and headed towards the balcony. Yang Sen, I want a monthly package too. How about 30? Inquired Sun Dashin, who was playing Tetris on the upper bunk. Of course, thank you, young master son. Yang Sen quickly replied, eager not to lose the deal. Yang Sen, include my clothes as well. Wash them for free today, and I'll pay for a monthly package starting tomorrow. At that moment, Zhang Fei dragged a suitcase from under his bed, filled to the brim with clothes. He hadn't done laundry since the semester began, and with the current heat, even without exercising, one could easily work up a sweat. As Zhang Fei opened the suitcase, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Yang Sen, grinning broadly, said, all right, I'll wash yours after I finish the ones I have. Zhou Chen glanced at Zhang Fei's bag of nearly moldy clothes and remarked lightly, you must have at least 5 days worth in there. How can you expect someone to wash them for free? Hey, Yang Sen isn't, he complained. Why are you meddling? Zhang Fei glared at Zhou Chen, looking ready to confront him. Zhou Chen addressed Yang Sen. Yang Sen, don't take Zhang Fei's business. I'll pay you an extra 30 each month. Zhang Fei glowered at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, are you deliberately trying to make my life difficult? Zhou Chen responded nonchalantly. What can I say? I'm simply wealthier than you. If you can, offer him 60. 60 it is. Yang Sen, I'll pay you 60 today. I'll give 120. Zhou Chen crossed his arms, interrupting Zhang Fei. If you're paying 120, then I want to involve myself in this matter. Zhang Fei clenched his fists, nostrils flaring, eyes fixed on Zhou Chen, who stood a head taller. Had he been able to contend physically, he would have struck Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen quipped, "Isn't your father quite wealthy? Didn't you say your living expenses are several thousand? What's the issue with giving 120? Zhang Fei gritted his teeth. 120 it is. If you can, go ahead and raise the price. It was a matter of pride. 120 was not beyond his means. You think you can double it? Zhou Chen waved Yang Sun over. Yang Sun approached nervously, his expression tense. Brother Chen, Brother Fei. Zhou Chen produced a 50 and two $10 bills. Zhang Fei and I will give you 120. For the other students, you can still charge 30. Yang Sun stared at the money Zhou Chen offered, dumbfounded. Brother Chen, this 120 is nearly half of my living expenses for half a month. Are wealthy people truly this extravagant? Zhang Fei, unwilling to be outdone, handed Yang Sun 120. So, today's laundry is free, right? Of course. Yang Sun replied, dazed. That amount could cover several months of his laundry. 5 days' worth of laundry was nothing. Zhou Chen smirked as he turned and left the dormitory. Outside, Qi Yunfan stood at the roadside smoking. Upon seeing Zhou Chen approach, he promptly discarded the cigarette and respectfully opened the rear door of the car. Zhou Chen, now a billionaire, deserved to be treated like a deity. Once inside, he instructed, take me to the Wangjiang Industrial and Commercial Bank. Qi Yunfan returned to the driver's seat and began to drive. Across the street, Tian Swimming exited a taxi. Watching the black Mazda drive away, she furrowed her brow slightly. Was that Zhou Chen? Surely I must be mistaken. Chapter 88. Call me Brother Zhao. You must address him as young master. Tian Swimming took out her phone to message Zhou Chen on QQ. Zhou Chen, did you just get into a black Mazda? Zhou Chen did not respond. Tian Swimming pouted, then called Lu Xiying. Just as the call connected, she spotted Lu Xiying emerging from the school gates. She waved her hand. Seeing, I'm across the street. Lu Xiying, wearing a pure white off-shoulder dress, carried a Hermes bag from 2003 and donned a pair of Gucci crystal sandals. Her presence attracted the gaze of countless male students. Wow, which department is this goddess from? I've never seen her before. She must be a newcomer, right? Absolutely stunning. Who will fetch me her phone number or QQ ID? I'll give you $100. You all are just dreaming. She is Gua Xiao's girlfriend. Gua Xiao. Which Gua Xiao? Gua Zhao, of course. Who else could it be? After her transformation, Lu Xiying walks with an air of confidence, exuding the essence of a wealthy heiress. Upon overhearing the surrounding murmurs, a proud smile graces her lips. Tian Swimming, covering her mouth, approaches her and stammers, my goodness, Xiying, it's only been a few days, and I can hardly recognize you. Previously, she felt unworthy of being Lu Xiying's best friend, and now she feels like an unsophisticated country dog. Lu Xiying, lifting her pristine chin, arrogantly proclaims, so what do you think? I should be able to completely overshadow Tang Wan now, right? Tian Swimming nods vigorously, absolutely no problem. Are you really with Gua Zhao? Lu Xiying's face flushes slightly as she shyly nods. Tian Swimming, filled with envy, remarks, your clothes and handbag must be incredibly expensive, right? Lu Xiying pats her Hermes bag at her waist. It's not too bad. This bag costs 12,000 and the clothes and shoes are around 1,500. Tian Swimming gasps, that's just too extravagant. Beep beep. For Mercedes-Benz escort a Porsche, stopping by the roadside. Lu Xiying takes Tian Swimming's hand, saying, my boyfriend is here. Let us go have dinner together. Tian Swimming climbs into Gua Zhao's Porsche alongside Lu Xiying. Even as the car drives far away, she feels as if she is living a dream. She never imagined she would ride in a Porsche. Nor did she expect her best friend, Lu Xiying, to have a day of marrying into wealth. Gua Zhao pulls out 2 gift boxes. These 2 phones are for you. The top-tier Motorola V3. Lu Xiying's voice trembles with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Tian Swimming looks at Lu Xiying with envy once more, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Why was she not blessed with such beauty? Lu Xiying hands a phone to Tian Swimming. Ming Ming, quickly thank Brother Zhao. Tian Swimming accepts the phone and expresses her thanks. Thank you, Brother Zhao. You should call him Gua Xiao. Lu Xiying scolds Tian Swimming with a glare. Blushing, Tian Swimming corrects herself. Thank you, Gua Xiao. Gua Zhao nods with a smile. Lu Xiying, with a face full of happiness, asks Gua Zhao, Brother Zhao, where are we going for dinner? Gua Zhao glances at his wristwatch and replies gently, it's still early. I have some business to attend to in Wangjiang District first. Lu Xiying nods, her lips pursed, and begins to unwrap the gift boxes. Today, Wangjiang District is particularly bustling, with numerous entrepreneurs flocking to this development zone, soon to become Jiangzhou's economic center. Consequently, there is some traffic congestion. One Porsche, escorted by a Mercedes, swiftly maneuvers through the crowded area. Qi Yunfan pulls his head back from the window, smiling as he says, Boss, When will you let me drive a luxury car too? Zhou Chen casually crosses his legs and chuckles. What brand do you fancy? Just kidding. Chi Yunfin chuckles awkwardly. This Mazda is already quite decent. Let's keep a low profile. Let us switch to a BMW someday. After all, isn't making money meant for enjoyment? Zhou Chen scoffs dismissively. In this era, the internet is not well developed. To the average person, BBA represents the pinnacle of luxury automobiles. However, Zhou Chen only plans to temporarily switch to a BMW. In his past life, he obtained a driver's license but never bought a car. In this life, he is determined to experience every luxury vehicle. Chi Yunfin's eyes gleam at the thought of getting a BMW, tightly gripping the steering wheel. I never thought there would come a day when Chi Yunfin drives a BMW. At the Wangjiang District Industrial and Commercial Bank, Guo Zihao brings Lu Xing to the VIP room to conduct business. When the bank manager places 1 million on the table, Lu Xing's eyes widen in disbelief. My goodness, that's 1 million. I could never earn that much in my lifetime. The bank manager smiles warmly. Guo Xiao, here is 1 million. Please count it. Just then, Guo Zihao receives a call from his father. Guo Yongkong speaks sternly. There's several shops on Sanja. The prices have been negotiated, and they require about 800,000 in cash. Guo Zihao responds affirmatively and hangs up, looking at the bank manager with intent. Is there more cash? There is. But the bank manager's face reflects uncertainty. There is 5 million in cash in the vault, but it is reserved for another client. Guo Zihao states calmly. Just give it to me. I urgently need the cash. The bank manager swallows hard. Could you wait a moment, Guo Xiao? I'll call to transfer cash from another bank. Guo Zihao's brow furrows, and he slams the table, shouting, I sent their cash? Why can't you get it to me? Lu Xing jumps, startled. Guo Zihao takes a deep breath, holding Lu Xing's hand, and softens his tone. I'm sorry. Did I scare you? Lu Xing quickly shakes her head. Not at all. I actually admire your assertiveness. Guo Zihao smiles slightly and turns toward the bank manager. My family has about 300 million deposited in your bank. You and T want us to switch banks, would you? The bank manager turns pale. I missed her. Zhou has arrived. A staff member stands at the door, announcing. The bank manager, looking defeated, explains Guo Xiao. To be honest, we do have 5 million in cash, but it was reserved by Mr. Zhou in advance. Guo Zihao squints. Who is Mr. Zhou? Perhaps I know him, and I could discuss it with him. Meanwhile, outside the bank, Tian Swimming is enamored with her new luxury phone worth over 4,000. Spotting Zhou Chen stepping out of a black Mazda, she gasps in shock. Zhou Chen, is that really you? Zhou Chen glances at the parked Porsche and 4 Mercedes, deducing that Tian Swimming must have come with Lu Xing and Guo Zihao. As an old classmate, Zhou Chen politely smiles, surprised. Tian Swimming points at the black Mazda. Is that your car? Almost immediately after asking, she chuckles at herself. Of course it's not yours. You don't even have a driver's license. Chapter 89. Is it harder for me to have money than to kill you? Zhou Chen, uninterested in explaining, strides toward the bank. Chi Yunfin retrieves a large suitcase from the trunk. Tian Swimming stops him, asking, Uncle, is that car Zhou Chen's? Chi Yunfin replies, It's my car. Tian Swimming, puzzled, inquires, What is your relationship with Zhou Chen? I saw you open the car door for him at the school gate. What is it to you? Chi Yunfin perceives that Zhou Chen does not wish to engage with the girl, likely due to their poor relationship, so he opts to ignore her. Tian Swimming scrunches her nose. It's just a lousy Mazda. Did you see those Mercedes and the Porsche over there? That's my best friend's boyfriend's car. Do you even know who he is? Damn, I thought he was your boyfriend. Chi Yunfin glares at her disdainfully before striding toward the bank. Tian Swimming stomps her feet in frustration behind him. Zhou Chen enters the bank lobby, where the bank manager hurries over. Guo Zihao and Lu Xing follow closely behind. Zhou Chen, Lu Xing's eyes widen in disbelief. Could the Mr. Zhou mentioned by the bank manager be him? Impossible. How could Zhou Chen possibly have 5 million? She had recently inquired with Chun Xiaolong about how Zhou Chen had come into money for his phone. Zhou Chen had struck it lucky, earning 80,000 from a particularly valuable item in a game. Thus, Zhou Chen could never possibly be the Mr. Zhou who had reserved 5 million in cash. The Mr. Zhou referred to by the bank manager was someone else entirely. Mr. Zhou, you have arrived. The bank manager wore a forced smile, tinged with discomfort. Boom! Lu Xing felt as if struck by lightning. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Zhou Chen. He truly is Mr. Zhou. Where could he have possibly acquired 5 million? Is my money ready? Zhou Chen asked, not even glancing at Lu Xing, but directing his attention to the bank manager. The manager nodded, yet hesitated, glancing nervously at Guo Zihao. Young master urgently requires 800,000 in cash. Do you think it might be possible to allocate that amount? Guo Zihao narrowed his eyes into slits. This was none other than Lu Xiying's previous suitor. Hadn't she claimed his family was impoverished? How could he have 5 million in cash at the bank? Zhou Chen raised his gaze to meet Guo Zihao's for a fleeting moment before shaking his head. I cannot part with it. I must take the 5 million. The bank manager awkwardly looked at Guo Zihao. Young Master Guo, perhaps. Guo Zihao snorted coldly. That is your concern. I am only giving you 10 minutes. The bank manager felt as though he were on the verge of tears. The cash was reserved for Mr. Zhou, yet young Master Guo was a significant client. His father being the wealthiest man in Jiangzhou. Offending Guo Zihao could jeopardize his job. Mr. Zhou, would you consider allowing me half an hour? I could transfer 800,000 from our branch. The bank manager stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Is this the attitude of your bank? Zhou Chen scoffed. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Zhou. Please, could you do me this favor? The bank manager bowed deeply in supplication. Fine, just hurry and get the cash. Zhou Chen waved his hand impatiently. Those who worked hard deserve consideration. He did not wish to make things overly difficult for the bank manager. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Thank you. The bank manager wiped his brow in relief and then took out his phone to arrange the cash. At this moment, Lu Xiying fixed Zhou Chen with an accusatory glare. Zhou Chen, where did you get all this money? What concern is it of yours? Zhou Chen replied coldly, regarding Lu Xiying as if she were a stranger. Lu Xiying racked her brain, unable to fathom where Zhou Chen had obtained 5 million, and she coldly retorted, that money must be dirty. If you have engaged in illegal activities, I advise you to turn yourself in. Think what you will. Zhou Chen rolled his eyes, dismissing her. Zhou Chen, heed my advice. You should confess. Even if not for your own sake, think of your parents. They raised you with great difficulty, and as classmates, I must say this. Lu Xiying's tone was devoid of warmth, as if she genuinely cared for Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen scoffed. Does my wealth pain you more than murder? If the money were earned through legitimate means, I would be happy for you. However, I suspect it is tainted. Moreover, even if it were clean, I wouldn't be distressed in the slightest. My boyfriend has far more than you. Do you see this bag? Are you familiar with this brand? Do you have any idea how much it costs? And look at my shoes. These shoes alone cost 800. Your 2 months' living expenses wouldn't even suffice to buy me a pair. Zhou Chen's words seemed to strike a nerve with Lu Xiying. She resorted to every tactic she knew to belittle Zhou Chen. At that moment, Tian Swameng approached. Zhou Chen, seeing is right. You should turn yourself in. Confess honestly, and you might receive a lighter sentence. Fool! Zhou Chen scoffed, uninterested in engaging with the two women. Lu Xiying, her eyes wild, grabbed her phone to call the police. Will you turn yourself in, or should I call for you? Zhou Chen, hands in pockets, replied nonchalantly. Go ahead and report it. Lu Xiying trembled as she prepared to dial the emergency number. Just then, Guo Zihao restrained Lu Xiying's hand. Hold on, let me consult the bank manager first. Lu Xiying nodded vigorously, her voice quaking. You ask him properly. I'm certain this money is not clean. Once the bank manager completed his call, Guo Zihao approached and inquired, how did Zhou Chen acquire that money? This is client confidentiality. However, I can assure you that Mr. Zhou's funds are entirely legitimate. The bank manager asserted confidently. The money was issued via a check from AIO Company. I have also contacted the chairman of AIO to confirm. Yet, this falls under client privacy, and I cannot disclose it to others. He had already offended Mr. Zhou once and did not wish to incur his wrath again. Just give me the cash. Guo Zihao did not press further. After all, 5 million could very well be borrowed. The bank manager led Guo Zihao to retrieve the cash, instructing his staff to escort Zhou Chen to another VIP room. In the hall, Lu Xiying and Tian Swameng stood in a daze. Even the bank manager had declared that the funds were clean. Where on earth had Zhou Chen obtained 5 million? Xiying, you need not take it to heart. Young Master Guo is the son of Jiangzhou's wealthiest man. 5 million is nothing to him. Tian Swameng comforted Lu Xiying softly. Lu Xiying sneered. I will not take it to heart. Does he think that having 5 million will win me back? Tian Swameng's eyes twitched slightly. She did not believe Zhou Chen would think that way. Suddenly, Tian Swameng asked, Xiying, how are Zhou Chen and Tang Wan doing now? Upon hearing Tian Swameng mention Zhou Chen and Tang Wan's relationship, Lu Xiying's anger dissipated considerably, and she replied mockingly, They have already broken up. Tian Swameng looked puzzled. Broken up? Why did they split? Lu Xiying took a deep breath. It must have been Tang Wan's brother who intervened. Do you know who her brother is? Tian Swameng shook her head. Lu Xiying continued. Her brother is Tang Jia, the son of the renowned entrepreneur Tang Yuanshan from Jiangzhou. What? Tang Wan is Tang Yuanshan's daughter? Chapter 90. Hello, whose child are you? Tian Swameng had only read about Tang Yuanshan in the newspaper a few days prior. This Tang Yuanshan was no ordinary person. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with Guo Yongkong at business banquets. Lu Xiying sighed. her face clouded with frustration. I never expected she would be Tang Yuanshan's daughter. If it weren't for Zhao's interest in me, I would find it nearly impossible to lift my head in her presence. Tian Swimming lamented. Life is truly unfair. Why was I not blessed with such fortune as Tang Wan? Guo Zhao approached, accompanied by a bodyguard carrying a briefcase. Lu Xing eagerly linked her arm with Guo Zhao's, sweetly asking, "Did I scare you earlier, Zhao?" She had flaunted extravagantly to provoke Zhou Chen, aware that her behavior was rather unbecoming, and feared Guo Zhao might find it unappealing. Guo Zhao affectionately ruffled Lu Xing's hair, chuckling. "How could I be frightened? The purpose of buying you these things is to elevate your status. You are so wonderful, Zhao." Lu Xing nestled against Guo Zhao, feeling touched. Guo Zhao encircled her slim waist, smiling. "Since I'm so good to you, will you warm my bed tonight?" Lu Xing's cheeks flushed, and she shyly replied, "I'm not ready yet." Guo Zhao's temples twitched slightly, chuckling. "All right, I must attend to business now. After that, I will take you both out for a meal." In the bank's VIP room, Zhou Chen received a call from Li Qiushui. Li Qiushui informed him that the company employees had not seen the money and were once again blocking the road with banners. Zhou Chen instructed Li Qiushui to relay that he was at the bank withdrawing money and would soon be at the company. To save time, Zhou Chen withdrew 420,000 in cash, instructing the bank manager to deposit the remaining 80,000 into his bank account. On the way to Shiju County, Qi Yunfan showcased exceptional driving skills, speeding at 80 miles per hour. The journey that typically took 2 hours was compressed to a mere 80 minutes. By now, it was evening. The street outside the Lady Company was thronged with people. Qi Yunfan frantically honked the horn, yet the individuals in front remained oblivious to his pleas. One among the crowd bellowed in anger, "Damn it, do you believe I won't smash your car?" Another person chimed in, "Some dare to act." A few workers, wielding wooden sticks, approached with a furious demeanor. Zhou Chen stepped out of the car and declared loudly, "Do you still want your wages?" Upon hearing this, several workers halted in their tracks. "Who is this guy?" "No idea. He seems to be our new boss." "Is he really that young?" "Indeed, it's him." Our supervisor mentioned that the new boss is a wealthy second-generation heir, barely 17 or 18. Xiang Dongsheng and the company executives walked over in unison. Qi Yunfan also retrieved the luggage from the back seat. Upon noticing the enormous suitcase, Xiang Dongsheng inwardly sighed in relief and then addressed the workers. "The boss has come to distribute wages, so please remain calm." Hearing Xiang Dongsheng's booming voice, more employees gathered around. Zhou Chen frowned and instructed the manager's supervisors, "Organize your teams to return to the company and wait." The managers promptly contacted their subordinates. Fortunately, the employees were quite compliant, forming an orderly line towards the company entrance. Accompanied by law enforcement personnel, Zhou Chen arrived at the finance department with over 4 million in cash. The finance staff swiftly retrieved the pay slips and began counting the money. The company lacked a cash counting machine, relying solely on manual counting by the 5 finance employees. With over 1,600 salaries to process, how long would it take these 5 individuals to finish? Zhou Chen spoke up. "All staff at the team leader level and above report to the finance department to assist." Moments later, over 30 team leaders, 20 supervisors, and 7 or 8 managers joined the counting effort. They worried about discrepancies, counting each some 3 to 4 times. After leaving the finance office, Zhou Chen sought out Xiang Dongsheng to inquire about the company transfer. Xiang Dongsheng produced some documents and proofs from his briefcase, stating solemnly, "The Lady Company has been forcibly deregistered. The equipment within is valued at around 2,600,000, while debts owed to suppliers total 1,700,000. If you're willing to pay the suppliers' debts, you can register a new company tomorrow. If you wish to forego this debt, the court will auction off the equipment until the suppliers' debts are settled." Zhou Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "I'll cover the suppliers' debts. Let's keep the equipment for now. The company still needs to fulfill processing orders. Without the equipment, how can we manage? Wouldn't that leave over 1,600 employees unemployed?" Xiang Dongsheng lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and remarked, "If Wang He is apprehended, your losses might still be recoverable." Zhou Chen chuckled dismissively. "You can't reap rewards without making sacrifices. My investment will yield returns beyond mere proportion." Coughing slightly from the smoke, Xiang Dongsheng quickly waved his hand, seemingly concerned that Zhou Chen might misconstrue his laughter as mockery. "I caught a cold these past few days. I meant no offense." Zhou Chen poured Xiang Dongsheng a cup of hot water, saying, "Have some water." "Thank you." Xiang Dongsheng placed his cigarette in the ashtray and took a few sips from the paper cup. After a brief chat, where Xiang Dongsheng educated Zhou Chen on some labor laws, he received a phone call and prepared to leave. Zhou Chen escorted him to the factory entrance. Once Xiang Dongsheng got in his car, he cautioned, please settle the supplier's payments promptly. Otherwise, if they approach the court, you won't have peace here either. Zhou Chen smiled slightly, assuring him, rest assured, I'll handle it. Xiang Dongshang smiled back, slowly closing the car window as the vehicle pulled away. Zhou Chen then made his way to the Research and Development Department, which consisted of 2 divisions, RD1 and RD2. The latter had been previously managed by Li Qiushui. With over 60 workstations, it was bustling with activity. Upon entering the office, someone immediately frowned and asked, hey, whose child are you? All the RD personnel turned their attention to Zhou Chen. A woman in her 30s, dressed in a cheongsam, chuckled with such a big lad. He must belong to old Zhong. A short-haired woman from a nearby workstation couldn't help but add, he could also be old Qian's. Perhaps he got married early. A balding middle-aged man turned to glare at the short-haired woman, retorting, don't talk nonsense. I married quite late. My child is only just weaned. The woman in the cheongsam rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Zhou Chen with wide eyes. Little one, you must be here to see old Zhong, right? Zhou Chen smiled and introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Chen, the owner of this company. Owner? The woman in the cheongsam laughed heartily. Very well. Little boss, come here, and sister will give you some candy. The short-haired woman scoffed. Chu Mei, can you not be so flirtatious? You can't even spare a child. Zhou Chen had already approached the cheongsam woman, his gaze fixed on her computer screen, which displayed a semi-finished album icon. Most button phones on the market were still black and white, with only a few high-end brands offering color. As for the system icons, they were the most rudimentary, small graphics, with the settings icon resembling a tiny wrench. However, the album icon on the computer before him bore a resemblance to those on future smartphones. The design of the icon is quite impressive. Zhou Chen complimented with a smile. The little one knows how to flatter. Come here and sister will treat you to some candy. Chu Mei grabbed a handful of white rabbit milk candies from her drawer and stuffed them into Zhou Chen's hands. The short-haired woman whispered, Chu Mei, the director is coming. Startled, Chu Mei quickly sat upright and resumed her work. Li Qiushui walked directly up to Zhou Chen, bowing respectfully, boss.